Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Donald Buca. Our story this week is titled The Sighting and was written for Heartbeat Theater by Christopher Young. It's the story of a most unusual phenomena, one hardly believable, which brought some unexpected trouble into the lives of two young people. Starring Donald Buca as Russ, here is Act One of The Sighting.
I love it out here.
It's just a desert.
Not any desert. Our desert.
Did you stake your claim, honey?
Oh, maybe people own this acre or that during the day, but at night like this, it just doesn't seem that you can write words on the legal-size paper and make somebody the owner. The desert at night is for people in love.
Well, you get the California State Assembly to make that into a law. I won't have to sell insurance anymore.
Russ, after we're married, let's keep on taking drives into the desert. I mean, let's not be like other people and stop doing all the things we enjoy so much now.
Oh, honey. Oh, you know you're cute.
And you're laughing at me.
You're a very funny girl.
Why?
Well, when we got into the car, you were trying to sell me on the idea of buying a zircon instead of a diamond engagement ring, so we could put the money into furniture. And now you own the whole desert.
Borrow a convertible, arrange for a full moon, take your best girl for a ride, and that's what you get. Of course, if you want, we can talk about the rising cost of insurance.
Mm-hmm. And we could talk some more about that house.
Oh, I love that place so much, but it frightens me, Russ.
Why?
All that down payment. We'll be sitting on orange crates for 5 years.
Honey, we can't overlook that built-in kitchen. I mean, there's nothing to buy there but pots and dishes.
And a recipe book.
Uh-huh. Which brings up a touchy subject. Your cooking.
What about it?
Do you?
What do you like for breakfast?
Buttermilk pancakes.
You're in. I have a very dear friend, Aunt Jemima.
My favorite relative.
She comes complete with a dispenser for the batter. All I need is a frying pan and a hungry husband.
Arranged. Now, when Aunt Jemima's done her bit to start the day off right, what did you have in mind for dinner?
I thought maybe you could sell a policy to a restaurant for a half price in return for free dinners.
Uh-oh. I better arrange for a free tire. This one's gone.
What happened, Russ?
It's a blowout. Hal said one of the tires was bad when he lent me the car.
Is there a spare?
Yeah. And it's a little worse than the one that blew.
Oh, I shouldn't have talked you into turning off the main road.
Don't worry. Hey, it's a good thing the moon's so bright. I haven't got a flashlight.
It's kind of different out here.
Yeah. Which is the darn trunk key?
I mean, being so far from anybody or anything.
Yeah, we're probably not far from a few rattlers.
Russ, please.
Well, honey, it is your desert, and they're really just guests, so...
Don't even kid about it.
Okay, honey. Relax. Nothing's going to happen.
Well, hurry, would you?
Uh-huh. Here, hold the keys. I'll get the tire and jack. Oh.
It isn't the same when you can't just turn around 1, 2, 3 and head back home.
Mm-hmm. Huh? What isn't the same?
The desert. You always read about funny things happening to people on the desert.
Well, there's nothing funny about changing a tire in your best slacks. There we go. Bumper jack. Now just give me 5 more minutes.
I think I see a plane heading this way.
Well, that's good. It's company.
How far are we from the highway?
Oh, 8, 10 miles. Maybe more.
It must be more. We turned off about 45 minutes ago.
Well, then maybe it's 20 miles.
Probably not 2 cars a week go through here.
Yeah, well, that's in the busy season.
Russ, that plane, I don't think it is a plane.
Falling star?
Russ? Look, the light. It's getting bigger fast.
Oh, good. Maybe it'll help me see better.
Russ, I mean it. Look, it's coming this way.
All right. Yeah, I see it.
I never saw anything like it in my life.
Whatever it is, it's coming awfully fast. It's too fast for any plane.
Russ, I'm scared.
Look, there's another one, just to the right.
Russ, what are they? What are they?
I don't know, honey. They're coming so close. We're going to find out.
Let's go. Forget the tire.
We can't. I've got the whole wheel off. Anyway, you don't think we can run from something moving that fast?
It won't land.
Listen. Listen to them. There's a kind of a sound, a funny...
I don't want to look. I don't.
Well, they must be... Yeah. What else?
What?
UFOs. Flying saucers. But there aren't any such things. It's just a lot of stories from crackpots.
Russ, they're coming closer.
Look at them. They're almost overhead. Then they've stopped.
I can't look.
It's almost as if they were watching us.
Russ, make them go.
Lynn.
Make them go.
Lynn, it's all right, darling. They're going. Lynn, look. Lynn, they're gone. They're out of sight. Will you stop it, Lynn? Stop it. Lynn, stop it. Darling, I'm sorry. I thought they were all crackpots. I thought there couldn't be such a thing. Just let somebody try to tell me I imagined it. Just let somebody tell me it was a reflection or a balloon or an illusion. Now, look, Lynn, dear, you just sit in the car. Now, don't worry. I'll have that tire on in a minute. You all right now?
Yes. That's the highway ahead, isn't it?
No, it's half a mile more.
I'm glad we saw it together. I would have always doubted you.
I wouldn't blame you.
It was so terrible. So terrible.
Well, honey, I'm going to run you home and then go to the police. I'm going to tell them the whole thing.
Russ, that couldn't have happened. Not to us. Flying saucers?
Well, have you got any other ideas?
You read about those things, and someone's always saying it's a balloon or a reflection of highlights.
Balloons? Balloons that move that fast, that glow brighter than the moon? Headlights? Oh, honey, we're 18 miles from the nearest car. Reflections? On what? Honestly, Lynn, I've been reviewing my map the last 10 minutes. I need a pencil and paper to be a little more accurate, but the mountain range that framed our horizon was about 40 miles west. Now, I saw that second one come from, well, at least that far, in something less than 20 or 30 seconds. It wasn't any more than that. That puts the speed anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 miles an hour. Okay, now let's say that maybe I'm 50% wrong. That still makes it 2,500 miles an hour at the minimum. No, sir. Nobody's going to talk me out of what we saw tonight. Nobody, honey.
Come on in, Russ. Come on in.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Julian. Seems like everybody I saw wanted to talk to me this morning.
Russ, this is Major Lorillard, Salvation Army. Russ Clayton.
Yes, Mr. Clayton. Your name certainly is on everybody's lips this morning.
Yes. The Major's arranging for local coverage on some of the Salvation Army's installations here in town.
That is quite a phenomenal experience you had last night. Or did the paper exaggerate a bit?
Well, Major, that's the funny part of it. The story was accurate. Had details I didn't even mention to the sergeant at the police station.
Well, with luck, this will blow over soon.
Blow over?
Now, what else can we hope for?
Well, Mr. Julian, I don't get it.
You don't get it? You mean, Russ, you haven't figured out that the whole town is laughing at you?
Well, some of the guys were riding me on the way in, but
And they're your friends. Wait till a few strangers get their claws into you. Russ, I thought you had more sense than to go pulling a stunt like this.
Mr. Julian, there wasn't any stunt. That's exactly what happened.
People expect an insurance salesman to be a solid citizen, Russ. Level-headed.
I know, sir, but...
A man in whose hands they can lay the future security of their whole family. Don't you understand? They depend on their agent to give them substantial advice. How do you think they're going to react to a man who has illusions?
I bet my life that was no illusion, Mr. Julian.
Well, you just dropped the whole thing, and that's good advice.
Mr. Julian, there was something in that sky last night.
Russ.
Something that might affect the lives of everyone in this world. Sir, we'll probably never know what it was, but ignoring it and laughing at it isn't going to help us find out.
But it will help you sell insurance, and that's your job, Russ.
But, sir,
Major Lorillard, I'm sorry you have to see us with our dirty wash hung out. This thing has me so riled, I don't know.
Not at all. It's very provocative. We've all read about these things in the past, and I suppose even the most violent non-believers are still curious as to what they are.
Well, then you do believe I saw something, Major.
Why not? Exactly what you saw, of course, is open to a lot of discussion.
Well, maybe we can do just that sometime, Major Lorillard. Because I'm going to try to find out what
Russ,
it was.
I warned you.
Now, that's right, Mr. Julian. You warned me to drop the whole thing, but you weren't with us on that desert last night. And then the Pierce family, the same thing. Been thinking it over, Mr. Clayton, and we're going to do a little more investigating before we buy any insurance. Honey, 7 calls today, and every one of them regarding me as though I were out of my mind.
I know. Everyone except Dad talked to me the same way. Even that reporter who called in the middle of the night.
Reporter? Then they got that story in the paper from you?
I thought you knew.
Oh, I should have guessed. I wasn't thinking very clearly today. Honey, I'm practically out of a job unless I can convince people that I'm telling the truth.
I'm not sure this is the way, Russ.
Well, it's probably 1,000 to 1 shot coming back here, but if I can just get a picture of that thing.
Well, renting that camera is one thing, but knowing how to work it on something like this is another.
Yeah, I know. I told the dealer what I was using it for. I just have to put it on a tripod, aim it, and press the button. He's going to develop the film some special way if I get anything.
I'll better slow down. It was right around here.
Mm-hmm. Honey, are you scared?
Sure, but I'll be all right.
Whatever they are, there's never been any reports on them hurting anybody. Well, here we are. Now, I'll set the camera up and we'll give it a couple of hours.
Russ, I think we came a little farther than last night.
No, that doesn't matter, honey. Anywhere within a few miles and we'll be able to get the shot.
It's funny nobody else saw those things last night.
No, not really. Now, I remember reading once about an experiment they tried up in Canada. There were some reports of sightings over a very populated area. Yet only 3 or 4 people saw the things. Well, this agency or whatever it was got an idea. There was a ball game in an open stadium at night. So they rigged up a huge balloon and a bunch of floodlights in a basket under it so that the balloon would look like a tremendous white ball. And just before the game started, they let it float up over the stadium. Now, according to them, it was a pretty weird sight.
Well, they must have been flooded with calls.
You'd think so. But there wasn't one.
What?
Well, they questioned about 100 people later, but none of them even noticed it. Well, anyway, that proved a theory they had. People rarely look up unless there's a sound that draws their attention.
Well, I wasn't looking up last night. They started on the horizon.
Well, sure, and we had 40 miles of unobstructed view. Ah, there we are. I got this camera all set up now.
Russ. Be quiet and listen a minute.
What it...
Just listen.
Yeah, I hear it. Honey, that's not what we heard last night.
What could it be? Another car?
No, I don't think so. Let's listen some more. Gosh, honey, I don't know. I just don't know.
Maybe they're coming again.
Or doing something else.
We shouldn't have come alone.
Listen. There, I think it stopped.
What was that?
A rabbit, maybe.
But that click.
Lynn, look!
That light! So bright!
Honey, I've had enough. Let's get out of here.
They won't believe us. They won't.
Come on, honey, come on.
So ends the first act of The Sighting, starring Donald Buca as Russ. Throughout the United States and the rest of the world, members of the Salvation Army's Family Welfare Department have given immeasurable assistance to the thousands who come to them for help. It is not only financial help. The Salvation Army also provides personal aid, counseling, and most important, spiritual guidance. Thousands of dollars a year are spent by the Salvation Army in communities all over the world. It is only through the generous donations of the Legion of Friends of the Salvation Army that such social service work is possible. May I, speaking for the Salvation Army, say thank you for your friendship and assistance to them. Now, Act 2 of The Sighting with Donald Buca as Russ.
Like a motor, then a click, a movement in the brush, then a blinding flash of light followed by an explosion. Russ, what do you take me for?
A reasonable man. I tell you, Mr. Julian, this happened. Now, how can you ask me to completely ignore it?
You know, Russ, I once knew a salesman who, if he didn't close a deal, would pull a phony heart attack as he was leaving the house. The suckers would drag him in, put him on the couch, call for a doctor, and meanwhile he'd come to briefly, look at them vacuously, and mutter, "You did take the policy, didn't you?" And they just couldn't wait to show him their signature.
Mr. Julian, I've heard that story before.
A vicious routine, but it worked. Russ, yours won't.
I'm not lying. It's the truth. Every word of it.
Yes. Russ, my boy, I like you a lot. Now, you know that. You show a lot of promise. Youngest salesman we have and only fifth from the top. All right, now let's say it is the truth. Whether I believe it or not isn't really important. But you do want to get married, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You want to move ahead in the company? Now, you persist in this thing and you'll ruin your chances in both areas because you won't be able to afford marriage.
But, Mr. Julian...
Now, on the other hand, let me finish. Forget about it, and things can return to normal. So these things are flying saucers. What can you do about it? Nothing. And don't you kid yourself that you're going to be a hero. This kind of thing's out of your line. Even if you prove that everything you said was true, all you'd have is a little satisfaction. And that never made the down payment on a house, my boy.
Well, sir, I suppose you're right.
It's good advice, son, and it's from the heart.
Okay, sir. Okay, I'll forget it.
Good boy. All right, now let's get down to business. You remember Major Lorillard, Salvation Army?
Yes, sir.
Well, he's in Paul's territory, but Paul had that appendectomy last night, so why don't you take these papers over, He was expecting Paul at 10:30 this morning, so you can show up in his place.
Oh, fine. That'll give me plenty of time to return the camera I rented.
Sure. Now, Russ, you just take it easy for a few days, and believe me, son, you're doing the right thing. Take it from me.
Good morning, Mr.
Clayton.
Yes, Clayton.
I'm bringing back your gear.
Did you have any luck? The pictures, I mean.
No, sir, I didn't take any.
The things, they never came back?
Nope. And in broad daylight, I'm beginning to doubt I ever saw them.
Maybe not. Many things are not what they appear to be in the naked eye.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's your stuff. Oh, how much do I owe you?
Wait a minute, Mr. Clayton. I thought you said you took no pictures.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you took one. The release is locked. This can only happen after an exposure.
Oh. Well, I might have pressed it without knowing it when I wonder if I got that flash.
Flash?
How long would it take for you to develop these things?
Well, I just fixed the soup now. They not be dry, but we will be able to look at them in 6 minutes. A very sensitive film must be developed in total darkness.
Well, could you do it while I wait?
Certainly. Now you sit and look at the magazines. Maybe you come to like photography. Well, Mr. Clayton, I am all finished. Now tell me something. Where was you with this film?
Why, did something come out?
No, you didn't get any pictures?
Or then why the curious look on your face?
Mr. Clayton, the entire roll of film, it has been subjected to radioactivity.
I think that takes care of everything, Major Lorillard.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your colleague's operation. Everything went well?
Fine. Yes, sir, just fine.
That's good. And, how is it with you?
Oh, keeping busy.
You know, I rather expected a follow-up in the paper today, but there was no more mention of your experience.
Well, Major, I've decided to forget the whole thing.
Oh, I didn't think you would after the stand you took with your boss yesterday. You seem mighty determined to prove you saw something out there.
Well, an hour ago, I was beginning to doubt it myself. But, Major, now I know I saw something.
Something happened in the last hour?
Well, there's just no sense talking about it. It'll just invite more ridicule and pointing fingers.
You seem to be convinced that everyone's going to forget about this in short order.
I'm hoping so.
I doubt it. There's always a certain small element that relishes keeping this kind of thing alive. Your competition, for one. I had a call from another company yesterday afternoon, suggesting that I might want to deal with a more substantial outfit.
I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. If I were you, I'd pursue this quietly, though. I think you're going to have to educate people to at least accept the idea that you did see something of a phenomenal nature out there. Something so extraordinary that, had they seen it, they would have been in full accord with you.
Just how do you do that, Major?
I'd start with ATIC, Air Technical Intelligence Center. You take a drive out to the Air Force Base Saturday.
So that they can laugh at me? Major, from what I read, the Air Force frowns on the idea of flying saucers.
From what I read, there are reservations. You talk to Colonel Slattery out there. He's an old friend of mine. Then maybe you can get him together with that same reporter who printed your story. It's worth a try, Mr. Clayton. At least you won't be giving up the fight while you still have some ammunition. If you want, I'll look up his private number out there. You can call him for an appointment. If you want.
Okay, Major. I want.
If you come in here, Miss Ward, Mr. Clayton, you won't be bucking the roar of those jets so much.
Well, thank you, Colonel.
Yeah, sit down. Make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
As I was saying, the Air Force is very aware of the saucer reports. They're studied in great lengths at the Wright-Patterson base near Dayton. We don't believe in ridiculing the people who make such reports.
Well, that's a welcome relief.
Well, I know from past experience the reception your story must have had in town. Major Lorillard was right in sending you here. If nothing else comes of it, you'll at least have your self-respect returned. Oh, by the way, you might be interested in this.
Why, it's a picture of Lynn and me. What's out in the desert the other night?
You caused quite a flurry of excitement around here. You were at the edge of one of our proving ground areas. Had you driven another 100 feet, you would have hit our roadblock, and you just happened to stop within 100 feet of one of our photographic units.
Well, I mean...
No, don't be so startled, Miss Ward. We had both of you checked. We know you weren't spying on us. You see, we were test firing an atomic ground weapon.
But, Colonel, that flash and explosion...
Yes, a very mean gun. Our photographer saw your car pull up and moved in to get a shot of you on infrared film. The flash is also infrared and not visible to the human eye.
Well, that explains that clicking and movement in the brush.
Well, I know under the circumstances it must have been quite terrifying, ma'am, but what you saw the night before did not originate with us.
Well, do you know what it was?
No, not in the least. You see, the Air Force sees no reason to believe that these aerial phenomena constitute any danger to the country. Actually, a large percentage of these sightings have been fully explained away. But there are still some for which we have no explanation. Yours is one of them. There were no balloons in the vicinity, no heat inversions. There was no chance of windshield glare.
Well, we weren't even in the car.
Yes, I know. No record of planes in the vicinity at the time. Unfortunately, your not what we consider a trained observer, so there won't be too much investigation on it.
Oh, I see. Well, what about some of the sightings that you haven't been able to explain?
Well, here's one from our files. At 9:10 p.m. on August 25, 1951, professor of geology at the Texas Technological College was in the backyard of his home with 2 other professors. The night was absolutely clear, and then suddenly the 3 of them saw a bunch of lights racing across the sky, making the entire arc in a matter of a few seconds.
Well, the ones we saw took maybe 30 seconds.
I know. Anyway, the same thing happened again a few minutes later, and mind you, these lights formed a definite crescent-shaped pattern. That was just the beginning. Similar sightings came in from that area by the hundreds, and on, it was August 30th, an 18-year-old boy tried taking pictures. He got 5 good shots, and in some of them there's a larger luminosity off to one side, almost like a mother craft watching over its wandering offspring.
Fantastic.
Well, the Air Force naturally did an intense study. We found nothing fraudulent in the reports or the pictures. The point is that you two are among tens of thousands of people the world over who've seen these phenomena under circumstances for which there is no explanation.
Well, Colonel, if I could convince that reporter on our local paper who printed the original story to come out here, would you tell him these things?
Well, there's no reason I shouldn't. All this has been officially released by the Air Force. Trouble is, too many people in the fields of communication play it down for the same reason you were going to forget it. Fear that their readers would ridicule them for paying any attention to it.
Well, I'm beginning to think that Major Lorillard knew more about this than he admitted when he sent us out here.
That's possible. But you know, after 20 years in the Salvation Army, he's seen enough miracles to at least keep an open mind on a subject like this. No matter what the explanation, the miracle of life that God has given us is far more wondrous than any old flying saucer.
This last week has made all the difference in the world, Major Lorillard.
And the paper had so many comments that reporters doing a whole series on flying saucers, or whatever they are.
Well, I'm certainly happy for the 2 of you.
Major, you're responsible for this switch and the way things were going.
Well, you know, when the Salvation Army started, I don't suppose there was any movement that ever received more jeers and criticism from the public. Our founders had some pretty dynamic ideas, and they employed dynamic methods to get them across. And today...
Today, I don't know of anything that receives more praise.
Well, that's very nice of you. But don't get the idea that we go around selling people on flying saucers.
No, Major. But we do know of something you can do for us.
Delighted.
Major, we thought we'd like to have you perform our marriage.
That's one of my happiest duties. Well, looks like the insurance business really did pick up.
It did, sir. But I'm not staying in that field. I'm going back to school, finish some courses. You see, I originally planned to go into rocketry. As long as there's something roaming around up there, I want to help men get up where they can have a closer look. You see, Major, I kind of have a hunch my kids are going to want to know what that something is. I'd like to have the answers.
That was the final act of The Sighting, starring Donald Buca as Russ. Be sure and listen in again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, then, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Peter Leeds. How many times as we've traveled along the highways of our country have we seen markers proclaiming historical monument 1/2 mile ahead or words to that effect? Many times, no doubt, because our country is full of such markers and monuments. Memoirs of the past which have become symbolic of the things our land stands for. Our story this week is about such a monument which almost wasn't. It's titled The Old Winthrop Place and was written by Milton Kahn. Starring Peter Leeds as Mike Phillips, here is Act 1 of The Old Winthrop Place.
Hello, Charlie. The train wreck pictures come through yet? Good. Get Fred to do a rewrite on the story and give it a front-page spread. Yeah. Then let me see the layout for the Nichols White sale ad. Of course I'll be in my office. I can't afford to be anywhere else. Now tell Fred to get going.
Stomach acting up again, Walt?
All of Mike.
Or is this snapping employees week?
Well, it sure isn't Buy the Herald week. What's the matter? Don't people read the newspapers anymore?
Well, I know one person who doesn't. William Prescott.
Who the devil is William Prescott?
What's the matter, boss man? Don't you read your own mail?
Quit playing games, Mike. What are you talking about?
Well, these letters addressed to the editor. Molly asked me what to do with them.
Yeah, who are they from?
William Prescott.
Okay. Who's William Prescott?
Well, he's a man who wants to register a beef. As a matter of fact, he's written 5 letters, all dated this week on the same subject. He's a pretty persistent individual.
Yeah, that's all I need right now. Letters from a crackpot.
No, I wouldn't call him that, Walt. In a way, the guy's got a point.
Yeah, what's his beef?
Well, it's about the old Winthrop place.
Winthrop place?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean that old stone heap the Wesco Petroleum Company wants to buy from the city and tear down so they can put up a deluxe gas station?
Yeah, that's right.
So what's this Mr.,
Prescott.
Yeah, what's he beefing about?
Well, he doesn't think the house should be torn down.
What?
Here, let me read you one of his letters. I read in the Herald that the city is going to sell the Winthrop place so we can have another gas station. I think that's a dirty shame. Somebody should remind Mayor Thompson that the Winthrop house was one of the first houses to be built in this city. In the whole Willamette Valley, for that matter. Instead of tearing it down, something should be done to fix it up so it would look like something.
Fix it up? Is he crazy or something?
It might not be a bad idea at that. For its historical value.
Oh, come on, Mike. You don't really believe that, do you?
Why not? Look, Walt, I'd like to go out and interview this Prescott.
What for?
Get his personal views on why he feels the Winthrop house shouldn't be torn down.
Oh, forget it. You'll just be wasting your time, and that's something we can't afford if we're going to keep this paper going.
You want to increase circulation, don't you?
Of course.
Okay, a good human interest yarn might do the trick.
And you think this Winthrop business is the answer, huh?
Could be. How about it, Walt?
I still think you're wasting your time. Right now, I'm too busy to argue.
Thanks, Walt.
Next thing you know, you'll want to do a Lonely Hearts column.
If things continue the way they've been going, I may have to. See you later, Walt.
Yes?
Mr. Prescott?
That's my name. What can I do for you?
I'm Mike Phillips of the Herald. I'd like to talk to you about the letters you wrote about the Winthrop house.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
I was wondering if you people are going to print any of them.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, well, come in here and sit. I've been whittling.
Oh, so I see. Oh, chessmen, are they?
Yeah?
Hey, say, they're all right. In fact, they're very good.
Oh, thank you. You play chess?
Oh, I can, but I haven't had much time lately.
I suppose the newspaper does keep you fellas busy.
Yes. You making these pieces for your own amusement?
Oh, no. These are for the fellas down at the Veterans Hospital.
Oh?
Yeah, part of the Golden Ages project for this month.
What's the Golden Ages?
It's a club I belong to, sponsored by the Salvation Army.
Salvation Army, huh? Yeah. What kind of a club is it?
Well, it's a social club for folks over 60. Meets once a week. We have discussions, talk over each other's problems, have dinners, Bible readings. Once a month we have some well-known speaker come and talk to us. Oh, it's a wonderful group, the Golden Agers. Keeps folks our age from getting lonesome and sour, feeling nobody wants us for anything, you know.
Sounds all right. You mind if I visit one of your meetings?
Well, of course not. I'd be glad to have you. What was it you wanted to know about the letters I wrote?
Oh, yes, the Winthrop.
Come for, you said.
Yes, I know. The Winthrop place.
Yeah.
You feel it shouldn't be torn down but restored to the way it was when it was built, right?
I sure do.
Why?
Why? Because it's a crying shame people around here got no respect or pride for what's probably the oldest building in the whole blame city. That's why. Well, I remember my pa telling me how his grandfather come overland with Oliver Winthrop from New England back in 1843, and how they settled here in the Willamette Valley, and how Winthrop built that house, hand digging every stone that's in it, and putting them together, with all the other settlers pitching in to help. Matter of fact, my great-grandfather was one of the early settlers that helped build it. And they didn't have tools like we've got now. No, sir, they made the tools they used. And they must have been pretty good ones to build a house that's still standing. Why, they worked and sweat to start this town we're living in today. And how do we show them our thanks? By tearing down the house Winthrop built so we can have another gas station. As if we didn't have enough of them already.
Well, Mr. Prescott, maybe you're right to feel that way about it, but you've forgotten something.
What?
Progress.
Progress?
Mm-hmm. This town's grown since the Winthrop house is built, and it's still growing. It needs more room to grow in.
You call building another gas station progress?
Well, that's part of it. Selling the property will bring nice income to the city.
And what'll they do with the money? Build more gas stations?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Prescott. I understand how you feel.
Maybe if a few more people in this town knew the history of the Winthrop house, they wouldn't be in such an all-fired hurry to tear it down. Oh, you talk about progress. Where would your progress be if it wasn't for Oliver Winthrop and all the other settlers who came out west the hard way to clear the forests and build homes and plant crops? Instead of talking to me about progress, Mr. Phillips, why don't you see that one of my letters gets printed in your paper and let the folks decide for themselves what to do with the old Winthrop house?
I'm afraid it's too late for that. The way things look, the city is going to accept Wesco's offer.
And nobody can do anything about it?
I doubt it. If you went to see Mayor Thompson, I doubt even if he could do anything now.
Well, how about printing my letter anyhow?
Mr. Prescott, you don't give up easily, do you?
Not when I'm fighting for something that needs fighting for.
Well, Mr. Prescott, I'll see that one of your letters gets printed. It's the least I can do. And thanks for the interview.
Well, I appreciate your coming, Mr. Phillips. Sure hope you can think of something to help save the Winthrop house.
Oh, it would take a miracle to do that.
Well, then, I guess we'll just have to pray for a miracle. It's like Major Linder read to us from the Bible. Everything is possible if you have faith.
You just keep feeling that way, Mr. Prescott, and maybe the miracle will happen. Goodbye.
Yes?
Mr. Brainerd?
Yes?
Oh, hello, Mr. Prescott.
Oh, Mr. Phillips, I was looking for you.
Walt, this is Mr. Prescott.
Mr. Prescott, huh? I was wondering when we'd meet.
And I wanted to meet you, but right now...
What are you doing here, Mr. Prescott?
Well, right now, I come to tell you, I started thinking after our talk this afternoon, and I decided maybe you were wrong.
About what?
About Mayor Thompson not doing anything as far as the Winthrop house is concerned.
Oh, not that again.
So, at our meeting, I told the other Golden Agers about our talk, and told them it sure couldn't do any harm to talk to the mayor, and maybe it could do some good. Well, they all agreed with me, unanimous, and they elected me a committee of one to go and see him.
What's the Golden Ages?
I'll tell you later, Walt. Mr. Prescott, you can't go by yourself. You'll never get through the front door.
Well, I don't know that until I try.
Well, why don't you let me go with you?
Mike!
I know Mayor Thompson, and maybe he'll listen to the two of us.
Mike, you're crazy.
Say, now, that'd be right nice of you, Mr. Phillips. I'd sure appreciate it. It wouldn't be putting you out, would it?
Mike!
Not at all. I might have a few things myself to say to Mayor Thompson on the subject of the Winthrop house.
Gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Mr. Prescott would like to talk to you about the old Winthrop place, Mayor Thompson.
Mm-hmm. What about it?
Well, Mr. Mayor, at our meeting this afternoon, the Golden Agers voted 100% that the Winthrop place should not be torn down.
And who are the Golden Agers?
It's a social club for senior citizens over 60 that's sponsored by the Salvation Army.
The Salvation Army?
Yes.
Is the Salvation Army now going in for saving buildings as well as souls?
Saving the Winthrop house is something the Golden Ages decided on for themselves, Mayor. And I think they have a valid argument.
Oh, you do you?
I did a lot of reading on the early history of this city, and I found out plenty about the first settlers who came overland from the east, the difficulties they had getting here and clearing the land and building their houses. The Winthrop house is one of the first to be built. Did you know that, Mayor Thompson?
Oh, I think I read about it somewhere.
Don't you think that's of some historical value to the city, to the whole state?
Very little.
Now, how can you say that? We don't have much around here we can brag about, but the Winthrop house...
The Winthrop house is a rat trap that should be torn down before it falls down. As a matter of fact, in a few weeks...
In a few weeks, it'll be too late to do anything about it.
And what do you think can be done about it now?
Well, if you, as the mayor, talk to the Westcote people and explain that the city wanted to restore the Winthrop house as a historical monument.
Are you serious, Phillips?
Mayor, I've never been more serious.
Then you must be out of your mind. Do you know what the Westcote Company is paying for that property?
Yes, I know.
And you want us to turn it down so we can save the city's worst eyesore.
That's the general idea.
And just how do I explain this civic gesture to them? Tell them that a handful of people have formed a sentimental attachment for that pile of stone. So instead of accepting the company's offer, we're going to spend money to restore this great historic monument. And with the people already taxed up to here, where do you think the money's going to come from to finance this crazy idea?
A couple of corrections, Mayor. First of all, maybe this idea has started with just a handful of people. But when the word gets around, I'm sure there'll be others feeling the way we do. As far as paying for the restoration of the Winthrop house, why not let the people decide for themselves whether or not it's worth restoring?
Aren't you taking a chance putting the choice to them?
I don't think so. I'm sure when they get the whole historical background on the Winthrop house, they'll feel the way we do.
And how do you hope to accomplish that project?
Well, first of all, we'll run a feature article in the Herald to start the ball rolling. Then I have a few more ideas up my sleeve.
Well, they'd better be mighty good ones, Phillips, because it's going to take a miracle to save that pile of junk.
Not a miracle, Mayor Thompson. Just the help of people who believe anything is possible if you have faith. Right, Mr. Prescott?
Right, Mr. Phillips.
Well, personally, I think the whole thing is completely ridiculous. By the end of the month, the deal with Wesco will be closed, and the wreckers will turn the Winthrop place into a pile of rubble.
Let's see, that gives us about 3 weeks to prove you wrong.
Phillips, if you can convince me that the people in this town really want to save that place, I personally will write a letter to the Wesco people turning down their offer.
Mayor, is that a promise?
I said, if you convince me.
Don't worry, we will. Let's go, Mr. Prescott.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The Golden Ages will sure be glad to hear what you've offered to do.
Yeah, don't give it a second thought.
I'll see you soon, Mayor.
Well, you know, Mr. Phillips, the mayor isn't such a bad fellow after all.
Yeah.
Would you mind telling me something?
What?
What are those ideas you have up your sleeve?
Oh, that, my friend, is something I'm going to have to dream up in a hurry.
That was Act One of the old Winthrop place with Peter Leeds as Mike. People, like houses, eventually grow old, but they never outgrow their usefulness to their community or their society. Man has respected his old houses by preserving many of them as monuments of his past efforts upon the land. Man has respected the senior members of his society by the veneration of their wisdom and the experience of their years. This attitude has never been more prominent than in our own time, when society has taken an active interest in seeing that our senior citizens don't take a back seat to life. This interest was taken many outlets, among them the Golden Agers Club, sponsored by the Salvation Army. Mr. Prescott in our story has told us what the Golden Agers is and does. The Salvation Army is proving that in judging a person, age is only one factor out of many. It's something that we can all remember. Now, Act 2 of the old Winthrop place with Peter Leeds as Mike.
Mike, you're out of your mind. It'll never sell.
I will sell it, Walt. Once we print Prescott's letter and an editorial to remind people what the Winthrop place should mean to them, the idea will spread like wildfire. I know it will. What have we got to lose by trying?
I don't know about you, but I have a newspaper to lose if we waste the time you're planning to spend on this half-brained idea.
Walt, look. You yourself said our circulation isn't what it should be. If we can spearhead the idea and the people of the town go for it, do you realize what it will do for the paper?
And if they don't go for it?
Well, maybe this will convince you that it's worth a try.
Yeah? What is it?
Read it.
Protecting our landmark. What is this, an editorial? Since when are my reporters writing editorials?
Oh, now, go on. Read it, Walt, please.
Okay. Protecting our landmarks. It's come to the attention of this newspaper that plans are now underway for the sale by the city of property on which stands the Winthrop House, which was one of the first houses to be built not only in this city, but in the entire Willamette Valley. If this sale is completed, the Winthrop House will be destroyed. This must not be done. If we have any civic pride, this cannot be done. I can't.
Oh, go on, Walt. Go on.
We who wish to see the Winthrop House restored do so in the hope that it will stand as a symbol of our pride in those who came west to found our city. Our forefathers who suffered great hardships to make the journey. These are not men and women who took their rights and freedoms for granted. They knew what it means to fight and struggle to preserve those rights and freedoms. Their clothes were made with their own hands. They planted their crops, hunted for their food. They were the roots which built our country strong. Are we to destroy all we owe them by removing this last remaining symbol of our heritage? Or shall we preserve the Winthrop House as a lasting memorial to those of the past who helped to build our future?
Well, Walt?
Not bad. Not bad at all. You know, Mike, you might have something here at last.
I know I have.
Okay, I'll print it.
Now you're talking.
But we'd better get results.
Don't worry, boss man. We will. Mike Phillips talking. Who? Oh, hello, Mr. Billings. What's new with the Chamber of Commerce? Oh, you read the editorial, eh? What do you think? Well, thanks. We hope a lot more people feel the same way you do. If we can get enough signatures on that petition, we would... What's that? I say, that's a great idea. If all the merchants get their customers to sign a petition, we'll really start the ball rolling. Well, sure thing. I'll drop over after lunch and have a talk with them. Right. Appreciate you calling. Bye.
Mike, how much longer is this Winthrop business going to drag on?
What do you mean, drag on? Do you realize we've already got over 3,000 signatures on that petition, and we haven't finished yet?
I know.
And now with this historical society you were talking about, we're a cinch to save the Winthrop House. A little more time...
time? How much more time do you want?
Enough time to convince Mayor Thompson that the Winthrop House is really worth saving.
Look, Mike, when you started this thing 2 weeks ago, I was all for it. I still am, I guess. But it has to stop somewhere.
What do you mean?
Sure. I'd like to carry on the crusade, run more editorials and letters. It's been wonderful for circulation. But I'm going to have to call it quits.
Well, you can't. Not now.
I have to. Do you realize I've pushed back articles and editorials that should have been printed days ago and kept you off stories that you should have been covering?
I know, but
and
Walt,
do you realize that the elections will be coming on in a couple of months? The campaigning will be starting any day now. And you know how much those campaign ads and articles hypo our circulation and our bank account. I can't risk losing any more of that, Mike. Much as I'd like to see you carry on with the Winthrop project,
Walt,
I'm sorry, Mike. The answer's no.
Walt, will you please give me just a little more
Mike,
time?
I'd like to, but...
Just until tomorrow noon. Now, you gave me an idea how I can convince Mayor Thompson, and I'm sure it'll work. You've gone along with it so far, Walt. Another 24 hours won't make any difference.
You're really sold on this project, aren't you?
Yes, Walt, I am.
Okay, Mike. Till noon tomorrow.
Oh, thanks.
But that's where it'll have to end.
Don't worry, it will. If Frank Billings calls, tell him I'll get in touch with him later.
Where are you off to now?
I have to see about a little artwork.
Artwork?
I'll tell you about it later. So long, Walt.
Oh, Mr. Phillips.
Oh, yes?
I'm Major Linda of the Salvation Army.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Major. Mr. Prescott has mentioned you quite often.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's mentioned you, too, and the wonderful work you're doing for the people of this city. That's why I've come to see you.
Oh, thanks, Major, but the people are doing it themselves. I just started the ball rolling, that's all.
You know, I've never seen the members of our Golden Age Club as happy as they have been since this campaign of yours started. You'd think they were all 20 years old, the way they've been rushing around, talking to people, circulating petitions, and so forth and so on. Well, they've certainly convinced a lot of people that the Winthrop house should be saved.
Well, now, if I can just convince Mayor Thompson so he'll kill the deal with the Westcote people.
Why, I'm sure you will, Mr. Phillips.
That's what Mr. Prescott keeps telling me, too. He's always reminding me about those words in the Bible, about everything being possible if you believe.
Oh, yes. Well, he's right, you know, Mr. Phillips. I've seen a wonderful thing happen here since the Herald printed that first editorial about the Winthrop place 2 weeks ago. Feeling of friendship has sprung up among the people. Strangers are no longer strangers, and neighbors who have been, who have rarely spoken to each other before have been drawn together in a common cause.
That's right, Major, they have.
Yeah, I've seen the same thing happen before when the Salvation Army has gone to give aid and comfort during a disaster. Personal problems are forgotten for the moment, while everybody pitches in and helps in any way he can. It's a feeling and an attitude which, well, unfortunately, people don't have all the time. Oh, if only they did.
Well, it's like anything else, Major. It has to start on a local level. And if we can get Mayor Thompson to go for our historical restoration program, this attitude you're talking about will hit the town like a shot in the arm.
You say if, Mr. Phillips. Is there doubt in your mind?
I guess you don't know his honor like I do, Major. He can be pretty hard-headed if he wants to. And with the Westcote outfit waving that nice fat check in front of his eyes, I'm afraid it's still going to take a lot of doing to convince him. And I only have 24 hours in which to do it.
Well, if it would be help at all, I'll be glad to offer my moral support.
I sure appreciate that, Major.
When are you planning to see Mayor Thompson?
Well, I can't do it this afternoon. There's something I have to take care of first, but how about tomorrow morning, say around 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock would be fine.
Good. How would it be if I call for you at Salvation Army headquarters?
All right.
Let's hope we can beard the lion in his den.
I'm sure we will. Daniel did it, didn't he?
Yes, Miss Evans. Who? Oh, Mr. Phillips, eh? Well, send him in, please. Come in.
Good morning, Mayor Thompson.
Morning, Phillips.
Do you know Major Linda of the Salvation Army?
How do you do, Major Linda?
Mayor Thompson?
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
I suppose you know why we're here.
I can guess, and I've been wanting to talk to you about it.
What's wrong, Mayor? You sound a little unhappy. There's no need to be. It's a beautiful day. The birds are singing.
Birds.
Something bothering you?
Yes, something's bothering me. I didn't get to bed till 4 this morning.
Having trouble sleeping?
You know that... Excuse me, Major, but this Winthrop affair is making an old man of me.
I understand it's going quite well.
I'm afraid quite well is an understatement, Major. Everywhere I go, I run into petitions, historical societies, fundraising committees, and letters. Oh, those letters and phone calls.
Have they convinced you the Winthrop house should be saved?
Winthrop house? I wish I'd never heard of the place.
I don't doubt it, Mayor. But since you have, what are you going to do about it?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do about it, Phillips. Exactly nothing.
What? Mayor Thompson?
Do you realize what's happened? This isn't just a campaign to save the Winthrop place. Thanks to you, Phillips, and everything else that's been happening around here for the past 2 weeks, the whole thing's gotten completely out of hand. You've got the whole town on my back.
Then stop fighting them and make a dignified retreat.
No.
But, Mayor,
This whole idea was ridiculous right from the start. Just because some crackpot wants to see his name in the paper and writes a letter to defend the old eyesore that's ready to collapse, you and that editor of yours get the whole town stirred up in a hysterical frenzy.
May I ask you a question?
Well, what is it?
Well, you speak of the Winthrop house as an old eyesore.
And that's exactly what it is.
And you would destroy it simply because it is old?
Can you think of a better reason?
Well, in the Salvation Army, Mayor Thompson, we don't judge anything or anyone by its age, but by its usefulness. That, for example, is why we sponsor the Golden Ages clubs, because we believe that our senior citizens shouldn't be pushed aside and forgotten just because they've reached what we so wrongly call old age.
Oh, I don't see the connection, Major. How can you compare old... people over 60 to a dump like the Winthrop house?
Well, because it, too, still has a great deal of usefulness left, despite its age.
Usefulness? Usefulness for what?
Did you read the first editorial Mr. Phillips wrote about the Winthrop place?
I'm afraid I did.
Well, then you know the answer to your question. The Winthrop house is a monument to pioneers who came out here in 1843 and paved the way for others to follow.
It's some monument.
Of course, I know it's old, badly in need of repairs, but if you ever stop to realize that it's still standing because it was basically well-founded and built, you remember the words of St. Matthew? And the rains descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock.
Well, Mayor Thompson, does that convince you?
Look, Phillips, even if I did agree to cancel the Wesco deal and save the Winthrop house, where do you think all the money would come from to fix it up? And all the other landmarks the people want preserved?
From taxes.
Oh, the people won't stand for it.
How do you know until you ask them? Now, look, Mayor, elections are coming up. Put this preservation program on the referendum. Let the people vote on it. And with you up for re-election, it sure wouldn't hurt any to get the people of this town on your side.
What are you trying to do, blackmail me?
I'm just trying to convince you.
I don't know. I just don't know. Look, Phillips, what's all that noise?
It's autos, Mayor Thompson. A couple of hundred of them, all blowing their horns for your benefit.
What are you talking about?
Open the window and have a look for yourself.
What is it?
It isn't a wedding procession. You see those signs the people are carrying? Look at them, Mayor Thompson. They'll tell you whether or not the people are willing to be taxed.
You're responsible for this.
No, Mayor. This is something the people want. I just help them to open their eyes. Well, now are you convinced?
Okay, you win.
Now you're talking.
We'll make everything in town a landmark. Anything just for a little peace and quiet.
You know, I always said we had a pretty smart mayor.
I may not be that smart. But considering how this started, I'm smart enough to know one thing no one will ever get me to do. What? Write a letter to the editor.
That was the final act of the old Winthrop play, starring Peter Leeds as Mike Phillips. Be sure and listen in again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army, and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Till next week, then, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening, and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Janet Scott. The psychiatrists tell us of the very fine line dividing sanity and the trouble-shadowed world of the other side. They tell us how easy it is to cross that line and that sometimes we aren't aware that it's been crossed. In our story this week, The Ghost of Danton Hill, a woman believes she has passed the line. But has she passed it or been pushed over it? Our story was written by Christopher Young and stars Janet Scott as Deirdre Danton. Here now is Act One of The Ghost of Danton Hill.
It wasn't as though I hadn't heard them talking. I say them, when a singular pronoun would be more proper, for it was he who always did the talking, planning, scheming. And sweet child that my niece was, Angie never suspected. But I knew. Creeping senility was his theme in talking about me, but Angie wouldn't accept it. Then he changed his tactics. So smooth he was, so impeccably persuasive. I knew his kind. My typewriter wrote of Gilbert long before I'd met him or Angie had married him. He was the villain in Springfield Revisited, even to the nightmares that Gilbert so often had. Oh, those were the days. My books at the peak of their popularity, and Mr. Danton still alive. Such a thing could never have happened to Deirdre Danton then. Oh, why do I ramble so? The fact remains, he talks, and Angie listens.
Well, what do you think, Angie?
Oh, Gil, you know I'm not too bright about real estate or any of your business deals for that matter.
Well, you get the picture, don't you?
Gil, is it honest?
When you're talking about business, the meaning of honesty broadens. If you mean, is it legal? Yes, 100%.
But you said that only 10 years ago all of this property was underwater. What's to keep it from happening again?
Right now, the lake is at the lowest point in history. It would take 5 consecutive years of double that normal rainfall before that property would be underwater again. Do you know what odds there are against that happening?
Are there any more for the number of dry years it took to create this area?
Believe me, Angie, it's the chance of a lifetime. People want to invest in land, vacation property. Cabin sites are at a premium.
Oh, aren't you talking about the impossible anyway? $40,000.
Which could be resold at $400,000.
But $40,000, Gil. You don't have $4,000.
Oh, sweetie. Sweetie, honey, you don't work with cash on deals like this. Some good legwork, planning, a little whining and dining, especially of the right man at the bank. And the whole deal is swinging for under $16,000.
Gil, that's a fortune, and you just don't have it.
So what am I supposed to do? Let the opportunity of a lifetime slip through my fingers because Auntie Deirdre insists on tying up a fortune in a box full of stodgy old stocks and bonds?
She's 73 years old. Her books don't sell the way they used to. You can't blame her for being conservative.
Oh, Angie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that knowing she plans to leave everything to you and that it can't be forever before she either or becomes too senile to manage her own affairs. Well, I just get impatient and frustrated.
Oh, I think that's why you keep having those nightmares and headaches all the time.
Look, honey, let me show you this. Charlie Keith, you remember him, the advertising artist we met last month?
Oh, at the Peterson party?
Yes, that's right. He did this layout for me. No charge. I promised to cut him in. You see this? Color picture of the area as it is now. Just empty meadows covered with wild grass. The lake and the mountains for a backdrop.
Well, the view is nice, but the property is so barren.
Now you're talking like my first customer. So watch. Here we have a piece of celluloid with a lifelike drawing of a few cabins, trees, rustic road. You take it and you lay it on top of that first picture. Well?
Makes a big difference.
Well, that's the idea, Angie. We lure them with this ad. Then they get copies of this in the mail. People have no imagination, but show them this, and you got a sale.
It's very clever.
The $16,000 I mentioned, that includes this as well as advertising space, mailing expenses, the whole bit.
Oh, if you want me to, Gil, I'll ask Aunt Dee.
Oh, it's a waste of time, and you know it. I was thinking of taking a mortgage on the house.
Well, you can't do that, Gil. It's not ours.
Your aunt gave it to us, even put it in our name.
Which was only a beautiful gesture to show her regard for us. Put a mortgage on it, and it's the same as if you drew $16,000 from a personal account behind her back. Oh, please, Gil, I just won't hear of it. I mean it, Gil. As much as anything I've ever said to you.
Angie, honey, this is one chance to give you everything I've always wanted to give you.
Gil, it's an awfully big move. Your nightmares, headaches. What will happen with the pressure of a deal this size?
I don't know, Angie, but I plan to find out. Somehow or other, I'm going to get that money.
It's a terrible thing to eavesdrop. It's a characteristic I've always despised. But I'd never been alone before, nor had anyone ever plotted against me before. I knew the time was coming. I knew by the desperation that was reshaping Gilbert's face before my very eyes. Always planning, scheming, and my money was the key to all his ambition.
Morning, Gil. I must have overslept.
You look so beautiful, I didn't want to wake you.
You don't have to say that. I'll make your breakfast anyway.
Well, to prove my sincerity, please note that I've already had breakfast. Oh. Not only that, but Auntie Dee joined me, and I'll have you know she said I boiled her eggs exactly right.
You must give me your secret.
Well, I used a stopwatch. But now, honey, to complete this generous gesture, let me pour your coffee, and then I'm going to get at the dishes.
Oh, I'll take the coffee, but you can leave the dishes. Day girl comes this morning.
Oh, fair enough. Don't understand how you get through the morning on just a cup of coffee.
3 cups, thank you. How'd you sleep last night?
Had 2 dreams, both pleasant. Sure makes a difference in when I get up in the morning.
Good morning, Angie.
Oh,
Gil.
Morning, dear.
Such a beautiful day. I thought I'd make a fancy breakfast for us all.
What?
How about buttermilk pancakes and Canadian bacon? I'll put the coffee on. Oh, you've already made some. Well, I'll put another pot on.
Well, Aunt Dee, you know how Angie is. She can't get more than a cup of coffee in the morning.
Well, you and I can eat, and she can nibble a little.
But that is, you and I just ate.
What do you mean?
Breakfast. I let Angie sleep, and I made his breakfast.
Sure you didn't have a dream, Gilbert?
I'll bet you fell back to sleep, Aunt Dee.
Nonsense.
But, Auntie, look at the sink with the dishes. 2 cups used for coffee.
I see.
You just don't want Angie to know how perfectly I made those eggs for you.
Eggs? No, of course not.
Now, look, darling, we can prove the whole thing. Are you or aren't you hungry?
I'm not in the least hungry. I think I'll go work in the garden for a while.
How strange.
It's a little frightening.
Yes. Yes, it was.
That was the first thing that happened. Only a week later, I wanted to do some work, and my typewriter was missing. That evening, Gilbert reminded me that I'd asked him to take it in for an overhaul. Even Angie remembered my mentioning it needed work. But I would never have asked him to take it out during that period. I was in the middle of a very important chapter. But all they had to do was to remind me of the breakfast I had forgotten, and I could argue no longer. There were other things, forgotten things, lost things, and the talk continued. More and more of it. I had to know what they were saying about me, and so I'd sneak down the hall and listen through their door at night.
I'm really worried about her, Gil.
Well, things haven't been too easy for her since your uncle died. Honey, maybe she should have stayed upstate. All her friends are there.
Oh, I think when you get old, you want to be with your family. And Lord knows there are few enough of us left.
You were going to tell me about that letter from her brother.
Oh, yes, that was really weird. Well, you remember I told you she had a brother, Wesley, who disappeared about 20 years ago?
Oh, yes, I remember.
Oh, disappeared sounds so melodramatic. He was a good man, according to Aunt Dee, but an alcoholic. There was something about the Salvation Army getting him off the liquor for a while, but when he went back to the bottle, he lost all his self-respect and told his wife she was better off without him.
Uh-huh.
Well, no one in the family could ever find him again. Anyway, this morning she was all excited. Said she got a letter from him. Well, you heard her. It was just before you left.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't suspect anything. I shared the excitement for a while. But then I asked to see the letter.
You mean there wasn't any?
Of course not. She imagined the whole thing, poor dear.
Fantastic.
Well, she is old. I remember how mixed up my grandfather would get in his last years. He'd refer to something he thought happened the day before when actually it had been 30 or 40 years. Oh, it's so sad, Gil. I always thought of her as being so alert, actually young for her years.
Well, I guess I did, too. Of course, I won't deny if this keeps up, it puts us in a good position financially.
How can you think of things like that?
Well, I was just going to say, now that it's happening, I wish it hadn't.
Oh, I got a letter from Rita this morning.
Oh, your roommate from college?
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's in a real spot. She had her baby. Her husband is still overseas, and the baby nurse who was going to help out broke her leg. Skiing, of all things.
And sweet little Angie is going to play baby nurse for her closest friend.
You won't mind, will you? I'll only be gone a week or so, and she's so alone. Both only children, and their parents in the middle of Iowa and Texas. I just can't say no to her, Gil.
Oh, of course, honey. And don't worry. I'll humor Aunt Dee along.
Oh, I'll worry about the both of you. Gil, I wish you'd see a doctor about those headaches and nightmares.
Well, I sure had a beaut last night.
I know. You talked in your sleep. Run, 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 you kept saying over and over again. In your dreams, Gil, what do you keep running from?
I don't know. I just don't know. Wherever I'm headed, it seems big and important, and yet I'm not happy there either. Angie, did you ever look at yourself and think, boy, you're clever, and yet hate yourself for it?
No.
Well, let's forget it, eh? Can you reach the lamp?
Pleasant dreams, darling.
Humor me along. That was the way he put it. I'd outwitted a dozen of his kind in 300 pages. I was younger then. And now Angie was going to be hundreds of miles away for a week or longer. I was frightened. So very frightened. I slept late the following morning, waiting for Gilbert to leave. I had dinner ready the minute he came in, and each evening, as soon as the dishes were done, I found an excuse to leave. An early movie, research at the library, anything to avoid Gilbert. And even on the fourth night, when thunder warned me of a late spring storm, I called a taxi from the library just as it closed at 10. By the time I dismissed the cab at Danton Hill, the rain was coming down in torrents. I was surprised to see the house in total darkness. I feared for a moment that Gil had gone out, forgetting I never bothered to carry keys. But his car was in the garage. I was almost relieved to know he was at home. I rushed up the walk and was soaked by the time I reached the front door. I could hear the bell inside as I pressed. The record playing was going. Gilbert must have been having one of his headaches, for he always liked to play the masters while he waited for the pain to subside. I rang the bell again, and again, and again. Lightning burned the night blue white, and somewhere I heard a dog barking. Why didn't he answer? Gilbert! Gilbert, let me in! I'm soaked! It's frightening out here! Gil! Let me in! Why didn't he answer? The dog's barks turned to howls, and then a sudden bolt of lightning outlined a figure all in black, its arms raised, not 10 feet away from my own front porch. Gilbert, please! Please, let me in! Let me in!
That was Act One of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott as Deidre Danton. To most human beings, the unknown is a fearful thing, full of haunting terrors, misty shapes, and weird sounds conjured up primarily by man's own overactive imagination. We think of the unknown as evil, but if we analyze the word unknown, we find it means merely not known. That experience is lacking on a certain subject. This does not constitute a logical basis for fear, yet you and I still fear the unknown. We have to be taught not to. The Salvation Army constantly works with the unknown in all its varied forms, and yet does not fear it. One of their jobs is to show us why we needn't fear it either. Because they and we believe in the power of one about whom was written, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. With this strength, the unknown becomes no longer evil and fearful, but simply not known. Simple and effective. Try it. Now, Act 2 of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott.
I'm sorry, Angie, but I had to ask you to come home right away.
You said something about hallucinations?
Well, I don't know what else to call it. She went out right after dinner last night, but was only gone an hour. It was obviously going to storm, and I guess she figured she better get home, and she went right to bed.
Oh, that'd be about 8 o'clock.
Yes. Well, it started about 10:30. She was screaming from her room, something about, Gil, let me in, please let me in. I tried to talk to her, and she went into this wild story about being locked out in the rain, pounding on the door.
Oh, that poor dear.
Then there was something about a dog howling, and to top it off, she said there was some black figure threatening her, like a ghost, she said.
I can hardly believe it.
Well, I didn't know what to do. I figured I'd better call the doctor.
Of course.
He gave her a sedative, and, well, that was maybe midnight. About 1, I realized I just had to call you.
Oh, I better be in there when she wakes up.
Oh, Angie, honey, I left out some of the details, the accusations she made against me. I don't see any reason to go into them, but I don't know if I can take much more of this.
I'll talk to the doctor. I guess we'll have to do something.
Well, if you're going in there, I better put on some more coffee.
Oh, I'd love some.
Well, just prepare yourself for anything she may say.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
I'm not asleep, Angie. I've been praying for you to come home.
Is there anything I can get you?
No.
Oh, here. Let me fix the pillow for you. There, now.
It seems like it was all a dream now.
Oh, that's probably all it was.
But it was so real, so terrifying.
Gil's dreams are that way, too.
I can't help wondering about myself. It seems only yesterday when I thought of anyone of 73 years old as being weak of mind, feeble, crumbling. I don't feel that way, Angie. Really, I don't.
And you're not.
I'm not sure anymore. You're all I have in the world. Such a small family, so few of us left. I need you, Angie. I need you for encouragement. Tell me I'm not just a foolish old woman. Tell me.
Oh, now that's absolute nonsense, and you know it.
Do I? I have to think about it, Angie. I have to do lots of thinking. A person losing his sanity is not necessarily aware of the fact himself, but I wasn't ready to accept it. These things could all be explained. Gil could have lied about the typewriter. He could even have written the letter from Wesley and then destroyed it. For all I knew, he was the shadowy figure on the porch. I had to know. And then I thought of Brian, Wesley's son, Brian Peck. Why, he'd be in his 30s, Santa Barbara. He was married and living in Santa Barbara, California. If he was anything like his father, he'd be a good man. He would come and get me, take me to California. I called the long-distance operator, and she found a listing for him. Then at bedtime, I set my little alarm for 5 a.m. It would be 8 or 9 in California, I wasn't sure. But at least Angie and Gil would be sleeping.
Well, Aunt Deidre, I just don't know what to say. These things you told me about, they're
They're unbelievable, Brian. I realize that. And I'll admit I'm not sure whether they're actually happening or I'm imagining them, or Gilbert is carrying out a diabolical scheme.
Well, I've got to do something. It's been years since I've seen you, but I never forget how much time and money you spent trying to locate Dad when he disappeared.
Oh, I think of Wesley so often. I just know he'll turn up one of these days.
Turn up? Well, Aunt Deidre, didn't you get my letter last month?
Letter?
About Dad. He came back to us just last February. He was a very sick man. He passed away a month ago.
Oh, no. No, Brian, I never saw the letter.
Well, from what you already told me, I know I had the right address. I
located you through your publisher.
Brian, you have to help me. I just can't travel by myself. But if you'll come for me, I'll pay all your expenses.
Well, Auntie, it's almost impossible. I'm in missile work for the government, and, well, I might be able to swing 2 days, one to fly there and one to fly back with you.
Fly? Oh, no. No, I couldn't do that. It was just last year I lost your uncle in a plane accident. I just couldn't...
Oh, look, Auntie, I'm late now, but I promise you I'll do something. I think I have an idea, though it's impossible.
Brian. Hello, Brian, are you there? Hello, operator, someone. Hello, Brian. I lay there thinking. It didn't really bother me that we were cut off, if that's all that it was. The first light of dawn appeared through the window. I'd closed my eyes and tried to sleep some more. He would help. Brian would help me. I'd hardly noticed the steps in the attic above when I heard the voice. Sure. The very words, the very sound my dear husband had muttered so often in his sleep. Over and over they echoed through the room. I kept telling myself, Deirdre, you're dreaming. Wake up. Deirdre, wake up. Please wake up.
Pour me some, too, will you, Gil?
Full cup?
Mm-hmm. You had trouble sleeping again last night, didn't you?
Why, no, why?
Well, I thought I heard you get up.
Oh, well, I had a little indigestion, and I got something for it.
Oh. I think I'll bring Auntie her breakfast in bed.
That won't be necessary, Angie.
Oh, morning, darling.
I want you to make an appointment for me with a doctor, a psychiatrist.
Auntie D, what's this all about?
And you'd better have my lawyer drop by here, too.
Auntie, what is it?
But during the night... Well, no matter. I guess I'm older than I realized.
I'll call Dr. Jeffries right away if you want me to. I'm sure he can recommend someone.
I'd appreciate it.
Oh, honey, you'll have to wait till I get downtown and call the phone company.
Is it out of order?
Since last night. I tried to make a call about 10:30, and I checked it just 10 minutes ago. It's still on the blink.
You mean the phone hadn't been working all that time?
Afraid not.
Angie, please do what I asked you as soon as you can, please. It happened again the very next night. Only this time I was ready for it. I was sick, and soon would be seeing someone who would help me. That's all it was. The voice was in my mind. It had to be. Mr. Danton was dead for over a year. There are no such things as ghosts. Danton Hill wasn't haunted. I was.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Deirdre Danton there, please?
Well, she's resting right now. This is her niece. May I help you?
Oh, perhaps. I'm Major LaSalle of the Salvation Army here in town.
Oh, yes, Major LaSalle. I believe we've met. I was a guest at the Home League meeting several weeks ago.
Well, I just learned that your aunt is the Deirdre Danton, and I'm about to take advantage of a celebrity in our community. Are you familiar with the League of Mercy activities?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, it's not too unlike the Home League in some respects, although men are welcome in this group, too. We visit hospitals and rest homes and, well, simply try to spread a little cheer wherever we can.
Which sounds like a wonderful old-fashioned idea. I thought that kind of thinking had gone out of style.
Well, anyway, whenever possible, we try to secure a guest speaker whom we feel would be an inspiration. We have a meeting coming up at the Crestview Senior Citizens Home, and we'd consider it an honor and a privilege if your aunt would speak about her work.
Oh, I hate to answer for her. She hasn't been too well, and, well, yet, this might do wonders for her. Would you mind dropping over and talking to her about it?
Why, I'd love to. Would this afternoon be all right?
Well, I think so. I have some shopping to do, but I'll tell Aunt Dee to expect you.
Thank you very much, and I do hope we meet soon.
Mrs. Danton, I suspect I've made you talk more than you wanted to.
No, not at all. I feel better just having told you everything that happened.
And I'm afraid I deliberately led you into talking about yourself.
Deliberately?
Mrs. Danton, I'm most sincere in wanting you to lecture for the League of Mercy. But I will admit that the invitation was, something of a device to meet you.
That's very flattering, but it was hardly necessary.
No, I don't think you understand. You see, all the recent events you've just told me about were made known to me before I came here.
Angie's talked to you?
No. Brian, your nephew.
What?
You see, you didn't imagine the phone call to him. It took place. So naturally, I can't help believing that there's an explanation for everything that took place.
I didn't imagine the phone call?
With your permission, I'd like to talk to my husband about this.
Yes. Anything you say?
Now, it won't be possible to check on everything, and playing Sherlock Holmes is a little out of my line, but... Now, there are only 2 cabs in this town, Jess Purdy's and Sam Allen's. I'm sure we can find out what time either one of them brought you home from the library the night of the storm.
And if it was after 10, then I didn't imagine that either.
No.
Excuse me, but I'm still a little confused. Brian must have called you.
Yes, of course. We've never met, but he's quite active as a volunteer in Salvation Army work. And he has a long list of personal experiences with the Army.
And he asked you to look into my situation.
Evidently, his hands were tied, but ours aren't.
And I'm beginning to feel mine aren't either. Major LaSalle, you can count on me for that League of Mercy program next week. And so, my friends, you can see my characters are all quite fictional. Consider, for example, the book I'm beginning right now. It's the story of an ambitious man. A man who stopped at nothing to better his own material wealth. A man who deceived his lovely wife. A man who played ghost and tried to frighten the very life out of an elderly woman by such unlikely devices as recordings that he played from the attic in the middle of the night. A sick man. Hardly the type of thing that ever really happens. I only hope the ending isn't too unbelievable. For the victim of his insidious plot decides not to bring charges against him. Instead, the elderly woman decides to find for him the medical and psychiatric help she was convinced she needed for herself. Hardly a conventional ending for a novel of this sort, but it was inspired by the person to whom the book will be dedicated. Your own Mrs. Major LaSalle, a Salvationist dedicated to your well-being and the well-being of all people in need all over the world. A woman who, like Salvationists everywhere, fights evil with love. It's strange, but an enemy confounded with this unique weapon usually finds joy in his own vanquishment.
That was the final act of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott as Deirdre Danton. Listen again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Lou Merrill. Our story this week is titled Once a Thief and was written for Heartbeat Theater by Milton Kahn. It's the story of Zach Binney and how he discovered that once a thief, always a thief doesn't have to be true in every case. Starring Lou Merrill as Major Stewart and Tommy Cook as Zach, here is Act One of Once a Thief.
Yes?
Good morning, Judge Howell.
Well, Major Stewart, come in.
Thank you.
Always glad to see the Salvation Army in my court. Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, is this just a social call or your weekly visit to see who's on the docket?
Well, I'm afraid it isn't a social call.
It seldom is it, Major? But I wish I knew how you can come in here week after week and watch the same dreary parade.
Well, it's not a waste of time, not as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, I know. That's what you tell me every week. You come here to save souls and help the unfortunate.
That's right. One of our most important missions is to see that men and women with a record get a chance to straighten themselves out.
Well, Major, as I've said before, it's a wonderful idea in theory. But in practice, well, I'm afraid it doesn't work too well.
Oh, you don't think so?
Well, I'm afraid I've seen too many of them come back a second and third time to think so. Now, don't misunderstand me, Major. I'm on your side, but I'm afraid...
You say you've seen them come back 2 and 3 times?
That's right.
All of them?
Oh, no, certainly not.
Well, Judge, those who don't you think that they may have learned the truth about themselves and gone straight?
Yes, a few. But the majority, well, once a thief, always a thief is more than just a worn-out cliche, Major.
You really believe that?
Well, I most certainly do. Well, looks like it's about time for me to get into court. Shall we go?
All right. But before we do, Judge, I'd like to say one thing.
What's that?
This feeling you have about once a thief, always a thief.
Well?
Someday I hope I'm going to be able to change your mind.
On your way, Max, and if I see you in here once more, I'll throw the book at you. Take him out. Next case. You, step up to the bench. What's your name?
Zach Binney.
You're charged with stealing 2 hubcaps from a car parked in front of Logan's restaurant. How do you plead?
If you mean, did I take him? Yeah, I took him.
Any explanation?
Like the looks of him, so I took him.
How old are you?
17.
17? You're a little tall for 17, aren't you?
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's better. Where do you live?
Out of town.
Any relatives here?
Nope. No, Your Honor.
Friends?
Ain't been here long enough to make friends.
Do you have a job?
Had a few. They didn't last. One of these days I'll get another one.
Being without one doesn't seem to bother you much.
That's right. Don't.
And being here doesn't bother you either, does it?
Ain't much I can do about it.
Your Honor.
Your Honor.
You think you're quite a hotshot, don't you, Billy? I've seen your kind before. Wise punks who think you know all the answers. But you all end up the same way.
You gonna send me up?
I know what I'd like to do with you, but the next few days you can twiddle your thumbs at Juvenile Hall until I decide what I'll do with you. But let me tell you something right now,
Judge
young
Howell.
man. Yes?
May I make a request?
What is it?
With the court's consent, I'd like the custody of this young man.
Well, Major, I don't
The Salvation Army will give him a job and a place to sleep, and I'll make him available whenever Your Honor wishes.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You from the Salvation Army?
That's right, son.
Well, don't do me no favors. I ain't going with no psalm singing.
Order in the court, order. Court will decide what you'll do and what you won't do. This one's not for you, Major.
Well, what makes you so sure?
Well, I've seen his kind before. Young punks filled with self-importance who think the world's got it in for them, so they try to get even every chance they get.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
I think so.
Well, Your Honor, since I seem to be a jury of one, can I be permitted to weigh the evidence before I give you my verdict? As I've often heard you instruct a jury, Judge Howell, I want to be sure beyond a reasonable doubt.
You're making a mistake, Major.
Well, if I am, I'll find out soon enough. Well, Your Honor?
You're asking for it. All right, Vinny. You can have your choice. Either you go with Major Stewart here or I throw you in juvenile hall. What's it going to be?
Well, you don't give me much choice, do you?
What's it going to be?
Him.
Okay. But you step out of line.
Oh, he won't. I promise you, Your Honor.
I certainly wish I had your faith, Major.
So do I, Judge Howell. All right, son. Shall we go? Well, we're almost at the Army Corps.
Crazy.
Sure nice out. Better than being cooped up in juvenile hall, isn't it?
If you say so.
Zach, let's sit down on this bench for a minute.
Why?
Well, I'd like to. Any objections?
Don't make any difference to me what you do.
Zach, do you mind if we talk?
What about?
You.
What's this going to be, the third degree?
No, but since you're going to be with us until Judge Howell decides what to do with you, it might help if we knew something about you.
All right. What do you want to know?
Hey, that's a pretty wicked knife you have there, Zach.
Don't worry. I'm only going to whittle with it. Well, what about them questions you were going to ask me, huh?
Oh, yeah. Where are you from, Zach?
Little town in Wyoming you never heard of.
Mm-hmm. Any family?
Just my aunt.
You told Judge Howell your parents were dead.
Yeah, my old lady died 5 years ago.
I see. And what about your father?
He's dead, too, for all I know. Ain't seen him since I was a kid.
Your parents were divorced?
No.
Then why in the world?
Hey, now, look. I thought you said this was not going to be no third degree.
I'm sorry.
All right.
How about school?
Oh, school. Those dopey teachers couldn't teach me nothing. That's why I quit a year ago.
I see. And is that when you came out here?
Yeah. I read about the dough them stuntmen and cowboys made working in the movies. I figured I could get a job like that.
Oh, you ride?
Been riding since I was a kid.
Well, what happened? I mean, when you got out here?
Nothing happened. I couldn't get by the front gate.
I see.
I kicked around doing other jobs. But my dough ran out. I couldn't find another job.
Is that when you stole the hubcaps?
Boy, oh boy, I shouldn't play it smart getting caught. Next time.
There isn't going to be a next time, Zach. And there didn't have to be a first time either.
No? Well, what was I supposed to do? Starve to death?
Well, why didn't you come to us for help?
Because I can take care of myself, that's why.
Sure you can. That's why you ended up in Judge Howell's court.
Oh, Phipps.
Now, you listen to me, Zach. There's nothing to be ashamed of in asking for help when you need it. Bigger and older people than you have done it, and, well, I don't care what kind of help it is you need. If you're sincere, we'll do everything we can to help you.
Oh, sure. How are you going to help me?
Oh, we'll find a way. Hey, you're a pretty good whittler.
Thanks a lot.
No. I mean it, Zach. You sure know how to handle that knife. Say, I think I have just the job for you.
Yeah?
In our men's social service center. Men are building some new cabinets for the recreation center. We just enlarged it. And we've been trying to find a good detail man. After seeing what you can do with that knife, I think I found him.
You don't want a juvenile delinquent like me working with the guys.
Suppose you let me be the judge of what I want.
Looks like I'm surrounded by judges.
Maybe so, but I have more faith in you than Judge Howell. Now, Zach, let's get some food in you and a place to sleep, and then we'll go see about that job.
AJ, I know how you feel about the boy, but you haven't been around him as much as I have.
He's been here a week now.
And you expect him to change in a week? Matt, you haven't been wearing an officer's uniform very long, and there's still many things you have to learn. One of the most important is that when people come to us for help, we have to win their confidence. Make them understand that we're sincere about helping them before we can expect to see any change in them.
I know that. But what are we supposed to do when someone like this Benny fella comes along who won't do a thing to help? He won't take orders, and he can't be trusted.
What do you mean?
Yesterday I gave him an overcoat, and today he showed up without it. When I asked him where it was, he wouldn't tell me.
Well, perhaps he just left it in his room.
No, I don't think so. I'm sorry, Major, but I'm afraid he's going to give us trouble. I just don't trust him.
Now you're beginning to sound like Judge Howell. Once a thief...
I'm sure the judge knows when he's run across a bad apple.
You're wrong, Matt. You're wrong. Zach isn't bad. He's just fighting the world. And I'm going to find out why. I'm going to... What was that?
Sounded like gunshots.
What? Where?
They came from out and back.
Maybe it was just a car backfiring.
No, they were shots, all right. There's where your shots came from.
Zach, what are you doing with a gun?
Shooting cans off the fence. Any law against it?
Yes.
I always do it back home.
Well, you can't do it here. Where did you get the gun?
I had it.
Zach, I know you didn't have it when you came here. Now, where did you get the gun?
I bought it.
Where did you get the money?
You probably stole it.
No, I didn't steal it.
And where did you get the money?
I pawned the overcoat he gave me.
Okay, now do you see what I mean? I told
All right, Matt, all right. Zach, will you go inside? I'd like to talk to Lieutenant Summers alone.
What are you going to do, ship me back to the judge?
I haven't decided. It all depends. I'll see you in a little while, Zach.
Boy, what an outfit this is. All this talk about wanting to help you, and the first chance they get, they call you a crook. The Salvation Army. Boy, what a laugh.
I wish you hadn't said that about the money, Matt.
I'm sorry it slipped out. But I still don't think he's worth worrying about.
You're wrong, Matt. He is worth worrying about more than ever now.
So ends the first act of Once a Thief, starring Lou Merrill as the Major and Tommy Cook as Zach. Each year, during the summer months, the Salvation Army summer camp program is in full swing. These camps are part of the Salvation Army's program of planned recreation and counseling for children who wouldn't ordinarily enjoy these benefits. Funds to maintain these camps are generally raised by the local appeal by the Salvation Army. There may be one being made in your community right now. If so, and in any case, may we heartily endorse it. Support your Salvation Army summer camps and all Salvation Army activities. They're helping build a better world for your children and for you. Now, Act 2 of Once a Thief with Lou Merrill as the Major and Tommy Cook as Zach.
Who is it?
Major Stewart. I'd like to talk to you. Well, how about it, Zach? You going to let me in? Thanks.
What's it going to be, another lecture?
No, Zach, no. I didn't come here to deliver any lectures.
I don't know what else you'd want to talk about. I'm a thief, remember?
Is it all right if I sit down?
It doesn't make any difference to me what you do.
All right, Zach. Come on. What is it?
What's what?
Why this smart alecky attitude of yours about being so hard to get along with? What are you trying to prove?
I thought you said this was not going to be a lecture.
I'm not delivering a lecture, although the good Lord knows you certainly need one. I'm just trying to figure out why you're so determined not to let anyone help you.
Help me? Oh, that's a hot one.
Zach, I know you don't believe me, but I want to be your friend to help you. That's why I asked Judge Howell to let me bring you here. Maybe you don't realize it, but you have a talent.
Oh.
I mean it. I've seen some of the work you've been doing at the men's center, your carving, I mean. If you were to develop that talent, you could make a name for yourself. I'd like to help you get started. If you'd let me.
Why don't you cut it out? You're breaking my heart.
You won't trust anyone, will you?
Look, nobody's ever done anything for me, and nobody's ever going to.
I sure would like to know what makes you tick.
What makes me tick is my own business.
Yes, Zach, it is. But I've worked with and helped too many kids like you to know that you're not the tough punk you're trying to make everybody think you are. And whether you like it or not, I'm going to prove it.
And the best way you can prove anything is to leave me alone. Go on, call that judge and tell him you made a mistake. Tell him he'd better heave me in the clink and get it over with and put me in with those other no-goods and toss away the key.
Is that what you really want me to do?
Yes.
All right, Zach. If that's the way you want it.
Yeah, now we're getting someplace.
Come over to the office tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock and we'll both go and see Judge Howell.
Okay.
But if you should change your mind, let me know.
Don't worry, I ain't going to change my mind.
All right. See you tomorrow morning at 8. Bye, Zach.
Okay, Pop, truck's empty. Drive it over to the garage.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Major.
That the last of the trucks to report in?
Yeah, men picked up quite a bit of clothing and dishes in pretty good condition. Some toys, too.
Going to the office?
Yes, Where have you been? I tried to find you before.
I had a talk with Zach Binney.
Oh. Get anywhere with him?
Frankly, no.
I didn't think you would. Yeah, I know you think my feelings toward him are all wrong, but, well, even you can't reason with him. What are you going to do with him?
Well, he wants me to take him back to Judge Howell.
He's smarter than I thought he was.
I told him to meet me here at the office at 8 tomorrow morning.
You want me to call the judge and tell him you're coming?
No, thanks, Matt. I'll take care of it.
What do you think the judge will do with him?
Oh, probably put him in juvenile hall for a while.
And send him back home?
Well, there's no one to send him home to, except an aunt he doesn't get along with.
She's not the only one. You suppose she had anything to do with his being the way he is?
Possibly.
Personally, I think Judge Howell should send him to a psychiatrist. Maybe he could find out.
Zach doesn't need a psychiatrist.
Well, no one else seems to be able to handle him.
Maybe no one else has been able to find the chink in his armor.
What?
Somewhere there's a way to get through this wall Zach's built around himself.
You still think there's a chance for him?
Yes, Matt, yes. Well, if we're going to conduct chapel service tonight, we'd better get moving.
Oh, yeah. Major?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I'll ever learn to accept things the way you do?
Huh? What do you mean?
You were so determined you were going to help this Benny kid. But now that he's going back, well, I thought you'd be a lot more concerned than you are.
Well, don't be so sure I'm not. I may be a lot more concerned than you think. Well, good morning, Matt. I didn't think you'd be here so early this morning.
I wanted to be here when you left with Benny.
Oh? Has Benny shown up? It's 8:15.
Yeah, he's been here.
What do you mean he's been here?
That's just what I mean. He's been here and gone.
Well, how do you know?
It's very simple. I got here about 10 minutes ago and found the door open. Something else open, too. The safe was open.
The safe?
That's right. And the petty cash box is gone.
You're sure?
Well, it isn't in the safe, and I've looked everywhere else it could be. I even looked in the desk. I thought you might have put it in one of the drawers.
No, I didn't put it in the desk. When I left last night, it was in the safe.
Did you lock the safe?
Last night? Yes, I locked it.
Yeah, well, it was open this morning, and the money was gone. And so was Benny.
Wait a minute, Matt. We've no proof that the boy took the money.
No, we don't have any proof. But he was supposed to be here at 8 o'clock. And if he was here then and found the safe open...
And you're ready to brand him a thief on that evidence?
Well...
I hope by now you'd have a little compassion for the boy.
I know, Major. I know. After our meeting last night, I went for a walk because I wanted to think. I remembered the words you read from the Bible. Give, therefore, thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people that I may discern between good and bad. I wondered if you'd picked that particular quotation last night just for my benefit. I began to think about my attitude, my feelings toward Benny, and I realized that I do have a lot to learn about people before I can become a worthwhile officer. That's why I got here so early this morning. I wanted to apologize to the boy. I wanted to ask him to stay. And when I found the safe open and the petty cash box gone, what are you going to do, Major? Call the police?
No, Matt.
But
I left the safe open.
What? But you said you locked it last night.
I did.
I don't understand.
Sit down, Matt. Last night, when I was talking to Zach, I told him I'd find some way to prove to him that we believed in him and that we trusted him. That's when I got the idea. That's why I told him to meet me here this morning.
What do you mean?
I got here at 7:45. That's when I unlocked the door and the safe. Then I walked down to the corner to get a newspaper.
Well, I still don't understand why you opened the safe.
I wanted Zach to find it open when he got here. I also wanted him to leave it just the way he found it. I was trying to prove something to myself as well as to Zach and to you.
That he wasn't a thief?
Yes. I was sure he'd be here when I got back, and the money would be here, too. I know I'm not wrong about that boy, Matt. I know it. He's not a thief. He's not as bad as he'd like us to think he is. This business with the hubcaps was a gesture, a means of proving something to himself or to the world. But I do know there's a way to get to that boy, and this morning I thought I'd found it. I thought by showing him that we trust him, we might crack that shell of his. I still think it was the right thing to do.
Yes, Major, I think it was, too.
Thank you, man.
Perhaps it didn't teach Benny anything about faith, but it did me. Well, what are we going to do now? We're responsible for him. It's going to be a little hard to explain his disappearance to Judge Howell.
Yes, it is. He wasn't too happy about letting Zach come here, but we'll have to tell him what happened. There's nothing else we can do.
You're going to tell him about the money?
Yes. He's bound to ask me if anything was missing when Zach left. Why? Why did he do it, Matt? Why? I know he didn't have any money, but all he had to do was ask me. I would have given him some.
Maybe he was trying to prove something, too.
Yeah, maybe he was. Well, no use delaying it any longer. I might just as well go and see Judge Howell.
You want me to come with you?
No, you better stay here. You have your work to do. If I should need your help,
Hello, Major.
Zach!
Yeah. Can I come in?
Of course, Zach, of course. Come in. Where have you been?
Walking.
We were worried about you, boy.
Yeah? I'll bet you were.
Well, you know you were supposed to be here at 8 o'clock, and when I got here and you didn't show up...
I was here.
You were? Well, why didn't you wait or leave a note? I didn't know that...
Look, Major, there's no use making believe you don't know what happened. When I got here this morning, the door was open, so I walked in. I figured you were around here someplace, so I sat around for a couple of minutes. Then I saw the safe was open. I figured maybe there was some money in it, so I looked, and I found a box with a few bucks in it.
The petty cash box?
Yeah, I guess so. I started to take the dough, but I heard somebody coming.
That was me.
So I shoved the box in my shirt and beat it. I was going to hop a freight and beat it out of town. But I changed my mind, so here's your dough. You don't have to count it, it's all there.
Why did you change your mind, Zach?
What difference does it make? You got your dough back, now you go ahead, call the cops.
But first I want to know why you came back.
I don't know why I came back. Maybe because I'm nuts. Maybe because I ought to have my head examined.
Matt, do you want to see about the stuff from the trucks?
Sure, Major. I'll take care of it right away.
Zach, why did you take the money? Look, now that you came back and returned the money of your own free will, there's no need to call the police or anyone else. This is just between you and me. Now, come on, son. Why? Why did you take the money?
I don't know.
If you needed money for something, why didn't you ask me?
I don't know.
Sit down, Zach, sit down. Now, look, you've been with us a week now, and since you got here, well, to put it mildly, you've given us a lot of trouble. I tried to make you understand we were your friends, but you refused to let us help you. Now, I know Lieutenant Summers said and did things you didn't like, but he realized how wrong he was. Do you know that he came here this morning to apologize to you and ask you to stay with us? He wants to help you just as much as I do. But, son, neither of us can do anything for you if you won't tell us what's wrong or why you've been acting like a two-bit punk. Well, how about it, Zach? Won't you tell me about it?
Well, I don't know why I took the money. Honest, Major, I just saw it laying there, so I took it.
Go on, Zach.
I know I ain't been acting smart. Trying to be tough and everything. But it's been like that ever since I can remember. I was rough growing up without an old man to take care of things. And my ma tried, but she didn't do no good. And after a while, she started drinking, and she drank herself to death. And after that, I don't know. I didn't care what I did or where I went.
I think I understand.
And then being called Beanpole and High Pockets and all those other names, that didn't help me none. I remember when I was going to school, you know what the kids used to say when they saw me? They made up a special poem just for me. They said, Binny, tall and skinny. That's what I had a fight with my aunt. I didn't want to go to that school, but she said I had to. So I just up and left, and that's when I came out here. And you know those hubcaps that I swiped?
Yeah?
Well, I didn't really want to swipe them. It was just that all my life people have laughed at me because I'm so big and nobody ever took me serious. I guess I took those hubcaps to show them I wasn't anybody to laugh at. That doesn't make sense, does it?
Yes, son, in a way it does. That's why you took the money from the safe, too.
I don't know. Maybe. After I took the money, I was going to hop a freight like I told you, but then I got to thinking.
Oh? About what?
About you, mostly. You never laughed at me like the others, or told me that I was no good. You know, you're about the only one I can remember and ever liked anything I ever did. I remembered. Oh, yeah, I remember what you said about that wood carving of mine, and you even wanted to help me and everything. So I knew if I did beat it out of town, you'd probably get in trouble with the judge.
Yes, I probably would, and that's why you came back.
Yeah, that's why I came back.
You know, I knew you would, son.
What are you going to do with me now?
Do? I'm going to help you like I said I would. That is, if you'll let me.
You mean you're not going to say anything to the cops or to the judge?
Oh, well, I'll have something to say to the judge, all right. Something about understanding people. Right now, I think I could use a good big breakfast. How about you, Beanpole?
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Let's go.
You know something, Major?
What?
Beanpole's kind of a funny name at that, isn't it?
That was the final act of Once a Thief, starring Lou Merrill and Tommy Cook. Be sure and be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Humphrey Bogart. Tonight's author, James M. Cain. Tonight's story, Dead Man.
From Hollywood, a new dynamic series based on the work of the great names of the modern short story. Presented by the actor-producer, Humphrey Bogart.
Actor-producer. Well, that's a moniker I'll have to get used to. You know, when an actor turns producer, searching for material becomes one of his main jobs. And one of mine is to read stories of all kinds. Adventure, romance, mystery, comedy, always looking for strong yarns. Well told that will achieve the big result, entertainment. And this is the type we're going to dramatize for you. Speaking as Bogart the actor, I'd like to appear in some of them. This is especially true of the one we're going to bring you tonight by James Cain. Jim's a great student of human nature. That's evident in his novels like The Postman Always Rings Twice, Serenade, Double Indemnity, and The Moth. He doesn't write short fiction often, but in this piece, which appeared in the old American Mercury, you'll find the offbeat qualities that have made him famous. He got the idea for Dead Man one night waiting for a freight train to pass. There were some hobos perched on top of it, and, well, that's our story. But before we start, how about a word from High Averback?
In this spot each week, we would have an opening commercial, followed by a short billboard. Now, for the first time on the air, James M. Cain's great short story, Dead Man, with Humphrey Bogart as Larry Knott and William Tracy as Lucky.
What are we slowing down for?
Why does a freight train always slow down 10 miles from nowhere in the middle of the night? Railroad bull coming down the line of Budasov.
So let's get off. We're going slow enough to jump.
Yeah, but too fast to get back on. Yeah, he's flashing his light now.
All right, boys. Pile off. Hit the cinders.
Let's go.
Okay. Hey, what happened to that kid that was on here? I didn't see him jump.
He climbed down in a coal chute.
Hey, kid. The bull's coming. You can't hide from this guy.
Don't see me in this chute.
Okay.
I'm giving you guys a break. Are you going to jump?
Come on, Mick.
Right. Fall easy and roll when you hit.
Try to be a nice guy and they walk all over you. Anybody down that coal chute? All right, wise guy, climb out of that chute.
Turn off that flashlight.
I'll turn it off, you little punk. Come out.
Let go of me, you big ape.
Hide out on me, will you? I try to give you a break and you hide out.
Oh, right. Look out. Look out. The bottom of the chute is open. We'll fall. You'll go with me.
All right, kid. Where are you? You're not getting away from me.
Let me go. Why don't you let me go?
You had your chance. Larry Knott ain't losing his job for a punk like you. You'll do a bit and a clink for this.
You gotta get me there first. Now, big guy, this might even things up.
Kid, put down that spike.
I'll put it down. Always picking on people. I wasn't going to steal your lousy railroad. Now, maybe you let me go. Mister. Hey, mister. Mister! Wake up! Wake up! He's dead! He's dead! Got to get back to Los Angeles before morning. See how far on this road sign. 17 miles.
You better keep running, kid. You got a long way to go.
Where are you? Who is it?
It's me, kid. You know where I am. You left me there.
Look, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
No, but you did it. Now you gotta run.
You gotta run for the rest of your life.
Just L.A., that's all. I'll be safe there, you understand? I'll be safe.
You can't beat this, kid.
I can. I ate 2 meals yesterday in the soup kitchen. If I get back in time for breakfast, they'll remember me. Nobody will ever know I left the town. Nobody.
Nobody. You'll know it, kid. And I'll know it. We'll always know it. You better run, kid.
You can't hurt me. You're a dead man. You're dead. You're dead.
Ain't there any bread to put in this slop?
Oh, be glad you're living. Move on.
I don't know why they're always kicking. That smells good to me.
Oh, would you? You must love this grub.
Thought you'd be off duty today.
Me? Why would I be off?
You mean you don't even get Sundays off in this joint?
Sunday, wake up. This is Saturday.
Saturday? Hey, that's right. It is Saturday. They're hanging signs and big banners all along the main drag for the parade.
What kind of parade?
The Shriners.
Well, you get to see that for free. That ought to be your speed.
Yeah, that's me. My name is Lucky.
My name is Shorty, but I'm over 6 feet.
Nothing like that with me. I really got luck.
Yeah? Like what?
Like, for instance, getting a hunk of meat in this soup.
Ain't no meat in there.
But there's gonna be some, ain't there?
Shove her plate over quick. Don't let nobody see you.
Thanks, Shorty.
Okay, Lucky. Don't let them guys see the meat. Back of the hall ain't lighted. Grab a table back there.
Sure.
Ain't you hungry, kid? Why don't you eat?
I'll eat.
You'd better. You'll need strength. You gotta have strength to keep moving.
I made it here. I'm all right.
Sure. You made Shorty remember you, and the day will stick in his mind because of the parade. That's smart, but it isn't enough.
Why ain't it enough?
You didn't kill another hobo, kid. You killed a cop. Only a railroad bull, but still a cop. They never close the books when a cop gets killed, Lucky. They work all day and all night. They ask questions.
I got answers.
You better have them. And you better have them fast. You'll have to think on your feet, kid. And you're tired.
I gotta get some sleep.
Where, though? Where?
Sign pointing up the street said Lincoln Park. It's only 6 a.m. I can sleep there.
And get picked up for vagrancy? That's bad. They'll bring you in for that and then start on something else.
I can hide. Must be a stable or something in a park. I gotta sleep.
Take it easy, kid. They're watching. You're walking too fast.
Let me sleep. Go away. Let me sleep.
Time to get up, son. There's a man here to see you.
Mom, I didn't do anything. Honest, it was a mistake.
You shouldn't have left home, son. I begged you not to go. Now the man is here.
Tell him to go away. Tell him I'm sleeping.
I'm sleeping too, Lucky.
Go away. Leave me alone.
No. I want you to get ready for what's coming. Where did you spend last night, kid?
In a flop house.
Yeah, which one?
I didn't pay no attention to the name. It was just a flop house.
Where was this flop house at, Lucky?
How should I remember? I never been in L.A. before. I don't know the names of no streets.
What did the place look like?
Looked like a flop house.
You think they'll buy that? What did the place look like, Lucky? What did it look like?
Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Let me go!
Hey, what's going on in here?
Help! Make him let me go!
Be quiet, he won't hurt you. All right, Goliath, put him down. Down!
Thanks.
How'd you get in here?
The side door was open. I thought this was the park stable.
It's the elephant house at the zoo. What are you doing here?
I just wanted to sleep, that's all.
You're lucky you weren't stepped on in that hay. One of them might have rolled right over on you during the night.
During the night? Yeah. Yeah, I was here all night. They might have killed me.
They got a good mind to call the cops and turn you in.
No, please don't do that. I'm broke. I couldn't go anyplace else. Give me a break. If I find a job, I'll be okay.
All right. Now get out of here and stay out.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll get a job. I'll be all right.
So you're going to get a job, eh? Why didn't you do that yesterday instead of hopping that freight?
They won't know about the freight if I get a job. If a guy kills somebody, the cops wouldn't expect to find him looking for a job.
2 hours sleep in there. That wasn't much.
It was enough. I'm young. I'm strong.
You're running again, kid. You're running again.
Oh, just a minute, lady. Let me check the air in this rear tire. It looks low. Ah, she's all right now. Thanks, and hurry back.
Hello?
Hello. What can I do for you?
Oh, what's chances I'd get my job around here?
If you mean right here in this service station, the chances are nothing flat.
Why not? The sign says you're open 24 hours a day.
I work 12. My brother-in-law works the other 12. We don't need any help.
I ain't asking much, and you could both cut down on your hours.
Look, brother, I know it's tough, but I got troubles of my own. I'm barely making a living myself. Here's 2 bits for something to eat. That's all the help I can give you.
I ain't asking for a handout. I want a job. If my clothes were better, would that change your mind?
Even if the morning paper said you'd been elected one of the 10 best-dressed men in Hollywood, the answer would still be no. I haven't got enough to do myself.
Well, suppose I get better clothes. Would you talk to me again?
I'm a registered Democrat. I'll talk to anybody. But I'm not hiring.
I'll be back when I get better clothes. What's your name?
There, right over the station. Hook. Oscar Hook.
Thanks, Mr. Hook. Just got an idea I can talk myself into a job.
Well, don't waste your time. Here, take the 2 bits.
All right, thanks. I'll work it out for you when I come back.
Stop trying to shove me out of my own business. Good luck, kid.
Thanks.
I wondered when you were going to think about that, Lucky.
Think about what?
The clothes.
So they're dirty, so what?
Not all clothes get dirty that way. Where'd that coal dust come from?
From the freights. What is that proof?
Well, don't you know there isn't much coal brought into Southern California? That car may be the only one in 6 months. And I was killed on it, Lucky. Better think of something else, kid. You better think of something else.
I'll get rid of these clothes. I'll get others.
That won't be easy. Lots of people have seen you in those clothes. I told you how cops work. Coal dust on your clothes, and there was coal dust on mine. I got it all over me, too. And you got no money to buy new duds.
I'll get them. I'll go down to the cheap stores. Somebody will trust me.
Maybe. But the cops will be looking for somebody with coal dust on his clothes. They'll check the stores. You'll be easy to remember, Lucky. You'll be very easy to remember.
I'll pick a small store. They can't check them all. They can't check them all.
In a moment, Act 2 of Dead Man. But first, a word from our sponsor. This, of course, the middle commercial. After which, now we return to Act 2 of James M. Cain's Dead Man, with Humphrey Bogart as Larry Knott and William Tracy as Lucky.
Yes, senor. What can I do for you?
Mister, will you trust me for a pair of white pants and a shirt?
No, no trust. You want credit, you go to a bank.
You go out and work. You get money to buy things.
Look, lady, I want to work. And I can get a job if I have that outfit. I can start to work Monday morning. All I need is white pants and a shirt.
I have to pay cash myself. No trust.
Don't you understand? This means a job for me. I got to get that outfit. I'll pay you next Saturday as soon as I get paid, honest.
Look, I would like to help you, but I can't do it.
Okay, it's your store. I've been out of work a long time.
What kind of job you gonna get? Why you need white shirt and pants?
Maybe he's going to drive an ice cream truck.
No, it's a gas station. They got a rule. You got to have white clothes before you can work there.
They all wear white clothes.
White clothes to put the grease in the trucks. There. One day you're going to look worse than you do now.
Look, what else would I want an outfit like that for? Holy smokes, my own things are better for the road, ain't they? I don't look like I own a yacht, do I?
Tell me, where's this gas station you're going to work?
Hollywood. A guy named Oscar Hook owns the place. It's an Acme station. You don't believe me? Call him up and ask him.
Hollywood's the other side of town. How'd you get over here?
I walked.
All the way over from there to get stuff for the job? That's a long walk. Why'd you pick my store?
I asked half a dozen places. Somebody's got to have a heart.
When a young man doesn't go to school or to work, he's getting into trouble. What size you wear?
15 shirt, 28 waist on the pants.
All right. Go into the back room, take off your clothes. I bring the stuff.
Thanks.
He'll need shoes, too. His are worn out. Here.
See. Maybe he's hungry, too.
Put $1 in the pants.
Well, why not $50? Make him a full partner in the store.
Go.
Here's your things. You want to wrap up the old ones?
No, throw them away.
You got pretty dirty. You all covered with black?
Yeah, I did some work yesterday. I cleaned out a big fireplace in the restaurant for something to eat.
You all ready now?
Yeah, these are swell.
I'll fix up a bill for you. Here you are. $9.84.
Yes, and $1 service charge.
Service charge? What kind of... All right, okay.
Never mind the service charge.
Sure. Forget the service charge.
There's a tag or something in this pocket here. It's $1.
That's all right. You find it, you keep it. It's your lucky day, huh?
Yeah, my lucky day.
Here, mamacita. You burn the old clothes with the papers, huh?
Sure. Goodbye, boy. We pray for you.
Goodbye, and thanks. Thanks a lot.
Adios.
Made it, didn't you, Lucky? That was neat.
I'm all right now. I'm clear.
Yeah, but what about the old clothes?
I left them. I'm rid of them.
Sure, but somebody else has them now. That's the evidence, kid. He noticed the dirt.
They're going to burn them.
That's what they said. You won't see them do it, though. How are you going to know?
I'll go back and get them.
No, you can't. That'd look funny. You said you didn't want them.
I changed my mind. I'll burn them myself.
Where? You got a private apartment? Someplace where you can turn a key? Look kind of funny building a fire in an empty lot to burn clothes. Besides, they might think you was faking about the job.
They'll burn them. They said so.
Sure, they'll burn them. Walk a little faster, kid. Walk a little faster, kid.
Well, you're persistent, kid. I'll say that for you.
I went to a lot of trouble to get these clothes. There must be some way you can use me.
Kid, look. Look at the dough in this cash box. $11. And that's for 2 families to feed. The night shift won't bring that. It won't slice any thinner.
Well, I guess you're right.
Say, why don't you hit north? This town's dead right now. You could earn a living picking fruit up there.
Yeah, it'd be great in the road in this white outfit.
I can get you a ride in a line haul truck. Guy I know drives that route tonight. He'll leave about 7 o'clock. They like company to keep 'em awake. But that means you have to stay awake, too. You look tired.
Maybe you got a place I could lay down until then.
Not here. You got any dough?
$1.
There's a cheap hotel a few blocks up. Sack in there and sleep till just before 7.
Okay, I'll see you later.
No job after all, huh, Lucky? Now you got to run for it. Get out of town.
They can't tag me. I got a head start now.
Don't see how you figure that. There's cops up north, too. Already there, waiting. Guys on the road get picked up all the time.
I look all right. They'll pass me.
Sure. You traded black clothes for white ones. The cops will know about that when you don't show up to give the storekeeper his dough.
If I stay here, they'll pick me up easier. I gotta go. I gotta take the chance.
Sure. That's the only chance you got. Run. Get some sleep, then run.
What do you have, bud?
I want a room. You can call me at 6:30 tonight.
That's $50. Sign this card. What's the matter, bud? You forget your name?
No, I just haven't written in a long time. I haven't even heard anybody say it, except for my nickname.
You can't take nicknames. Sometimes the cops come by. They want to see the list.
Cops? What for?
Who knows? They got to look like they're doing some kind of work, don't they? What's the matter? Cops worry you?
No. Why should they?
Well, it's something you know better than me. Yeah. Here's your change from the buck and your key.
Okay. That's my name. Ben Fuller. Where's the room?
Straight down the hall. Room 13. Ain't superstitious, eh?
No.
Saturday evening, son. I'm going down to the church to help decorate for tomorrow. You want to come?
No!
You used to go always.
I'm not going anymore. I'm sick of this place. I'm sick and tired.
You shouldn't feel like that. You have a nice home and a nice job.
Yeah, working in the hardware store in a hick town. I want to go places and see things. I want to be somebody.
You are somebody, Ben. You've got friendship and respect. You won't always work for somebody else. You'll build something of your own someday.
You bet I will. But it won't be here. Someday I'll go away. Someday I'll live in a big city where things happen. And I'll have everything I want.
I want you to have everything, son. I want to help you. Won't you come with me?
No, I told you, no!
All right, son. All right.
Hello, Lucky.
No, wait, Mom. Wait, I'll come with you.
Too late, Lucky. You can't go now.
I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't.
You never wanted to hurt anybody, but you did. Even your mother.
That's a lie.
Is it, Lucky? Maybe it is. Maybe she deserved it, expecting a smart kid like you to rot away in a dead little town.
It wasn't dead. It was a good town. We had a basketball team and a band that played in the park in the summer and a lake where we could swim.
Yeah, but that was for kids, not for a man. Your father wasted his life there, too, didn't he?
No, he didn't. He was the best barber in town. Everybody loved him. Everybody.
That wasn't good enough for you, though. What did you want, Lucky?
I don't know. What's that noise?
It's pretty plain. Listen to it.
What are they doing? What are they building?
A gallows, Lucky. That's where they're going to hang you.
You're not going to see it. I'll kill you, not. I'll kill you.
You already did. You can't do it again. You can't get rid of me.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Wake up. Oh, just a minute.
I'd hate to have you for a customer at night, bud. What are you doing, throwing a fit?
I was dreaming, that's all.
Dreams like that you can have. Come on, at 6:30. Ain't you got to catch a truck or something?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. I'll check out right away. I'm getting a ride north.
Hook says you're going north to pick fruit. That right?
Only till I get enough dough to buy a new suit and a train ticket home. I want to go right back.
Sure. Can't go back on the bum.
I never should have left?
Yeah, most guys I carry feel that way. But they never know till they try.
Some of them start back too late.
What do you mean?
Health is gone, or they're getting a one-way jam. Hey, I gotta make a stop here for a few minutes, you mind?
We ain't even out of town.
I know, but I gotta stop here.
Hey, what are you stopping here for in the police station? What's the idea?
Cops after you for something?
No, of course not.
Well, what are you so jumpy for?
Well, they pick you up for vagrancy, hitchhiking or something.
Yeah, relax. They don't bother anybody. They're glad to see you go.
Well, it just seemed a funny place to stop, that's all.
Well, the police station ain't the only place on the block. I'm just going in that cafe across the street for a cup of Java. This is a long haul, and I'm broke, and I got a tab in there. I'd buy you a cup of coffee, only, well, it's when it's on credit, it's kind of rubbing it in to bring a guest.
I'll wait. Go ahead.
Hey, there's a mission house just the other side of the police station. You can get coffee in there for nothing.
No, I'll wait.
I don't blame you. They play music in the place, and it's murder. Oh, there's an evening paper on the shelf behind the seat if you want to look at it while I'm gone. You can turn on the cab light.
Paper? Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
What are you looking for, Lucky?
I'm just looking at the paper, that's all.
I'm not a very important guy. Maybe it wouldn't be on the front page. Ah, there it is, Lucky. Page 3. L.R. Knott, railroad man, killed. Read it, kid.
The decapitated body of L.R. Knott, railroad detective assigned to a northbound freight, was found early this morning on a track about 15 miles north of Los Angeles. It is believed he lost his balance while passing another train and fell beneath the wheels. He don't know. He don't know.
No, kid. Only you and I know.
You can't know. You can't know anything. You're a dead man. You got no head in your body. You can't talk. You're my imagination, that's all.
You mean conscience, don't you?
Get away. You can't come back now. You're dead. You don't know anything. I'm free. I'm free. You don't know anything.
You're right, Lucky. I don't know. You've beaten the law, Lucky. They can't catch you. Nobody knows now. Nobody but you. You win, don't you, kid? I'm a dead man. You win, don't you, kid? I'm a dead man. You win, don't you, kid? I'm a dead man.
Well, we can hit the road now. We ought to... Hey, what's the matter? You sick or something?
No, I'm all right.
Well, if you are, you can climb up on the shelf and lay down.
I changed my mind. I'm not going with you. Thanks, anyhow.
Suit yourself, kid.
So long, mister. So long, mister.
Precinct House, Sergeant Jameson. Yeah, okay, Joe. Make out a report on it. Now, what can I do for you, boy?
I want to give myself up.
What'd you do, kid? Steal something? Or you trying to get a free ride home?
No. I killed a man.
When did it happen?
Last night.
Where?
On the railroad tracks going north. It was like this.
Wait a minute, kid. Wait till I get a card. Okay, what's your name?
Fuller. Ben Fuller.
No middle name?
They call me Lucky.
Lucky, huh? Like in good luck?
Yes. Lucky. Like in good luck.
Humphrey Bogart will be back with you in just a moment. But first, here you would have a closing commercial. After which, here again is Humphrey Bogart.
Next week, a story by the big fellow himself, Ernest Hemingway. And in weeks to come, other great yarns by John P. Marquand, Stephen Vincent Benet, John O'Hara, Louis Bromfield, Christopher Morley, James Thurber, James Gould Cousins, Ben Hecht, Irvin Cobb, Thomas Wolfe, and other great names published in the Charles Grayson anthology, Stories for Men. Tonight's story was adapted for radio by Joel Murcott. The music composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Dee Engelbach directed and produced for Santana Productions. Until next week when we meet again, good night.
Be with us again next week at the same time when Humphrey Bogart will return to present another great short story. This time by one of the foremost men of contemporary fiction, Ernest Hemingway. This is Hy Averback speaking.
Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be a guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our stars this week are Lorene Tuttle and William Conrad. Our story this week on Heartbeat Theater concerns a man whose life was placed in the capable hands of two people, a Salvation Army lieutenant and a pharmacist. Their efforts to find a man who doesn't realize he may be dying makes an exciting story for our play, A Tuesday in Cedarville, written by Christopher Young. Here now is Act One of A Tuesday in Cedarville, starring Lorene Tuttle and William Conrad.
It was a Tuesday. For some silly reason, I remember the day of the week. But whatever it was that brought me to Cedarville that particular Tuesday, I've long since forgotten. I was a young lieutenant then, and my work in the Salvation Army had brought me to several places I'd never been. Possibly that had something to do with my being there. Well, little matter. It was what happened that day that I'll never forget. I just missed the train out of Cedarville and had a 7-hour wait until the next one. It was a lovely community, far enough from any large city to have that quiet, folksy quality I like so much about small towns. For the most part, it was a new town. More accurately, a reborn town. The rebirth occurring right after the war when Johnson Aluminum picked that spot for its giant new plant. I decided to spend the hours till lunchtime walking through Cedarville. I'd hardly gone a block when I noticed a thin leather oblong on the sidewalk just below a mailbox. It didn't seem to be something a person would discard, so I picked it up. It contained a solitary printed card with the name William Johnson typed in. I found myself reading the card aloud. I am a diabetic. I am not intoxicated. If I am unconscious or my behavior is peculiar, please refer to emergency instructions on reverse side of this card.
Cedarville operator.
Operator, I'd like West 422, please.
West 422? That is not a working number.
Oh, well, could you find Dr. Sherman's number for me?
Dr. Sherman here in Cedarville?
Oh, I'm really not too sure. The number I have is West 422.
That was old Doc Sherman's number, but he passed away about 6 months ago.
Oh, well, thank you very much. No, wait. Are there many doctors here in Cedarville?
I think 10. Is there something wrong? Do you need a doctor?
No, nothing like that. I'm trying to locate a doctor who has a diabetic patient named William Johnson.
Does this man live in Cedarville?
Oh, I really don't know. I must sound awfully stupid.
I'm checking the directory and... Hold on a minute.
Oh, dear.
We have 8 William Johnsons in our directory, but it covers the entire county in addition to Cedarville. Then the aluminum plant Johnson is named William, but his number is unlisted.
Well, I don't know what to do. It probably doesn't matter, but then again it could.
If you could tell me exactly what the problem is, perhaps I can be of more help. Hold on. Another call.
While she meant to help, the operator only complicated the problem. She pointed out that probably half the people in Cedarville, herself included, had doctors in the city. It would have taken days and far more money than I had to contact all of them and find out if any had a diabetic patient named William Johnson. She thought my concern was a little extreme until I pointed out that I had lost a very dear aunt to diabetes. And I knew how important a card of that sort could be. The very fact that it was dropped could have indicated Mr. Johnson was already ill and trying to reach the card. We finally agreed the only thing I could do was call the 8 William Johnsons she had listed, and she offered to check the 2 hospitals in the county. Yes?
This is the operator.
Oh, yes.
Sorry to keep you waiting, but I got busy all of a sudden. Nothing in either hospital.
Well, that just about exhausts all the possibilities.
You said you found it near the mailbox by the railroad station.
Yes.
It's very possible someone got off the train to mail some letters and dropped it there.
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Which would mean it could be any William Johnson in the country.
I know. Well, you've been very kind. Thank you very much, operator.
Not at all. Goodbye.
I sat in the phone booth thinking. I kept telling myself how silly I was behaving. But I knew perfectly well why. I was 15 when my Aunt Martha died from a diabetic reaction. I was spending the summer with her, and we'd had an argument over a party I wanted to attend. While I was sulking in my room, she had a reaction and collapsed. Had I been any the less sorry for myself, had I just been willing to go down and admit I was wrong, I would have found Aunt Martha in time. But instead, I defied her. I put on my party clothes and sneaked out the back way. She died alone not 2 hours later. I was only 15. I could never forget that. And now I found myself unable to forget William Johnson. I left the drugstore phone booth and took a seat at the counter.
And don't forget, Buzz, that's the one with the 4 cherries.
I'll have some coffee, please.
You ought to try one of Buzz's sundaes, lady. They're the living end.
I'll put that on my must-try list.
Are you in the wax or something?
No, the Salvation Army.
Salvation Army? Wow, there are more armies around. Guess we didn't get to you in history yet. What are you doing in Cedarville?
Well, right now, I'm looking for a man named William Johnson.
There's a Bill Johnson in my math class, but you wouldn't mean him. He's the original drip.
Is he, a healthy boy?
Huh?
I mean, you wouldn't happen to know if he's diabetic, would you?
He's a freshman. That could make him just about anything.
No, diabetes. It's an illness.
If it keeps you from getting haircuts, he's got it. Billy Boy gets a haircut about once a year, if that. What a creep.
Here you go, Susie. 4 cherries. Count them, 4.
You're an artist.
Call me when you're 18. I'll sketch you. Your coffee, ma'am. I'll get you the cream.
I take it black, thank you.
Got some mighty good blueberry pie to go with that.
Hey, Buzz. Maybe you can help the lady.
My pleasure.
She's looking for someone named Billy Johnson.
Or William Johnson.
I've known a Bill Johnson or two.
Well, this one is a diabetic.
No, none like that.
He used to be a patient of Dr. Sherman's.
Well, that could be a lot of people. Doc Sherman practiced for 51 years in Cedarville.
Well, I suppose I might as well try your blueberry pie. I wanted to forget it. I wanted desperately to pretend I never found that card. For a moment, I almost succeeded, and then I saw it again as I reached for some change. I stopped just outside the drugstore, studying the card for something I may have missed when...
Hey, lady, Salvation Army lady, wait.
Yes.
Doc Grove wants to talk to you. He's our pharmacist.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thanks for coming back, miss. I'll be right with you, huh? You said 2 grains, didn't you, Doctor? 2 grains. All right, I've got it, and they do want it delivered, huh? Yes. All right, thank you very much. It is Lieutenant, isn't it?
Yes, Lieutenant Alice Rhines.
Well, I'm sorry that Buzz ran after you that way, but I couldn't get off the phone. I caught the end of your conversation about the diabetic named Johnson.
Oh, yes. You know something?
Would you mind stepping back here, please, Lieutenant?
Not at all.
I just assumed that we weren't overheard. Now, why are you looking for this man?
Well, right here. This card. I found it this morning.
Oh?
I know enough about diabetes to know it could be very important. Well, you can see the holder hasn't been dirtied or stepped on. It must have been dropped very recently.
Uh-huh.
I called all the William Johnsons in the phone book, but it doesn't belong to any of them.
What about Johnson Aluminum?
Well, his number was unlisted, but I called the plant and spoke to his secretary. She assured me I had the wrong Johnson.
That crazy fool and his stupid pride.
What?
Oh, Mr. William Aluminum Plant Johnson is a diabetic, miss. Very severe case, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
Dr. Sherman was treating him.
Well, then this is his card.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it is. I talked him into carrying it.
But his secretary...
No, she doesn't know, nor does anybody else beside me and his doctor, not even his own family. You see, he's one of those physical men, sports crazy, you know. At 62, he still takes his walks and his workouts. He's intensely proud of the fact that he's never had a sick day in his life. Until a year and a half ago when he got diabetes.
I see.
Of course, just as well that his wife doesn't know. She has a delicate heart condition. And he just isn't too bright about taking care of himself, refuses to give in to it. I know he's had a lot of close calls.
Well, if he's so secretive about it, it doesn't seem likely he'd be careless about this card.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I better start calling around, see if I can't locate him.
I felt a little less like an alarmist when I noticed the pharmacist was just as concerned as I was. He called the house first and spoke to Edna, the maid. She told him that Mr. Johnson left before 9 that morning to pick up some house guests. But he never got to the railroad station. No one was disturbed because Mr. Johnson was notoriously absent-minded.
The railroad station, yes, that would account for your finding the card near there. Well, absent-minded or not, at least he started out to meet his house guests. I'll try his office next.
The office hadn't heard from him all morning. His secretary said he had a 10 o'clock date for golf and assumed he would go on to lunch from there.
You see, that's the trouble when you keep a thing like diabetes a secret. You don't show up somewhere, and everyone assumes that you merely got tied up. Nobody's worried. Nobody starts asking questions. Well, I'll call the golf course.
It was 10 after 11 when the pharmacist, Dr. Grove, spoke to the registrar at the golf course. Mr. Johnson had not made an appearance, nor had he called.
Well, that leaves maybe 3 or 4 places to look, and only one likely conclusion.
What, Doctor?
Mr. Johnson's in trouble. And nobody's likely to recognize that trouble for what it is.
You've heard Act 1 of our Heartbeat Theater play, A Tuesday in Cedarville, starring Lurene Tuttle and William Conrad. This story is, in effect, a word of thanks extended by the Salvation Army to the pharmaceutical houses of the United States for the wonderful support they have given the Salvation Army in times of need and distress. Many times the Salvation Army has arrived in disaster areas desperately needing drugs and medicines, and the pharmacies of our country have responded quickly and efficiently with the necessary supplies. For their wonderful and enthusiastic help, not only to the Salvation Army but to the people of our country, the Salvation Army again says thanks. And now, here is Act 2 of our play, A Tuesday in Cedarville, starring Lorene Tuttle and William Conrad.
Dr. Grove called his wife, who was also a pharmacist, and got her to come down and take over for him. Hurriedly, he pulled his car around front, let me in, and started driving to Mr. Johnson's home.
I suppose I should have asked you if you had the time to do all this, Lieutenant, but I could use your help.
Oh, by now I feel as if Mr. Johnson is an old and dear friend.
Well, I'm afraid that privilege is reserved for very few. You see, Mr. Johnson's an old-school, rugged individualist with little time or interest for anything or anyone else besides himself or his business. Any old or dear friends are probably his wife's. And she's the sweetest thing you'd ever want to know.
You seem awfully concerned about a man you apparently neither respect or admire.
Well, number one, he's a human being. I guess I'm the type who gets pangs of guilt every time I spray my garden with insecticide. So a human life, good or bad, means a lot to me. But I'm human, too, and I suppose I have other motivations. There's Mrs. Johnson. I don't think she could stand the shock of anything happening to her husband. We'll be there in a minute. Now, that's why I need your help. You see, if Mrs. Johnson received me at the door at this time of the day, well, she'd become suspicious, you see. I want you to go around to the back door and talk to Edna.
The maid.
That's right. And find out how Mr. Johnson behaved last night and this morning. I'm particularly anxious to know if he seemed sick to his stomach at all.
Couldn't you have asked her on the phone?
Well, I'm just too anxious about his wife, I guess. If she just happened to pick up the upstairs extension at the wrong moment.
Oh, yes, I see.
Oh, there's a house just ahead.
Hadn't we better call his doctor?
Oh, he's in the city. Won't be much help until we find Mr. Johnson. Well, I'll park here. I got Cedarville Pharmacy painted all over the side of the car, and I wouldn't want Miss Johnson to see that. Oh, one other thing. You might ask Edna for any ideas that she may have as to where Mr. Johnson would go, huh?
Will she tell me all this? I mean...
Oh, she knows. She knows that he's a diabetic.
But I thought...
Oh, well, I told her myself that the old man doesn't know, of course. I just figured that someone in the house should know.
If I don't get a chance to say this later, I want you to understand it's been a privilege to know you. After a hurried explanation, Edna was most cooperative. She told me several things that meant nothing to me, but I knew would be significant to Dr. Grove. And then, just as I was leaving, she remembered that he had the gardener make a special trip early that morning to fill his car with gas, something he had never done before. Back in the car, I reported everything to Dr. Grove and found myself telling him of my own experience with diabetes and my Aunt Martha.
Well, you see, what your aunt had is called insulin shock. And now that comes on in a matter of minutes. But Mr. Johnson's history of the last few days, which you just gave to me, is a perfect lead-up to diabetic coma. Now, the onset of coma takes days. You see, the party the night before last, when he overate, according to Edna, that was probably the beginning. And he's not experienced enough with his own ailment to have compensated for it.
Well, how would he do that?
Oh, with extra insulin, of course. A diabetic can live as long or normally as anyone if they'll make the effort to study their illness and learn how to handle it, you see. Well, in a large sense, they have to be their own doctors.
Now, this virus that came on during the night...
Well, that was not a virus. It's called acidosis, you see. You can't hold anything on your stomach. Now, Mr. Johnson won't recognize the symptoms. He's never had a coma before. Did Edna say anything else about, what kind of a mood he was in, maybe?
She said he seemed unusually irritable.
Oh, that ties in all right.
Where are we going now?
Well, I'm playing a hunch. Filling the car with gas, he probably decided to sneak down to the city and check with his doctor. Now, I'm going to head for the highway. I'll have to get some gas myself, and while they're filling the tank, I'll call his doctor.
But suppose he's still here in Cedarville?
No, I don't think so. You see, he drives a white Lincoln Continental, and you can spot that a mile away, of course. Towns don't come much smaller than this. I covered half of Cedarville on the way to the house, and I'm taking the other half in now. There hasn't been any sign of that car.
The highway patrol, then?
Yes, that's a good idea. I'll call them, too. Yes. No, but I want to do this as quietly as possible.
Quietly?
Well, I mean find him to take care of him without letting his secret out. You know, he's so bent on keeping it a secret that if I can be partly responsible for saving his life without revealing the circumstances, well, he might just have enough appreciation in him to consider our housing committee's petition. And there's always Mrs. Johnson to consider.
In a way, the entire responsibility for his life is on our shoulders.
Now, there's the highway and a gas station. We can start sharing that responsibility with a highway patrol.
All of Dr. Grove's suspicions and hunches were confirmed when he talked to the highway patrol. They had received a call nearly an hour before from Mr. Johnson's doctor in the city. Evidently, Mr. Johnson had called his doctor's office and spoken to the nurse. He wanted her to make sure the doctor would be in when he arrived 2 hours later. 2 hours was the average driving time from Cedarville to the city. The nurse was aware of the confusion and vagueness in Mr. Johnson's voice and immediately contacted the doctor. However, at that time, the highway patrol had not yet spotted Mr. Johnson's car. We started into the city.
I just don't get it. A car as distinctive as Mr. Johnson's. If it was on the highway, they'd spot it in minutes.
Is there another route to the city?
I suppose, detouring through the towns. No reason in the world why anybody would take it, though.
Just what happens as the coma comes closer?
Well, you go into a state of unconsciousness, but it comes on very gradually. You see, the victim is usually confused. He doesn't realize what's happening to him. Anybody else seeing him would assume that he was drunk. There's even an alcoholic smell in the breath.
Oh. Well, now I understand the words on that card I found. I am a diabetic. I am not drunk.
Oh, Lieutenant, catch that sign there if you can, will you?
Mill Valley, 2 miles, Ward Junction 7. That's all I could see.
Ah, good. We're making good time. But are we headed right? Wait a minute. Mill Valley, I wonder.
What?
Well, you see, Mr. Johnson's a golf enthusiast. He plays there sometimes in Mill Valley. Now, if it got too bad and he decided to turn off the highway...
You think he'd probably make a turn he'd made before?
Well, wouldn't you? I mean, it's almost an instinctive move to take a road you know rather than a strange one, isn't it?
That would explain the highway patrol not seeing him.
Yes, that's right. Well, I say we turn off at Mill Valley. What do you think?
Oh, yes. I think we should try it. Mill Valley was not unlike Cedarville. The terrain was flatter and the main street more crowded, but it had the same charm and quaintness. We made a turn in the center of town and spotted a crowd about 2 blocks away. As we got closer, we could see there'd been an accident. In a minute, we reached the intersection and could see around the block. There it was, a white Lincoln, the left front fender smashed.
Officer, this is urgent. Over here, please.
Move on. You're blocking traffic.
Look, officer, I know the owner of that car.
Well, if you do, tell him to keep out of Mill Valley when he's been hitting the bottle.
Where is he now?
In the drunk tank, sleeping it off.
Was anyone hurt, officer?
Just the insurance companies, but it could have been very serious.
Can you tell me where the police station is?
Yes, 2 blocks north. Can't miss it.
Dr. Grove was anxious on 2 counts. Sleeping it off, the officer said. That probably meant total unconsciousness. Death could be minutes away. For another thing, the police would probably notify Mr. Johnson's wife once they found his wallet or auto registration. Dr. Grove double-parked right in front of the police station, much to the astonishment of 2 officers who were just leaving the building. Together we ran in and went right up to the captain's office.
Captain, please forgive us for breaking in this
urgent.
way.
The man you think is drunk.
William Johnson?
Yes, he isn't drunk, Captain. He's in diabetic coma.
Well, the Highway Patrol just a second called and gave me the story. When they hadn't spotted him by now, they figured he must have turned off somewhere.
Can you take me right to him, please?
You a doctor?
He's a pharmacist, but he knows quite a bit about Mr. Johnson.
Well, I'll have the desk sergeant put in a call for a doctor right away.
Well, he should be hospitalized, but there may not be time. Now, he'll need some saline intravenously and some insulin. I thought we could phone his doctor in the city, and I could at least be administering the insulin. I took some with me.
Well, if it's that urgent.
At his age, and unconscious already, it is that urgent. We'll have to let his doctor decide. Can I use this phone, please?
Sure. Go right ahead.
It's all right, Dr. Grove. I know it is. We're on time. We're on time. Mr. Johnson's doctor agreed with Dr. Grove that every minute was too precious to wait for outside help. He gave the pharmacist specific details on the phone. Then, when everything possible was done, Mr. Johnson was removed to the Mill Valley Hospital. He regained consciousness 4 hours later, and an hour after that it was as though nothing had happened. He was able to call his wife and reassure her he simply had some unexpected things that required his immediate attention, and would be spending 1 or 2 nights in Mill Valley. She never suspected that her husband missed death by only moments. It was 10 years ago, that Tuesday in Cedarville. That day I can never forget. Last week I had another trip to take. I looked twice at my railroad timetable and saw that my train would be passing through Cedarville. Somehow I knew that when the train reached the rustic Cedarville station, I'd get off. There were too many things I'd wondered about since that day. I wondered if Dr. Grove would still be mixing prescriptions in the Cedarville pharmacy. I wondered about Mr. Johnson and his wife, the housing project, diverting the river. On the way to the pharmacy, I passed the same mailbox where I had found that leather card holder 10 years earlier. I stopped briefly and relived that moment just as it happened 10 years before. Except for one thing.
Excuse me for stopping and honking, but I have a special spot in my heart for anyone with the Salvation Army.
Dr. Grove.
Well, for goodness sakes, it is you, Lieutenant, well, the name I don't quite remember.
Well, it's Captain now, anyway. Captain Alice Rhine.
Well, come on, get in. We have a lot of memories to hash over.
Oh, I can't very well refuse when I stopped off here just to see if I could find you.
You know, you just don't have any idea how many times I've planned to look you up and thank you for what you did that day.
For what? I just found that card and was fortunate enough to run into you.
Well, you've got your interpretation and I've got mine.
Well, of course, I'm the one who should have written. I knew where to reach you.
Oh, please don't apologize. Some of the nicest people I know never get around to writing letters when they intend to.
Tell me, Mr. Johnson, is he still alive?
Oh, 72 years of it.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
And I suppose Mrs. Johnson...
No, by gumbo. She fooled all the doctors, and if anything, her condition somewhat improved. Say, you remember Buzz?
Buzz?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm afraid
Oh,
not.
well, he was working for me part-time. The soda jerk, you remember?
Oh, Buzz. Oh, of course. Well, he's the one who called me back to the store.
That's right. Well, he's my partner now. He was going to be a doctor, but switched and became a pharmacist, and a darn good one, too.
Well, that just about fills me in on everything.
Well, except the...
the housing project.
That's right.
I didn't forget. What happened?
Well, that's what I'm going to show you right now.
Really? He gave in to your committee. Built where you wanted him to.
Exactly. Well, it turned out he was only half as difficult as I thought he was.
Oh. You know, Dr. Grove, I've learned that most people are lots nicer than most other people realize. I still can't remember what brought me to Cedarville that first time. But I know why I was there. And I think I know who sent me there. I only hope I can continue to do his bidding.
So ends the final act of our Heartbeat Theater play, A Tuesday in Cedarville, starring Lorene Tuttle and William Conrad. Be sure to be with us next week when Heartbeat Theater will be back with another fine story and performance. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Monty Margetts. When a group of energetic women get together, things usually start happening, as our story this week will prove. It's titled The Remarkable Incident at Whitney Hills and includes, among other things, a woman with a penchant for finding missing persons and a victim of amnesia, who, by a very human mistake, greatly benefits the community of Whitney Hills. Written for Heartbeat Theater by Christopher Young and starring Monty Margetts, here is Act One of The Remarkable Incident at Whitney Hills.
Wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Kane. Good night. Good night, Mrs. Norman.
We'll get together next week, Mrs. Norman. What a crowd.
We had 100% turnout.
Oh, it never fails, Major. The Home League meets in that barn of a recreation hall, and we're lucky if half of the girls come. But one meeting in my tiny living room, and not one member has so much as an ingrown toenail that keeps her away.
Come on, I'll help you rearrange things.
I wouldn't think of it.
I never get to sleep right after a meeting anyway. Besides, I want to talk to you.
Well, in that case, you man the cups and saucers, and I'll scrape the plates.
I think I had a brainstorm this evening.
Uh-oh.
Now, what do you mean, uh-oh?
Oh, nothing. Only every time Major Lawn gets a brainstorm, poor Mrs. J gets calluses on her feet.
Well, your part in this particular brainstorm would be purely voluntary, Mrs. J.
Now, where have I heard that before? Fire away, Major.
Mrs. Henry Cortland.
Our town's new woman of mystery? What about her?
Well, she holds the key to a circle in the Whitney Hills section.
Oh, it's been a long day. You'll have to elaborate. Meanwhile, I'll wash, you dry.
All right. Now, what do we know about Mrs. Cortland?
Why, practically nothing.
And that's the secret of her success in Whitney Hills. She descends out of nowhere. She has enough money to pay cash for the Eberly Mansion, a place that cost so much there wasn't another family even in Whitney Hills who could afford it.
Who have you been talking to?
Mr. Snow, the real estate man who sold it to her. So far as I know, he's the only man in town who's ever seen her. 3 months go by. Mrs. Cortland remains in her castle, politely refusing all invitations, reportedly still mourning over the death of her husband just before she moved to town. Presto, a woman of mystery. Without having met a soul, she's the undisputed ruler of the Whitney Hills clan. She could start a revolution and the rest of the women would follow blindly just to get in her good graces.
Whoa, slow down. You mean you want Mrs. Henry Cortland to organize an auxiliary in Whitney Hills?
Right.
And you want me to approach her?
Yes, but not formally. I'll do that in time. But it'd help so much if I knew a little bit about her personality especially. Oh, this is so important. I don't want to take a chance of muffing it.
What makes you think I won't muff it?
You can go in your official capacity as a journalist. Explain to her that you write a column about the women of our town, and you hope she'll be gracious enough to give you an interview.
Funny, I haven't done that anyway.
Not at all. She's a woman of mystery. No one likes to cross the unknown.
But I'm volunteering.
I knew you would.
Oh, you tricked me into saying that.
I'm drying faster than you're washing.
Major Long, you're always ahead of me. But I wouldn't have it any other way.
Then you'll do it?
Oh, I'll advance and fire as soon as I see the whites of her butler's eyes.
Oh, you're a darling.
I'm out of my mind. Here I worry about my husband driving all over the country on those selling trips. And I'm risking my life for the Salvation Army, right in my own backyard.
And
don't tell me. It's a good cause, and I know it. Oh, seriously, Major, after hearing some of the reports tonight, I often wonder what the world would be like without the work of the Salvation Army.
Then there would be someone else doing God's work. I think he meant it to be that way.
Which reminds me, I followed up that missing persons description in the war cry, the one I told you about.
Yes.
False, as usual.
Don't give up. You'll realize your ambition someday.
Oh, I'm beginning to wonder. I've been suspecting people of fitting those missing persons descriptions for 14 years and never found one yet.
Well, you just find Mrs. Henry Cortland at home tomorrow, and you may have a whole new hobby.
I feel lucky about that, Major Long. And you know why? I'm washing faster than you're drying. Well, here goes nothing.
Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm Mrs. J. Mrs. Curtis J.
How do you do, Mrs. J.?
Oh, then you must be Mrs. Cortland. Mrs. Henry Cortland?
Well,
I mean, this is the Cortland residence.
Yes it is. Won't you come in?
Well, then, of course you're Mrs. Cortland. Oh, excuse me for seeming so flustered. I expected a butler or someone in a maid's uniform. Oh, well, that is...
Of course. Through here. Into the library, please.
Oh, I hope I'm not interfering.
No, not at all. Matter of fact, I've been quite lonely.
My, what a lovely room.
Yes, I'm very happy here. So many memories back home. Can I offer you something?
Oh, no, thank you. Not a thing.
I'm almost glad you said that. I'm all alone here, and I'd have to leave you while I prepared something.
Alone?
Yes, the chauffeur and butler are winding up some of the Cortland affairs and bringing some personal possessions that couldn't be entrusted to ordinary movers.
Oh, of course.
And my upstairs maid, her mother became ill, so she's visiting her.
And the downstairs maid?
Well, the truth of the matter is I don't have one as yet.
With such a large place, it must be difficult for you, Mrs. Cortland.
Well, I don't mind. Helps keep me occupied. Pantry and freezer are fully stocked. I could survive indefinitely here. Provided I remember to thaw out the food in time for the next meal.
Mrs. Cortland, I must admit I'm greatly relieved now that I finally met you.
Oh, I dare say there are all sorts of devastating rumors about me.
Well, let's say the community has been anxious to know more about you. You see, I write a column about the women of our town for the local paper. Well, naturally, anyone in Whitney Hills is of particular interest to my readers.
You've shown remarkable restraint in not coming sooner.
Well, I heard of your recent loss. I'm so sorry.
Well, thank you. Of course, I am somewhat at loose ends. You see, I was very active in my husband's business, but I sold out a large part of my interest to partners in the firm. It may have been a mistake, for I have far too much time on my hands now.
Well, I can understand that.
You know, in a way, that's why I'm glad the servants are gone. Actually, I adore keeping home. But it's been so long since I've had the opportunity. So very long.
Mrs. Cortland, you're making me say something I hadn't planned to.
Please do.
I did come to interview you for my column, but I have something else in mind, too. Mrs. Cortland, are you by any chance familiar with the Women's Auxiliary?
No, I'm afraid not.
It's an activity of the Salvation Army. In a matter of speaking, it's much like a women's club with speakers, programs, and the usual exchange of ideas, fellowship, and things of mutual interest.
Sounds very interesting.
Well, in addition to this, we have projects and do handicraft work, anything that can help the Salvation Army aid those who come to them in need.
Wow, perfectly wonderful.
We think so. It's the kind of group where actually everybody benefits.
I suppose you have to be a member of the Salvation Army to join.
No. Membership is completely unrestricted. Well, I'll confess right off, Mrs. Cortland, that what I'm about to propose wasn't my idea originally, although now I wish it had been.
You'd like me to join this auxiliary?
Oh, more than that. You see, the Salvation Army has a wonderful woman in this area, Major Long. Oh, she's a darling, and I know you'd be crazy about her. Well, one of her pet ambitions is to have an auxiliary chapter here in Whitney Hills.
I see. And I think I understand. The town's most influential people live out here. They could be of inestimable help to your projects.
Yes, but at the same time, as Major Long so often said, an auxiliary would be something you and your friends could also benefit from.
You know, I fully agree with you, Major Long. The satisfaction of helping others is more rewarding than anything I know.
Oh, we so hoped you'd feel that way. I'm sure Major Long will want to talk to you. But what she'll ask is that you help organize a women's auxiliary here in Whitney Hills.
I see. Yes, I suppose I could have a tea some afternoon. Invite 15 or 20 of the women here. Yes. Yes, why not? This very Saturday, as a matter of fact.
Mrs. Cortland, you're wonderful.
Nonsense.
Major Long and I will give you all the help you'll need. Oh, I'm sure she'll call on you before Saturday.
She'll need to tell me more about this auxiliary and a lot of things.
Well, I'll be running along. I want to tell Major Long the good news right away. Oh, and before I go, Mrs. Cortland, one personal question, if you don't mind.
Anything.
Do you like caviar?
I detest it.
Oh, Mrs. Cortland, we're going to get along just fine. And, of course, I had no intention of mentioning the auxiliary, but she was so warm and receptive, I just found the words coming out.
You did the right thing. I'm afraid that even I was so carried away with this woman of mystery routine, it never occurred to me to make a simple and direct approach.
I told her you'd pay her a call before Saturday and promised we'd both help with the preparations. Can you imagine? Not a single servant in that huge place.
From what you say, I get the feeling she's a woman who can do things for herself.
Oh, you'll like her. You know, she's quite a bit younger than I expected. Why, mid-30s at the most.
Strange. I hadn't the slightest idea what her age was.
Oh, and very attractive. Poor darling. She does have a severe birthmark on her neck just below her ear. She wears her hair to cover it up, but I still couldn't help. Reddish birthmark on neck below ear. 34 years old. 5'2", brunette. Luella Wilburn, that was it.
What in heaven's name are you talking about?
It's amazing. If I didn't know she was Mrs. Henry Cortland, I'd say she was Luella Wilburn. The description fits to a T.
Don't they always, Mrs. J?
You can relax. I have no intention of reporting Mrs. Cortland as a missing person.
Hardly, because it looks like we've just found her. Now, I realize, ladies, no matter how much I may say here this afternoon, many of you will still have questions about the Red Shield Youth Auxiliary. I hope that during the remainder of our get-together, you'll feel free to approach me with them. And now, I feel very privileged to present our gracious hostess, the lovely lady who's made all this possible, Mrs. Henry Cortland.
Thank you so much, Major Long. Oh, goodness, I hardly open my mouth when I get the bell. With no staff here, I hope you'll excuse me a moment.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, and Blackburn.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you must be exhausted, so you take a rest now, and we'll unpack tomorrow.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll do that.
Oh, hello, Libby. Good to see you.
I didn't expect you for another week.
Oh, I couldn't take another day of it. I told Blackburn and Paul to rest a while. Libby, what on earth are all those women doing in there?
Well, you see,
Hello. I think we thought everybody was here. We would have waited. I'm Major Long. Perhaps Mrs. Cortland here has mentioned me to you.
Mrs. Cortland?
Yes. May I present our hostess, Mrs. Henry Cortland?
If
I don't know what's going on here, but I happen to be Mrs. Henry Cortland.
The curtain falls in the first act of the remarkable incident at Whitney Hills, starring Monty Margetts as Major Long. You know, over the past years, women's groups have become a very real force for good in our country. Among these groups is one which, under the auspices of the Salvation Army, has done a lot of good in our country. This organization, called the Women's Auxiliary of the Salvation Army, undertakes the sponsorship of the Army projects, such as the Booth Memorial Hospital, an emergency lodge, or a youth association, and help secure equipment or better the physical setup of such institutions. Why not investigate the possibilities of Women's Auxiliary in your town? Maybe you already have one, or perhaps there's a need for one you didn't realize before. I'm sure that a little investigation would be well worth your time. Now, Act 2 of the remarkable incident at Whitney Hills with Monty Margetts as Major Long.
May I pour you some more tea, Mrs. Cortland? There's an awful lot of it.
Thank you, no. I'm embarrassed, Major Long, that we had to meet under such awkward circumstances. You know, the town of Whitney and Whitney Hills is my home now, and I hope to live here quietly.
It's a terrible thing I've done to you, Mrs. Cortland. I don't know if I can really explain it.
Well, Libby, I wish you'd try. I don't like to be angry with you. You've been with me 3 years now, and I think we've gotten along beautifully. I've considered you not only a maid, but a friend.
Perhaps it'd be easier for Libby and you too, Mrs. Cortland, if explanations waited until tomorrow.
No, I want to do it now, while you're here too, Major Long. I don't really know where to begin. I suppose it started when I found myself in this beautiful home all alone. No phone calls, no shopping, practically nothing to do. I just started imagining it was my home. I took off my maid's uniform, put on my best dress, and I even slept in your room, Mrs. Cortland.
Libby, I don't know what to say.
And then that nice Mrs. J rang the bell, and she saw me dressed up.
And just assumed that you were Mrs. Cortland.
I don't know what got into me, but I just let her think that's who I was. The feeling of being an important person got to be too much for me, I guess. It was the funniest feeling, though. I felt right stepping into your shoes, Mrs. Cortland. Almost as though I belonged there. One thing led to another, and there I was, planning to use your stationery to invite all those women here. I didn't expect you for another week.
But, Libby, what would you have done then?
I don't know. I didn't even let myself think about that, Mrs. Cortland. It was a crazy, terrible thing, and I'm very sorry I did it. You don't have to say anything. I'll resign, of course.
Mrs. Cortland, I can't help thinking there wasn't really much harm done by Libby's actions. Embarrassment, yes, certainly. But there was compensation. For a short while, somebody was happy. Happiness for some is a very elusive thing. I think we have to at least be sympathetic when someone goes after it, so long as it does no serious harm to anyone else. Your embarrassment will be forgotten in time. But Libby, who was just radiant earlier today, can never forget the happiness she found just in pretending. Anyway, Mrs. Cortland proved to be very understanding. She refused Libby's resignation and insisted the whole thing be forgotten.
Well, that sure turned out to be a fiasco with a capital F.
Nothing anybody could have foreseen.
I hadn't opened my big mouth that first day I went over there and waited for
Nonsense.
you.
There wasn't a reason in the world to doubt Libby. Even at the tea, she had all the poise and charm you would have expected from a woman in Mrs. Cortland's position.
Isn't that remarkable when you think about it? If I had to entertain a group like that, I'd fall flat on my face.
Oh, come on now. Were they so different?
No. I'll have to admit I liked everyone I talked to very much. I felt right at home. But we sure can put the idea of a youth auxiliary in the future file. The distant future.
I hate to admit defeat, but what happened is bound to reflect on us. Let me see. I want to write a note to Mrs. Cortland and offer to reimburse her for whatever expenses there were in the way of food.
Good idea. You know, I still can't get over Libby. She was the perfect prototype of a socialite. Charming, gracious, a good conversationalist.
Did you notice she could talk intelligently on almost any subject?
I sure wouldn't want to have her for a maid. She'd give me an inferiority complex.
I suppose, though, she's had ample opportunity in the last 3 years to observe Mrs. Cortland in the role of hostess.
Well, that explains part of it. 3 years. I wonder what she did before that. I wonder.
Mrs. J., you have a familiar glint in your eye.
I just thought of something I have to attend to. And you know what? This time I'm going to hit the jackpot.
Hello? Mrs. J., where have you been? I haven't seen you in 3 weeks. Oh, not that again. Yes, I'll be here, but who is this that you want me to meet? All right, I'll be surprised. Goodbye.
Major Lawton, this is Mr. John Wilburn.
How are you, Mr. Wilburn?
Nice meeting you, Major.
Mr. Wilburn is from Maple Grove, which happens to be less than 50 miles from where the Cortlands lived before she moved out here.
Mrs. J., you didn't have Mr. Wilburn come all the way here on a wild goose chase.
We'll see who laughs last this time.
I don't know the situation, Mr. Wilburn, but I feel that I must warn you that Mrs. J. has been determined to spot a missing person for over 14 years.
Begging your pardon, Major, but I know that. And I have every reason to believe that she's finally succeeded.
Really?
I've been married for 10 years. My wife, Luella, lost a baby in childbirth nearly 4 years ago. She wanted that baby desperately, and so did I.
I'm so sorry.
Luella came home, but she wasn't the same. Stayed in her room, refused to see anybody. Then she just disappeared. I wasn't home at the time, just the maid was there, and she didn't even see her leave. I'm fairly well off financially. In addition to the police, I hired private detectives, but they never found her. The doctors suspected amnesia. A few months ago, someone told me that Salvation Army publications carry reports of missing persons, and I solicited their help.
You remember, Major, I told you how perfectly the description fit Libby when we thought she was Mrs. Cortland.
Yes, I suppose I do.
The description is perfect in every detail, Major, especially the birthmark on her neck.
And Libby started working for Mrs. Cortland just about the time she disappeared.
Well, it certainly would explain the ease with which she handled the party that afternoon.
Mrs. J. told me about that, Major, and it does fit Luella. She was a wonderful hostess and a very intelligent woman.
I have to admit, Mrs. J., I guess you did hit the jackpot. But we dare not jump to conclusions, Mr. Wilburn. It could be a coincidence, and the disappointment for you would be terrible.
Oh, it could be, Major, but there's something else. When Luella disappeared, she had on a watch that I gave her, and there was an inscription to L.W. with love, J.W.
L.W.? Don't you see, Major? Luella Wilburn. Libby Williams.
That sounds possible.
But we need your help now, Major.
Anything, of course.
I don't quite know how to approach her. I'm afraid the sudden sight of me might not be the best thing. Now, if you could call on her, help her to remember, sort of ease her into the idea that she's really Luella Wilburn.
Of course, if she is an amnesia victim, she may know that much about herself.
Yes, she will.
First of all, I'd better call Mrs. Cortland and let her know what the visit will be about.
Good idea. You'll want to be alone with her.
Well, Mr. Wilburn, I can imagine how anxious you must be. I'll call her this very minute. Libby, it's certainly good to see you again.
Well, that's very generous of you after what I did, Major.
Now, I hoped we'd never even mention that again. Libby, I've come on a rather extraordinary errand.
If there's anything I can do to make up for...
No. Nothing like that. Libby, if you don't mind my asking, what did you do before you worked for Mrs. Cortland?
I had similar positions.
In Maple Grove?
Maybe. Why do you ask?
Then you're familiar with Maple Grove. Libby, did you ever know anyone named Luella Wilburn?
Then you know. How did you find out?
You mean you know you're really Luella Wilburn?
Yes, I know.
Those who were close to you assumed you had amnesia.
They were right, I did. Well, actually, it was after the party a few weeks ago that everything came back to me. I guess it was entertaining again, doing things that were so familiar to me. After you left, I went to my room. I had a frightful headache, but I knew if I worked hard enough, I'd remember who I was. I fell asleep, woke up suddenly. In the quiet of my room, I said aloud, I'm Luella Wilburn.
But you've done nothing about it in these last few weeks.
I don't know what to do. I lost a baby in childbirth, Major. A baby my husband wanted more than anything in this world. We waited nearly 7 years for that baby. Then I let him down. Oh, I can't see how he could want me anymore. I've just about decided it's best I remain Libby Williams.
Because you think your husband doesn't love you anymore.
I don't see how he could.
I'm very happy to say, Luella, you're wrong. Very wrong. He's done everything in his power these last 3 years to find you.
You know this?
I do. He flew here as soon as he suspected you may be the wife he's been searching for.
John is here?
Yes.
Oh, Major, I'm so happy.
Why don't you go change into that best dress of yours? He's right outside in the car.
Major, I'm frightened.
So is he. Go on now. Get that radiant look I saw the day of the party.
God bless you, Major.
Major, I heard Libby run out. Is it...
You're going to need a new maid, Mrs. Cortland.
Then she is the missing woman?
Yes.
Oh, Major, this is the most thrilling moment I can remember. How wonderful for her. After 3 years to be back with her husband. Wonderful.
Please, Mrs. Cortland, you'll have me crying, too. And I haven't done that since I was a lieutenant.
I have the strangest feeling, Major. One of complete uselessness. After 14 years, I finally located a missing person. And I know it'll never happen again.
Just think of the happiness you brought those 2 people, and then tell me you feel useless.
Oh, I guess you're right. Oh, I'll miss Libby or Luella or... We saw her a total of 3 times and knew her by a different alias each time.
Something occurred to me. This is the first time an auxiliary that didn't even exist had a chance to help someone.
True. I think I'll use that for the lead in my column and send you the clipping.
Come in.
Good morning, Major Long.
Mrs. Cortland.
May I come in?
Certainly.
I'd better be running along.
Oh, not on my account, Mrs. J. As a matter of fact, what I have to say not only isn't private, but I want the world to know.
Well, then I'll stay.
Please sit down, Mrs. Cortland.
Thank you. Major, I was very touched when Libby Luella was reunited with her husband. You see, the event had a personal significance to me. You've heard that I moved here to Whitney to help overcome the grief I felt at the death of my husband. That was a lie. Actually, I ran away because I was humiliated and couldn't face my friends. My husband has money. He doesn't really have to work at all. I think that's his downfall. You see, he drinks. To excess, I'm afraid.
I begin to understand, Mrs. Cortland.
One day, 4 months ago, he left the house in a drunken stupor. He'd done that before, but was never gone more than a day or 2. After the 4th day, I started lying to our friends, told them he was on an extended business trip. I couldn't bear to face the humility. At the end of a week, in a fit of rage, I decided to move as far away as possible.
And so you came to Whitney Hills?
Yes. I planned to remain aloof, so I wouldn't have to tell the truth about my marriage. Also, I needed time to know what to do about our problem. I'm a very proud woman, Major. The disgrace was almost more than I could bear. But then, seeing the reunion the other day, I suddenly realized my pride was very false indeed. In spite of everything, I love my husband very much. At first, I felt that he deserted me. But now I realize it's the other way around.
What do you want to do, Mrs. Cortland?
I want to find him, bring him home, here to Whitney Hills. I think the 2 of us, away from the environment where all our trouble started, the 2 of us can work things out. I want your help. The police, Missing Persons Bureau, whoever or whatever it is that handles cases like this.
The Salvation Army can usually be a big help in finding someone who's an excessive drinker.
Then you will help, Major?
Of course. I may need to call on you for some details, but I think I can take most of the burden off your hands. Besides, we have a dedicated and experienced assistant in Mrs. J here.
I'll contact our Missing Persons Bureau for you right away.
You're both as wonderful as Libby said. And that brings up another thing. Libby was telling me the details of the auxiliary you were planning. You know, in a way, I'm responsible for its failure to be organized. While you're helping me find my husband, will you please tell me what to do so that I can start a Red Shield Youth Auxiliary?
So ends the final act of the remarkable incident at Whitney Hills with Monty Margetts as Major Long. Be sure and stay tuned to this station next week at the same time for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead.
Heartbeat Theater has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Hans Conried. Our story this week takes us back to the beginning of the Salvation Army in America. It tells the story of a very unusual trial of an extremely unusual man. Titled The Trial of Joe the Turk and written by Milton Kahn, here is Act One of our story starring Hans Conried as Joe.
Mark? What are you looking at?
Oh, the people and the buildings down there. I'm thinking what a nice little town this is.
Nice? After spending a night in that awful jail.
Now, Ruth, the sheriff was only doing what he thought was right.
Are you saying it was right for him to treat us like criminals?
I said he was doing what he thought was right. Just as we were doing what we thought was right.
But to have to sleep in a jail, and then to have people in this place laugh at us the way they have and say the things they have.
Now, Ruth.
I don't understand how you can say this is a nice town.
Ruth, dear. Come here. Now, sit down. Listen to me, Ruth. You haven't been a Salvationist very long. Not that I've been one much longer, but... Well, Ruth, if you remember, when we were married, I warned you that we would have to suffer through many trials in our work. Now, what's just happened here is one of them.
Oh, but Mark...
The work of the Army is new here in America, Ruth. We're less than 10 years old. Most of the country still considers us freaks. Well, some sort of religious crackpots. It may be many years before they recognize our mission. And until they do, we must all learn to accept whatever abuse and ridicule comes our way. You know, Ruth, this past week has been as difficult for me as it has for you.
Mark, why did you become a Salvationist?
Because I felt it was what I was searching for. Ruth, when my family traveled west from New England and settled in San Francisco 5 years ago, I was 20 years old. This was to be something wonderful in my young life, but somehow it didn't work out that way. 1 year after we arrived in San Francisco, my father lost all the money he had through gambling and drinking. Then my mother became a drudge, and me... Well, I found myself becoming more and more bitter. I think I was too ashamed and hurt to tell you before, Ruth. But now do you understand why the work of the Army is so important to me? We were sent here with a mission, Ruth, and until we complete it, we can't leave, regardless of the abuse and humiliation we'll undoubtedly have to suffer.
But can we complete our mission alone?
Evidently, when Captain Millsaps received my telegram telling him what happened to us, he didn't seem to think so. That's why he's sending, what's his name again?
The telegram's right here on the table. Joseph Garabad. Do you think he can help us?
Captain Millsaps must think so. Say, what time is it? Oh, 9:30. We better get down to the depot. Mr. Garabed's train arrives at 10 o'clock. You all ready, Ruth?
Yes, Mark, I'm ready. For whatever happens.
God bless you, Ruth. Now I know we won't fail. Here it comes, Ruth.
I hope Mr. Garabed is on it.
No reason for him not to be, or we would have heard.
What sort of man is he, Mark?
I don't know.
What?
Well, I've never met him. In fact, I never heard of him before we received the telegram from Captain Millsaps. But since the captain has so much faith in Mr. Garabed, we can be certain of his help.
I'm afraid the sheriff and the others won't appreciate having a third Salvationist here.
Perhaps with Mr. Garabed's help, we can teach them to appreciate us. Now, you keep watch for him, Ruth.
Yes, Mark. No one is getting off.
Well, he's probably getting his baggage together. Well, perhaps I ought to...
Wait. There's someone.
Where?
There. In that outlandish costume.
What do you suppose he represents? Crimson pantaloons, a jacket, a Turkish fez?
Mark.
What is it?
He just nodded to me.
What? Are you sure?
Well, he's coming this way. Oh, Mark, you don't suppose that he's...
Oh, no, not that.
I see you standing here. You are Mark Dale, yeah?
Yes. Yes, I'm Mark Dale. This is my wife, Ruth.
Good to meet you, Mrs.
Thank you.
Is there something we can do for you, mister?
Joe is the name. Joseph Garabed.
You're Joseph Garabed?
You was not expecting me, Mrs.? Captain Millsaps, he sent telegram, no?
Oh, yes, he did. But we weren't expecting anyone to...
Oh, you are surprised the way I'm dressed, yes?
No, I mean...
I see how Mrs. look at Joe the Turk.
Joe the...
That's the name they give me before Captain Millsaps make me see why I should join Salvation Army. They say I look like Turkish fella dressed like this. I like name Joe the Turk. So that is name I use. Now everybody call me Joe the Turk.
Well, you don't sound like
of course.
Turkish.
No, I'm not. I'm Armenian.
Of course. Well, if you're Armenian, then why do you...
Why do I dress so?
Yes.
Well, so people notice me. When I walk down the street, people follow. When enough people follow, I hold prayer meeting for Salvation Army. It's simple?
Oh, yes, it's very simple. Well, shall we go back to the hotel, Mr...
You call me Joe, yeah?
All right, Joe. Well, say, can I help you with your luggage?
Oh, no, you take Mrs. Arm. Joe take luggage. Captain Millsap say you have trouble here. Is so?
Yes, I'm afraid we have. We were arrested for trying to sell the war cry in the local saloon.
And we were put in jail overnight.
Because you sell the Army magazine?
Well, there are laws in this town, Joe. And the people aren't quick to make friends with strangers.
Particularly the sheriff. Frankly, Joe, I don't see how you're going to be able to help us.
She's right, Joe. If you try to do anything the sheriff says is against the law, you'll find yourself in jail just as we did.
Yeah, I know.
But if you're in jail, well, how can you help us?
You don't understand, Mrs.
Well, I'm afraid I don't.
I come here to be arrested.
You what?
I make prayer meeting on the street, and then sheriff arrest me.
Oh, no, I'm the one who doesn't understand.
Well, I explain later. First, I go to hotel and take good hot bath. It's long ride on the train from San Francisco. And dirty. Feel like I've been working in coal mine.
And just a minute, Joe.
Oh, do not look so unhappy, my friend. Joe the Turk know what he's doing.
I hope so, Joe. I certainly hope so.
I tell you, it is true, Jesse. I seen him with my own eyes. He was all dressed in red, he was. It was some kind of a funny-looking hat on his head, and it had a tassel on it. And, he's a real giant of a man, he is, with a big black mustache. He looks like a wrestler.
You saw him going into the hotel?
Yep. Yes, I did. With those two Salvationists.
What kind of shenanigans do you suppose they're up to now?
Why ask me? You're the sheriff.
Yeah, well, don't worry. I'll find out what's going on.
Well, you won't have long to wait.
Huh?
Here comes that fella now.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello.
It's warm outside, yeah?
It sure is.
You got business here, stranger?
Oh, yeah, I got business, sure. My name is Joe Garabet, but everybody calls me Joe the Turk.
They do, huh?
Yeah, they say I look like Turk, dressed like this, but I'm Armenian.
You're Armenian?
Well, I'm American citizen. San Francisco is my home. Excuse me, you are the storekeeper, yeah?
No, I'm the storekeeper. Oh. He's the sheriff, Jess Wheeler.
You are sheriff, huh?
That's right.
Well, I'm happy to meet you, Sheriff. My friends tell me all about you.
I'll bet they have.
Yeah, they tell me how you put in jail anybody who breaks law.
You got smart friends, stranger.
Yeah, please, you call me Joe, yeah?
You said you've got business here?
Oh, yeah, sure, I forget. Yeah, I like to buy something, Mr. Storekeeper.
Oh, well, say, my name's Shorty.
Oh, well, then I call you Shorty. You call me Joe, yeah?
Sure, Joe. Yeah, well, what can I sell you?
Oh, you got maybe muslin and black paint?
Muslin, black... Well, sure. Yes, well, what do you want with muslin and black paint?
Oh, I got to make signs for parade.
Parade? What parade?
Hey, tomorrow we're going to have Salvation Army parade. People always like to see parade, you know.
Not in this town, they don't.
No? Why don't they like parade?
Because it's against the law to parade here, that's why.
Against law? Since when is law not to have parade?
Since I said so just now.
Oh, you make laws in this town, Sheriff?
That's right.
People got nothing to say?
If I tell them they can't have a parade, they don't have one.
This is a free country, eh?
Look, I'm warning you. Don't you start anything around this town or you're going to be sorry. Plenty sorry.
Oh, Joe can take care of himself.
Yes, I'll bet you can at that, Joe.
Well, we'll see about that. You just try to have that parade tomorrow, and you'll get a chance to prove how well you can take care of yourself.
Well, yeah, all right, Joe, now let's see about that. Well, since it's so nice out this morning, I was thinking it might be just the day for a parade.
You were you?
Yep.
Well, you won't be seeing any parade around here today.
Oh, is that so? You think Joe and the other Salvationists would be too scared to have one after the way you laid down the law yesterday?
They're smart enough to know what'll happen to them if they do.
You know something, Judge?
What?
I don't think you'd find them fixing to leave town if you was to visit them right now. Well, Jess, word sure got around town fast. Looks like everybody's out to see what's going to happen.
Well, they're all going to be disappointed. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, you think so, huh? You see that flag they just ran out of the hotel room? You see it right there? Look what it says. Be a soldier for the Lord.
Well, their recruiting days are over right now.
Wait a minute, Judge. Hey, look what's coming out of the hotel. You see, it's Joe the Turk.
Riding off the corner, where you are. Riding off the corner, where you are. Riding off the corner, where you are. Riding off the corner, where you are.
All right, you can stop that noise right now.
Noise? Well, this is all Army hymn, Mr. Sheriff.
Well, you're not singing it around here. I told you what would happen if you tried to parade in this town.
You're going to arrest me, eh?
I'm going to arrest you, yes.
You're going to put me in jail?
You got any other suggestions?
Yeah. You're going to give me jury trial.
Give you what?
You're going to give me jury trial. I'm now a citizen of United States. According to Constitution of United States, I can have a jury trial. This part of country now one of United States, so you got to give me jury trial if I won.
He sure got you there, Jess.
But
now you tell me that nobody breaks law here. is law to have jury trial. You gonna break law?
All right. You'll get your jury trial.
Thank you.
But don't think you're going to get away with anything. When your trial is over, I'm going to toss you in jail and throw away the key.
We see, Mr. Sheriff. We see.
So ends the first act of the trial of Joe the Turk, starring Hans Conried. In the early years of the Salvation Army in this country, a good many obstacles were placed in the way of their mission, sometimes by thoughtless individuals who didn't fully understand the job the Army was trying to do. The Army has never been one to take things sitting down, however, and has developed, per force, a number of methods of getting around these obstacles. One of these methods was the work of a man named Joseph Garibed, more often called Joe the Turk. Joe was a real person, and our story, although names and places have been changed, really happened many times. The Salvation Army, then as today, had a job to do, and one way or another, that job got done. And although times have changed, their philosophy hasn't. They're doing a job for you. Don't let them down. Now, Act 2 of The Trial of Joe the Turk, starring Hans Conried.
All right, now. Quiet down, folks. Quiet down. Just a minute. All right. We got business to do here. As soon as it's over and done with, we can all get out of here. I got cows to milk. All right, Jess. Let the jury know what this is all about.
Judge Conway ain't the only one who's got work to do. We all have. And I ain't going to waste your time spouting a lot of fancy words. We're having this trial because this gentleman says it's his right as an American citizen to have one. Personally, I think it's all a waste of time. But since we got you men here on this jury, that's your job to decide. But just remember, he broke the law with his marching, and he was disturbing the peace with his caterwauling and banging on that
That's a tambourine, Mr. Sheriff.
Quiet now, quiet. Quiet down.
Thanks. When I need your help, I'll ask for it. I don't know what he expects to prove to you men of the jury, but I'm going to make sure he gets everything that's coming to him. That's all, Nat.
Thanks, Jess. Anything you want to say to the jury?
Oh, no, Judge, Your Honor.
You ain't going to say anything to him?
Well, later, I say. Only now I'm going to listen while Mr. Sheriff talk. He good talker.
All right. Well, I guess you might as well start in, Jess.
Thanks, Nat. Them other two Salvationists here?
Yes, right over there.
I want to ask him some questions.
Oh, sure. You, come sit down here in front. Just take that chair there. Now, tell the men on the jury your name.
My name is Mark Dale.
All right, Jess, he's all yours.
So your name's Mark Dale.
That's right.
What's your work?
I'm a soldier of the Lord.
Oh, you are you? And just what does a soldier of the Lord do?
Well, a great many things which help to teach the Christian spirit.
Why did you come here, to this town?
Because we were sent to spread the gospel.
We don't cotton much to strangers around here.
Yes, we've noticed that.
That's all I have to say to you.
You through questioning him, Jess, you mean?
I'm through, Nat.
Well, then you can go back to your seat.
Mr. Judge.
Well?
Is all right if I ask Mark Dale questions?
Well, now, I don't know. It ain't a regular procedure for the accused to do any question. That is, unless you're acting as your own counsel.
Oh, then I'm my own counsel, all right?
Yes.
What do you know about the law? You probably never seen the inside of a law book.
Why, Joe don't need law books, Mr. Sheriff. There on the table is the only book I need.
Huh?
Hey, the Bible. I can ask questions now, Mr. Judge?
Well, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mark, you and Mrs. come here from San Francisco, huh?
That's right, Joe.
Captain Millsap sent you.
Yes, that's right.
Why he sent you?
Well, he felt that we should carry the Lord's work to places where the people were too busy or perhaps just couldn't take the time to seek out spiritual guidance.
When you and Mrs. get here, Mark, what happened?
Well, we started to distribute copies of the war cry in the saloons.
People buy?
No, they didn't.
What happened?
Well, the sheriff came in and arrested us and locked us up in jail overnight for disturbing the peace.
Oh, you make it loud noise in the saloon.
No, of course not.
Maybe you break it something, you have fight with somebody.
Of course we didn't.
Then what do you do?
Well, I told you we just tried to sell the war cry.
And this is why Mr. Sheriff arrests you and Mrs. for disturbing peace?
Nat, are you going to...
Just a minute now, Jess. Just a minute. He ain't finished.
Oh, yes, Mr. Judge. Thank you. Got no more questions.
You got any more questions for the witness, Jess?
No.
Well, then you can go back to your seat, young man.
Thank you.
Now, you want to ask anybody else questions, Jess?
Shorty Parker.
Shorty? Oh, he's the foreman of the jury.
Well, maybe so, but he was also a witness to me warning this.
You call me Joe the Turk like everybody else, huh?
Shorty heard me warn him, so I got a right to ask him to tell the rest of the jury what happened, don't I?
Well, I don't know exactly. It's pretty irregular. But then this whole trial's pretty irregular as far as I can see. All right, Shorty, you better come up here. Sit down. All right. Go ahead, Jess.
Shorty, you remember the other morning you and me were talking in your store when this Joe came in?
Yep.
Remember what he wanted?
Yeah.
What?
Muslin and paint. Black paint.
Did he say what he wanted it for?
Yep.
Well, what did he want it for?
He said he wanted to make some signs.
What was he going to use the signs for?
Well, said he was going to have a salutation a parade the next day.
And what did I tell him when he said that?
That folks here didn't like to see parade.
I don't mean that. What else did I tell him?
Yeah, let me see. What else did you tell him? Oh, yes, you said it was against the law to have a parade in this here town. And you said...
Never mind. That's all I want to ask you.
Joe, is there something you want to ask Shorty?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Judge. Hello, Shorty. Good to see you again.
Oh, hello. Well, it's good to see you again, too, Joe.
Right. Can I ask you a question?
Why, sure, you go. Oh, of course, go ahead.
You remember when Mr. Sheriff told me it's against the law to have parade?
Yep.
You remember I asked him, since when is it law not to have parade?
Yeah, he said it was a law since he said so right then.
I'm the sheriff of this town, and I can say what's right and what's wrong any time I want to.
Oh, sure you can, Mr. Sheriff, but first you got to know what's right and what is wrong.
He got you that time, Jess.
He hasn't got me any time.
If you say so, Jess. Joe, any more questions you got to ask Shorty?
Yeah, I don't think so, Mr. Judge.
All right, Shorty. You can get back in the jury box.
Yes, thank you.
Now, you got anybody else you want to question, Jess?
No, I haven't.
Joe.
Yes, Mr. Judge.
Anybody else you got questions for before the jury decides if you're guilty?
Got one more.
Who?
Mr. Sheriff.
Me?
What?
All right, now quiet down. Quiet down. You hear me? Now keep it like that. All right, Jess. Better sit down so Joe can start his questions.
Now, look here, now.
Joe's got the right to question anybody he's a mind to. I grant you it's mighty irregular for the accused to question a sheriff, but there ain't nothing in the law book that says he can't.
I don't know what he's trying to prove, but it ain't gonna do him any good.
All right, Joe. Go ahead.
Mr. Sheriff, you say that it's wrong to break the law, Like killing, stealing.
Of course it is. Any fool knows that.
So anybody doing that breaks the 10 Commandments of the Bible.
The Bible?
Yeah, in the Bible it says, thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal. So anybody who does what 10 Commandments say not to do breaks law, yeah?
Sure, I suppose so.
Yeah, but you would not break laws of Bible.
Of course I wouldn't. Well, what's that got to do with
but in a minute I'm going to show you. First I'm going to get the Bible here.
Now, look, man.
I guess, Joe, just a minute now. I guess Joe knows what he's doing.
Now, Mr. Sheriff, when Mark, Dale, and Mrs. come to town, you arrest them and put them in a jail.
That's right.
Why?
You know why.
Yeah, Mr. Sheriff, I know why. You say they disturb the peace.
You're real smart.
Yeah, because they go in saloon and sell Salvation Army's War Cry magazine. Now, I read you words from Bible, from Mark. And the gospel must first be published among all nations. And he said unto them, Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. The Bible tells us to carry the printed gospel to all the people. When we do this, we are obeying the law of the Bible. We're not breaking it.
That's not the same thing.
It is the same. You say you would not break law of Bible. So Mark, Dale, and Mrs. not break the law of Bible. Now, let us see why I'm arrested. Huh? You say it's against the law for me to make flag I hang from window of hotel room. Flag where I paint words, be a soldier for the Lord. Right?
Yes.
Listen to words in book of Isaiah. Thou hast given a banner to them that fear thee, that it may be displayed because of the truth. The Bible does not say I break the law. Now, Mr. Sheriff, you also say I break law when I march down the street. In Joel it says, They shall march every one on his ways, and they shall not break their ranks. I obey law of Bible.
All right.
But you say I break law when I sing and play on tambourine. Second book of Chronicles says, They lifted up their voices with the trumpets and cymbals and instruments of music and praised the Lord. You tell me, please, Mr. Sheriff, what law I break when I do this? What law do we break at all when we try to spread the gospel? We break no law, Mr. Sheriff. You break the law when you stop us from bringing people in town closer to God. Here comes train.
Won't you stay here with us, Joe?
Yeah, thank you, but got to go back to San Francisco and see where Captain Millsaps want me go next.
We can't make you change your mind, Joe? Look, perhaps if we wrote to the captain...
No, Mark, I go back. Everything going to be all right here now. You and Mrs. going to find friends to help you work of the Army.
Yes, I'm sure we will.
Would you do me one favor before you leave, Joe?
Yes, Mrs.?
Will you call me Ruth instead of Mrs.?
Yeah, of course I'm going to call you Ruth.
Joe.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Joe, you will write to us. Let us know where you are and what you're doing.
Yeah, I'll write.
God bless you, Joe, for what you did for us here. What you did for us and the people of the town.
You know, Ruth, at trial, when I read words from the Bible, I forget to read words from 1 Thessalonians. For ye remember, brethren, our labor and travail, for laboring night and day, because we would not be changeable unto any of you. We preached unto you the gospel of God. Goodbye, Mark. Goodbye, Ruth.
Goodbye, Joe.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, I will.
Joe, give our best to Captain Millsaps.
Yeah, I tell you. You know something, Mark?
What?
This is 57th time I arrested for God.
That was the final act of The Trial of Joe the Turk, starring Hans Conried. Be with us again next week for another interesting story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army, and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening, and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Ken Christie. Our story this week is titled The Awakening of Uncle Charlie and was written for Heartbeat Theater by Milton Kahn. In it, we meet a gambling man who discovers that it sometimes takes more than muscles, nerves. Starring Ken Christie as Uncle Charlie, here is Act One of The Awakening of Uncle Charlie.
Jimmy!
Yes, Mom?
Jimmy, what are you doing out here on the porch?
Oh, I'm just sitting.
Well, the sun's pretty hot.
Well, that don't bother me none.
It doesn't bother you.
That's what I said.
Don't you want to come in and have your lunch?
No, I'm not hungry.
Well, you have to eat something, dear. You've hardly had a bite for 2 days now.
Why did Dad die?
Oh, Jimmy.
He was doing the Lord's work in the Salvation Army.
Yes, dear, he was. And now it's up to you and me to continue your father's work here in Mountain City.
Golly, what can I...
Be the man around the house and army work. That's what your father would want you to do.
Would he, Mom?
Yes, dear. He always said you could take care of yourself. Now you're going to have to take care of both of us.
Yeah, I guess I am.
And if you're going to do that, you'll have to start eating so you can be big and strong.
Yeah.
Well, now, how about starting with this piece of bread and your favorite apple jelly?
Okay, Mom. Gee, I guess I was hungrier than I thought.
Of course you were. I'll have the rest of your lunch on the table.
Hey, Mom, look.
What is it?
Look at that surrey coming down the road. Isn't it a beauty?
Oh, it certainly is.
Oh, I wish we could have one as pretty as that one someday. Boy, look at the horses. Real chestnut color. And look at the man who's driving it. He's... Say, Mom, look, isn't that...
Yes. Yes, it's your Uncle
Charlie?
Hello there, Jimmy boy. Oh, there, folks. Oh, now.
Hey, Uncle Charlie. Am I glad to see you?
And I'm glad to see you, you old horse thief, you. Oh, slow down, boy. You're getting to be an armful.
What'd you bring me, Uncle Charlie? Huh? What'd you bring me?
Now, what makes you think I brought you anything?
Oh, come on. What is it?
No, you just keep your shirt on. I want to say hello to your mother. Sorry I wasn't in Mountain City for Mark's funeral. I sure was upset to hear about him dying.
Devoted to glory, Charlie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot. Well,
Mark was working too hard to...
he always worked too hard. I heard about it, about what happened 2 days ago over in Silver Flats, but I couldn't get here until today.
It isn't very far from Silver Flats to Mountain City, Charlie.
I know, sis, but...
It must be 6 months since we saw you last.
Well, you know how it is with me, Margaret. I've been sort of busy and everything. I wanted to get over here to see you and Mark and Jimmy, but got a little tied up in a business deal. You know what I mean?
Yes, Charlie. I understand.
Look, Mom, look. I found the present Uncle Charlie brought me. A new pair of boots.
Oh, they're very nice, Jimmy. But you shouldn't have spent your money on them, Charlie.
Oh, they wasn't so expensive. Besides, I want... Well, now, sis, you better get along in the house and start packing. Get ready.
Ready for what?
Ready for what? To leave Mountain City, that's what.
But, Charlie,
I'm taking you and Jimmy Boy to Omaha.
Oh, boy, Omaha.
No, Charlie.
What?
Oh, Mom, why not?
If it's the expense, sis, don't worry yourself. I got enough for all of us. I bit through a big deal in Silver Flats just before I come home.
Why, we're not leaving, Charlie. This was Mark's command, so it's mine, too.
But, sis...
Charlie, you might just as well save your breath. I told you we're not leaving, and I mean it.
All right, all right. If that's the way you feel about it, then stay. But I'm going to get a room at the Silver Spur Hotel so I can stay around and look after you two. Maybe you think Fran will protect you from the guys in the saloon. But me, I got a lot more trust than anyone's two knees. Well, I'll go dump my gear at the hotel now. Mosey on back here. See you after a while, sis.
All right. And Charlie, if you have a deck of cards, get rid of it. Do you hear me?
Who, me? Why, Mrs. Major Williams, how can you be so suspicious?
Because I know you, Charlie, better than you know yourself.
Well, sure, sis.
I'll expect you for dinner.
I'll be here. I always did like your cooking.
You have more?
Any, sis?
Meat?
Oh, no more anything. I'm filled to my scuppers.
For a minute, I thought...
Tired. When I get tired of your cooking, Margaret, it'll be a cold, freezing day in July.
Say, Uncle Charlie.
Yeah, Jimmy boy.
How can it be freezing in July?
How can... Why, Jimmy, I remember one 4th of July it was so cold the rockets froze when they went off. And we 6 months before they thawed out.
Really, Mom?
No, Jimmy. He's just pulling your leg.
I had you believe me for a minute there, didn't I?
Oh, I knew you were joking all the time.
Well, you sure did, Jimmy boy. Well, Margaret, I'm off. Get back to the hotel. Expect an important mining man from home at 9. It's almost that.
Business you're going to see him about?
Oh, business.
Can I go with you, Uncle Charlie?
Of course you can't. The very idea. It's time you were getting off to bed.
But you better do like your ma says, lad.
Yes, Uncle Charlie.
Good night, Jimmy boy.
Night, Mom.
Good night, dear.
See you soon, Uncle Charlie.
Sure thing, Jimmy. Yeah, he's a good boy, sis.
Yes, he is.
Well, I better get going if I'm going to keep my appointment at the hotel. Thanks for the feed. Good night.
Uncle Charlie. Me, Jimmy.
Come out of there. Get around here outside the Silver. Oh, Jimmy boy.
Please don't make me go back home. Can I go with you just this once? Please?
Look here, young'un. There's nothing I'd like, but it ain't right for you to be here. Now or any other time.
But Uncle Charlie.
I'm no good for you, lad. You gotta grow up to be a good man like your father. Not to be a wandering no-good like me.
That's not true. You're good, Uncle Charlie. I know you are.
Not the kind of good your mother wants me to be. You see, Jimmy boy, the way I got it figured, doing right is okay for you kids and the women. But us men have to use our muscles and nerves and brains to make out. Oh, it ain't I don't believe, see? It's just that I don't figure the Lord and me has got too much in common. You understand what I'm saying, Jimmy?
Well, Mom says...
I know what your mom would say. She'd say, get from home. Now you get going. And don't be poking that freckled, inquisitive nose where it don't belong. I got business to attend to.
All right, Charlie, all right. How long can you shuffle a deck of cards?
What's your rush, Cadena? Evening's young yet.
And I've already got 300 invested in this game. Come on, deal.
All right, gentlemen, let's make this in 5-card stud. Here we go. 4 of hearts, Jack of clubs, 9 of hearts, big king of diamonds for you, Toledo, and an ace of hearts for Charlie. Ace bets $5. Hold all around. 4 and a 6, Jack and an 8, 9 and a 10. Well, a king and an ace for Toledo, and an ace and a queen for me. You're high, Toledo.
Ace king bets 10.
Here's your 10, and 10 more. Looks like we lost a couple of customers. How about you, Toledo? In for the raise?
Yeah, I'm in for the raise. And I'll raise you 10 more.
Well, now, just out of curiosity, I think I'll stay and raise you. Looks like just you and full, too.
Quite talking so much indeed.
Here they come. An ace, king, and queen for you, and an ace, queen, and 5 for me. Well, looks like you're still high, Toledo.
10.
10 and 10 more.
And 10.
Well, now, this sounds mighty interesting. Tell you what I'm going to do, Toledo, my friend. I'll just call you and try 10 more.
Who do you think you're bluffing?
There's an easy way to find out if I'm bluffing.
Deal.
Here comes the bad news. Ace, king, queen, and jack for you. Possible straight. And to go with my ace, queen, and 5, another ace. Well, now, ain't that pretty? Looks like I'm going to have to toss in a $10 chip on those 2 aces.
You betting against a straight?
Now, you know 4-card straights don't count. I want to see that card that's face down.
Hey, Charlie,
Yeah, Kelly?
look what I found with his eye glued to the keyhole.
Well, I'll be... Jimmy!
Hello, Uncle Charlie.
What are you doing here? Thought I told you to go home.
I wanted to watch you play cards.
You're going to play, Charlie?
The kid's got to go home.
Not in the middle of the hand, he ain't.
Let him stay, Charlie. He's kind of cute.
Look, Charlie.
All right, Toledo, let's get this hand over with. I bet 10. What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing? I'm raising you 10.
And 10 more.
And 10.
And 10. Well, Toledo, still want to try to convince me you got it straight?
I call.
Now you're using good horse sense, my friend. Here it is. Aces back to back.
Does that mean you win all those chips, Uncle Charlie?
Yep. And it also means I'm taking you home right now.
Now, wait a minute, Charlie.
Kelly, Casey's in for me. I'll pick him up later.
Sure, Charlie.
You can't quit now. You've taken me for over $400.
Well, there's always a next time, Toledo. Come on, young fella. I'm getting you home before your ma comes after me with a stick. Don't worry, Toledo. I'll give you a chance to try and get your money back.
Don't worry. I'll get it back.
So ends the first act of The Awakening of Uncle Charlie, starring Ken Christie. Uncle Charlie made his living playing games of chance. In those days, it was not an easy way to live, and in many cases, the odds of a gambler finishing a card game were longer than those of the game itself. It took, as Charlie himself said, brains, nerves, and muscles to make out. But his sister told Charlie he was wrong about life and meant it. And the interesting thing is that the odds on her succeeding in life were even longer than Charlie's poker game. She belonged to the Salvation Army, an organization only recently arrived in America and just beginning to make themselves known. The odds were all against them, but where Uncle Charlie would have pulled out of the game at this point, the Salvation Army never faltered, but continued to move ahead until today. They're known the world over for their wonderful, unselfish service to man. The odds are in their favor now, and yours too. Keep them that way with your support. Now, here is Act 2 of The Awakening of Uncle Charlie, starring Ken Christie.
Charlie, how could you? Sneaking the boy out of the house and taking him to that gambling den.
But, Margaret,
He didn't take me, Mom. He didn't even know I was following him.
You see, sis?
I just climbed out of my bedroom window and went down the rose trellis and ran over to the Silver Spur. Honest.
But why, Jimmy? I told you I didn't want you going there.
I just wanted to watch Uncle Charlie play cards.
You know how we feel about card playing.
But I didn't play, Mom. I just watched. There's nothing wrong in just watching, is there? Besides, Uncle Charlie won. Over $100.
Over 400 it was, Jimmy boy.
Golly, $400. Did you hear that, Mom?
Yes, I heard. Now, you better go to bed.
All right, Mom.
And this time, be sure you get in bed.
I will. You mad at me for what I did?
No, dear.
I'm glad. Night, Mom.
Good night, dear.
Night.
Boy. Well, I guess I'll be heading for bed, too, sis. See you tomorrow.
Just a minute, Charlie.
Well, it's kind of late, and I'm getting a little sleepy.
I want to talk to you.
Oh, but tomorrow...
I want to talk to you now.
Now, sis, if you're going to lecture me...
No, Charlie, no lectures. But I think it's time we had a little talk. Now, you sit down.
Well, you mustn't you rather...
I'm not tired. Do anything and say what I have to say.
I didn't think so. All right. I'm set.
Charlie, Jimmy thinks the world of you. He loves you almost as much as he loved Mark.
I think a lot of him, too.
But I can't let things... What with your drinking and gambling? It's bad enough when you're off somewhere by yourself, but tonight, allowing Jimmy to stay in that place while you played cards.
Well, it couldn't have been 5 minutes.
I don't care if it's 5 seconds.
Oh, I'm not as bad as you make me sound.
Aren't you, Charlie?
Nah.
When did you have a job last?
A job?
An honest, legitimate job.
Well...
You just seem to drift from place to place, earning just enough to keep you drinking and gambling. It's so terribly wrong, Charlie. You must be able to understand that.
I know. It's just that... Well, they say a leopard can't change his spots. Says so in the Bible, doesn't it?
It also says, amend your ways and your doings and obey the voice of the Lord your God. That's what you should do before you get yourself into serious trouble.
Don't you worry about me getting into trouble, sis. I can take care of myself.
Oh, perhaps you can, but there's always a first time.
The day Charlie Webster can't take care of herself, you'll see the doggone-dust miracle.
Well, that's something I really would like to see. Charlie, will you do me one favor?
What?
I'm going to hold a street meeting tomorrow night.
A street meeting?
Promise me you'll come.
You're going to stand out there in the street all by yourself and try to convert some of those tough hombres?
Well, Jimmy will be with me.
Oh, that's fine, that is. Defenseless woman and a 10-year-old boy are going to stand up to those mangy cutthroats all by themselves.
Not by ourselves. God will be with us.
Well, the three of you are going to have company. Me.
Oh, you won't be sorry you came, Charlie.
Now, don't you get me wrong. I'm only coming to protect you and Jimmy, not to be converted. You understand?
Yes, Charlie. I understand. Friends, it gives me great delight to see you gathered here this evening. Whether you've come to hear the words of the Bible or merely out of curiosity, I do not know. But I pray that you will stay to hear my few words and remember them, so that you may turn from the path of evil and seek the truth, which is the Lord. Look around you, my friends.
Your mother's
Evil and corruption is on every side.
Sure is.
The saloons,
Folks pay attention
the
when she
dance
tells them the
halls,
gospel.
the gambling rooms.
Yeah, I can see
Cast
that.
them aside and
Even
follow
some
the
of
way
them
of the Lord.
stumble are listening
For
to her. I
only in
can
this way
understand
can
what
you be
she's saying.
saved on the day of
What makes
judgment.
you think they don't, Uncle
And the
Charlie?
day of judgment
Well,
is not
I-
far off. The Lord has looked down
Let's
and he's
listen to what
seen the
she's
road
saying.
you've taken and the houses of evil and corruption you built along the way. Listen to the words of Isaiah. For behold, the Lord will come with fire and his chariots like a whirlwind to render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames of fire.
You tell him, sister.
Uncle Charlie.
It's Toledo, and he's drunk.
In the old fire and brimstone.
Oh, he'd better not start anything.
Brother, won't you let the Lord help you?
Me?
Repent for the way you've gone. Ask him.
Repent, you say? That's good. That's real good. Maybe you better start a little repenting in your own family.
Uncle Charlie, I'm scared.
Well, don't be, Jimmy boy. He's not going to hurt you, Mom.
Yeah, start with your own family. How about preaching repent to that gambling brother of yours who took me for $400 last night? Preach repent to that kid of yours who was with him. Maybe you'd like me to do it for you.
Uncle Charlie.
Now he's going too far. Looks like it. All right, now. One side.
Oh, please, Charlie.
Go on, let me through.
Please
Let
don't.
me through here.
Good time, Charlie himself. How about it, Charlie? You gonna repent, you old sinner?
You're drunk, Toledo.
Yeah, don't you tell me what I am. You better tell that psalm-singing sister of yours.
All right, Toledo, you've said enough. Now get.
Don't you tell me.
I said get, and I mean get. Well, you going?
You ain't seen the last of me, Charlie. I'm going, but I'll see you later.
All right, folks. Meeting's over for tonight. You can all go home.
Gee, Uncle Charlie, you sure told Henna off good.
Well, he made me sore, talking about your mom the way he did.
Thank you for defending me, Charlie, but I could have taken care of myself.
Sis, there are times when even your prayers can't help you, and this was one of them. Toledo's ugly drunk. When a man's drunk, his brains ain't working right.
Isn't that what I've been trying to tell you, Charlie?
Well, it ain't the same thing. I can hold my liquor.
Is that such an accomplishment? If you could hold a job, you'd really have something to be proud of.
Sure, sis.
Mom?
Yes, Jimmy?
Can we go home now? I'm tired.
Oh, of course, dear.
Come on, I'll walk the two of you home.
Thank you, Charlie, but we can manage all right. It's just down the street.
Sure?
I'm sure. Good night, Charlie.
Good night, sis. I'll stop by tomorrow. Good night, Jimmy boy.
Night, Uncle Charlie. Coming to the house tomorrow?
Sure, Jimmy. I'll be there. See you then. Bye.
Bye. Golly, Mom, did you see how Uncle Charlie stood up to that Mr. Toledo?
Yes, dear. Now let's get on home.
Mom?
Yes, dear?
Is Uncle Charlie bad?
Oh, no, Jimmy. Your Uncle Charlie's a good man. But he just hasn't found himself yet.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that he needs our prayers. He needs our prayers, Jimmy, to find the right path.
You mean it's like Dad used to tell me, if you're in trouble, ask God to help you?
That's right, dear. And always remember that God is ready to help those who have faith in him.
I'll remember. And look, Mom.
What is it, dear?
There's that Mr. Toledo again. He's going into the Silver Spur.
Well, perhaps that's where he's staying.
Mom, he's got a gun sticking out of his back pocket.
What?
I saw it when he walked by the window. He's going to kill Uncle Charlie.
Jimmy, don't...
I know he is. He's mad at him. I've got to tell Uncle Charlie.
No, Jimmy! Jimmy, come back!
I've got to tell him.
Get out of my way, kid.
Kill him. Uncle Charlie! Uncle Charlie, where are you?
Get out of my way, all of you!
Uncle Charlie! Uncle Charlie, your head's bleeding. Are you hurt bad?
I said get out of my way!
Uncle Charlie, please get up. Please, we've got to get out of here. The hotel's on fire. I've got to get help. Help! 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 Somebody help! Please, Uncle Charlie, open your eyes. Won't anybody help us? Pray. If you're in trouble, ask God to help you. Dear God, please help Uncle Charlie. He's hurt bad and I can't move him. I've got to get out of here. It looks like you're the only one who can help us. If you get us out of here, I promise I'll never do anything wrong again. Like watching Uncle Charlie play cards or anything. But you'd better hurry because... Fire wagon. Thank you, God. God heard me, Uncle Charlie. They're coming to save us. Do you hear me? They're coming to save us. Wow, he's waking up.
Oh, no. Now, don't try to sit up, Charlie. You've lost a lot of blood.
What?
That Mr. Toledo shot you, but the doctor said the bullet just grazed your skull. And the whole hotel burned down when Mr. Toledo shot down the lamp.
Now, shh, Jimmy. Jimmy, let him rest.
You, all right, Jerry?
Sure, not even singed. But I didn't think we were going to get out of there alive. I don't think we would have if I didn't pray.
Yeah, I heard you.
Now, Charlie, you mustn't talk. The doctor said...
I know. Guess it took more than muscles and nerve to save me, didn't it, sis? Your prayers and Jimmy's.
Oh, Charlie.
You said the good Lord would send down fire to wipe out evil and corruption. And it looks like he did. But he did more than that. Made me realize I've been fooling myself all these years. That's what he did. Thought all I needed was my wits and a little luck to make things come out right. But it looks like I needed him a lot more. Margaret.
Yes, Charlie?
I know you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, but there ought to be a good job somewhere the good Lord can find for me to do.
Oh, yes, Charlie. I know there is.
Know something else, sis?
What?
Somebody should have given me a shot in the head a long time ago.
Oh, Charlie.
So ends the final act of The Awakening of Uncle Charlie, starring Ken Christie. Be sure to be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, then, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Dick Ryan. Remember the famous old Greek Diogenes who traveled the world all of his life, holding his lantern in his hand and looking for an honest man? Well, I think you'd find one in our story this week, The Best Policy, written for Heartbeat. The honest man's name is Herman Abel, played by Dick Ryan. Let's hear his story as we listen to Act One of The Best Policy.
Hi, Fritz.
Hello, boys. So, what are you going to have?
A couple of bowls.
All right, here's your coffee. I'll have the chili and some fresh.
Pass me the sugar, will you, Mike?
Yeah, here you are. Yeah. Oh, for Pete's sake, Herman, how can you drink coffee with all that sugar in it?
I like it, nice and sweet, Mike. Always have, ever since I was a little kid.
Oh, 3 teaspoons is too much. Boy, the coffee hits the spot. How about frozen?
Yeah, me too.
My rheumatism is bothering me, too. I'm glad we only worked a short day.
Yeah, me too. Tell me, Mike, how much is $3.15 from $7.95?
Oh, about $4.80, I think.
$4.80 more, and I can buy those new shoes. Look here, Mike. And instead of laces like these shoes I'm wearing, these new shoes, you see, they got a strap that goes across the shoe with the buckle on the side. Do you get the idea?
Showed me 100 times.
See? It's good and hot. There you are. I'll be out in the back. Just call out.
This chili tastes good, doesn't it, Mike?
Yeah. Got a pie. Have a piece of pie, too.
Yeah, it looks good, Mike. How much does Fritz charge for pie?
15 cents.
10 for
45.
I gotta save up my money for my new shoes.
Oh, be quiet and eat, Hyman. Get so tired of hearing about your new shoes. You've been saving for those new shoes for months now.
Oh, no, Mike. You see, my mind's made up.
You're a square, Hyman. Don't you know all you gotta do to get a new pair of shoes is to ask Major Kermit? He'll get you some. That's how I get my shoes.
Major Kermit's a wonderful guy. I know that. But you don't understand, Mike. This is different. I saw this pair of shoes in the store window. You know that store over there on Spring Street?
Yeah, I know. Eat your chili before it gets cold.
I said to myself then, that's going. I'm going to pay for them myself. I'm going to walk into that store and try them shoes on. Got to have the right size, you know, Mike.
Yeah.
When I walk in that store, that salesman will think... Of course, the salesman won't say anything, Mike. They never do, you know. You never can tell about people. About that guy in Balboa, California?
A billionaire who used to wear dirty sneakers, dungarees, and a faded T-shirt. Thought he was a waterfront bum. Till he reached in his pocket and pulled out a roll of $100 bills.
That's the guy. Old Malcolm Thornwalder.
Okay, so what's he got to do with you and a shoe salesman?
Well, you see, this because of the way I'm dressed. But he won't think so after I buy that expensive pair of shoes, and I pay him spot cash on the barrelhead.
Oh, Hyman, you're a dope. You've been trying to save up for those shoes for so long, and you ain't getting anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Now, if you want them shoes so bad, why don't you do what I suggested? Tomorrow's Saturday.
No, my bums anymore since we came to Harbor Light. Salvation Army says we're changed inside.
But it's so easy. Always walking down the street for a quarter for something to eat.
No, Mike.
Look, Herman, you know as well as I do, some guys clean up as much as $6 and $7 in one morning.
I know, Mike, but I can't do it. It ain't honest.
It ain't honest. Oh, brother, I give up.
It ain't, Mike. I've bummed for money many times, but I was really hungry. Really needed the dough. But that's different. But to go asking for a quarter for something to eat when I got $6 or $7 in my pocket, well, it just ain't honest.
Okay, Herman, forget the whole thing. Finish your coffee. Hey, Fritz, come and get your money. But just remember this, Herman. At the rate you're going, you ain't never going to get those new shoes. Fritz, how much we owe you?
Now, let me see. You eat that chili and coffee, huh? Well, that's 30 cents each.
Yeah, okay. Here's mine. Pay the man at 30 cents, Herman, and let's get going. Come on.
Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong here.
We owe more than 30 cents.
No, we don't. The man said 30 cents. He ought to know.
But it should be 40 cents. 20 for chili, and we each had 2 coffees at 10 cents a cup. That makes 40 cents.
Ach, ja, you're right. You each had 2 cups of coffee. That does make it 40 cents.
Hey, here, 40 cents.
And here's another dime from me.
Hey, wait a minute, Mike. Wait for me. Wait. Mike. Hey, Mike, hold on a minute. Mike, what you mad at? Did I do something wrong?
Did you do something wrong? When are you going to grow up? When are you going to learn how this world operates?
Mike, are you mad because I told Fritz that he wasn't charging us enough?
Yeah, that's right. You catch on fast, Herman. All the time we're sitting in that joint, you're telling me how much you want to save money for new shoes. Then what happens? The first chance you get, you show how stupid you are. And you practically throw your money away. And mine, too.
But, Mike, it would be dishonest.
Dishonest? What do you mean, dishonest? A dime to you and me means a lot. But what does a dime or 2 mean to that cafe? You think Fritz will faint or get a stroke when he doesn't find our 2 dimes when he counts up all his money tonight? I don't think so, and I don't think it's so dishonest.
Mike, I'm sorry. I'm honest. And
honest. That's your trouble. You're too honest and you're stupid. Well, here we are, Mr. Honesty. This is the Salvation Army Harbor Light Center, and where it's nice and dry. If you know enough to come in out of the rain, you'll come inside, too, but I doubt.
Wait a minute.
Oh, leave me alone.
Hello, Herman.
Oh, hiya, Major Kermit.
Mike seems to be angry about something, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's mad, all right.
Well, he'll cool off in a little while. You'd better get out of those wet clothes. It's a nasty cold day.
Yeah. Started to rain awfully hard when we left Mr. Brown's. Major, I'm not very smart. I never was very smart, and I guess I ain't never going to learn anything.
Now, Herman.
Major, tell me the truth. Your ma and my ma kept telling us when we were kids to be honest. All the time they kept saying it over and over. Always be honest. Ain't that what they did?
Yes, Herman. We had good mothers.
Did we? Do you really think they were right when they said, be honest all the time?
They were right, Herman. Of this I'm sure. Our mothers were right. Never stop believing that.
That's the store up ahead, Mike. We won't go in, you understand? We'll just look at the shoes in the window.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the shoes and then head back to the harbor light. It's chilly tonight.
But the rain stopped, Mike. I feel pretty good since we went to the meeting. The singing sounded fine and...
Yeah? And what?
And I'm sure glad you ain't mad at me anymore. You know, I don't like that when you get mad at me.
Okay, forget it. Forget what happened this afternoon. Now, is this the store?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the place. Now look over there, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
These are the shoes. Ain't they beauties?
Yeah, but these shiny black dress shoes ain't no good for working, Herman.
Oh, they ain't gonna be for work, Mike. These will be my Sunday shoes.
Herman, what good are Sunday shoes gonna do you when you ain't got the rest of the dress-up clothes to go with them?
Oh, once I buy them, I'm gonna take... and I'm gonna save up for a brand new suit, baby.
Oh, Herman, you kill me. You've been saving up for new shoes for months now, and you still haven't got them. And now you say you're going to save up for a suit. Oh, that's the best joke I heard in months.
No, it ain't no joke, Mike.
Ah, come on. Let's go back, and please stop making me laugh. It hurts my back.
Well, you go ahead and laugh, Mike. I won't get sore, but you just wait and see.
Yeah, go ahead. Dream on, old buddy. But keep your eyes open crossing the street.
You know how much money I've got saved, Mike? $3.50. All I need to get those shoes is another $4. Plus the sales tax.
Hey, what you turn around for? Hey, Herman, what are you walking back for? Going to go back and see if the man will give you credit? Oh, I see. You found something.
Hey. Look, Mike, I thought I saw something in the gutter when we were crossing the street. Look what I found.
Holy mackerel, it's a wallet. Hurry up, come on, let's duck in this doorway off the street here. Here. Oh, come on. Open it up.
Okay.
How much dough is in it?
There's only one bill, Mike. It's so dark I can't read it.
Here, let me take it over here.
Is it a 1 or a 5?
Ooh, jumping jackrabbits. Buddy, it's a 20. Looks like you're going to get them new shoes after all. Yippee!
That was Act One of The Best Policy with Dick Ryan as Herman. Well, the $20 bill was quite a find, wasn't it? I wonder what Herman will do with it. What would you do with it? Keep it? Even these days, $20 is a fair amount of money. It would give that already strained budget a nice boost. Or would you try to trace the owner and give it back, knowing that this was the right thing to do? Well, you and I know the answer to that one. We've been taught from childhood that there's a right and wrong way to do things. And you know, that's one of the Salvation Army's basic tasks, to remind us that we can go one of two directions in life, and showing us by example after example that only one direction is really worthwhile. The one pointed out to us when we were children, the one of honesty and truthfulness. Herman Abel knows this, and I think he'll prove it to you as we hear Act Two of The Best Policy, starring Dick Ryan.
Yes, Colonel. Yes, I'm just finishing the report. You should have it in plenty of time to present it to the board on Friday. Oh, well, we're holding our own, let me put it that way. Food prices, yes, they're up about 5% over last year. Well, it'll be in your office tomorrow afternoon. Mrs. Kermit will type it in the morning. Oh, she's just fine, thank you. We're looking forward to seeing you on Friday, then. Thank you, Colonel. We'll see you on Friday.
Now,
Goodbye.
Herman, just don't bother to even talk to me anymore. You and I are finished.
Oh, Mike, I had to do it. Don't be mad.
Oh, don't be mad, he says. Herman, sometimes I could just haul off and...
Mike, what's going on here?
Oh, ask him, Major. Ask little Herman. Ask the guy who had $20. $20 he needs badly. Ask him what he did with the money. But don't ask him while I'm around. I feel bad enough already.
Come on, Herman. Let's sit down in my office and talk.
I had to do it, Major. I knew it would make Mike mad, but I had to do it anyway.
Well, sit down, Herman. Now, tell me about the $20.
Well, we took a walk after the meeting last night, see, Mike and me, and on the way back here I found a wallet, Major. It was laying in the gutter.
A wallet?
Yeah, that's right. It had a $20 bill in it.
I see. Was there anything else on the wallet? Identification papers?
Yeah, I noticed an identification card. I think the name was Stickney or something like that. Mary Stickney. It was a woman's wallet.
Go on, Herman. What happened next?
Well, me and Mike were glad we found the money. I had enough to buy my new shoes, and I promised Mike I'd take him out for something to eat. You know, sort of a kind of a celebration.
Yes, I see.
So we started walking toward the restaurant. Then all of a sudden, I don't know, I felt real funny.
How do you mean?
Well, you remember the talk we had, Major, this afternoon?
Yes, I do.
Well, I got to thinking that it would be dishonest to keep the money. Mike kept telling me it's finders keepers, but I don't know, I still felt funny.
Well, go on.
Mike kept after me to throw the empty wallet in an alley and get rid of it. I started to a couple of times, but, well, I just didn't.
You still have the wallet, Herman?
No, Major. I haven't got the money either. That's why Mike is mad at me.
Now, don't worry about Mike. You know he loses his temper, but he always cools off after a while. What did you do with the wallet and the money?
When we almost got to the restaurant, I saw this police car coming down the street, you know, sort of cruising real slow.
Did you think the police were looking for you?
No. Nobody saw me pick up the wallet. No one knew I had it except Mike.
Herman, did the policeman in that patrol car stop you?
No, Major. I stopped them.
You stopped the police?
Yeah. All of a sudden, I knew what I was supposed to do. I yelled to the police and waved them over to our side of the street. Major, it wouldn't be honest to keep that money, would it?
Not until you made an effort, a big effort, to see that it was returned to its rightful owner.
Well, I made that effort, all right. Mike thought I was crazy, but I didn't care. I gave the wallet to the police and asked them to find the owner.
Good boy, Herman. You're a good boy. Did you enjoy your breakfast?
Yeah, it was fine, Major. Thanks a lot. Come on, Major.
Herman, Mike, could I speak to you for a minute?
Oh, you want to talk to me, Major?
Yes, Herman. And you too, Mike.
Okay, what you want, Major?
Herman, how would you like to get your picture taken today? You too, Mike.
Who wants to take my picture?
A reporter from the Star News.
A reporter?
Yes, looks like you might both have your names in the paper. Reporter just called me on the telephone, asked me to keep you here until he drove over.
I can't believe it. I ain't never had my name in the paper.
What's this all about, Major? Sure don't make no sense to me.
Well, it seems that the policeman you boys gave the wallet to last night told the reporter what you did. And the reporter thinks it'll make a good story for his paper.
I don't like it. Come on, Herman, let's get out of here. Let's not have any part of this.
Why, no, Mike. Let's get our picture in the paper. Look, we'll post together like this. Mike and Herman, two good buddies. I think it's a good idea, don't you, Major?
I think so. I can't see any harm in it.
I think it's a good idea, Mike. It'll give us some prestige.
Prestige. Big deal. I know something we won't have, though. $20.
Ed, you see it, Major? Are we on the front page?
I'm looking as fast as I can, Herman. These Sunday papers get bigger every week. Oh, there's nothing but the news from Washington and the Far East on page 1.
We'd probably be in the funnies. That's where we belong.
Nothing on page 2. Here it is on page 3.
Sure enough. Here we are, Mike. See? There we are.
Yeah, what's the headline say? Our town's biggest jerks?
No. It says, Mr. Diogenes. Diogenes. Who is he? Probably one of them cops.
Here, Major, you better read this.
All right, Herman. Oh, the name is Diogenes. It says, Mr. Diogenes, you were born too soon.
I don't get it. Who is this guy Diogenes?
Diogenes was a wise man who lived long, long ago, who carried a lamp and looked in vain for an honest man.
They sure make it sound like a fairy tale. Now, what else does it say?
Well, it says, quote, Herman Abel, Mike Holtzman, both 58, flagged down a police car last night at 3rd and Main Streets around 9 p.m. They handed Officer R.J. Haley a wallet containing $20. I picked this up in the gutter, said Herman Abel. It isn't ours, so see if you can find the woman it belongs to. Officer Haley jotted down the two men's names and then asked for their address. Salvation Army Harbor Light Center, Abel replied.
Is that all?
No, Herman. Under the picture of you and Mike, it says, quote, down but not quite out, Herman Abel, pictured with his companion Mike Holtzman, held a $20 bill in his hand Friday night, the first time since he came to Skid Row. However, he didn't hold it for long. Abel, a truly honest man, asked the police to find the real owner of the wallet and $20 he found on the street.
Well, that's a good story, isn't it, Major?
Yes, I think it is. And it's a good picture, too. Yes, I'm very proud of you, Herman.
Well, I'm not.
You're not?
No. I think the whole town's probably laughing at you by now, because something's missing.
What do you feel is missing, Mike?
The reward, of course. Mary Stickney has her money by now. What do you got, Herman? Not even as much as a thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, old buddy, but Mary Stickney and a lot of other people in this town are very likely laughing at you right now and naming you the city's biggest sucker. Okay, crown me, Herman.
Yeah, Mike. Looks like you're going to win another game of checkers from me.
Yeah, the game ain't over yet. Go ahead and move.
Mike, I've been thinking. The other night I promised to treat you to some eats, and then in the last minute I flagged down the police and gave them the money I found.
Forget it. Your move again.
I disappointed you, Mike. You know, I'm sorry.
Forget it, I said. Crown me again.
Okay. There. Now you crown me.
There you are.
Well, what do you know? I finally got a king. Mike, I just don't want you to be mad at me.
I'm not mad. I'm not going to be mad at you anymore when you pull these stupid stunts. It's your money. If you want to give it away or throw it away, that's your business.
Hi, boys. Don't tell me you're quarreling again.
No, we were just discussing about last night, Major. Pull up a chair. This game is almost finished.
Yeah, I was just telling Herman that no matter what he does from now on with any money he earns or finds, that's his own business.
But sometimes you give me some good advice, though, Mike. I was never good at arithmetic.
I'm sure Mike will continue to help you, Herman. He's your best friend. Right, Mike?
Yeah, I guess so. Trouble is you never take my advice.
I take your advice all the time, Mike. Except when you tell me to do something dishonest.
Dishonest? Well, I don't think it's dishonest not to pay for a second cup of coffee. Some places give it free all the time. Especially when the cafe owner is so rich. And we'd be starving to death if it weren't for the Salvation Army. Do you remember what Fritz said when you paid him?
No, I don't remember.
Well, he didn't say thank you. He just took the money and let it go at that. And that Mary Stickney never said thank you either. She didn't need her $20 as much as you do.
How do you know that, Mike?
That's easy. It was an expensive wallet. Only a rich gal would own a wallet like that.
I see.
So the rich cafe owner has our 2 dimes. And rich Mary Stickney has her $20. You, Herman, you got nothing. Not even a kind word.
I wish I could explain something to you, Mike. Oh, sure, it's nice to get a reward. But that ain't the most important. It's the Major, will you tell him what I mean?
I will, Herman, after a while. Right now it looks like we have a visitor. Very pretty visitor.
Yeah, she is pretty.
Now, excuse me, boys. Good afternoon, miss. I'm Major Kermit.
Oh, good afternoon.
Wonder who she came to visit.
Hey, so do I. Maybe one of the guys is a long-lost daughter, or maybe Mike... Say, do you suppose that
Mary
she...
Stickney? Yeah, we'll soon find out. Major's bringing her over here.
Major, your Harbor Light is a wonderful place. You know, my dad says the Salvation Army is his favorite organization. He should see this beautiful place.
Oh, thank you. We're very proud of it. Oh, Herman, this young lady wants to see you.
Me?
Yes, this is Miss Perino.
Perino? Oh, I thought it was Mary...
Stand up, Herman.
What?
Stand up.
Oh, yeah. Excuse my manners, miss. We don't get, or rather, I don't get many visitors these days.
I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Abel.
And this is Mr. Mike Holtzman.
Mr. Holtzman?
Pleasure, ma'am. Well, I'd better go on.
Yes, and I'd better check in the kitchen.
Oh, no, please don't go, Major. I'm only going to stay a minute.
Well, in that case, let's all sit over here in these more comfortable chairs. Herman, you and your visitor sit on the couch. Mike, you and I'll sit here. There now. Miss Perino, you have the floor.
Well, first I'd better tell Mr. Abel why I'm here.
Yeah. Why'd you come to visit me?
All because of your picture in the paper. Mr. Abel, I'm the private secretary of Mr. George Perino, owner of the Perino meatpacking firm. Mr. Perino is my father.
Oh, I see those Perino trucks every day. The white ones with the black lettering.
Yeah, I see them, too.
Well, anyway, when Dad saw your picture in the paper, he said, Sunday or no Sunday, go down to the Salvation Army and see that Mr. Abel.
Why does he want you to see me?
Yeah, why?
All right, tell us in due time.
Well, to make a long story short, Mr. Abel, my father wants you to come and work for him in the plant. He told me not to come home until you said yes.
Me? Work for your father? Just because my picture was in the paper?
No, because you're honest. There's no doubt about that. My father's very partial to anyone who is as honest as you are.
Your father must be a good man, Miss Perino. He feels sorry for me?
No, that's not it, Mr. Abel. He needs someone he can trust. Every year, I can tell you, thousands of dollars are lost to our firm because of thefts. Why? Because trucks come in and out at all hours, and because of the salesmen and meat cutters and other employees. Well, they're not criminals. They just can't afford steaks as often as they'd like, so they help themselves every now and then. And we've had a few outside people break in on occasion also.
But how can I help? I know nothing about meat or bookkeeping. I'm terrible at figures.
Well, here's the proposition. Father feels that we should use security measures. You'll live on the premises of the plant. You'll be on duty from 5 p.m. till 1 a.m. And on occasion, if a truck should break down, you may be awakened in the middle of the night to open the garage door. Well, in short, you'll be the night watchman.
I don't know if I could do that or not.
The pay is $300 a month. You have Sunday off each week.
300? Mike! Major, what shall I do?
Well, the decision is up to you, Herman.
Major, could I speak to you in private? Please excuse me a minute, Miss Perino.
Of course.
We'll be right back, Miss Perino. Come on over here, Herman.
Major, it's been so long since I had a real job. You know what I mean? Well, I'm afraid. I don't want to leave here.
Herman, if you don't want to take the job, we can keep looking for something where you can still live here. Now, the decision is entirely up to you, but don't turn down this job because you don't think you can do it. I know you can. You're much stronger than when you came here. Remember, one man with God is a majority. With him, you can make good in this opportunity.
You really think so?
I know it. You'll be more or less on your own, but I know you can do it. And you'll be a lot better off financially.
If it doesn't work out, I can always come back here, can't I?
You certainly may.
All right, then, I'll do it.
Good. Now let's tell Miss Perino.
Miss Perino, I think, that is, tell your father that...
What he wants to say is he'll take the job, Miss Perino.
Oh, good. Father will be very happy. Here's my father's card. Now, you report to work at the plant tomorrow night, okay?
I'll be there.
Wonderful. Major Kermit, Mr. Holtzman, it's been a pleasure.
Goodbye, Miss Perino.
Miss Perino, you've made us all very happy.
Father will be happy, too. See you tomorrow night, Mr. Abel. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, Miss Perino.
Bye.
I'll see you to the door.
Well, old buddy, I guess this is where you and I part company.
What do you mean, part company? We'll still be friends, Mike. I won't take this job if we still can't be friends.
Okay, Herman.
And when I get my first paycheck, I want you to come with me when I buy my new shoes. Then we'll go to the baseball game, and then we'll go
Come
and
on,
see...
boys. It's time for dinner. Let's start walking toward the dining room.
Major, will it be all right if I come over and visit and play checkers with Mike?
Any time, Herman.
Yeah, you hear that, Mike? Nothing will change much.
Yeah, I'm very happy for you, Herman. And I want to apologize to you and the Major. Yes, I'm finally changing my ideas about honesty.
I'm awfully glad to hear you say that, Mike. Come on now. Let's all go in and enjoy our dinner.
Wait till the rest of the men hear about my good luck.
They'll be just as happy as Mike and I are, Herman. This is really going to be a celebration dinner if there ever was one.
That was the final act of The Best Policy with Dick Ryan as Herman Abel. Be sure and listen in again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Tommy Cook. This week's story on Heartbeat Theater is titled Success, an original play by Milton Kahn. It is a story of revenge and of a young man who is determined to keep a 6-year-old self-made promise. With Tommy Cook in the role of Frank Bennett, here is the first act of Success.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Is this seat taken?
No.
Mind if I sit here?
Help yourself.
Oh, thanks. I'm Captain Ennis of the Salvation Army.
I recognize the uniform. I'm Frank Bennett.
Oh, glad to know you. How far are you going?
Chicago.
Well, that's a coincidence. So am I.
Maybe I'm prying into your business, but somehow you don't look like what I thought a Salvation Army officer would look like.
No?
What I mean is you look like you should be playing pro football or coaching a team instead of, I guess you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Matter of fact, I was on a football team in college. Captain.
What position did you play?
Fullback.
Oh, figures. Mind my asking you why you joined the Salvation Army?
Well, when I was in the service overseas, I saw how much prayer meant to fellas in combat, including me. It kept me from cracking up. I made myself a promise that when I got back home, I'd show others what prayer could do for them. When our troop train pulled into San Francisco, the first person I saw was the Salvation Army lass handing out some coffee and donuts. Well, that was the answer to what I wanted to do. So I kept the promise. I kept the promise I had made to myself and God when I was in the Pacific.
I guess every GI makes himself a promise of one kind or another.
Yes, I guess he does. Did you?
Yes. I promised myself I was going to be a success when I became a civilian, and I've kept that promise.
Oh, mind telling me how you made your success?
Well, my dad's got a farm outside Portland. And when I got out of the service, I started fooling around with an idea for freezing fruits. I borrowed some money from my dad and got my process on the market.
Mm-hmm.
I started on a small scale, but I went so well I had to buy a larger processing plant by the end of the first year. And from then on, business boomed.
Well, it seems you kept your promise all right. Now I suppose you're on your way to Chicago to open up another plant.
No. I'm going to look up somebody. Somebody I knew when I was in the service.
Oh, a buddy?
He was no buddy of mine.
You say that quite definitely.
And that's the way I meant it. He was a sergeant I had.
Oh.
And hated.
Well, I guess we all had non-coms that we didn't get along with.
It was more than just not getting along with Sergeant Driver. But I suppose you don't understand. I guess hate isn't in your vocabulary.
Is it in yours? Really?
You didn't know Sergeant Driver.
Well, I've probably known men just like him. Why not tell me about him and let me judge for myself whether he should be hated or not?
It's an awful long story.
And we're still a long way from Chicago.
It's not what I'd call a pleasant story either, Captain.
Well, being a Salvation Army officer, I'm sure I've heard many other less pleasant stories.
Well, maybe it would be better to tell someone else. I've kept it to myself for 6 years.
I'm a good listener.
Well, like I told you, my dad had a farm outside Portland. I was born and grew up there. The only thing I knew until I went into the service was farming. And I wasn't too good at that. Yep, just a country boy, that's what I was, with straw sticking out of my ears.
So, this is the fighting material I'm going to have to work with, huh? Looks like I got my work cut out for me. What's your name?
Bennett.
Private Bennett.
Oh, yes, sir, Private
And
Bennett.
you can cut out the sir stuff. It's Sergeant.
Oh, yeah. Sure, Sergeant.
Where are you from?
Oregon. A little town near Portland. We have a farm.
Oh, a country boy, huh? Well, we'll get the straw out of your ears, sonny. You a farm boy, too?
Not me, Sergeant. No, I'm Sam Parker.
Private Sam Parker from Texas. But you just call me Dallas, Sergeant.
We'll just stick with Parker.
You're the boss.
So, you're a big man from Texas, huh? Well, how could they bear to let you go?
Shucks, Sergeant, they was glad to get rid of me.
Yeah, and I think I know why. All right, you guys. I want you to listen to what I got to say, and I want it to sink in. Now, there's a scrap going on over there in Korea, and they're going to need soldiers, fighting men. Lots of them. Well, my job is to see that they get them. That's why you're here. But let's get something straight right now. This ain't no Boy Scout jamboree. Before you leave this camp, I'm going to make real soldiers out of you monkeys. After taking a good look at you right now, I think I'd stand a better chance if you were monkeys. All right, fall out and report to the supply room for your equipment. At least we can try to make you look like soldiers. Three, four, all right, close in there. 3, 4, come on, hurry it up. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, hold. Can't you jokers do a simple thing like marching in unison? We're going into a combat area, remember? Not a dance in a high school gym. Oh, they expect me to train a bunch of half-baked... Hey, farm boy, come here.
You mean me, Sarge?
Yeah, I mean you. I just want to ask you one question, soldier. You know your left foot from your right foot?
Well, sure I do.
Well, then why don't you act like it? When I say squad right, I mean squad right. You get me?
Well, sure, but I thought
Never
I did...
Never mind what you thought. Let me do the thinking. Before you have an accident and somebody gets hurt. And another thing. When you march like you were a soldier, not a plowboy planting potatoes. All right, now get back in ranks and let's try again. And this time, let's use our brains.
Frank? Hey, Frank.
Huh? What?
You asleep?
One guess.
Me either. Guess we're in for a big day tomorrow.
Yep.
What are you thinking about?
I'll give you one guess on that, too.
Sergeant Driver, I'll bet.
You're a bright boy, Dallas.
You know something, Frank? He's got no right riding us the way he does.
He's got to live up to his name, doesn't he? They don't call him slave driver for nothing. Well, I ain't going to take much more, believe me.
Nothing much you can do about it, as far as I can see. No, we're just plain little old privates, and as long as we are, we got to take orders and keep our traps shut. That's the Army, old buddy.
Well, if being a private means we got to take all that lip from Driver, then your old buddy boy Frank Bennett isn't going to be a private much longer.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, don't tell me you're thinking of bucking for a stripe already.
I'm bucking for anything that'll get Driver off my back. For some reason, he sure got it in for me.
Oh, it ain't just you, Frank.
No? Well, then how come he's all the time picking me to volunteer for a detail? Or chewing me out in front of the other guys? Or calling me farm boy or hayseed? Oh, I sure don't know what he's got against me. But if making a stripe is the only way to get him to lay off, then I'm going to be the buckin'est private you ever saw. Good night, Dallas.
Good night. Sergeant.
And that's how it began, Captain Ennis. From the very first day I hit that basic training camp, Sergeant Driver had it in for me. I don't know why me particularly. Maybe because I was just a country boy who didn't have much of an education. Somebody he felt he could shove around.
That's what you thought, huh?
I still do.
I see.
Well, like I said, I decided to knock myself out doing whatever I was supposed to, and I did. When we had any more marches, I was the first one up with my pack rolled and ready. When we had any field problems, I pulled mine off without a hitch. When we hit the firing range to qualify, I made expert. But I wasn't good enough, as far as Sergeant Driver was concerned.
Well, now, maybe you just thought...
Thought nothing! He told me so. Just a couple of days before we shipped out for Korea, when the ratings were posted, I was sure I had mine made. I was sure I had made corporal. But I didn't. I figured Driver had something to do with it.
So I decided to have a talk with him. Hey, Sergeant.
What? Oh, it's you.
Yeah. I want to have a talk with you.
What's the matter? Don't you feel good? Maybe got a slight case of gangplank fever?
They just posted the ratings.
Okay, they posted them. So what?
So how come my name wasn't on that list?
What makes you think it should have been?
You know any reason why it wasn't?
I might.
Yeah, I figured you would. You kept my name off that list, didn't you?
What do you think?
I think you did.
You're smarter than I thought, country boy.
But why? What do you got against me?
Look, I ain't got time to play 20 questions. We're shipping out in a couple of days.
I want to know why you kept my name off that rating list.
All right, I'll tell you why. Because I don't think you're due for a rating, that's why.
You don't think? What do I have to do first? Break my back?
Oh, wait a minute. What are you getting sore about?
I got a right to be sore. I went through basic to top of my platoon. I got the highest score in the range. I got the best...
Yeah. You got. Well, sonny boy, I'm going to tell you something you haven't got.
You do that.
You still haven't got what it takes to make a good fighting man. Sure, you got a good eye. You learned how to carry out an order. But you got a lousy attitude. Always walking around with a chip on your shoulder.
Now, what do you expect me to do? Slap you on the back and say, thanks for keeping me off the rating list, Sarge. Next time I'm going to do a little better.
Yeah, that might help.
Now, look.
Wait a minute, you look. The first day you guys hit this camp, I told you, I was going to ship out with an outfit of fighting men. Men who knew how to handle themselves when the going got rough. I didn't mean just one man, Bennett. One man who made expert on the firing range and did okay on maneuvers and knew how to do a field problem. I meant a team working together for each other, not for themselves. Did I get through to you?
Yeah, you got through.
All right, then. Now you know why your name isn't on that list. Maybe by the time we get over to Korea, you'll get wise to yourself, country boy. And again, maybe you won't.
Okay, Sarge. If that's the way you want it, I'll wise up. Maybe I'll wise up more than you expect.
That was the first act of Success, starring Tommy Cook as Frank Bennett. You know, there are times when all a person needs is someone to talk to, someone with whom they can talk out a problem that's been bothering them and who can advise them on how to go about taking care of it. In thousands of instances each year, the Salvation Army is that someone. With staffs of trained social workers and family counselors, even such problems as the one which is developed in our story has been solved. The Salvation Army wants to help you and can if you'll give them the chance. If you have a problem or need assistance of any kind, don't hesitate to give them a call. The Salvation Army will be happy to help you. Now, here is Act 2 of Success, starring Tommy Cook as Frank Bennett.
It's almost 8 o'clock, Captain Ennis. We should be in Chicago soon.
Yeah, it won't be long now.
Somebody meeting you at the station?
Yes, Captain Black will be there. How about you?
Oh, I'll just hop a cab to the hotel.
Why not go with us? I'm sure Captain Black wouldn't mind dropping you off.
Well, thank you, but I really don't want to put you out.
No, you wouldn't be putting us out. Besides, I want to hear the rest of your story.
Are you really interested?
Well, of course I am.
Beats me why anybody would want to hear anything about a character like Sergeant Driver.
Personally, I find him quite interesting.
Interesting? Well, I don't get it. Why
How
do you
about telling me the rest of the story? Now, you said you found out about the rating you didn't get just a few days before you shipped out to Korea.
Yeah, that's right. And I was plenty burned up about what Driver had said to me. About teamwork and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm not trying to make excuses for him, Frank, but I think he was right.
Well, maybe he was, but it was the way he said it that got me sore. Just because I wanted to get ahead.
Well, we all want to get ahead, Frank, but... Well, at least most of us do, but we have to give ourselves a certain amount of discipline while we're doing it.
So what did I do that was wrong?
I'm not so sure you'd want to hear what I think.
Why not?
Well, first tell me what happened when you got to Korea. Then I'll give you my opinion, okay?
Okay.
Well, for a while after we got over there, nothing happened. Between me and Sergeant Driver, I mean. There was too much else going on. We reached Korea about the 1st of October, 1950, and headed for Seoul. Our troops had retaken the town a week or so before we got there. Then we were joined by other UN troops and headed north toward the 38th parallel. Before the end of October, we'd taken Pyongyang, the North Korean capital. And then the fighting really got rough. That's when we first met up with the Chinese commies. Well, you know what happened after that. First, the UN troops would advance and the commies retreated. Then they'd take the offensive and we'd fall back. It went on that way all through November and December. Just when we thought we had them on the run, more of the Chinese communists would pour in, and we'd be off again. I remember during a breather on Christmas Eve, Dallas and I decided to open the few Christmas packages we'd received from home and had been carrying with us.
Well, now, Ma sure was thoughtful.
What did she send you?
A pair of wool socks she knitted special for me.
Boy, you can sure use them over here.
Argyle socks?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Ma meant well. At least my pop sent me something I can use.
What?
One of them little zipper top brushes with a toothbrush and toothpaste and razor and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, I don't suppose the brush will ever get all the dirt and crud off my uniform. What'd your folks send you, Frank?
Oh, nothing much. Dad sent me a fountain pen and Ma sent me a box of her cookies. But they're all busted up.
Oh, it's too bad.
Well, you can't lug them all over Korea and expect them to be whole.
Oh, we can eat them anyhow. Then you can write your ma and tell them how good they were.
Yeah. Hey, Dallas, they're pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Real good. Frank?
Yep?
What you going to do when you get back home?
I haven't thought about it much. Dad wants me to work the farm with him.
You gonna?
I don't know. I really don't wanna, especially. I never was one much for farming. Even if Sergeant Driver does think I'm a hayseed.
Well, what else would you do?
Search me. Guess I never had much schooling or training to do anything.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Probably just float around for a while until something pops up. How about you?
Oh, I'll probably get a job at Magruder's garage. Always did like to fool around with jalopies. Frank.
Huh?
How come you don't like Sergeant Driver?
Do you?
Doesn't bother me one way or the other.
Boy, he bothers me.
Well, you're crazy to let him. It's like I told you before, nothing's ever going to change the way he is. All we can do is what he says and then forget about it.
Maybe you can forget about it, but not me. I don't like that guy, and I never will.
On account of he kept you from getting a stripe?
That's part of it. Always needling me the way he does.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Huh?
Okay, you guys, let's break up the tea party.
What's up, Sarge?
We're pulling out again.
North?
South, and Bennett.
Yeah?
I want you to get out and help load the supplies on the truck.
All right.
Think you can do it without forgetting anything?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay, see that you do.
Once we headed south from Hungnam, we eventually holed up just outside of Seoul. By New Year's Eve, the fighting had eased up. In fact, nothing much was happening where we were, but there was kind of a feeling in the air that something was going to happen. We didn't know what. We were dug in at the base of a hill. We called it Blueberry Hill. Actually, we weren't right at the base of it because there was a wooded area between us and the hill.
You guys hear that?
I don't hear nothing, Sarge.
That's what I mean. That quiet you hear, I don't like it. It's too quiet. I got a hunch the commies are out there someplace.
Well, if they don't bother us, we won't bother them. Right, Frank?
Right.
That's where you're wrong. When they're this quiet, you can bet your bottom dollar they're planning something.
But we don't know if there are any commies out there.
Okay, so we find out. You're elected.
Me?
What's the matter, you scared?
No, I'm not scared.
Okay, maybe you'll never get anywhere as a civilian, country boy, but here's your chance to prove you're a soldier.
Yeah? Well, I
Sarge,
can.
Sarge, how about letting me go with him?
You volunteering, Parker?
Well, sure. Might as well prove I'm good at soldiering, too.
Okay, let's see. It's 23:30. The two of you will move out in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You'll make a recon of the area up to the base of the hill, but only to the base. If the woods are clear, you report back here, and we all head for the top of the hill. You got it?
Got it.
How about you, Bennett? You understand what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, I understand, all right.
Okay, 15 minutes and you move out. And, good luck.
Frank. Yeah. See anything?
No.
Me either.
Hey, you hear something just then?
No?
Well, listen. Thought I heard something.
Where?
I'm not sure.
Your imagination.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, don't be so sure. There. You hear that?
It's only a bird. Come on. Better start moving. We're almost to the base of the hill.
Okay.
There's that bird again.
Yeah. Go on! He's up there, Dallas. Got him. That's one bird'll never sing again, Dallas. Dallas, you okay?
Frank.
Dallas! Dallas. Hey, where'd you get you, huh? Are you hurt bad?
Yeah. Real bad.
But don't try to move. Yeah. Just take it easy, Dallas. Yeah, I'm going to put my jacket under your head here.
Thanks.
Yeah, take it easy, kid. Now, listen, I don't think you're hurt as bad as you think you are.
Yeah. Who's kidding who? You better go back.
No, Dallas. I'm not going to leave you here.
Go back. There's nothing you can do to help me. Frank.
Yeah?
Tell the sergeant. All's clear.
I'll tell him, Dallas.
And, Frank.
What?
Happy New Year.
Dallas? Happy New Year, kid. This stinking war. This stinking... Hate it. Oh, I hate it. Sure, Dallas. I'll go back and tell the sergeant that it's all clear. He'll like that. Nice going, country boy, he'll say. Maybe get a medal for this, huh? Well, you keep your medal and your thanks, Sergeant Driver. I don't want 'em. You don't think I'll ever amount to anything, huh? Well, maybe I'll just show you how wrong you are. You hear that, Dallas? You hear that? I'm going to show the sergeant how wrong he is. I'm going to go back home and I'm going to make a lot of money. And when I'm a success, I'm going to find Sergeant Driver and I'm going to spit right in his eye. You hear me, Dallas? I'm going to spit right in his eye.
And that was the promise you made to yourself. Promise you swore to keep.
That's right. And I did make a success of myself.
A success was accomplished, all right, Frank. But it wasn't yours.
What?
It was your Sergeant Driver's.
Well, I don't get you.
I didn't think you did. A little while ago, you asked me for my opinion about Sergeant Driver. Now, if you still want it, I'll give it to you.
Certainly, go ahead.
Frank, I think you had the sergeant all wrong.
Oh, now,
and
please.
I want to show you now why I think you have. You told me you were born and raised on a farm, but you didn't particularly like farming, right?
Right.
By your own admission, you never had a kind of training or schooling to do any other kind of work. When you were overseas, you didn't have any idea about what you were going to do when you returned to civilian life, except to float around and see what turned up. Am I still right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And this was the 18-year-old Frank Bennett who volunteered in the Army and then went through his military life with a chip on his shoulder.
But, Captain, I
know.
think there's...
You resented and hated Sergeant Driver for needling you, for picking on you and calling you country boy.
Sure I did. Wouldn't you have?
No, Frank, I wouldn't. I would have thanked him and been eternally grateful for what he did.
Thanked him? For what?
Still don't understand, do you?
Well, no, I don't.
Have you ever stopped to realize that he made you a soldier, and evidently a good one?
What?
Did it ever dawn on you that he forced you to get mad at him so you'd do the things you did? Like making expert on firing range, excelling in field maneuvers, and ending up tops in your outfit?
What about the rating he kept me from getting?
Sergeant Driver gave you the answer to that. Physically, you were turning into the type of fighting man he wanted to take with him to Korea, but mentally you were still carrying that chip on your shoulder. And until you lost it, you'd still be showing a weakness. That's why you didn't get your rating. He hoped that a little teamwork would make you realize that. Now do you begin to understand?
Well, if that's what he was trying to do, it was a plenty crazy way of doing it.
I don't think so. He was getting to you the only way he knew how. An old Army career sergeant only knows one way to get anything out of his men, Frank, and that's to get them fighting mad. I know it was that way when I was in the service, too.
It was?
Yes. Yeah, we had our sergeant drivers, too. And your sergeant driver accomplished what he set out to do with you. Not only while you were in the Army, but even after you got out and entered the business world. By telling you you'd never get anywhere. He knew you would just to spite him.
You really think that's what he did?
Don't you?
Well, I don't know.
That's why I said he was the one who turned out to be the success. You know, the Bible tells us there's a time for war and a time for peace. Also a time to love and a time to hate. Now, this hatred that you think you held in your heart towards Sergeant Driver all these years, shouldn't it have been love?
I don't know.
Think about it for a while.
Next stop, Chicago.
We'll be pulling in a few minutes. You better get your bags together.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm sure looking forward to my stay here in Chicago. Should be a very happy one. You know, it could be for both of us, Frank.
Yeah, I guess it could. Captain?
Yes?
Would you go see Sergeant Driver with me?
No, Frank, that's something you'll have to do by yourself.
Well, what can I say to him? I mean, after all,
You might try saying thank you.
Yeah. I guess I never thought of that. Looks like I am a country boy after all.
Really? I don't see any straws sticking out of your ears.
Well, at least I can remember to say thanks to you.
Well, if I've helped you see the truth, Frank, that's all the thanks I want.
Does that offer of a ride still go?
Sure.
Very good, then. With you showing me the way, I know I won't get lost.
So ends the final act of Success, starring Tommy Cook as Frank Bennett. Be sure and be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, then, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our stars are Lou Merrill and Peggy Weber. You know, being an individual these days, doing what you think is right without worrying too much what other people think, can be a hazardous occupation. But doing things that way will usually accomplish what you set out to do with much more satisfaction to yourself. Our story this week is about such an individual, one who felt it necessary to conduct a little investigation and who went about it in a very highly individualistic way. Our story is titled Children of the Light and was written for Heartbeat Theater by Jean Campbell McMillan. Starring Lou Merrill as Major Graham and Peggy Weber as Julia, here is Act One of Children of the Light.
Well, Julia, at last. I'm glad you've come. By George, I am.
Nonsense, waiting.
Waiting?
Don't be bothersome, Ralph.
Well, rather. It's more than a week since I asked you to come and sign those papers.
A week? Fiddlesticks, there's no hurry. They're not important as far as I can see.
Now, sit down, my dear. The mayor and the whole city council have been on my neck to get the go-ahead. Now, property has to be cleared, you know, before we can start work on it.
Mayor and city council, indeed. People we pay high salaries out of taxes to, sitting around pretending they can't move until somebody else acts.
Just as spunky as ever, aren't you? Now, sign here, Julia, dear.
You can stir up more papers for me to sign, Ralph Emerson, than Congress sends to the president.
Julia Dent Whitley.
Keep quiet. I know my own name and how to write it.
Yes, and how to keep it, too.
But I've no desire to change it, as I told you before.
I haven't forgotten. When I wanted to change it to Emerson years ago, you finally did change it to Whitley.
Well, I like the sound of Whitley better than that of Emerson.
Yes, just as you like John better than me. I don't blame you, Julia, dear. John was a fine man. But when the good Lord saw fit to take him, I only wanted to take care of you, Julia.
Well, John had done that sufficiently.
Indeed he had. Left you one of the richest women in the city. And that brings up the question we were discussing the last time you were in, Julia.
Don't be bothersome. I've not come here today to write my will. That's settled.
Now, Julia, I can't understand you. I mean, you're a tip-top businesswoman, and you're no longer young, and yet
Don't be impudent, Judge Emerson.
Excuse me, my dear, but you are a rich woman. Now, do you want the state to take all you leave when you go?
I do not. I'll not permit it.
Well, then, you'd better write a will, and now.
Judge Emerson, you may be my attorney, but I won't be browbeaten. I've told you before I'll not write a will until I've made up my mind exactly where my money's going and how it's to be spent.
Julia, it's unfortunate that wills aren't called won'ts. Won't is your favorite hobby.
Well, I won't write a will until I'm pretty sure how my money's to be spent. I might like to do a little investigating of my own before I make up my mind. When I do that, I'll let you know. Until then, sir, I bid you good day.
Yes, Claire, what is it?
It's that little woman who was here the other evening after you'd left, Major Graham.
But, Claire, I have these reports to get out. They're overdue now. Can't Captain Moore see her?
Well, she's a little stubborn, Major. She will see no one but you. She says she needs help.
Needs help. Well, I guess this is the place to get that. All right. Send her in, Claire. Good morning. Come right in,
Nora
please.
Blake it is, if you're wondering what my name is.
Yes, Mrs. Blake. Now, what can I do?
Miss Blake it is. I'm that lucky still, God love you.
Well, Miss Blake, what can I do to help you, Miss Blake?
It's that I've come to find out. It's about the $500. $500 exactly now.
500? Well, what happened? Did you lose some money or have it stolen?
No, not at all. I've got it here. There. 5 $100 bills it is.
Well, indeed you have.
You didn't expect that, did you, Major? Not after looking at me gloves.
Your gloves?
No, Major, be truthful. When you shook hands with me just now, you must have noticed the holes in me gloves, and my hat isn't exactly a Hattie Carnegie, would you say?
Well, the truth is, Miss Blake, when I first meet a person, I'm apt to notice just their eyes. I'm afraid I'm not a good judge of ladies' fashion.
Now, what did you think of me eyes, then, Major?
They're very nice eyes. Gray, aren't they? And a sparkle of humor in them.
Humor? That they'd better have. Getting along without humor in this world, not for the likes of me, if you don't mind.
Won't you sit down? Now, how can I help you, Miss Blake?
This $500. Nice, shiny new bills, if ever I saw them. Be counting them, will you now?
Well, of course. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, well, what am I to do with this money, Miss Blake?
Oh, honest money it is, dearie. Oh, you don't mind me calling you that, seeing as how I'm old enough to be your mother.
No, of course I don't mind, but tell me, why have you brought this money to me?
Well, that's the catch. You are to tell me what I'm going to do with it.
Oh? Well, I'm afraid I still don't quite understand.
You mean because I have holes in me gloves I might have stolen it? Or maybe I'm a little touched in the head?
No. Why should I think that, Miss Blake?
Well, in this world, let a body do something out of the ordinary, and he's queer. Like sheep, you must follow the leader.
Oh? And you mean having $500 is out of the ordinary?
Not having it. Expecting another body to tell you what to do with it. That's out of the ordinary, wouldn't you say?
Well, surely, if you've saved this money, you must know where you want most to invest it.
Well, there's so many things that need doing in this world for the one who gave it to me.
Oh? You inherited the money?
No, never. I've only distant cousins left, and if they came to me very own funeral, they wouldn't know it was me in the casket. Well, dearie me, I must be going now. You're a busy man.
Wait, hold on a moment. I'll have to give this money business of yours some thought, Miss Blake, before I can advise you.
That you can. That you can. Take your time, Major.
But you aren't leaving these bills with me?
That I am, Major. You see, riding around in buses and such, I'd feel a mite safer if it's not in me purse.
Oh, of course, but at least... just a moment. Claire, make out a statement that this lady, Miss Nora Blake, has left $500 with me and then dated.
Oh, no, you needn't do that, dearie. It's the Salvation Army you belong to, and I've heard tell they're as honest as David the King, and David the King, you know, was a man after God's own heart, wouldn't you say? Goodbye now, dearie.
Goodbye, and come back soon, please, and I'll try to have an answer for you, Miss Blake. Oh, just one moment. Your address, and do you have a phone?
Well, that I don't. Telephone, is it? Pictures they are to pour gossip in and pour it out again. I've none of them, but my address, if you must have it, I'll give it to your girl out there. Goodbye now, Major.
Goodbye.
Major. I'm glad you're here. Mrs. Warren is in your office waiting to see you.
Mrs. Stanley Warren?
Mm-hmm. The Mrs. Warren on our board.
Well, I'll go right in. Oh, any news of our Miss Blake, Claire?
No, not yet, Major.
It's been almost 2 weeks now. Well, Mrs. Warren, what a pleasant surprise to see you today.
Good morning, Major. How are you?
Well, I hope you haven't been waiting for me too long.
Oh, no. You have a nice office here. I don't mind waiting. Major, I need your help.
Well, good. In return for all you've done for us, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, goodness me, it's nothing. Well, the truth is, without the Booth Memorial Hospital to worry about, I'd be lost, Major Graham.
You're one of our fairy godmothers, that's for sure, Mrs. Warren.
No nonsense, Major. But something strange has happened. You've heard me speak of my dear friend, Julia Dent Whitley.
Yes, she's been very generous with several of our charities.
Well, maybe I'm being foolish, but about 10 days ago, she gave her chauffeur Ward some time off for a holiday. And this morning, he returned from his vacation and found Mrs. Whitley was not at home.
I see.
Julia does queer things. She's wonderful, but she gets ideas. She's a bit unpredictable, I'm afraid.
Oh? Well, wouldn't it be a good idea, then, to call the hotels and find out if she has registered at any one of them?
I've already done that. And I've called her lawyer. I didn't want to excite Judge Emerson until I checked a bit further.
Oh, and what did he say?
Well, I told him I'd had an appointment with Julia for lunch, and she was late. Then I asked him if she had stopped by his office. He said he hadn't seen her. So then I dropped in at the bank. I know Joe Field quite well. And he told me something in confidence.
Yes? Did he give you a hint as to where she might be?
He said Julia had been in a week or so ago. He looked to see. Now, Major, this is awfully confidential.
Yes, I understand, Mrs. Warren.
He said she'd drawn out about $3,000.
$3,000? Well, that's quite a sum.
Oh, well, not for Julia, but it could mean robbery now, couldn't it?
Could indeed. Are you sure that you shouldn't notify the police at once, Mrs. Warren?
Well, I'm not sure about anything. It's great responsibility. But I'm not going to the police until I've tried everything else.
Well, we do find misplaced persons every day, Mrs. Warren, but Mrs. Whitley sounds like a difficult lady to find.
Oh, I know, but
however, we'll try. Tell me, do you have a picture of Mrs. Whitley?
Yes, I have. Here it is. Oh, but you must not use it in any newspaper.
Oh? Well, interesting lady. Quite handsome. About 50?
That picture was taken a while ago. Julia's nearer 60.
Well, I'm sorry we can't print it. That would be a help, Mrs. Warren.
Well, keep it here in your office. That way any of your people would see it, but there'd be no publicity. No newspapers, please. Not at first. Julia would never forgive me if it turns out that she's only off on another of her jaunts.
Well, with that, it makes it much more difficult, but we will start at once.
Oh, wonderful. As usual with the Salvation Army, the time for action is now. Thank you for your help. Goodbye, Major Graham.
Well, hello, Major Graham. Robbing the bank so early? How come?
Well, Captain Moore, this is lucky. I've been intending to call you. You haven't gotten a line on my $500 lady, have you?
Not a trace.
Well, I'm getting worried. Oh, well, come with me to this desk while I make out the deposit slip. Just adding a little to the core account.
I can't understand it. Does she live in this district, Major?
She does. Claire drove her home that day she was in my office.
Claire did?
Yeah,
well,
Claire had letters to post, or used that as an excuse to drive her home. She wanted to see if Miss Blake had left us the right address. Yep, she had.
Well, I put several of the girls on the case, Major, but they can't seem to find out a thing.
Colton Street. Claire said a small shingled bungalow pretty much tumbled down.
Colton Street. Wait a moment, Major. I just thought of it. Why, Colton Street's been torn up for the new bridge.
Oh?
They moved the last house on that hill just yesterday.
Well, looks like we have $500 belonging to someone, but to whom?
Don't let it worry you, Major. I mean, this woman did promise to return. I mean, after all, people don't go around leaving $5 $100 bills in offices, not even the Salvation Army office, without having some purpose in mind.
So ends the first act of Children of the Light, starring Lou Merrill as the Major and Peggy Weber as Julia. We've told you in stories past of the multitude of good works accomplished by the Salvation Army all over the world, and also of the many ways in which all of us can aid and support these efforts. One of the ways we haven't touched upon too frequently is that of wills and bequests. A will is, in fact, a form of insurance, insuring primarily against the chance of someone mishandling the estate, but ensuring, too, that one or perhaps many deserving people will benefit from it. And among those deserving, why not include the Salvation Army? We're all familiar with its work and the good that work does. I think it's an idea worth consideration. Why not keep it in mind? Remember the Salvation Army in your will. Now, Act 2 of Children of the Light, starring Lou Merrill and Peggy Weber.
Major Graham, have you seen the morning paper?
Why, no, Claire. Is there something in it I should see? About Mrs. Whitley, perhaps?
Oh, no, Major, I'm sorry. But if anything, this is better. Look, clear across the front page. Listen to this headline. Do you know this woman? And then it says, our cameraman caught her on the fly, back view. She is small, spry, and shabbily dressed. Her hobby seems to be eluding puzzled charity workers, for in the past few weeks she has called upon several social service agencies and left sizable sums of money.
Well.
She promises to return to get advice on how to dispose of her money so that it will do the most good. So far, she has not returned to any of the organizations.
Claire, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Oh, wait, listen to the rest of it. Administrators of several organizations have conferred and feel that this woman must be found. They conclude that she is an eccentric and fear the money may have been stolen or that perhaps she's incapable of looking after her own affairs, since few normal persons would go about giving away $100 bills without either formally donating the money or returning to see what disposal has been made of the cash.
Well, that's about what Captain Moore said.
Well, I'll bet this woman and our $500 lady are one and the same person.
Know it. Yes, come in.
Good morning, Major Graham. Hello, Claire.
Hello, Captain Moore.
Well, Captain Moore, looks as if you've struck gold. That grin. Come on, tell us what happened.
I'll bet he's seen the paper, too.
Paper? What paper?
Well, read it to him, Claire.
Look, hold it. Now, I can see from the headline. Now, suppose you read this note instead. It's addressed to you.
All right. Major Graham Deary. If convenient, I'd like to see you at your office tomorrow at 2:10. Would you be so kind? And it's signed, Nora Blake.
What about that, Major?
Well, it kind of knocks the wind out of me. Where did you get this note?
Well, there's more, Major. Wait till I tell you.
All right. You've aroused my curiosity. Come on. Hurry on with
Strange
it.
woman calling the Major Deary.
Well, last night, I had charge of the meeting over at Harbor Light.
Yes, I know, but what's that got to do with Nora Blake?
Well, we had a big crowd, and right in the midst of it all, in walked the little old woman. Well, we were singing, so I went down and handed her a hymn book, and I asked her if she'd like to sing with us. She smiled and said, well, dearie, I used to sing a bit, and I'd like to join in. Thank you.
Oh, Bob, you're too good. Yeah, that surely sounds like our Miss Blake, doesn't it?
Go on, Captain. What then?
Well, I gave her a seat up front, on the side, where we put the occasional woman visitor. And after the meeting was over, I noticed the little woman had been deeply interested. Well, she was getting away, though, and I rushed after her. Oh, wait. Please wait. Now, let me help you down those stairs, won't you?
Thank you, dearie. Fine service it was you gave those men. Sure, if they knew better, maybe they'd do better. Wouldn't you say? They're most of them trying their best to go straight. I could see that in their poor dear faces.
Yes. You're right. They do try, Miss,
Nora Blake is my name. I'm sure they must be grateful for such a place to come in out of the street, and maybe worse.
You're right, Miss Blake. They like it.
It's warm and clean and a bit cheering to 'em, poor souls. Every mother's son of 'em needing help, they are.
Now, there. You took those steps like a young girl, Miss Blake. Now, why don't you let me see you safely home?
No, not at all. But if you'd call a cab for me, dearie.
Oh, now, come now, please. I have my car right here. I'll drive you.
Well, it is a bit of a long way, I'm warning you.
Oh, I don't mind. Now, we'll get in there all comfortable. Now, where do we go?
Just start up Main. Then...
Well, here's home. Right or left?
It's a long way yet. I warned you.
We'll just keep going till we get there.
You know, I'm still thinking of those men. Where do they sleep, pray tell?
Oh, well, some have rooms here and there. Some of them will sleep tonight in our hospitality house.
And tomorrow? What will they do? It's terrible to wake up in the morning and have nothing facing you.
Well, we have our programs for many of them, and those who go to the men's social service centers repair and repaint and reupholster the articles our trucks pick up. Later, this is sold in our thrift stores.
You do have things worked out for them, don't you? Here now. Turn in here. off to your right.
Bel Air Estates?
Many bells and a lot of airs, you're thinking, isn't it? Hold up. Here, round to your right. All right. Here, stop there.
This house? But it's all dark, Miss Blake.
Never you worry. Come along.
Well, what if these people don't answer the bell?
Oh, they won't answer it. There's nobody home. Not at the moment. There will be soon. Wait a bit now. I'm searching my bag. Here it is now.
Oh, you mean you have the maid's key? Of course, I see now.
Come along in, dearie. Here's the light over here. Now, there, we've plenty of light.
Gracious, what a beautiful hall.
No, you just make yourself comfortable. There's nobody here to disturb you. I'm going to run upstairs. I'll be down again before you know it. If you like music, there's the piano and the record-playing machine. Captain. You play the piano very well.
Excuse me. The little woman, Miss Blake, said that no one was here. Where is she?
Don't be embarrassed. You don't recognize me, do you, Captain? Yes, I'm the Nora that was. I'm really Mrs. Julia Dent Whitley. Well, sit down.
What? I can't believe it. I mean, there isn't a trace.
You look disappointed, Captain.
Well, you see, I was beginning to be very fond of Nora, Miss Blake, I mean.
Bless you, I like Nora, too. She's unpredictable, but so much fun. Still, Julia isn't too bad, I hope.
Oh, well, of course not, but it was
Young man, can you keep a secret overnight?
Well, I can try, Mrs. Whitley.
Very well. I want you to give this note to Major Graham. Such a patient man he was with my Nora. Now listen, at 10 minutes of 2 tomorrow afternoon, I'm to meet him in his office. You can go in a little before that and sort of warn him what's coming. But remember, not a word of this to anyone tonight.
I'll remember. And now I must go. Good night, Nora.
Good night, dearie. And thank you for seeing me home all nice and safe.
Well, come in, Mrs. Whitley. We're all waiting for you, and mighty glad to see you.
Thank you, Major. Well, I'll sit here beside Judge Emerson. He looks displeased with me.
Well, I should rather think so. You've given us all a start. It's lucky I was out of town, didn't know about it until Kitty called. Here are those papers you asked me to prepare this morning. Just sign here, Julia.
Still at it, aren't you, Ralph? Sign. Well, Julia Dent Whitley. There. I think that concludes it all, doesn't it?
Yes, Julia. A really bona fide will. Nobody can break that.
We haven't words to express our gratitude, Mrs. Whitley, but speaking for the Salvation Army, I want to try to thank you.
No. It's I who'm in debt to you, Major Graham. What I'm doing today gives me a satisfaction and peace of mind that I've not known before.
Well.
First, I want to thank you for your for your patience with Nora. I do hope you forgive me for playing that little prank.
You know, I wouldn't have missed Nora for the world, Mrs. Whitley. Fact is, I can't bear to think of her not being with us today.
Well, that's very nice of you, Major. Well, I want to express my thanks to this young man, Captain Moore, for letting me share that meeting with those men last night. For it was there, Major, that I finally made my decision as to where the money was to go.
Really? Well, it would be most interesting if you'd tell us about it.
Oh, of course I will. You see, I first became Nora many years ago in a school play. Remember that, Ralph? Many times since, when I wanted to remain anonymous, Nora has served me very well. But this time I wanted to investigate several charities.
I see. Well, we can understand your motives, I'm sure, Mrs. Whitley.
Oh, I found many worthy causes. But somehow I saw that money given to the Army went pretty directly to the places it's needed most. The very root of the matter.
Well, we try to see that it does. But tell me, just why did you finally pick the Harbor Light, Mrs. Whitney?
Major, I'll have to confess, and this will surprise Judge Emerson. He thinks I'm a very cold, calculating businesswoman.
Ah, Julia, dear, I think you're wonderful. Always.
Well, Major, I finally decided to leave it to what my heart dictates. I'm somewhat familiar with all your different branches, except this Harbor Light. I know the Red Shield Clubs, the Booth Memorial Hospital, and this is a secret. I was in and out of all of those places the past 2 weeks.
You were? Oh, as Nora, you mean?
Yes, as Nora. You smile, Major. When Nora went to that meeting last night and saw those men, some of them so weary and confused, others so big and clumsy, she just couldn't think of anything but a lot of ships tossed and bandied on a great ocean, trying so hard to make home port.
Ships bruised and broken on the tides of life.
Harbor Light. I suddenly knew what that light, the radiant shining of the Christ consciousness, could mean to those men if they could only see it, realize it. Then, Major, I thought of those devoted ones of the Salvation Army who keep this light, under all conditions, shining out through the murky darkness, to guide these human ships safe from the storm into the harbor.
Well, the way you put it, it is a beautiful thought, Mrs. Whitley.
Well, Major, I know you understand. The last will and testament of mine, Nora wants to be a part of that light as long as she lives. And Julia wills to be a part of it after she's no longer here. Until then, Major Graham, I want to do my best to help those ships in the harbor that I think of as children of the light.
So ends the final act of Children of the Light, starring Lou Merrill and Peggy Weber. Be sure and be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army, and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, then, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening, and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Paul Frees. The story you are about to hear is a true story. A story of courage, of determination, of faith. We've all heard similar stories, a good many of them in our time. The very fact of their large number indicates, I think, proof that despite all the dictatorships, despots, and restricted social regimes that man has brought upon himself, these three qualities are still fundamental in helping man surmount what he thinks are his limitations. Our story is titled Memory of Tomorrow and was written by William Danch. Starring Paul Frees as Ferrance, here is Act One of Memory of Tomorrow.
I was beginning to worry about you. It's getting late.
You know, there's no need worrying about me. After all, what could possibly happen now?
You're right.
Any mail while I was out?
One letter from the refugee center.
Oh? What did they say?
It's a very nice letter.
They're always nice. What I want to know is, what do they have to say?
It is very encouraging.
Ilona, you still haven't answered my question.
Well, we are still under quota, and they hope to be able to take action on our case before too long.
In other words, it's the same old story.
Yes, but we must try to understand their problems, too.
I've been trying to understand for half a year now.
But we are not alone in this.
That only makes it worse as far as I'm concerned. Our chances look dimmer every day. You know it as well as I.
Oh, I know it seems hopeless right now, but we must have courage.
We had courage once. Look where it brought us.
But we are not exactly starving, and we do have a roof over our heads.
We had the same thing back in Hungary. It wasn't enough. Ilona, a man has to have freedom.
We are free.
You call this freedom? We're virtually prisoners. Of course, we can come and go from our flat here, but we're tied to this area as surely as if we were in chains.
But it's only for a short time, I am sure.
Oh, Ilona, my darling, you always were an idealist, huh?
You were an idealist too, Ferrance.
Yes. Yes, I guess I was.
You were the one who took the lead when the crucial time came. You felt we could find a new life out of Hungary.
I'm afraid if I knew what I know now, I never would have made the move.
Oh, yes, you would have, Ferrance. You're not a man to live under a yoke.
But that's just it, don't you see? We're under a yoke now. Oh, granted, it's not the terrible oppression we were under in Budapest, but it's still a far cry from the life we visualized.
It will be the way we dreamed.
When?
Oh, time will tell that, but you'll see. It must be near.
And in the meantime, we must go on groveling as ever.
Did you learn anything interesting today?
Yes. I learned that a refugee in a strange country is doomed to disappointment. It's impossible to get work. Not that the people don't want to help, but the country has labor laws. They must be observed, and a refugee doesn't qualify under the requirements.
But we will qualify, and then we can do work like we're supposed to.
After we've been admitted as citizens.
That's right.
Ilona, don't you see the impasse? I don't want to become a citizen of this country. I don't want to become a citizen of any country except one.
I know.
That's right.
America.
America. The United States of America.
That was always your dream, even in the days when things were not so bad.
Yes. I remember as a child I used to pore over books that told of the United States.
Too many people want to go to America. That's why we're so far behind on the quota. I'm told refugees who apply for visas to other lands are being sent without this long delay.
I'm sure of it, but in this one thing I refuse to be sidetracked. I know the other lands are good, certainly a vast improvement over the life we faced in Hungary. But I am not settling for anything but my original aim. As you know, Ilona, I am not one who is readily swayed.
I know, Ferenc. I guess that's why I married you.
Oh, Ilona, it's not fair to put you through all this. But now that we have made the break, let's go all the way, or not at all, hmm?
That is the way I feel, Ferenc. That's the way I've always felt. I've never really doubted.
It isn't a matter of doubt. It's just that we expect to live like human beings. And we're not.
It is discouraging.
So, we're doomed to this. Sitting with our hands tied, waiting for some word from the quota authorities. We might be here for years.
Under the circumstances, all we can do is pray to God. He will see that we are not forgotten.
How often I've prayed.
You will be answered.
Yes. I'm tired of this bleak room, Ilona. Let's go for a walk, hmm? A walk to, well, anywhere.
Look at the stars. How peaceful they are.
Yes. It's difficult to believe they're the same stars that were above us during the time of the fighting.
Mm. Oh, look. We're at the Salvation Army Center.
I know. Isn't it strange how our footsteps always gravitate here? Shall we stop in a moment?
Just to say hello to the Major, hmm?
Well, hello. Hello, Major.
Ilona and Ferenc.
How are you tonight, Major?
Fine as usual. Here, Ilona. Have a seat. And you too, sir.
Oh, thank you, Major.
Thank you.
But we just looked in to wish you our best.
While you're wishing, how about a nice cup of hot coffee, hmm?
Well, we don't want to be any trouble.
What trouble? I only wish I had more trouble like you two young people. There you are. There's your cup of coffee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And sugar?
No.
Cream.
This is delicious.
Certainly is. I only hope that someday we can repay you for all you've done for us, Major.
Now, I've done very little for you, Ferenc. I only wish I could do more.
I know you feel that way, Major.
It's such a pleasure to stop in here, Major. I do hope we won't wear out our welcome.
No, don't worry, you won't.
I only wish we were as welcome everywhere else.
Well, I don't understand, Ferenc.
Ferenc is a bit discouraged. You know, with the delay in our quota and other things.
To be unable to work, Major. That is the worst part.
Yes, I can understand, Ferenc, how inactivity would fall on you. But you mustn't feel a sense of inferiority. You can't change the situation at this point. Well, in the meantime, you should try to take advantage of the time. Now, tell me, Ferenc, what about those books I got for you?
Oh, Ferenc has pored over them for hours, Major. I know they have been a great help.
Good.
I've read them all twice. Naturally, the electronic books are something I'll have to augment with actual work experience if and when I get to America.
You'll get to America, Ferenc. That we know. Now, the main thing is to not get discouraged. I realize it's easy for me to say all these things to you, but it's true, and there are times when all we can do is stand still and see the salvation of the Lord.
And just how long, sir, can one stand still without complete retrogression?
Well, that isn't always possible or easy to say. But there's one thing I do know. That God does not fail us. And that he does make us adequate to meet life. If we have trust.
I have trust.
Ferenc, this trust must be complete trust.
Oh, wait, Ferenc. Just one moment. I want to look in this shop window at these coats.
But they're men's coats.
I know. The one you have is getting worn. Soon you will be needing a new one.
Yes, I guess that's so.
Look at that brown one over there. Isn't it beautiful?
It certainly is. And I imagine the price is equally breathtaking.
Let me see the tag. No, it's not too much. It's only 30.
It might as well be 30,000.
Well, it doesn't hurt to look. Besides, you never know what may happen, and we will have the money.
Well, I'm afraid we'll never have the money as long as we're caught in this trap. Come on, let's move on.
I can't help thinking what the Major told us. Remember, Florence?
He's a wonderful man.
And his outlook is so inspired.
It would have to be. Seems his entire life is built around helping those who aren't so fortunate.
Oh, look at this window, Florence. Shoes.
Budapest, there's nothing like this today.
Oh, those beautiful gum-soled Oxfords there. How would you like those?
I'd much rather have those black high-heeled pumps for you. See them?
Mm-hmm.
As long as we're dreaming, we may... Wait,
What's wrong?
the sign. See it?
Sign? Oh, there.
Delivery boy wanted, part-time. Certainly, that's one job the work permit authorities would let me have.
But, Florence, delivery boy... Oh, surely you wouldn't want to... Well, you know what I mean.
Why not, Ilona? It's a job. I need a job, Ilona. Wait here. I'll be right back. I have a feeling we're on the proper track now.
Good day, sir. Good day. Can I help you?
Yes, I believe so. May I speak to the owner?
I am the owner, sir.
Oh, you have a sign in the window. Delivery boy wanted.
Ah, yes. You wish it for your son, perhaps?
No, I don't. I wish it for me.
You? Oh, but a man of your bearing and dignity, surely you're not serious.
I was never more so in my life, sir.
Oh, but the job is nothing more than running errands, delivering bundles, and only part-time at that.
Yes, I understand, but I must have a job, believe me. Now, when can I start?
Oh, but I really can't.
Please, sir.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Very well, if you insist. Let me give you some forms.
Forms?
Yes, you know, the usual ones for the work permit office.
But I have not a work permit.
You have not But you must have one. I can't hire you unless you have a permit.
But even for a part-time job like this?
I'm sorry. But that is the law. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry, too. Forgive me for troubling you, sir.
Florence, did you get it?
No, Ilona, I did not.
Oh.
Part-time delivery boy. I can't even get a job doing that.
That was Act One of Memory of Tomorrow, starring Paul Frees as Ferrance. As I mentioned in the beginning of our play, this is a true story. And this makes the situation not only of the couple in our story, but also the thousands of other refugees in Europe, even more drastic. I may say now that ultimately the man in our story made it to America and now works in an electronics plant on the West Coast. But this is not the important factor. What is more important is that despite the iron regime from which these people fled, and despite their present circumstances, our couple and the thousands like them have still preserved the qualities of mind and heart with which man has accomplished all the great things in his history: courage, determination, and faith. If these can survive all that 20th century man can subject them to, they must be pretty important to all of us. The Salvation Army thinks they are, and would like you to think so too. Now, Act Two of Memory of Tomorrow, starring Paul Frees as Ferrance.
Yeah, yes, come in. Come in. Well, this is a surprise. Ilona and Ferenc.
Hello, Major.
Well, come in and have a chair, please.
We're not interrupting your work.
No, not at all. Just catching up on my typing. My secretary is falling behind.
Secretary? I have never met her.
It's a him. Me.
Oh.
Major, we mustn't hold you back. We can stop in again some other time.
Well, that's right. You can drop in again some other time, but right now, you're going to visit with me a bit. Now, tell me, how are things going for you,
Oh, the same.
I see. There's no word from the quota board?
No.
Then it'll come one day, I'm sure. You'll see.
Yes. In the meantime, we'll sit and wait like stone statues, huh?
I know it seems discouraging, Ferenc. Tell me, is there anything else that I should know about?
Yes. I had a very signal honor bestowed upon me.
Well, that's wonderful.
I don't know if it was so wonderful. Major, I was refused a job as a part-time delivery boy.
Delivery boy?
Yes, I saw a sign in a window for delivery boy, and I applied. Seems I didn't meet the requirements, and I was turned down cold.
Ferenc hasn't told you the entire story, Major. The reason he was refused was because he doesn't have a work permit.
The main thing is I was turned down.
No, that's not the main thing, Ferenc. No, the main thing is that you showed enough courage and ambition to apply for a job that most people would feel was beneath them.
This ambition of mine, what's to become of it? In what direction is it to be aimed?
I'm afraid at the moment I can't answer that question. But that doesn't mean that there isn't any answer.
Major, please do me a great favor. When you learn the answer, please let me know.
Surely, Ferenc. I'll let you know.
Ferenc? Will you have some more soup?
Soup? No, thank you.
Oh, but you haven't eaten a thing on your plate. You must have some nourishment.
When a man is idle, he needs very little food to sustain him.
Please, try to eat something.
It's no use, Ilona. I have no appetite.
Perhaps later you will feel like eating.
Yes, perhaps.
Are you all right?
All right? Physically, yes. Spiritually, I am sick, Ilona. I've been thinking over our situation here.
I, too, have been thinking.
I wonder if you've reached the same conclusion I've come to.
Oh, what is your conclusion?
I've been thinking it was a mistake to leave Hungary.
Ferenc, you can't mean it.
I do mean it, Ilona. There is nothing else.
Come in. Oh, Major.
Well, how are you, my friends? How are you?
Major, please, sit down, won't you?
Well, thank you. I promise not to keep you too long.
Time is the least problem in this house.
Well, tell me, Ferenc, have you seen today's paper?
No. Lately, we haven't been as concerned over world affairs as we once were.
Then, sir, take a look at this.
Heroic Magyar's flight to freedom. Oh, let me see it. Oh, look, it has our names in it, Ferenc. See?
Where? Here, let me have it.
What else does it say?
What? It tells our story. Ilona, it tells how we managed to cross the border under the very noses of the border guards. But where did they get this information?
I gave it to them, my friends.
You?
Yes.
Why?
I had a visit from a reporter on another matter. The reporter complained of the lack of local news. That's when I remembered your story. I felt it would be of interest to everyone.
But I'm afraid the Hungarian uprising is something the world has already forgotten.
No, Ferenc, you're wrong. The world will never forget, and don't forget another important thing. God remembers, too.
God, I can believe, will never forget, but I am not too sure about mankind.
The Major is right, Ferenc. What you fought for in Hungary can't be too lightly dismissed by anyone. And this article in the paper about us will help keep the memory of it alive.
Here, let me read some more.
Everything is exactly as it happened to you, Ferenc.
Yes.
I didn't misrepresent a thing.
No, you did not. But it still seems like a waste of good newsprint to me. No one would really care.
The article can do no harm, Ferenc.
Major, please don't think me ungrateful. I'm not. I know you only did this because you want to boost our morale.
Well, that's only partially the reason, Ferenc.
But it really doesn't matter too much one way or the other, Major. If things don't change soon, we are going to have to make a definite move.
Oh? What sort of move?
I have not decided yet.
Ferenc, there's no place for you to go at this particular time.
Yes, there is. One sure place. We can always go back where we came from.
Across the Iron Curtain again?
That's right.
Ferenc, you couldn't do that. You couldn't.
I don't know, Major. I don't know yet. Finished with this magazine, Ilona, will you? Please hand me another.
Surely. How about this? It's all about science.
Science?
Mm-hmm.
It should be interesting. Good.
I wonder where the Major is.
Out on some mission again. They said he'd be back before too long.
I hope so. Somehow, when we talk to him, things don't seem so bad.
That's because the Major is an incurable optimist.
No, it's more than that, Ferenc. The Major is sustained by faith.
Yes. I wish I had more of his ability to believe.
You have faith, Ferenc. It's just that everything seems to be at a standstill for us at this point.
Something's got to give. And soon. If it doesn't, I'd...
Well, hello, Ilona.
Hello,
and
Major.
You, Ferenc.
Major.
Well, it's nice to see you both here again.
Ferenc thought it would be worthwhile to drop in and read some of your magazines to pass the time.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm only sorry I don't have more to choose from.
No, it's more than anyone could ask. When I think of the limited reading material at our flat, it makes me shudder. An almanac, a city directory, and... of course, Major, the Bible.
Well, if you have that, Ferenc, you don't need anything else. Oh, excuse me for a few minutes, will you?
Oh, a visitor.
Yes. What a visitor. Look at the cut of his clothes, the quality of it.
Yes. I'll be right back.
Right,
Good day, Major. Good day.
Wonder, what would a man like that be doing here?
Oh, probably he's a friend of the Major. After all, remember, the Major gets around to every corner of the city. I'm sure he knows half the people in town.
The Major is certainly at ease with everybody. No matter who he talks to, he is always the same friendly person.
That's because he isn't asking for anything. The Major simply lives his life. It's a wonderful trait.
The man is looking over here at us.
Oh, it's because the Major is probably telling him about us.
It's hardly worth telling. Anyway, wait. Major's leading him over here.
Well, certainly worked miracles with this building, Major.
Well, thank you.
I remember the first time I saw it, you had nothing but bare walls and a few sticks of furniture. How did you accomplish all of this?
It wasn't me. It was the goodness of the people who helped us. Ferenc and Ilona, this gentleman would like to talk to you.
To us?
Yes. Mr. Rademacher, may I present Ilona and Ferenc Hartford?
It's a great pleasure.
Thank you. We are very happy to meet you.
Yes, we are very, very, very happy.
Well, here we are. Now, let's just all sit down.
Thank you. We won't hold you up, Major. Ilona and I will go now.
Oh, please, not for a little while. I want to talk to you.
You want to talk to us?
Yes.
Mr. Rademacher is the owner of the most interesting firm here in town, Ferenc.
Oh, really? Well, do tell us about it.
I'm afraid the secret is to keep me from talking too much about it.
Well, with the setup you've got, Mr. Rademacher, I think you're far too modest.
Oh, actually, it's nothing more than a small electronics plant.
No. It's more than that, infinitely more. Mr. Rademacher does the research for some of the more complex instruments that are being used for interspace flight.
Oh, how wonderful.
I have a great favor to ask, if I may.
Oh, of course.
Sometime, when you are not too rushed, may I stop by and visit your plant? I promise not to make a nuisance of myself.
We will discuss that a little later, but first I'd like to tell you why I'm here. You know, I read the article in the paper about you and your flight to escape across the border.
Well, our escape was no different than hundreds of others.
Oh, perhaps. But what struck me most in the article was that you had studied to be an electronics scientist in Budapest.
Well, I went about as far in that field as anyone could go under the present circumstances in Hungary.
I believe that. It seems that all the top scientists have left Hungary to work in other lands.
Well, that is true.
Well, now to get down to brass tacks. The moment I saw that article about you in the paper, I was hit by the thought that I desperately needed a man with your qualifications.
Me? But you hardly know me.
Better than you think, Ferenc.
The Major has filled me in on your talents, Ferenc. I need you.
But even if I was the man you wanted, it's no use. I can't work for you. I can't work for anyone. It seems I have to have a work permit, and I do not have one. That is all I lack.
I understand, but I feel reasonably sure we can handle that part.
I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but Mr. Rademacher, it's not as simple as it seems. I can't even get a position as a delivery boy.
But if the work permit problem is straightened out, you would be willing to come and work in my plant, eh?
I'd be willing to work merely for experience.
That won't be necessary. The pay will be more than ample. Now, here's the story. I have discussed your problem with the local work authorities. The Major has helped your cause quite a bit, I might add.
And all I did was tell the truth.
The authorities are willing to grant a temporary work permit in unusual cases. For instance, if a man has a rare and highly specialized talent, he is given consideration. The purpose of the work permit is to avoid local citizens being deprived of a chance to get work by people from other lands coming in. But if the skill is such that it does not compete with the local help, then the authorities take certain steps and they will issue to you a temporary work permit on these grounds. Well, Fels, what do you say?
What do I say?
Oh, Ferenc, isn't this the most wonderful thing that has ever happened to you?
It is. It's so wonderful, I still can't grasp it.
Then you will accept?
Can you report tomorrow morning at 9? Here's my business card. I am counting on you.
You're counting on me, dear Mr. Rademacher. You can count on me. Believe me, you can count on me.
All right, then we'll look for you tomorrow. Very happy to have met you. Good day.
Good right away. Let me show you.
Oh, Ferenc, can you believe it?
No, I still can't get my bearings.
Just what you have always dreamed of.
And you too, Ilona. This is what you wanted for us.
Well, my friends, what do you say to this?
Well, I say we owe it all to you, Major.
No, Ferenc, not to me. You owe it all to yourself and Ilona, and of course to the one great power who watches over us all.
Yes, of course. You're right, Major. You always were right about him. Always.
So ends the final act of Memory of Tomorrow, starring Paul Frees as Ferenc. Be sure and be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Herb Vigran. That you'll find fantastic. As a matter of fact, that's what it is, a fantasy. Oh, not the run-of-the-mill type, with clouds of boiling green vapor, eerie cities of glass and nebulous monsters who, like the Cheshire Cat, disappear until only their smiles remained. This is a fantasy in reality. It really happened. Our story is titled The Sour Drum Song and was written for Heartbeat Theater by Christopher Young. Since every fantasy requires a fantastic character, we've got one to fit the bill. He's called Hero and is ably played by Herb Vigran. And he's not the type of a hero you thought he was at all. So now, let's get on with Act One of our fantasy, The Sour Drum Song, starring Herb Vigran as Hero. The Sour Drum Song, a fantasy in fact. A factual story on Heartbeat Theater, and yet the facts are fantastic. This is the saga of a drum, a different kind of drum, for if you tried a rhythmic beat on this drum, you'd only add to the dilemma of our hero. This is a special display drum that the Salvation Army uses at assorted exhibits, state and county fairs, conferences, any place where crowds are likely to gather, and the Army is anxious to inform them of their work. The drum revolves impressively, slowly revealing a variety of pictures that illustrate the many, many phases of the Salvation Army activities. Simultaneously, a tape recorder plays music and a running commentary on the different services. Statistics to be considered are as follows: 72 inches across the front, 38 inches at the large part of the base, 66 inches in height, and approximately 200 pounds in weight. And now, the true story of this Army exhibit drum, told with tongue-in-cheek.
All my idea. I don't deny it. I'll take the blame. Oh, what's this? A hospital? Oh, that's where they've taken me. A hospital. Oh, well, inevitable. Bound to happen. A man can take only so much, even a hero like me. I'll tell them. I won't deny it. It was all my idea. But all anybody had to do was install the braces on each side of the bottom with the 4 wing nuts provided.
Okay, Doc, he's all yours.
Who is he?
I think he was one of the 4 wing nuts he just mentioned.
What happened to him?
Nobody knows for sure. He was down at the county fairground setting up some kind of exhibit for the Salvation Army booth there. All of a sudden he runs out screaming, "They didn't send the tape! They didn't send the tape!" And he falls to the ground and starts pounding it with his fist, still screaming. So they called us.
Yes, that's true. All true. Any man would do the same.
All right, now easy, fella.
Like I say, Doc, he's all yours.
Nurse, will you...
I know, Doctor. 2 cc's?
You better make it 4.
Make it 10. I want to forget everything.
What's your name?
No, better be forgotten. It was all my idea, you know. Oh, yes, it was all my idea. My great contribution. My plan to let thousands know of the wonderful work of the Salvation Army.
What was your idea?
I was a hero. You can call me Hero. The display drum was all my idea. I even helped design it.
Here you are, Doctor.
Nah, this won't hurt.
Oh, that's too bad. Pain would be a welcome relief.
There you are. You'll feel better in a little while.
I'll never feel better.
You know, I believe him.
That'll be all, nurse.
You expect me to leave before I find out what this is all about?
She's right, you know, Doc. She's right. Let her see a fallen hero. Let her learn how never to have an idea of her own.
All right. Hero, if that's what you want me to call you.
You see, the whole display was designed to fit into a standard 8-by-10-foot booth. Oh, it was so simple.
You're starting to feel better, aren't you?
Any 10-year-old can operate a tape recorder. 11-year-old?
10.
Oh, you're nice. You're very, very nice, both of you. Nice people shouldn't hear about the terrible things that happened with that display drum. Of course, I didn't always travel with it, but, well, suddenly it seems as though I was always there when things went wrong.
You just rest now, hero.
But yes, you too, Doctor, and you, nurse. I shall call you Miss Nightingale. It's as though you were both with me all through the terror.
He's almost out.
The biology show in San Francisco, April 1955. The San Diego Fair in June of 55, and then the Pomona Fair in September. That was the beginning.
All right, easy with it. Easy down. There. Good boy.
She's all yours, Major. And in that crate, the thing weighs 600 pounds.
My, how strong you must be.
Nothing to it, Captain.
Well, we want to thank you for getting it here almost on time.
Well, we kind of lost track of it in Pismo Beach.
Well, that's remarkable, considering this crate is a little bigger than Pismo Beach.
Very funny, Captain. Well, good luck with your exhibit.
Well, now, this is supposed to be very easy to uncrate and set up. Let's see, there are keys to unlock the crate.
There are?
Yes, there are.
Not on my keyring, Major.
Oh, no, on the crate itself, Captain.
I'm looking.
No, the other side.
No, not over here.
Well, they have to be somewhere.
Well, here we are. Good morning, Captain Nightingale and Major Surgery.
Good morning, hero.
Well, no time to waste. Let's get to work. This was all my idea, you know.
You're a hero.
Yes, thank you. The key, Major Surgery.
We can't find it.
I thought maybe you had it.
No. I just helped design it. I don't carry the key. Well, it's already a day late, and there are thousands of people outside. What'll we do?
Well, we could give them coffee and donuts. That's what everyone expects from the Salvation Army.
Yes, no nonsense. No, they're going to know the important things, and this drum display tells them all about the day nurseries, schools for the blind, hospitals.
Disaster relief.
Our missionaries.
Leper colonies.
Boys club.
Missing persons bureau.
No, if we only had a missing key bureau.
Well, there's no use dilly-dallying. We'll have to break open the crate.
There's some tools over here. I'd say a crowbar and a hammer to begin with.
Yes, Major Surgery.
Crowbar.
Hammer. Temperature.
92. But it's clouding up.
It's coming. Beautiful job, Major.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, now, let's get to work. We'll just remove the wood. There. Magnificent, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is.
It was all my idea. All my idea. Now, just plug it in like so.
It lit up.
Naturally.
Well, now what?
Now we start the tape machine and put on the tapes for the music, and then we let the crowds in.
All right, tape machine's on.
Yeah, did you put the tape somewhere, Captain?
I didn't see them.
Oh, no, it can't be. They forgot to send the music tapes.
But it still works, doesn't it, Hero?
Yes, so does a plane with 3 engines out, but it just isn't as nice that way.
Well, there's a record player, but no records.
Well, no, there should be some band records. That London Salvation Army band has made some records that should do.
Well, maybe the next booth has something that'll do.
All right, Major. Let's start it revolving and see if everything's all right. You see, as it goes around, different transparencies show up illustrating the work of the Salvation Army.
Yes, very clever.
Yes, it was...
Switch to start the
yes,
motor.
That's right. Turn it on, please.
All right.
Turn it off! Did it seem a little noisy to you?
Oh, it sounded, I thought, like a tooth was missing from the drive gear. You know, this calls for a mechanic.
Yes, or a dentist. We'll have to have both, maybe. Let's tighten everything up and try a little oil.
All right.
Oh, this delay is terrible.
Well, these things happen.
Yes, but all you should have to do is install the braces with the 4 wing nuts provided.
Here, I got a few records.
Captain Nightingale, let me see. Records, yeah,
The rock and roll mambo?
Oh, afraid that won't do.
No, let me see this one. Beat Me Daddy 8 to the bar.
Oh, I remember that song. I was a freshman in high school.
Oh, these will hardly do, Captain Nightingale.
Well, I could sing.
Oh, you sing?
Like a nightingale.
I think I've got the motor fixed.
Oh, on second thought, we can actually go along without the music as long as the pictures show properly. We'll open the booth. Every other booth at the Pomona Fair is already open.
Should we try the motor?
You might as well, Major. Give her a go.
All right.
I guess that's the best we can do.
I'm afraid so.
You know, Major, it was all my idea.
Marvelous.
Well, let the crowds in. Open the door.
Right you are, hero. Yeah, you're right. We'll have to give him 2 more CCs.
Yes.
It was all my idea. All mine.
Ah, you'll be all right, fella. We're going to give you another shot.
Oh, there was more. There was more, much more.
Oh, what do you mean?
It wasn't only at the Pomona Fair that we had trouble. It was just everywhere. Right after that fair, the drum display was supposed to go directly to Vallejo. They were going to use it during the United Crusade drive there.
I understand.
You see, the Salvation Army is one of the agencies helped by the United Crusade.
I know, and I always give generously.
Oh, that's nice. Very nice.
Hurry, nurse.
I have to open a new bottle, Doctor.
They really needed the display drum in Vallejo.
I'm certain it was a big success.
Oh, no. It never got there.
Well, how come? That's not too far from Pomona.
It disappeared. Vanished.
But you found it.
Oh, finally, yes, finally. In a warehouse in a town that nobody ever heard of. It wasn't supposed to be there. It was all a mistake on the part of the transfer company. You see, the man who put it there got acute appendicitis en route. Oh, he recovered. But I never will.
Well, it worked out all right. Now, didn't it?
No. We had to pay a storage bill and almost missed getting the drum to Phoenix.
I see.
Oh, but there was more, much more.
Here you are, Doctor.
Oh, thanks, nurse. All right, friend. Now, just hold still.
Oh, do what you want. Do what you want to me. Nothing matters.
We're just going to help you rest a while.
There. At the annual maintenance campaign in Santa Cruz, it not only arrived without the tape, but it needed a new light fixture at the top.
Sounds to me like it needed a thorough reconditioning.
Oh, and it got one. Oh, yes, indeed. In San Francisco during March of 1956. Then it held up for a while, Idaho State Fair, Oregon State Fair, bringing the word of the Army's wonderful work to thousands of people. But then it was worse than ever before. No tapes, broken lights, damaged base. It seems as though I lived through every terrifying moment. Honolulu. Weren't you two there?
He's going under.
In Honolulu with me through all the arrangements to get it there?
Get ready for another adventure, nurse.
Oh, this is fascinating. What's actually wrong with him?
Simple hysteria.
Yes, the Honolulu display. Remember? Remember?
So ends the first act of our fantasy in fact, the sour drum song starring Herb Vigran as our hero. Phew, that drum has had some fantastic adventures, all right, and it's not through performing yet. Nor has our hero finished with the seemingly impossible task of keeping up with it. You know, there are 2 points to this little excursion into fantasy of ours. One is to entertain you with the story of the drum itself, true happenings which have occurred and which I suppose are still going on right now. But I think we can draw a parallel between the drum and the vagaries of human nature. The 1,000 wrong turns, the blind alleys in which man is constantly losing himself and from which he often needs help in extricating himself, and the assistance of the men and women of the Salvation Army in getting man out of these spots. Our hero, in a sense, represents the Salvation Army in that he, as they, realizes that for all the wrong turns and blind alleys and malfunctions, their goal is not only worthy of attainment, but must be attained. This attitude finds the Salvation Army on their job literally every minute of every day to help a human being somewhere in the world who needs their help. This attitude finds them in the midst of disaster areas, patching up broken homes, providing food and clothing and shelter for hundreds who just don't have these things. This attitude finds them on the street corners, gently reminding us of what we could and can become, but are not yet. This attitude finds them as truly the army with its arms around the world. Now, Act 2 of our story, The Sour Drum Song, starring Herb Vigran as our hero.
It seems as though I lived through every terrifying moment. Honolulu, weren't you two there? In Honolulu with me through all the arrangements to get it there?
Get ready for another adventure, nurse.
Fascinating. What's actually wrong with him?
Simple hysteria.
Yes, the Honolulu display, remember? Remember?
Good afternoon. May I help you?
Oh, yes. I... Haven't I seen you someplace before?
Possibly. I get around.
Oh, well, regardless, you are in the business of freighting and shipping things overseas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
My name is Hero. I'm representing the Salvation Army.
Wonderful organization. The wife and I give generously every Christmas.
Oh, that's marvelous, marvelous. Then perhaps your generosity will spread to my shipping problems.
I only work here.
Yet, you know, I have the strangest feeling you once pushed me down an antiseptic corridor.
Like I say, I get around.
Yeah. Oh, well, to business. I have a display drum I'd like to ship to Honolulu. Hawaii, that is.
Display drum?
Yes, it's a special exhibit. Here, this is a picture of it.
Very nice.
The Salvation Army uses it at fairs, conventions, etc., helps to make the public a little more aware of the extensive work the Army does.
I see.
It was all my idea.
And you want to ship this to Hawaii?
Honolulu.
Honolulu.
Yes. Now, here are the specifications, dimensions, weight.
What about crating?
Well, it's already crated.
And where is it now?
Right here in Portland, I think. You see, we've used it extensively this May all over the state of Washington. Wenatchee, Seattle, Spokane, Yakima.
It would cost you less from San Francisco.
Yeah, but it's here in Portland.
Well, why not truck it down to Frisco? Cheaper.
It would be cheaper still if it were in Waikiki, but it's here in Portland.
Just try to save your money.
My friend, if I can succeed in getting that display on a ship to Hawaii, money will be inconsequential compared to the mishaps that are likely to occur between here and San Francisco. For instance, at the Oregon State Fair last year, the display drum arrived with the base broken and the top in need of repair. At the annual maintenance campaign in Reading, the case was broken. The display drum never did make it to Santa Rosa.
You have your problems.
When I was 5, I lost both my parents. When I was 8, I was rescued from a burning building. At the age of 12, I was trapped for 17 hours in an abandoned mine shaft. I fought at Normandy, in Italy. I was wounded 3 times in Korea. Nonetheless, I was in perfect health 2 years ago. Then the display drum. Today I am anemic, 21 pounds underweight, and I have ulcers. For breakfast, I have milk and Milltown. For lunch, I meditate. For dinner, I gorge myself on celery.
Celery? With ulcers? That's roughage.
There's a bit of an adventurer in all of us. Now, will you please tell me how much it will cost to ship the display drum to Honolulu from Portland?
Well, I can only give you an estimated cost. There's transportation to and from the docks at either end to consider, insurance, and the other odds and ends.
All right, an estimated cost, then.
Well, let's see. 32 inches girth by 4, $22. Trucking, 200 pounds crating. You could truck it to San Francisco. Well, then, that figure there is my estimate.
All right. You have the job. Ship it to Honolulu. Hawaii, that is. I just had to be here, Major, to make sure everything went all right.
Well, from what I hear, you deserve the kind of relaxation you'll find here in the islands.
You say you know exactly where we'll find the drum when it's unloaded?
You haven't a thing to worry about.
Major, do you mind if I ask you a very personal question?
Not at all.
Were you ever a milkman?
No, afraid not.
Butcher?
Hardly.
Ghost?
What?
That was a trifle silly. But I keep thinking I've seen you before, all dressed in white.
Here, we better turn down here.
Oh, yes. I get excited just knowing I'm near the drum.
You look a little pale.
In anticipation. You see, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if it arrived in pieces or didn't arrive at all.
Well, if it reached Honolulu, it's either in this section here or will be momentarily.
I see it there.
Was
there.
that the crate you sent?
Well, not exactly. I had them do some additional crating, but I'd know those dimensions anywhere. It was all my idea, you know.
Not really.
Well, let's settle the bill at once and be on our way.
Fine. Lady over there can help you. You do that, and I'll phone for our truck. You see, in Hawaii, you relax.
Over there. Oh, yes, there it is. My name is Hero, Salvation Army.
Oh, yes. We have a shipment for you.
Yes, I already spotted it, and our truck is on the way. I just wanted to settle the bill.
Certainly. Here you are.
There must be some mistake. This figure is twice the estimate I was given.
Those things do happen.
Oh, no, it can't be. It just can't be. I assured my superiors that the costs wouldn't exceed half this figure.
You'd better sit down.
Do you realize how much money this is? How can I face them? It was all my idea.
You should have trucked it to San Francisco.
Oh, I'll never be able to explain it. Never.
You could give me a hand with this crate.
Double the estimated cost.
Have some more pineapple juice.
Oh, I should have trucked it to San Francisco.
Relax. This is Hawaii.
Oh, it was all my idea.
And you'll be proud of yourself as soon as the crowds come in. Hey, did I tell you, after the Junior Chamber of Commerce State Fair, we're going to put it in the public library on behalf of Salvage Week?
Well, that's some encouragement.
There, almost got the crate open. There.
Oh. What are those?
Balloons. Millions of balloons.
No. The wrong crate. Oh, but it was so heavy.
Lead balloons?
It can't be. Oh, it can't be. It just can't be. It was all my idea. 1,000,000 lead balloons.
Nurse, can you come here, please?
It was all my idea. It was really a wonderful idea.
He's waking up now.
According to his chart, he's been out ever since I was last on duty.
I haven't been off duty.
You've been with him all this time?
He evidently thinks so, judging from what he was saying in his sleep. But I did a little research, talked to Salvation Army headquarters. This display drum is no figment of his imagination.
Though those stories were true?
Yeah, and then some. It seems that drum has had more adventures than Gulliver, Livingston, and the Cisco Kid put together. It gets lost, breaks down with monotonous regularity. And this poor man carries the entire burden because it was all his idea. Okay, fella, time to wake up.
Well, what are you going to do?
Take him back to the county fair.
Another outburst like the last time, and they'll charge admission to see him.
No, I don't think there'll ever be another outburst. Come on now, fella. Wake up.
Oh, he needs a shave.
He had a close one last night.
Major, Captain, what are you doing here?
Now, you've been dreaming. I'm not a major. I'm Dr. Redson. And this is your nurse. You've been resting in a hospital.
I rested in Hawaii once. It didn't work.
Well, you're going to feel a lot better today and from now on.
Yes. The display
is displaying.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Now, let's get dressed because we're going down to see it. Right down to the county fair. Hero, I think we can sit right here and watch and talk.
Watch what?
Well, look over there.
The Salvation Army booth.
Sure. See all the people streaming in and out?
Yes. I see them. My, what crowds.
Hero, you know George Washington?
Well, no, not personally.
You ever stop to think what he helped create?
The father of our country?
Mm-hmm. Now then, think of Valley Forge, the cold, the starvation, the agony of those men. Take a man like Pasteur. Think of the humiliation he suffered trying to help humanity.
Oh, it pains me. It pains me.
Consider the trials and ordeals of Columbus.
Those wretched little ships on that great big ocean.
And the pilgrims who followed to cut out a new world and a new life in the wilderness.
Do you know you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with those blunderbusses they used?
And your own General Booth, the founder of the Salvation Army.
The vitality he had, and on English cooking, too.
You see, Hero, every great man has his own Gethsemane. And you have yours. To Washington, it was Valley Forge. To Columbus, it was centuries of superstition. To Admiral Byrd, a continent of ice. And to you, the display drum.
Oh, yes. I begin to see what you mean.
Look at all those people, Hero. Look at them hard. They're the people you want to reach. The people you want to inform about the good the Salvation Army does for all mankind. Every person that comes out of that booth, and all those who came out of booths in Salem, Spokane, Denver, Honolulu, Oxnard, Arizona, Idaho, and all those that will come out of booths where that drum will someday be displayed. All those people, thousands upon thousands of them, they don't know about your Gethsemane. Only you do. But they do know now that the Salvation Army has schools for the blind. They know about the day nurseries for mothers who must work, the summer camps, the thrift stores, the help the Army gives whenever disaster strikes, and the many, many more services the Army gives from the heart, the world over. So, Hero, let the display be lost temporarily. Let the bass crack. Let the light break. They know none of this. They only know what that drum was meant to tell them.
Doctor, you've certainly opened my eyes.
Well, now how do you feel about all the problems of the display drum?
Well, like I keep saying, it was all my idea.
So ends the final act of our little fantasy, The Sour Drum Song, starring Herb Vigran. Be sure and be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Lloyd Perrin. An act of violence is swift, momentary. Its consequences, however, are far-reaching and touch the lives of many. An act of violence and a man's life hangs in the balance, supported by the faith of a young Salvation Army officer, balanced by the heavy gravity of circumstantial evidence. These are the elements of our story, The Last Witness, written for Heartbeat Theater by Arthur Tibbles and starring Lloyd Perrin as Lieutenant Bradford Allen. Here, then, is Act One of The Last Witness.
All right, Blunt, you know how to set it up. Have Chapek in that lineup. Pick out 4 or 5 other prisoners who have the same general appearance. We'll be ready in a few minutes. Bring me back on the phone as soon as you're ready. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Allen, to have kept you waiting, but a district attorney's life is a busy one.
Quite all right, Mr. Sharp.
Well, now then, I've been checking the investigator's report. You know, the men from headquarters with whom you talked.
Yes.
Let me see. You're an officer of the Salvation Army. A lieutenant, isn't that it?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. Splendid. Great work. Have you talked with any of your superior officers about this Chapek matter? Been advised by them?
Yes, I have, by the divisional commander, Colonel Riley.
Mm-hmm.
He advised me that I wouldn't be called upon to violate any confidences given me as a minister of the gospel.
And, of course, we wouldn't ask you to do that. This is merely a simple matter of identification.
Yes, I understand that. Your Mr. Stubbs explained that all he wanted me to do was to see if I could recognize any of the men in the pictures that he showed me.
You couldn't? That is, you couldn't make any positive identification of one of those men?
Mr. Sharp, those were evidently police identification photos.
Yes, yes.
Well, you know how those police pictures are. Each man looks a little like every other man. They're all dressed alike in jail dungarees. But if I could see this man, talk to this man...
Well, first, you've heard this man's story... Here, let me fill you in from these papers. See now then. His name is Frank Chapek, Hungarian. Came to this country as a refugee, properly admitted and sponsored. He had a job in Jersey City, worked 5 months, quarreled with his employer and quit. Now, some of the reports on his behavior are conflicting. He's been described as a dreamer and a malcontent, sullen, not talkative, suspicious in many of his actions. In fact, 2 of the lodgers in that rooming house, where he was living, say that Chapek always seemed to be hiding something or hiding from something.
Not what would be called a happy man.
Is there such a thing, Lieutenant, as a happy man? But let's get the whole case straight up to this point. Now, here's just where the district attorney's office stands. Chapek's landlady was killed, struck down brutally with a blunt weapon, which we have in our possession. The killing occurred at approximately 8 o'clock on the night of the last January 15th. The woman was found dead in her apartment of the rooming house where Chapek lived.
You're certain of the time, 8 o'clock?
Within a few minutes, yes. Her body was found by her sister and brother-in-law who had come to call. She was last seen alive by 2 delivery men from the Economy Furniture Store. Both the delivery men noticed, in particular, that this woman had a considerable sum of money in her handbag, even after she had paid them $90 for the used refrigerator they delivered to her.
But I don't see why these
The delivery men and her relatives check out clean. But now for Chapek, and how you are concerned.
The detectives told me that...
The landlady, Chapek's landlady, was killed at 8 o'clock, or a few minutes earlier. Not before 7:45. That we already have definitely established. We have a good deal of circumstantial evidence which ties Chapek in with the killing. Mighty good evidence, believe me.
Circumstantial evidence, nonetheless.
We can talk about your layman's point of view of circumstantial evidence some other time, Lieutenant. Now, Chapek says he has an alibi for that time, and for an hour after that time.
Well, if that's the
Lieutenant,
case...
Did you have a religious meeting at your 14th Street building at approximately 7:30 in the evening of last January 15th?
Yes, sir. We hold services at that time every evening.
Were you present at that meeting at that time?
Yes, sir. I certainly was.
And immediately following that meeting, your Salvation Army workers served food to those who had attended the service?
As always, there was food for those who wanted it. They all did.
Good. Now, after those men had eaten, did you talk with any of them individually, that is?
Why, yes, outside, in the hallway. Some of the men stopped for a word, perhaps a thank you, or to tell me...
Did any one of those men talk to you about a job? Some sort of temporary work?
I'm sure several did. I've checked back, and we had 3 jobs to send men out on that night.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about all of that? The meeting, the food, the jobs?
Not that I recall. I can check back again.
Now, Chapek insists that he went to your religious meeting that night, the 15th of January. He claims he ate there, and then after eating, he swears he talked to some young man, a young man in a Salvation Army uniform, about a job. Did Chapek talk to you?
If I could see this Frank Chapek, sir.
Just a minute. If you, in all sincerity, if you can recognize this man, if you can positively tell me that Frank Chapek was at that religious meeting, ate his supper there, and talked with you about a job, well, Lieutenant Allen, if you can do that, Chapek has an alibi.
And if I can't provide that alibi for Frank Chapek, Mr. District Attorney?
The evidence in the case will hang Frank Chapek. Yes, District Attorney speaking. Yes, we're ready. Thanks. I'll bring him down to the lineup in 5 minutes. Right. All right, Lieutenant Allen. If you'll come along with me, we'll give you a chance to identify Chapek. If you can, he's a free man. If you can't identify him, a jury will certainly find Frank Chapek guilty of murder.
Okay, Mr. District Attorney, let's have the word. Did Allen identify Frank Chapek, hand him the alibi?
Now, see here, Miss Marks, I can't give your paper an exclusive on this. What'll the other papers say? You know I've set up a press conference for 5 o'clock.
Sure. And you've asked every political writer in town to be at that press conference, as well as the regular reporters.
Well, what's wrong with having all the members of the press?
If you didn't get an identification on Chapek, this would be just the time to announce that Murdoch Sharp, District Attorney of Central City, is now a candidate for governor of the state.
What possible connection between Chapek and
Naughty. Oh, I can see it now. Poor old landlady, brutally murdered. Brilliant district attorney investigates and prosecutes. Ungrateful and villainous refugee to hang.
Now, look here, Miss Marks.
A conviction might do the job. Put you in the executive mansion.
I've served this state for many years.
And you probably wouldn't make a worse governor than Doc Tanner's candidate.
That's damning me with faint praise.
Come on, now let's have it straight. Did Allen identify?
Well, if you won't jump the gun with the story, no. He said...
You don't sound too enthusiastic. If he didn't identify, it
That
means...
young Allen is a very cautious man.
I get it. Allen didn't say yes, but he didn't say no.
That kind of indecision could well be more damaging on the stand than you might think. It'll leave the jury with the impression that Allen is trying to give Chapek the benefit of the doubt.
Look here, do you believe that? Allen may be young, he may be new in his work with the Salvation Army, but you can't question his sincerity.
No. Don't quote me to that effect. No, it's just
that I have a hunch that young Lieutenant Allen hasn't worked quite hard enough on his memory.
And if you're going to your editor with such a story...
I'm going to see Lieutenant Allen. And if my hunch is right, friend, I wouldn't announce my candidacy for governor today. Now, Lieutenant Allen, I know I'm a nosy female, but after all, I am a newspaper reporter with a job to do. As a matter of fact, I think we both have the same job to do, to get the truth.
But, Miss Marks, I've told all the other reporters everything I can remember. All I know, that I'm not able to make a positive identification of Frank Chapek.
Well, please, let's sit down here a minute. Let's sort of check back over this whole situation.
I've been over the whole thing so many times in my own mind. Well, the services began as usual at 7:30. We're always very prompt about that.
Just a minute. You know, you always start your story with a meeting. Let's go back a little further, to that afternoon, perhaps. Did anything unusual happen? Now, it was the 15th of January.
The 15th of January, let me think. The 15th... My diary, that's when I got the new one.
Your new diary? Yes?
But that wouldn't have anything to do with Chapek. My mother had sent me a new diary.
And you're using that new diary?
No. Well, you see, I'd begun to use another. This new one was quite small, really a pocket diary. You know the kind.
Yes. Well, what time did you receive this new diary?
Let me see. Just before the meeting. It was a small package, and I recall the major saying I'd better take it and not run a chance of its being mislaid. So I opened the package and slipped the diary into my pocket.
You still have that unused diary?
That should be right here. Right in this desk drawer. Saw it here the other day, and...
Well,
you know,
could there be any connection?
I thought so. Here it is, see?
May I look at it?
Of course. There. See? I've never had any occasion to use it. Thought perhaps I would be able to use it next year.
Look here. There are 3 or 4 pages for memoranda here in the back of the diary, and one of these pages has been torn out. Do you remember that?
I haven't used that unless... Miss Marks, I did tear that page out, and I must have torn it out on the 15th of January, because that's the only day I ever carried that diary with me, but I can't see...
Does that bring anything back?
Well, just a moment, let me think. Let's see. I wonder if... Wait, I have something here on the desk. That job book must be here somewhere.
Job book?
No. Just a loose-leaf notebook. We list the temporary jobs in it as they come in. It's a page for each day. Wish we had enough jobs in any one day to fill a whole page.
There, is that the book there in the corner of the desk?
Oh, of course. It's a matter of me. Now, let's check on January 15th once more. I've done this 50 times, but I know there were only 3 jobs. Man to cut lawn, yes. Mm-hmm. Man to wash kitchen walls. That was taken care of. Man to wash dishes. Let's see.
What?
Bistropolis pantry. Phone after 8 p.m. Man for dishes.
Does that bring anything else to mind?
Call after 8 o'clock. Lehigh 1616. 1616. I'm sure I wrote that number down for someone. You know, Miss Marks, if the district attorney would only allow me to talk privately with Chapek.
Not a chance. Sharp's well satisfied with things the way they stand right now. You couldn't make a positive identification. And he has lots of circumstantial evidence. You know, the testimony of those 2 men who lived in the same rooming house, the $150 in cash they found on Chapek when he was arrested, he couldn't or wouldn't account for all that money.
If I could only talk alone with Chapek, it might help me to remember.
And then the DA would claim your testimony was worthless. Oh, he wouldn't try to discredit you or your organization. He'd know the jury wouldn't swallow that. But he'd try to make you out as a wishy-washy do-gooder who just couldn't bear to testify to anything that might help send a man to the gallows. No, you wouldn't get a chance to talk to Chapek. It wouldn't do any good if you did.
Miss Marks.
Yes?
You're a reporter. You can talk to Chapek.
Of course, but not unless I have something definite to talk about.
There's one question I want you to ask Chapek. Did I write down the name and address of the job he claims I talked about?
So, it's pretty bad, it looks like.
Yes.
But maybe if I tell him where Chapek gets money, maybe he's looking worse.
Worse? How could you be in any worse spot than you are right now, Chapek? You tell me, how did you get that money?
Oh, no. If I tell you, you put in newspaper. Then it happens I've done something wrong. Comes big U.S. police. Oh, yes. Oh, U.S. police put me out from country. They what do you call this? They put out.
You mean perhaps they deport you? Send you back to Hungary? Look, Chapek, don't be a fool. If your story is true, if you can account for that money, prove you didn't steal it from your landlady.
Prove? Frank Chapek is to prove. Miss, I'm already tell you. I was at the Salvation Army. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Police say killing happened at 8 o'clock. How does Chapek kill when Chapek not there?
Well, that's it. If we could prove your story.
Miss, do police find this young man I say I talked to? He's nice boy, new uniform. Maybe not too long time in work for Salvation Army. They find? He's remember Frank Chapek?
He remembers several people, but he's not certain.
Oh, maybe he sees me, he remembers, huh?
Well, he has seen you, Chapek, in the police lineup.
He knows me, yes. He says, sure, you're back this Chapek. I see him. I tell him one time for a job.
Now, wait a minute. He told you about a job?
Sure.
What kind of a job? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember pretty good. Clean dishes in some eating house.
That dishwasher's job. All right, well, try hard. Can you recall where the job was? Did you go to the restaurant? What did you do?
No, not go to... gives telephone number and says to call. Find out if he's still for a job.
Did you telephone about the job?
Just as I'm about to try on telephone, is no good for Chepek to speak English, huh?
Well, if you did telephone and that restaurant man remembers...
You ask police. I am at telephone in Ruma's house where he's left. He's upstairs,
Yes.
on wall, in hallway. Chepek comes in house through back door, upstairs to telephone. Kind of telephone you put in 10 cents.
Sure, a payphone in the upstairs hall at your rooming house. And you called?
He's only just put in 10 cents. Not yet moved numbers around. Foot! Police run upstairs, a long hall. Foot! Police make Chepek arrested. You understand? No call on telephone. Maybe no more Chepek ever call no more on telephone. You believe?
Well, it's all possible. But how did you know what telephone number to call for the job? You had the name of the restaurant? Or did you look it up in the phone book?
It's written on one small piece of paper. It's also written the name of the man for job.
What happened to that piece of paper? You must remember. What did you do with it?
Not quite to remember. Maybe I try to thinking how Chepek do. Not sure. Maybe stand up piece of paper on top telephone box. Take receiver in left hand. To begin to make numbers with the right hand.
Yes?
Cannot hold paper in hand, but must see what number is to call.
Okay. But then the police rushed in. You picked up the piece of paper. Or did the police pick it up? What happened to it?
It may be important, this piece of paper.
Chepek, try to recall. Who wrote the name and the telephone number on the paper? Did you write it, or...
No, his man at Salvation Army was right.
Oh, if we could find that slip of paper. If Lieutenant Allen could recall his writing it.
Maybe it matter we find this piece of paper, huh?
Find it, Chepek. This piece of paper may be part of a chain of evidence which could clear you completely. It might prove you are telling the truth. Then if you could explain the money, how you got that.
No, he's never find this paper. You go away. Chepek talk no more than newspaper. You go away. Chepek not talk anymore.
That was the first act of The Last Witness, starring Lloyd Perrin as Lieutenant Allen. An act of violence and a man's life hangs in the balance, a balance which is tipped very definitely against him. It must be righted and perhaps even tipped in the other direction. This is an old fight of the Salvation Army, the righting of wrongs, the balancing of the scales between good and evil, the struggle to prove the worth of man. This story is a small example of the Army's belief that we all count, whether we're black or white, rich or poor, refugee or citizen. All mankind is important to them, and if they can help, they'll go all the way. This is the Salvation Army you're backing with your many and varied contributions. You're both doing a wonderful job. Please keep it up. Now, Act 2 of The Last Witness, starring Lloyd Perrin as Lieutenant Allen.
That's exactly how Chepek told me his story, Lieutenant Allen. He seems to think you wrote the name and telephone number on that slip of paper and gave it to him.
It's a very logical story. I've often done just that with other men. There is something I don't understand, though.
What, about Chepek's story?
That's right. This talk of his about the money. I get the impression he feels that if the authorities knew how he did get the money, the rent money that he paid his landlady that day, the $150 he had when he was arrested...
He thinks he'd be deported. That's the way his story appears to me. And I don't understand. You know, he almost seemed to choose hanging in the USA as a lesser evil.
Miss Marks, could Chepek have brought something of value into the country with him? Smuggled something in?
But what? It would have had to be something small, very small, and very valuable.
You said he was a watchmaker, a jeweler.
Jewelry. Or jewels. But he was a poor man in his own country. The report reads...
I know, but he might have had a ring, a diamond, perhaps something with sentimental value as well as cash value.
Yeah.
He had no money to pay duty to bring it into the country, so he smuggled it in.
Huh.
Now he's afraid that if the customs found out, turned the information over to immigration, well, they might deport him.
But if he pawned this, whatever it may have been, the pawn shop detail would have picked it up by now.
But why should they? The police haven't connected it with Chepek. Or if he had jewelry of any value, he might have sold it to one of his countrymen in business here.
Lieutenant, do you have that diary? You know, the new one, the one you received on the day of the murder? Do you still have it? You showed it to me.
Of course, it's right here in this drawer. There it is.
Well, let me see. Yes. See where the page is torn out? Do you suppose... Listen, if you had this diary in your pocket, if you did talk to Chapek, if you had no other slip of paper and you wanted to write down the name and address of that job...
I could have torn out one of those blank pages and...
And written the name and address on that for Chapek.
Miss Marks, I told you I recalled writing down that phone number. I'm sure I did tear that page out of this diary, and I wrote on it. If I did...
Lieutenant Allen, we're going straight down to the district attorney. If this isn't new evidence, I'll eat 10 copies of the Sunset edition.
Miss Marks, I don't expect Allen to know much about evidence, but you've been in the newspaper game long enough to know that you're giving me nothing new or different. Nothing that alters the case one iota.
But I've told you...
Told me nothing. Now, let's analyze it. First, Allen, I gave you an opportunity to identify Chapek as the man with whom you talked at 8:30 on the night of January 15th, didn't I?
Yes, sir, but
And you could not identify him, correct?
Well, I couldn't be sure of that.
Exactly. You couldn't be sure. And now you think perhaps, possibly you tore a page out of an unused diary and wrote a telephone number and a name on that slip of paper.
I'm sure I did do that.
But are you sure that you gave that slip of paper to Frank Chapek? Are you 100% certain that you talked with Frank Chapek? Well, are you, Allen?
I'm almost certain.
Almost, maybe, perhaps. Lieutenant Allen, those aren't words that carry weight, carry truthful conviction in a court of law. The jury wants facts, hard, cold facts.
But the more I think about this,
Allen, suppose I put you on the witness stand. Bring out your first failure to identify Chapek. Let you, in your own words, with your ifs and maybes, your surmises, your conjectures, testify before a jury. Don't you see? You look ridiculous.
How I look to you or to the court or to a jury, that doesn't matter. But if an innocent man should hang...
Innocent men don't hang.
Well, about this money Chapek had.
We think Chapek is covering up.
Well, that's more of the same specious reasoning, Miss Marks. So Chapek smuggled a jewel from the old country, held on to that jewel all this time. When he needed money for food and shelter? Well, it's impossible.
But if he did get the money from selling or pawning something like that, and he's afraid to tell us because
he fears deportation? Ridiculous.
But the man doesn't understand our laws, our penalties.
He will. He'll soon understand our laws and our penalties.
What more do you want us to do? Find the man who gave Chapek the money? Find the torn page from Lieutenant Allen's diary? You don't want much, do you?
Lieutenant Allen, I suggest you be in court tomorrow, because to clinch the case against Frank Chapek, the state intends to call you as the last witness.
Perhaps I shouldn't have talked you into coming here to Chapek's old rooming house, Lieutenant. But it is our last chance.
No matter how foolish a thing may seem, how slight the chance to do right, we must do it. If in coming here to this rooming house where Chapek lived, where his landlady was killed, if this can possibly help an innocent man, why
DA might call this breaking and entering, or entering under false pretenses.
The more I think about what you said, if Chapek had a receipt, a pawn ticket, and wanted to get rid of it when he saw the police coming for him...
And if he had something with him at the phone. There's the payphone there on the wall.
Mm-hmm. I'll see. He said he propped the paper up with a number on top of the phone. Perhaps like so.
If it had been up there like that, I'm afraid the police would have found it.
Unless it could have slipped down here into the phone box.
Or Chapek poked it down some way.
Here, you see. No, it wouldn't slide down into the place where the box is hinged.
Well, Chapek might have forced it down here. It was just a slip of paper.
If I had a pocket knife.
Wait a minute. Here's a handle of an old mop. It has a metal end on it.
Yeah, but I don't see how.
Here, let me try it. I know. I'm going to tear half the plaster off the wall. Break the phone, but who cares? If we find what we want back here, it might buy the phone company a gold-plated phone and plaster up the whole house. Come on. Get a hold of this and pull.
Don't hurt yourself. Here, let me...
Put your weight on it.
Wow.
Look, half a dozen slips of paper and cards. Hey, look, a pawn ticket.
Here's the page torn from my diary. And The Stropolis Pantry. Here's the phone number.
And this pawn ticket is made out to Chapek on the 15th of January for a diamond wedding ring. $200, that's why.
He tells me I won't mind going into court to testify.
If you testify, don't be too sure Lieutenant District Attorney Sharp wants to be governor of this state. He'll be mighty hard to convince.
I'm right. Now I know I'm right, and I know what I have to do. That's the story, Mr. Sharp. We would have told you sooner, but we just found out on our way to court.
That's it, Mr. Sharp. The pawn ticket, the page torn from Allen's diary. Now you have to give us time. You can't go on with Chapek's trial.
We have only this 10-minute recess.
Quit running for governor. This is for real. We'll get the pawnbroker who wrote that ticket down here. Lieutenant Allen is 100% sure of his identification now.
Is the state ready to proceed in the matter of Frank Chapek?
Yes, the state will proceed.
But, Mr. District Attorney...
The state will call its last witness.
You can't do this.
Take it easy. The DA is up to something.
Lieutenant Bradford Allen will take the witness stand. If the court please, and if counsel for defense will indulge the state for a moment, this witness, Lieutenant Bradford Allen, an officer of the Salvation Army, will be the last witness to testify for the state. I beg of you, Mr. Defense Counsel, allow me this latitude.
Please, the court is let this man talk. What he say, no can harm Frank Chapek. Chapek, no kill.
In the opening to the jury, the state declared that the crime of murder for which Frank Chapek stands accused was committed on January 15th between the hours of 7:45 and 8 p.m. That the state has proved.
Chapek was not there.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the state intends to get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth from this last witness. Lieutenant Allen, where were you between the hours of 7 and 9 p.m. on the 15th of January of this year?
I was at our Harbor Light Center on 14th Street in this city.
I call your attention to a man now seated at that table. Will Frank Chapek please rise and stand at his place by the table?
Mister, please, you tell what is true.
Tell me, Lieutenant, have you ever seen this man before?
I have.
Lieutenant Allen, state to the court and the jury when and where you saw Frank Chapek before.
I saw Frank Chapek at our 14th Street building on the 15th of January of this year at 8 o'clock.
It's true.
The state believes implicitly in your testimony. And now, if the court pleases, the state petitions that the charge of murder against Frank Chapek be dismissed. The state stands convinced that Frank Chapek is innocent.
The wonder of it all. I give my thanks to him, my heartfelt thanks.
So ends the final act of The Last Witness, starring Lloyd Perrin. Be sure and be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, then, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Donald Buca. They say that all it takes is a lucky break, and some people wait all their lives for a lucky break to happen. But whether you know it or not, we make our own breaks, as we'll find in our story this week, The Lucky Break. Our story was written by Christopher Young and stars Donald Buca as Emery Johns and Lynn Allen as Claire. Here now is Act One of The Lucky Break.
Emery, you haven't said one word all through dinner.
And all I need is a newspaper across my face, and I'd look like one of my own cartoons, wouldn't I?
Something go wrong at the plant?
Oh, Claire, how would I know that? I sit under my flickering fluorescent light, I draw their blueprints, they build the planes. How would I know if anything went wrong?
Reed's over at Edmonston's for dinner.
Oh?
He's really got a crush on their daughter. It's his first formal dinner invitation.
Oh, that's good.
I guess they're very well off. I've met Nancy, the daughter, and she dresses beautifully.
Like I was going to dress you once upon a dream.
Emery, what is it? Why are you so low tonight?
You mean, why am I showing it tonight? I don't know, darling. Maybe because Reed's out and I don't like to show my depression in front of him. Maybe it's just because I'm tired. Maybe it's because I'm sick of living.
And maybe because there's been no response to the last things you submitted.
Claire, that was the best set of cartoons I've ever done. That isn't ego, it's purely objective. I kept them in the drawer for 5 months so I could look at them as though somebody else had done them. When I pulled them out, they looked even better than I had remembered them.
Oh, they were wonderful, Emery. The funniest cartoons I think I've ever seen.
And not one single response. What does it take to crack this game? When I was a kid in school and college, I took top honors in every contest I ever entered. My cartoons made the front page on nearly every issue of the school papers. But in 13 years since then, I'd managed to make 11 sales. 2-bit sales at that. 11 sales in 13 years, Claire. I know I'm better than that. I know it. I should be doing more than making blueprints from somebody else's designs for airplanes that I've never even seen. I should be doing more. I promised you more. Claire, I promised you much more.
You talk as though time has run out on us.
Well, hasn't it?
Emery, we were little more than children when we were married. Me 17, you 19, and you're not even 35 yet. How many self-made men do you think accomplished their goals by the time they were 35? There's still time. You haven't failed, Emery.
I shouldn't expect you to understand how I feel, but Claire, you do know that I love you and Reed. You do know that, don't you?
Emery, you look so funny.
Well, it's just that I'm kind of beat. I think I'll turn in.
It's not even 8 o'clock.
Good night, Claire.
Good night, Emery. Hello, Reed.
Well, I made it. It's not even midnight yet.
Did you have a nice time?
Sure. How come you're still up with all your clothes on?
I dozed off down here about 10.
What's the matter? Dad snoring again?
Want some milk?
What's the matter, Mom?
I keep forgetting that you're not a baby anymore.
What is it?
Reed, I'm worried about your father.
You feeling low again?
I think a lot more than either of us realized. You know how he is. He doesn't like to let us know when he's feeling depressed.
I know he was awfully excited about that last stuff he submitted.
Yes. Reed, your father isn't home.
What?
He said he was tired and went to our room right after dinner. I went in about 10 and he wasn't there.
You didn't see him go out?
No.
The car's still here. I have my permit. I could drive around and look for him.
Where would you look, Reed?
You know, around. Place is still open.
You still remember when he drank so much, don't you?
I guess so.
He could be drinking again, I suppose, but then again, he might just be walking and thinking. You know, Reed, it's hard for a man to spend most of his working hours at something that he hates, especially when he has a genuine talent for something else. It's very hard. You'll find, Reed, that lots of people wish they were good at the things they like to do, but with maturity they accept the fact that they're not and find contentment in other lines.
But Dad is really good.
Yes, I know. Oh, well, you go on to bed. He'll be along in a while.
Sure he will, Mom. Sure he will.
Hello? What? No, you must have the wrong number. That's all right. I was up anyway. Oh, Emery. Emery, where are you?
Mom?
Oh, Reed, what are you doing up?
I heard the phone. Was it Dad?
No, it was just a wrong number, dear.
Oh, come on, Mom.
Really, Reed, it was a wrong number.
How late is it?
4 o'clock. Go on back to bed.
Maybe you should phone around.
I'll call your uncle around 7. I can't wake him now. He works on Sunday, and I'm sure if your father was there, Uncle Al would have called us by now.
You don't think he's hurt or something?
All right. All right, I'll call the emergency hospital. Operator, can I have the emergency hospital, please? Yes, thank you.
Did he have his wallet with him?
I suppose so. Oh, Reed, stop. Hello? Hello, I was wondering if you had anybody, a man about 35 brought in tonight, accident or something. I see. Thank you. Only one little girl since 6.
Did he take anything special with him?
Just what he was wearing, I guess.
Maybe we should look around your room.
Yes, maybe we should. Come on.
I'll look in here.
All right. Reed, have you seen your father's old duffel bag anywhere?
No, Mom. And his shaving stuff's gone.
Oh, well, now we know. At least he's all right.
Why, Mom? Why'd he go?
Well, I know he felt that he wasn't much of a companion. He was depressed so often. He wanted to be a pal to you, but didn't have the spirit for it. He used to dream of wonderful things for us. Who knows? Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I didn't know how to tell him that all we wanted was him.
I feel so funny going to Sunday school this morning, like nothing ever happened.
Well, we have to go on that way, Reed. We'll hear from your father sooner or later, dear.
I still think you should call the police.
I can't hunt him down that way just because we miss him so. He wouldn't have done this unless he needed to, desperately. Let's try and understand that, dear, and give him the time he needs to understand himself.
You're pretty wonderful, Mom.
Oh, well, you'd better be going. You'll be late for Sunday school.
We'll see who it is.
Hello? Yes, it is. No, he isn't here just now. Who did you say this was? Oh, yes, the Columbia Syndicate. Yes, you have the right party, but my husband did submit some work to you. Tomorrow? Well, he's out of town for a few days. Yes, he should be back by Thursday. All right, Thursday at 3. Can I tell him what it's about? I see. Thank you so much.
Columbia Syndicate. And calling on Sunday.
Yes, they want to see your father. They really like his work.
Well, they're the biggest newspaper syndicate in the country.
Thursday. Oh, Reed, we have to find your father by Thursday. We have only 3 days. Columbia has a deadline.
I guess we'll have to call the police now.
Oh, why couldn't they have called Friday? Operator, would you please get me the police department?
I want a picture of him. I'll go get the one in my album.
Right. Please? I want to report a missing person, my husband. About 9 o'clock Saturday night. Yes, I can come over right now.
Last name Johns, first name Emery, male, Caucasian. What age, Mrs. Johns?
35.
Height?
6 feet.
Weight?
180.
Hair?
Brown, eyes brown, too.
Mm-hmm. Any identifying marks, scars?
No, he's good-looking, rather intense.
Has this ever happened before?
No.
You want to start filling this out? Names and addresses of relatives, friends, and...
All right.
Was there an argument before he left?
No, not between us. As I said, he was depressed.
Drinking?
No.
Ever drink?
Yes, he used to, but he hasn't in 4 years.
So he packed a few things, cold sober, and just took off, huh?
Yes.
Planned disappearance. Intelligent man. Mrs. Johns, that kind of MP is the hardest to locate.
But, Sergeant, we've got to find him by Thursday.
Thursday? That's a tall order. We'll do what we can, Mrs. Johns, but I can't be too encouraging. The only good thing I can offer is that there's no particular need to fear for him. It isn't that kind of disappearance we associate with violence of any sort.
Oh, there must be something. What about private detectives?
The more people looking, the better the chance of finding them. But can you afford $50 or even $100 a day plus expenses?
No.
What about your conversation before we left? Didn't he give you any indication of a place he'd like to go, people he'd like to see? Did he mention any names, relatives?
Oh, I can't remember. Yes, he did mention Captain Bond, Salvation Army.
What about him?
Well, he helped Emery a great deal when he was drinking. Emery mentioned that he'd gone to see him Saturday morning during his lunch hour, but the captain was out of town.
That's a good lead. If he really was anxious to see him, your husband might have gone to wherever Captain Barnes is. Go call the Salvation Army, and while you're there, put on a missing persons report.
Missing persons at the Salvation Army?
I should say so. They have a worldwide setup that's ideal to help in cases like this. There are people and publications going to communities, towns, villages, all over the globe. They've made some spectacular locations on missing people.
That's good to know.
But as far as finding him by this Thursday, Mrs. Johns, that's one miracle I wouldn't ask, even of the Salvation Army.
You have heard Act One of The Lucky Break, starring Donald Buca as Emery, with Lynn Allen as Claire. Just a moment ago, we heard the words, "That's one miracle I wouldn't ask even the Salvation Army." Well, why not ask it of the Salvation Army? It wouldn't be the first time they've been given a seemingly impossible job and completed it successfully. One of the Army's lesser-known services is their Missing Persons Department, which functions on a worldwide basis. One or two statistics. A farmer in Kansas asked the Salvation Army to locate a sister he hadn't seen in 55 years. That was in Sweden, and the sister was 4 years old. They're together today. A prominent real estate man died suddenly. His son was touring Europe by bicycle with no itinerary. He was located in a home for the funeral in 4 days. So why not ask the Salvation Army? They want to help you, and they seldom take no for an answer. Now, Act Two of The Lucky Break, starring Donald Buca.
Miss Jenkins, will you hold all my calls while Mrs. Johns is in here? Well, Mrs. Johns, this is a surprise, but a pleasure. I gather your husband had some sort of emergency and couldn't keep the appointment.
Well, he's been under the weather, Mr. Borden, and, well, this interview meant a great deal to him, and rather than simply call, I thought if I came...
Well, why not? In the average American home, it's the wife who spends the money anyway.
Money?
Yes, Mrs. Johns, lots of it, I think. You know, I kind of feel like Christopher Columbus and Santa Claus all rolled into one. I've discovered a talent, and I'm going to fill his stocking. Nothing serious, I hope.
Serious?
Your husband's illness.
Oh, no.
You know, in a way, I owe you both an apology. Your husband submitted his material several months ago, but Mrs. Johns, have you any idea of the number of people who think they have a talent for this sort of thing? And every one of them sends his portfolio to Columbia Syndicate. And they all eventually hit the desk of one Lois Merrill Borden.
You must lose perspective, Mr. Borden.
Exactly. So I took a whole batch of the things on my vacation. 1 million mosquitoes, lousy fishing, too many tourists, but your husband's material brightened the whole trip. You know, it even made my wife laugh. And when you're married to me, that isn't easy.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear.
At first, it was so good, I couldn't believe it. I figured I'd flipped my lid. That kind of genius is harder to come by than a whale in a mountain stream. So I put it to the acid test. The whole office. Unanimous. And we're not pikers, Mrs. John. The Columbia Syndicate is the biggest. We don't try to hoodwink a man if he has something to offer. We put him on trial for 1 month. Can your husband work under pressure?
Oh, yes, very much.
A 1-month trial. If he delivers, you move right into Easy Street. 460 papers carry our people. He clears 60 cents a paper, $276 for each cartoon. He starts on once a week. If he hits, and he will, he goes 5 times weekly, then a feature spot in the Sunday magazine. That's more money than I make. That's more money than anybody makes.
Oh, Mr. Borden, I don't know what to say.
Well, don't say anything. He can start tomorrow. Oh, well, let's make it Monday since he's not feeling well.
Mr. Borden, please, there's something that I have to say.
Well, I talk better than I listen, but go right ahead.
Well, my husband, he's been very despondent. His work has not had any recognition and...
Proving the world is full of fools.
Well, I think I'm going to have to tell you the truth, Mr. Borden. He isn't ill.
Not ill?
No, at least I don't think he is. He left the house Saturday, and we don't know where he is.
I knew it. A genius, artistic temperament. Great moments of depression, running away, looking for a world that will accept him. But why now? Miss Jenkins, get me Yardley in the legal department. Oh, Mrs. Johns, I'm sure this tragedy is novel in your life, but it's routine in mine. Did you ever have 20 million readers following a comic strip and then have the author vanish somewhere in the tropics hunting a new kind of orchid, just as the hero was dropped off a helicopter into an active volcano? Hello, Yardley. Yardley, we publish an unknown's work and pay the wife full fee because the artist has disappeared. The intention is to hire him, but how much can he sue for? Oh. Fine, thanks. Well, we're in, Mrs. Johns.
But I don't understand.
You're going to take one of your husband's cartoons and publish it in 460 papers. He'll have to hibernate until spring not to see it. And if he doesn't get the idea from that...
That's wonderful.
And we'll make out the check to you.
But helping me this way, I couldn't think
Oh, tut-tut, that's essential, Mrs. Johns. The legal department insists on it. Oh, just one more thing. Cross your fingers and try a little prayer. You see, I have to set a new man in this job within 1 month. That comes straight from the board of directors. So, let's hope we find it before then.
Hello?
Mrs. Jones, this is Captain Barnes of the Salvation Army.
Yes, Captain. How are you?
I saw your husband's cartoon in yesterday's paper. Very clever.
Thank you.
Of course, I didn't call you just for that.
You have some news?
Don't let me get your hopes up too much. But I just received a special delivery from one of our Harbor Light centers up north. Could you possibly come to my office right away?
I'm on my way, Captain.
Now, Mrs. Johns, I'm sure you'd recognize your husband's style, his work. That is, if I were to show you, say, 50 cartoons by 50 different artists, could you pick out the one your husband did?
I think so. Well, yes, I'm quite sure I could.
We won't get that involved. But will you just take a look at this?
What? I'd say... Yes, that's Emery's.
There's some doubt.
Well, it's strange, Captain. This is very definitely his style, even his type of humor, but, well, the neatness isn't there. The artwork itself is a little vaguer than he usually is, and then this wrapping paper it's drawn on.
Suppose your husband had been drinking heavily. Might not that account for the sloppiness of the drawing?
Well, yes. Yes, that could explain it.
Mrs. Jones, this came from a Major Sattler in a Harbor Light Center up north. The man who drew it identified himself as Marco Polo.
And you think this man was Emery?
Quite likely. He'd been drinking heavily for several days and came to our center of his own volition. He was looking for Captain Barnes.
You?
I suppose so. He drew this last night after a third cup of coffee. Major Sattler saw it and remembered our notice about a missing person who was an artist. Cartoonist, specifically. Well, Major Sattler approached him, but he denied, quite convincingly, any affiliation with this town or you.
Oh, but it must have been.
Anyway, the Major decided to wait till morning to pursue the idea this man was your husband. But, he read the paper and saw the cartoon the Columbia Syndicate published. There was enough obvious similarity in the style to prompt him to contact me immediately. What he wants, Mrs. Jones, is confirmation.
I'm sure. Oh, I know it, Captain.
Excuse me, but would you happen to be Captain Barnes?
That's right. Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're Reed Johns.
Yes, sir. But how did you know?
Oh, take another look in the mirror, son. Why, you're the spitting image of your father.
That's what Mom always says.
You come down to meet your folks plain?
Yeah, I had to get excused from my last class.
This must be a happy day for you.
Yes, sir. I didn't know you were going to be here, Captain.
Well, I sort of felt obliged to come. In a way, I kind of promised your father there'd be a happy day like this. Well, happy occasions are very special to me. I don't like to miss out on them.
Yes, sir. They said the plane was right on time.
Your father's about to become a very successful man, Reed. It's going to make a lot of changes in your life.
I never thought about that.
You'll have many opportunities, especially in the way of education.
I guess you're right.
Any idea what you want to do?
Oh, I kind of have a feeling for politics. Dad always talks about it so much, and his cartoons are usually about politics, you know.
I know.
I figure if I could get a good job and an honest job of representing the people, well, that's something really worthwhile.
You figure right, Reed.
I just hope that the day never comes when Dad has to do a drawing poking fun at me.
But if he has to, do you think he will?
I'm afraid so. Dad's the kind of guy you might call, well, righteous, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Loaded with integrity and all that.
That's the way I remember him.
Of course, like you say, he'll be making a lot of money now. Just that one cartoon more than paid for their plane fare.
You think the money will change your father?
Well, I never really thought about it. You used to know him pretty well, Captain. What do you think?
I don't think it will, Reed. Naturally, your father wants to provide for you and your mother. Give you the advantages that there's no denying money can bring. But I think his goals are higher than that.
I guess so. But when you get right down to it, is there a higher goal than money?
Oh, I guess, Reed, when you're 15 and trying to stretch an allowance, it doesn't seem there's anything more important than money.
Well, what is more important? I mean, besides the obvious things like health.
Well, your father's happy today. I'm sure of that. Now, why?
Well, he got the job he wanted, and he'll be doing what he likes to do.
That's right. And you're happy too, aren't you?
I sure am.
Why?
Well, because we found Dad, and because I figure he won't ever be doing anything like this again.
And your mother?
She's probably happy for the same reasons I am.
And I'm pleased because all of you are. It's a happy time. And in talking about it, Reed, the word money never even came up. So what you have to learn is that the real goal isn't money, but the happiness that comes from love of God and love for each other, compassion, understanding, giving of yourself, Now, if you want to go into politics, there's plenty of room for those.
Yes, sir. I think I see what you mean. Oh, Captain, that must be their plane.
Let's go.
Miss Jenkins, will you hold my calls for a few minutes, please? Go. Well, Emery, come on in, come in.
And I think I've got tomorrow's cartoon licked, Mr. Borden.
Oh, I'm sure you have. Well, Emery, you're 1 month up. I think you know we're more than satisfied.
Well, maybe you better take a look at what I've got in mind for tomorrow.
Oh, sure. Let me see. Well, it's clever, but it's not funny, not political. Besides, I don't see any point in plugging the Salvation Army.
Mr. Borden, this is important.
We won't worry about it. You can come up with something else by tonight. Oh, there's the contract. There's the pen. You're in business.
Mr. Borden, you don't completely understand. It's important to me that you use this cartoon.
Oh, touchy artist.
This is far from a matter of temperament.
Emery, you know I'm busy. Sign your contract and come up with something else.
You don't understand, sir. You don't understand me or my work. I not only try to point out what's wrong in the world, but what's right, too. Now, I'm not always funny, Mr. Borden. Sometimes I'm dead serious, like now.
Mm-hmm. Emery, do you realize what this contract means to you and your family?
There are many other things that have meant just as much, Mr. Borden.
Mm-hmm. You're making this one sketch a condition to signing that contract.
This one and more. The Salvation Army and other wonderful organizations need all the support they can get. Mr. Borden, I propose that along with the punches, we give a few pats on the back.
Marvelous, Emery. I thought your kind went out with a horse and buggy. No, I didn't even have you scared. Guts and integrity. I like it. Say, do you do much fishing?
Well, no, sir, I never tried it.
No matter. Come along with me next time. If I know your type, we won't even need bait. You'll convince the fish they should just jump into my basket. By glory. An old-fashioned genius, and I discovered you.
And this cartoon, sir?
It goes tomorrow in all 460 papers. And this contract goes now. We draw up a new one. New one that says that Emery Johns gives 4 punches a week and 1 pat on the back. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Emery, boy, how do you do it? You're a success. And you know something? It makes me happy.
Well, talk to my son, Mr. Borden. He was telling me all about the keys to happiness just the other night.
Oh? Now, where did a boy that age learn about such things?
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't ask him, but from what he said, he found the right teacher.
That was the final act of The Lucky Break, starring Donald Buca as Emery Johns, with Lynn Allen as Claire. Be sure and listen in again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Olin Soule. Our story this week is titled Say to the Mountain and was written for Heartbeat Theater by Milton Kahn. It's a moving story about the power of faith and how this power helped the little boy celebrate a birthday. Starring Olin Soule as Major Pritchard, here is Act One of Say to the Mountain.
Yes, come in.
Oh, good morning, Major Pritchard.
Well, Bill Sterling, what's my favorite reporter doing at Salvation Army headquarters?
Oh, just snooping around a bit. You busy?
Not too busy to talk to you. Haven't seen you for a few weeks, Bill. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, what with the conventions and one thing and another, I've been keeping busy. I've been meaning to stop by, but somehow I could never find the time.
Mm-hmm.
How go things with the Army?
Oh, very well, thanks.
Hey, what's this I hear about your youth center basketball team?
You mean they're being named top team in the city?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Look here. Here's the trophy the kids won.
Hey, that's mighty handsome. Bet you're proud of them.
Yes, we certainly are, Bill. A year ago, most of these boys were being called juvenile delinquents. But when we talked them into starting a basketball team, well, I don't have to tell you what happened. The framed copy of the article you wrote is still right up there on the wall.
I'm glad somebody appreciates my writing.
I'm sure others appreciate it too, Bill. Well, now, what brings you here today?
Well, like I told you, I thought I'd stop by and see what's happening with the Salvation Army. Maybe pick up a human interest story for the paper. You got one for me?
Yes, Bill. I do have one for you.
Yeah? Well, I'm listening.
I don't suppose the name Tad Lester means anything to you.
Tad Lester?
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't say that it does.
He's a 10-year-old boy. At least his 10th birthday will be in another 4 weeks.
Well, happy birthday to him.
I'm afraid it won't be, Bill.
Why not?
According to the doctors, Tad won't live that long.
What's wrong with him?
Leukemia.
Leukemia. Oh, poor kid. A friend of mine died of that while we were in college. There wasn't anything they could do to save him. Does this, what's this kid's name?
Lester, Tad Lester.
Does he know?
No, I don't think so. I was just going over to see him when you came in. Would you like to go with me?
Yeah, sure. Sounds like a good story for the column.
All right, let's go.
Too bad there isn't something we can do for the kid.
There is, Bill.
What?
We can pray for him. Let's see. Yeah, this must be the house.
It's a nice-looking little place.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mrs. Lester?
Yes.
I'm Major Pritchard of the Salvation Army, and this is Mr. Sterling.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Miss Lester.
Mr. Sterling's a reporter with the Advertiser.
Oh, well,
Mrs. Anderson, who's a member of our Women's Home League, told me about Tad. And we came over to have a little talk with him. That is, if you don't mind.
Well, I don't exactly like the idea of Tad's illness being spread all over the newspapers.
Oh, now, don't worry, Miss Lester. The Advertiser doesn't go in for sensationalism. You see, we'd like to print Tad's story only as a human interest story, something that people would be interested in reading. However, if you'd rather we didn't print it...
Oh, it really doesn't matter. Nobody can help him now. So if you want to write about it, go ahead.
Thank you, Miss Lester.
Well, could we speak with Tad?
Oh, all right. But don't stay too long. He tires easily.
Oh, we'll just be a few minutes.
Come in.
Thank you.
He's in bed. This is his room over here.
Oh, Miss Lester, does he know about...
No. The doctor told him he has some kind of virus attack, and he'd have to stay in bed for a while. I'll look in and see if he's awake. Tad?
Hi, Mom. Come on in.
You feeling all right, son?
Sure, Mom. I feel fine. Did Dr. Edwards say I could get out of bed?
In a little while. Tad, these gentlemen came to see you. This is Major Pritchard from the Salvation Army, and this is Mr. Sterling. He's from the Advertiser.
Hi.
Hello, Ted.
Hi there, young fella. What's a guy like you doing in bed?
I don't know. Dr. Edwards says I got some kind of virus, but I feel okay. Honest, I do.
I'll bet you do. Well, you stay in bed a little longer, like the doctor says. You'll be out playing baseball before you know it.
Well, you better let me out of bed soon. My birthday's in a couple of weeks, and Mom says I can have a catcher's mitt. It's not going to do me any good if I'm still in bed, is it?
It sure isn't. So you'll just have to get rid of your virus in a hurry.
Yeah. Is he really a major in the Army?
I'm a major in the Salvation Army, Ted.
Oh. Do you have soldiers in your Army like they do in the regular Army?
Yes, son, sure, we have soldiers. But we're soldiers of God, and we do His work.
I believe in God.
Of course you do, Ted. We all believe in Him.
Mom doesn't.
Ted, can I offer you gentlemen something? A cup of coffee, perhaps?
No, thanks, Mrs. Lester.
Major Pritchard?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Lester. I think I would like a cup of coffee if it isn't too much trouble.
No trouble at all. Hot water's already on the stove. I'll have it ready in just a minute.
Bill, would you wait for him a minute in the other room? I'd like to talk Tad alone for a minute. Tad? Why did you say your mother doesn't believe in God?
She just doesn't. She never wants to talk about him.
How about your father?
Well, he's dead.
Oh, sorry.
I don't remember very well. He died when I was just a little kid.
Tad, tell me something. You told me that you believe in God. Do you believe He'll help you get better?
Well, sure he will. I remember one thing my father told me. He said that if you pray to God for something you want real bad, He'll give it to you.
That's right.
That's why I pray to God every night to be sure and let Dr. Edwards let me get out of bed for my birthday. And I'll bet he won't forget.
No, Tad, he won't forget.
I didn't tell Mom about praying. I mean, 'cause, well, she wouldn't understand. Do you think you maybe could make her understand?
Well, I'll try, Tad. But now I'd better get out of here and let you rest.
I like to talk to you. Will you come and see me again?
Sure thing. Now, you be a good boy, won't you, and do what your mother and the doctor tell you.
I will.
That's good. Goodbye.
Bye.
Coffee's ready, Major.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Lester. Did Mr. Sterling leave?
Yes, he said he had to get back to the paper. Cream and sugar?
No, thanks. This is fine. Good. Just the way I like it. You can taste the coffee.
I'm glad you like it.
Why did Tad say you don't believe in God?
What has God ever done for me? It was on account of him I lost my husband.
Oh, I don't understand.
My husband was a religious man. He believed in God. And he was always telling Tad how he should believe, too, and how he should obey all the commandments. So what did this religious husband of mine do? Out of a clear blue sky, he tells me he's fallen in love with one of the women in the choir and wants to divorce me and marry her. For a while, I thought I could make him change his mind. You see, I had faith. I even got down on my knees and begged him not to leave. But my faith and my prayers and my begging didn't help. He left me anyhow. And with a 5-year-old child to take care of.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hasn't been easy raising Tad by myself.
Didn't his father help out at all?
He did, for about a year, until he was killed in an auto accident. You see, Major Pritchard, first I lost my husband, and now I'm going to lose my son. And you want to know why I don't believe in God.
I wish there were some way you could have a little of your son's faith. He really believes he's going to get well.
What else can a 10-year-old believe? He doesn't even know what leukemia is. For a child to go on like this. A child is so good and trusting. It's more than I can take. It's wrong. It's terribly wrong.
You must try to understand, Mrs. Lester.
I understand only that Tad's going to die. What more is there to understand?
Someday you'll realize that there's a great deal more to understand. Goodbye, Mrs. Lester. Thank you for the coffee. Tell Tad I'll stop by and see him again soon. And in the meantime, have a little talk with him about faith, prayers. He may surprise you.
It's about time you showed up. We go to press in an hour. Did you get the pictures for the layout?
I would if I knew what pictures you're talking about.
What? Oh, Major Pritchard.
Hello, Bill.
I'm sorry. I was expecting somebody else.
Yes, evidently.
Oh, it's that copy boy we have. He's always late. Sit down.
Thanks.
I've been meaning to drop by the Salvation Army all week, but I've been up to here and work.
Well, I figured you might be. After that article you wrote on Tad Lester, it's a nice article.
Well, kid dying of leukemia, thing like that, always makes a good human interest story. So you liked it, huh?
Very much. So did a few hundred others.
What do you mean?
Well, don't you ever follow through on a story you write? Try to find out what kind of reaction it got?
Well, sure I do, but like I told you, I've been swamped all week. Matter of fact, with 3 conventions to cover, and that big fire down at the lumber yard, and the mayor cleaning house out at the city hall, you know, I forgot all about the Lester kid.
Well, maybe you did, but it looks like you're the only one.
What are you talking about?
Mrs. Lester called me a little while ago, and I tried to get in touch with you, but your line was busy. That's why I dropped by.
Why? What's happened? Did Tad die?
No. No, but that article you wrote on him evidently kicked up quite a bit of interest. All over the country.
What?
2 of the big television networks called Mrs. Lester for permission to do a broadcast right from Tad's room. Mike Woodford down at the radio station wants to tape an interview with Tad for his Listen America broadcast, and birthday presents for the boy are pouring in from all over.
Well,
I told Mrs. Lester I'd drop by, and I thought maybe you'd like to come along with me.
Yeah, I sure would. Listen, I didn't realize my story had snowballed like this. Wait a minute, let me get somebody to take over my desk, and we'll be on our way.
That's the way it's been all week, Major Pritchard. Presents have been coming for people I've never heard of, dozens of them. I hardly know what to do with them all.
Well, why not let Tad decide? After all, they are for him.
Well, how can I show him gifts like roller skates, a miniature automobile, even a bicycle?
Don't you mean you haven't even shown him all the presents that have been sent to him?
Well, would you, Mr. Sterling? A boy who has only a few weeks to live, perhaps only a few days? Well, every day he asks me how soon he can get out of bed. Would you torture him by showing him things that he's always wanted and things he'll never be able to use?
No, Miss Lester, I don't think I would.
I've just about reached the end of my rope. That's why I called you, Major. What am I going to do?
First, let's have a little talk with Tad, and then we'll decide what's to be done.
Well, all right. But it all seems so futile and hopeless.
Shall we go in, Mrs. Lester?
Hi.
Hi there, young fella. How's it going?
Swell.
Well, what's going on here? Where did all these things come from?
They're birthday presents. Lots of people sent them to me. Did you see them all? They're games and toys, a real chemistry set, a space rocket that really takes off.
Well, what do you know now? And all just for you?
Yep. But there's one thing I just can't figure out.
What's that, Tad?
How did all these people know about my birthday?
Well, now, maybe you have some kind of friendly genie who flies around telling people, don't forget Tad Lester's birthday.
Really? You're kidding me.
You think so, huh? Well, maybe it wasn't really a genie, but, well, what difference does it make how they found out? You got the presents, didn't you?
Yeah, and they sure are swell. I'm going to play with all of them as soon as Dr. Edwards says I can get out of bed, huh, Mom?
Of course, Tad.
Boy, imagine me getting all these presents.
You've become an important young man, Tad.
Yeah. Gee, people sure can care when you're sick, don't they?
Sick?
Mrs. Lester.
Is that what you think, Tad? That they sent you presents because they thought you were sick? That isn't why they sent them. Mom. They sent them because you're going
Mrs. Lester.
Mom! What's the matter with her? Why'd she get mad at me? Why is she crying?
She's not mad at you, son. She's just upset because she's tired. Mr. Sterling and I are going out and talk to her, Tad. I'm sure she'll be all right in a few minutes.
You're sure she isn't mad at me for something?
Yes, I'm sure. Now, you just relax, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Bill?
Yeah.
Mrs. Lester.
I can't stand any more of this. I just can't.
Why? Because some wonderful people have shown their sympathy for Tad. That should prove one thing to you, Mrs. Lester. Everyone isn't like that ex-husband of yours who's made you so bitter.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you something, Major Pritchard. The only thing it proves to me is that people are all a lot of sentimental fools who can be swayed by publicity.
Look, Mrs. Lester.
No, you look. Why wouldn't you let Tad die in peace? I wish I'd never let you in this house or let you write that story. I can't stand it seeing all these gifts come in day after day for a child who can never enjoy them.
Well, people are only human, Mrs. Lester. If they want
If they were human, they'd give their gifts to the living, not to the dead.
Mrs. Lester, will you listen to me for a minute?
No. When Tad was well and able to run about, he had nothing. No father, no home life, none of the things other boys his age had. And now that he's in a bed he'll never get out of, he's flooded with things sent by people who pity him because he's dying.
It's not pity, it's love.
Well, he doesn't need their love. He doesn't need their gifts. He doesn't need anything. Why did you get out of here and leave him alone? Get out! Get out!
That was Act One of our play, Say to the Mountain, starring Olin Soleil as Major Pritchard. Ours has been called the age of scientific miracles, an age where science has made vast strides in the understanding of man and his world. When a farmer plants his crop at a certain time of the year, he is aware of what is happening to the seed in the earth. When a doctor administers a drug, he knows specifically what parts of the body that drug will affect. A falling star becomes a meteorite, a comet, a large mass of gas moving at tremendous speed. But what is faith? What is the secret of its power? We don't know. We just know it works. If we have faith and belief in its powers, as does the Salvation Army, then we can literally move mountains. It's a power we all have if we remember to use it. Now, Act Two of Say to the Mountain, starring Olin Soleil.
No, Major Pritchard, there's no mistake. Tad Lester has all the symptoms of leukemia. I had 2 other doctors in consultation. They both agreed with me. The diagnosis is certain.
I see.
It's really too bad. Tad's such a good boy. I delivered him, you know.
From what Mrs. Lester's told me, I take it things haven't been too easy for her.
No, they haven't. It was rough enough when Mr. Lester left them. And when he was killed in that auto accident, well, Mrs. Lester's become quite a bitter woman.
Yes, she has.
If only she had something to turn to.
I tried to talk to her, Doctor, but it was useless. She has no faith in anything.
Oh, and now with Tad... Well, frankly, Major, I'm worried about her. When Tad's gone,
Then there's nothing you can do to help him.
Medically, we've done everything possible. Nothing on earth can help him now.
Then we'll have to look somewhere else for help.
Somewhere?
It's in God's hands now. I hope I wasn't too long, Bill.
No, it's okay. Did you talk to him?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said there was no mistake in his diagnosis.
Poor kid.
So now all we can do is pray for him.
Pray? Tell me something, Major. How far can we go with this thing called faith?
Why, there's no limit to how far we can go, Bill. The Bible says all things are possible to him that believes. In the words of Matthew, if you shall say unto this mountain, be thou removed and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things whatsoever you shall ask in prayer, believing, you shall receive.
Well, it's going to take a lot of praying to move this mountain into the sea.
Bill, how well do you know the people at the radio and television stations?
Pretty well. Why?
Do you think you could arrange for me to speak on a broadcast tonight?
Sure, I suppose so. But what...
Well, when you wrote your article about Tad Lester, the response was more than we expected.
I'll say it was.
Well, now I want to see if I can get an even greater response.
Well, okay, let's go.
And that's the picture on the national scene. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to deviate from our usual broadcast of local news to bring you a special appeal.
I would like to introduce Major Pritchard, who heads the local corps of the Salvation Army. Major Pritchard?
Thank you. Friends, I'm here this evening to ask your help in saving a life. A few weeks ago, you may have heard or read about Tad Lester, a 10-year-old boy the doctors say is dying of leukemia and who may not live long enough to enjoy his birthday, only a few days away now. Your generous and unselfish donation of gifts was heartwarming. Now I ask you to give Tad one more gift, the greatest gift of all. I ask you to offer a prayer that he may live. Whatever your faith, whatever your church, Tad needs your prayers. Will you help save a child's life? God bless you. Yes, Commissioner, I understand. Tonight? Yes, I can leave tonight. I think there's a train around 10:30. It'll get me there first thing in the morning. All right, fine. I'll wait for the car at the station. Then I'll see you around. All right, Commissioner. Goodbye. Well, Mrs. Lester, what are you doing here?
I want to talk to you. That's why I'm here.
Is anything wrong? Is Tad all right?
Why did you do it? Why?
Do what?
That broadcast last night. Why did you do it? My phone's been ringing all day and the telegrams. What do you want from us? Why don't you leave us alone? Tad's going to die, and birthday presents and telegrams and prayers aren't going to save him.
Mrs. Lester.
Don't you understand? I just want to be left alone with my son. I've taken the phone off the hook, and I've burned the telegrams, and I want an end to this whole thing right now.
You haven't told Tad about the telegrams?
No. And I have no intention of telling him.
You have no right to keep the news from him.
No right?
You must let him know that people are praying for him. Don't you understand? It'll help him in his own faith.
And what will his faith do? It'll build up false hopes in him, and then he'll die. No, I can't do it. I can't endure this mockery. He's not your son, Major. You don't know how I feel. I'm his mother.
I wish he were my son. A boy with the faith and determination he has. How he ever learned those things with a father and mother like he has is beyond me.
His father and mother?
That's right, Mrs. Lester. His father and his mother. Simply because you lost faith in your husband, you've denied your son that same faith. The faith that he needs right now more than anything else. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Lester, I have to get ready to catch a train. Salvation Army, Major...
Major Pritchard?
Yes, this is
Bill Sterling.
Bill, what?
Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you for 2 days.
I was out of town. As a matter of fact, I just got in. What's the matter?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
About the Lester kid.
Tad, what about him?
Hold everything. Don't move. I'll be right over there to get you.
Won't you please tell me what this is all about?
You'll find out soon enough. What's the matter with these jokers? Can't they drive any faster? You'd think they had all day.
Well, is Tad all right? Did something happen to him?
Something's happened, all right. I tried to reach you all day yesterday. When I called the Salvation Army, they told me you were out of town and couldn't be reached.
Yes, that's right. I had to go up north on business, and while I was up there was a bad train wreck. Every available man was out there taking care of the injured, working the canteen truck. We didn't get back to headquarters for almost 24 hours. Then I grabbed a few hours' sleep and came back here. I was just coming in the door when you phoned. Bill, what is it? What's happened? Where are you taking me?
To Mrs. Lester, so you can see for yourself what's happened. Hello, Miss Lester.
Major Pritchard.
I finally reached him.
Mrs. Lester, will you please tell me what's happened?
Oh, Major Pritchard, I'm so glad you've come. I tried to reach you. I wanted to tell you.
It's all right, Mrs. Lester. Now, don't cry. If Tad...
You don't understand. He's...
Hi, Major.
Tad?
Gee, I was afraid you weren't coming. I didn't think you'd be here for my birthday party.
Well, but what are you doing out of bed?
Dr. Edwards said I could get up. He says I don't have the virus anymore. It's all gone.
Well, I don't understand. Mrs. Lester...
Tad's well. He's going to be all right.
That's why I tried to reach you, Major, to tell you. Looks like the doctor's wrong.
Wrong? You mean Tad didn't have...
That's right, Major Pritchard. Tad's perfectly all right.
Well, I still don't understand, Dr. Edwards. The last time I spoke to you, you were definite in your diagnosis.
Yes, I was. I still am.
Well, then how in the world your first diagnosis...
My first diagnosis showed definite symptoms of the disease. Now, don't ask me what happened, Major. I'm just a doctor. I can't say whether the medicine we'd be giving Tad has anything to do with his recovery or not. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I'm not what you call a religious man, Major Pritchard. Not in the strictest sense of the word. But if you want my honest opinion as a layman and not as a doctor, I would say that all the prayers people have been saying for the boy had something to do with it.
I didn't understand, Major Pritchard. I didn't understand what the people wanted for my son. I thought they only felt pity for him because he was dying, that they prayed for him because they were sorry for him. When you told me in your office that my bitterness was denying Tad my faith and hope, I was angry and resentful. But now I know how right you were. I don't know what to say, except to tell you how ashamed I am and how grateful. Thank you, Major, for helping Tad and helping me.
Well, isn't that why we're here, Mrs. Lester? To help each other? We all have our faults. All the people who prayed for Tad and sent telegrams and birthday presents, they have their petty jealousies and complaints, perhaps even prejudices. But all that was forgotten when they heard about your son. Then only one thing mattered. They prayed for him. And they prayed that their prayers would be answered.
And they were.
Yes, Mrs. Lester.
Major, I guess we all have a lot to learn about prayer. You can put me up in the front row.
Well, now, Bill, I knew sooner or later we'd be able to penetrate that thick skull of yours.
Mom?
Yes, dear.
Do people always pray when kids get sick?
I hope they do.
And did I get rid of the virus because they prayed?
Yes.
Then you know what?
What?
I want to invite them all to my birthday party.
Well, I don't know, Tad. There may be a few too many.
But I gotta thank them, don't I? You always tell me I gotta thank people when they give you something.
That's right.
Say, wait a minute. I got an idea. Son, do you want to thank all the people who helped you get well?
I sure do.
Well, then how would you like to go on a television show?
Huh? Me?
Sure. Then you can thank everybody all at once. How about it?
Oh, you bet. Hey, Mom, did you hear? I'm going to be on television. Is it all right, Dr. Edwards?
Sure, Tad. It's all right.
Oh, boy, wait till the kids hear about this. This is the best birthday present of all. Isn't it, Mom?
Oh, yes, dear, the very best.
Well, it looks like I've got my work cut out for me. Oh, and what a story this is going to make for the paper. Hey, I ought to get a bonus for this story. Oh, yeah, there's something I almost forgot, Major.
Yes, Bill.
What was that thing you quoted me from the Bible about moving mountains? I'd like to use it in my write-up.
If you shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things whatsoever you shall ask in prayer, believing, you shall receive.
That was the final act of Say to the Mountain, starring Olin Soleil as Major Pritchard. Be sure to be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Ben Wright. Our story this week deals with two facets of the many-sided African problem. We've titled it The Black Keys and the White, written for Heartbeat Theater by Arthur Tibbles. With Ben Wright as Colonel Brogan, here is Act One of The Black Keys and the White.
The name is Brogan. I'd like to have you know me and my work a little better. So, will you bear with me a while? It may add up to our mutual profit. Well, I'm an old army man. The Salvation Army. As a matter of fact, I came out here just a year after the Army began its work here in East Africa. Yeah, that's right, Africa. It conjures up a lot of pictures, doesn't it? But now, we'll focus on Kenya. Well, there's one thing that has flashed the name of Kenya onto the front pages of the world. Mau Mau. And how to tell you? Well, perhaps with a story about two Kikuyu boys, Kami and Karanja. Now, this is a story about Africans, white and black. All Africans and good Africans, each according to his own way. Kami and Karanja, the two Kikuyu boys, they were born in the very same year on the shamba or the farm of the white man, Angus Ritchie. And it was the same year that Angus' son, Thomas, was born. And the year that Angus Ritchie's wife died. And these boys, the three of them, they grew up together.
Boy, come along in here. I'll have a talk with you.
Yes, Bwana Ritchie. We are to come here into your study?
You and Karanja, both of you. All right, come along in. Yeah, now then. Sit down. I know Thomas, my son, allows you to sit with him when he brings you into the house. Sit down.
Thank you, Bwana.
Right, Kami. Now, you see here, the two of you, Thomas says you're good boys. That if he's to go to school, so should the pair of you.
School. I should like that very much.
And you, Karanja?
School? What school? A school like your son's, Bwana?
Don't talk it out. In fact, you both had better schooling right here than most of the natives. Learned more than you would have in the missionary primary schools. Now, see here. You both should go to the government secondary school for natives. How's that?
But the shillings, Bwana, it costs money.
Confound the money. Do you want the schooling? You can work the money off here on the farm or forget about it. Forget the money.
And what would we learn, Bwana?
Learn? Stuff and nonsense, if you ask me.
If we finished at the secondary school, then?
Back to work. What do you think? You should go off to Oxford or Cambridge, maybe?
Karanja. Perhaps the book magic that is taught in Europe is somehow different, more powerful. Not for Kikuyus.
You're a suspicious young fool, you are. There's too much in the books, I won't deny that, but a wise man takes only what he needs. Why waste water from a well? Now you call me. Secondary school for you?
Bwana Ritchie, you are very kind.
I'm an old fool. Well?
I have ridden many times to Nairobi on the lorries from the farm. One time there, I met a man. A man.
A man?
He was like a priest or a mission man. Yet, he was not like a priest. He was, well, there is a school. A Kikuyu can help work his way.
Well, what man, what school? I don't like towns and I don't like Nairobi. That country and the farm is the place. So?
This is called, I think, the Salvation Army.
Oh, yes. Well, I know them. Not as bad as some of them do-good beggars. Better than most, I expect. Got their feet on the ground.
What I did like, Bwana, this man, he told me, Kikuyu boy, Wakamba boy, any boy, did he want to work for the Engai, the great single God, who is God for anybody, for everybody?
You would like this, Kami. Better than the farm, better than hunting. I see you. You're the quiet one. More so than my own Thomas. This rascal of a Karanja here.
Yes, Bwana?
I doubt that you should get into very much harm in Nairobi with the Salvation Army.
Then, I would not need the shillings, Bwana.
The 30 shilling a month you shall have. You'll find a use for the money, I expect. I'll drive you to Nairobi, have a talk with the Salvation Army fella. Very like we can do, Kami. Now you, Karanja.
I do not want mission school, nor government school.
What else, then? You could learn about mechanics, motor car repair, tractors, electrics, that sort of thing. Be good show. Help you out on the farm, make a nice little future.
You said school, Bwana Richie. You promised.
Of course that's schooling. Of a proper kind.
The independent schools. That's what I want.
I see. So, you're on to that.
An African school. Taught by Africans, for Africans.
Africans, not you listen to me. I'm an African, my boy. Thomas born here, he's an African.
European, English.
I see. Black Africa for the black Africans. Confound it, where would your natives be if it weren't it? Yeah? No good my talking, eh? The blind can't see. So, the independent schools, is it?
You promised, Bwana.
So I did. Nairobi, I suppose.
If they will have me.
Oh, they'll have you. You shall have your 30 shillings a month, the same as Kami. Dare say you'll spend the first lot of it for a pair of bright yellow shoes that'll hurt your feet. I'll give my word to Thomas. Well, all right, off with the pair of you. Somehow I get the feeling I've done a bad day's work, and I don't know why.
Well, that's the way the story of Kami and Karanja began. Kami came to us in Nairobi, and he took up our way of life, which was a thing we like to have. For here in East Africa, out of more than 700 officers and employees of the Salvation Army, just fewer than 60 are from foreign nations. And now, it's 1952, and there's a thing springing up called Mau Mau. And Karanja, the poor Karanja. He's a Nairobi spirit who works in strange company.
Unreasonable man, Karanja, but until you manage a new gramophone, at least a new record, I cannot stand it.
You and your European airs. You find fault with everything I do. And why do you want me in your office?
It become most apparent almost at once.
You have seen Kettle?
No names. Fool. You've been told 1,000 times that his name must never be mentioned in connection with the work of Mau Mau. And you would do well not to mention Mau Mau itself above the slightest whisper.
I said nothing.
Continue to say nothing. The Nairobi police would laugh madly to find your headless body rolling around in the center of Government Road, wouldn't they? And your head itself neatly packaged for delivery to the governor.
Filthy Nuku.
Well, you must call me filthy if you might use English. I consider you a hyena.
I can see nothing to laugh at. The way things are run, we shall never get anywhere at all. There are moments when I doubt that he ever learned anything at all at that British college. When the Mau Mau was organized, we were promised...
You're very impatient, very bloodthirsty, Karamza, do you know? And I may add, because he says so, you're about to become a man of some importance.
Me? Of importance?
Yes, you're about to become a Mundu Mugu, a wise man in the ways of a Kikuyu, a giver of oaths, in short. What the noble Europeans refer to as a witch doctor. Now, what do you think of that? Do you have the stomach for it?
This is the new oath?
What else, dear boy? Very splendid oath, as a matter of fact. Very bloody oath, very frightening oath. And you shall be one of the first to administer this new oath.
I shall do well.
Yes, with all the appropriate curses and bloodletting, Karamza. And if you don't put the fear of all the gods, old and new, including the Christian one, into the hearts of our new brothers, well...
The living eyes of a goat impaled on a thorn bush. A living heart. Fresh cut and still pumping
blood. Would you
blood.
please spare me the details, dear boy?
This is meat to my taste. Where do I start and when? I must go and see him.
No, he gives his orders only through me. Now, the very first of these. Rid yourself of those horrible European clothes. The Wahindi who took your shillings for those... Oh, well, but there. The Wahindi should be driven into the sea with all the others. White men, brown men, all driven from Africa. Would you like a title for yourself, Karamza? Say, what would be? Captain or Major?
Well, at the very least, I should be general.
General?
For I know the ways of the town, of the farm, of the bush, and of the mountains. I am a warrior and a leader of men. I can burn, I can kill. At the very least, I should be a general.
Such becoming modesty. Well, we shall see.
That was Act One of The Black Keys and the White, starring Ben Wright as Colonel Brogan. Of the fairly large number of Salvationists in Africa, over 700 in East Africa alone, a very small percentage are Europeans. Most of the Salvation Army leadership is conducted by Africans themselves. The Salvation Army feels that they have done a good job in training and educating the Africans to the point where the total personnel of the Salvation Army in Africa will be Africans. The works and services of the Salvation Army will be immeasurably enhanced with the addition of these trained and dedicated men and women of Africa. Constructive work is being carried out in Africa, and much of it is being done by the Salvation Army. Now, Act Two of The Black Keys and the White, starring Ben Wright as Colonel Brogan.
Well, it's very decent of you to come to see me, Mr. Ritchie. I know you seldom come to Nairobi these days.
When I'm here, I don't have time for the sort of do your Salvation Army fellas carry on. Right, Brogan. I'm getting on for an old chap these days. Old-fashioned one, too, I expect, but I do see that times are changing.
I wish more of the settlers would admit that.
You've been out here since...
1922.
22, 30 years. Been a farmer, you'd be a rich man now, Brogan.
Oh, and I am a rich man.
Huh? Oh, see what you mean. Before 22, Ulster rifles, wasn't it?
As a boy.
The Salvation Army, the lifetime. And now what?
That is the old army tradition. Carry on.
Hey, you fellas have done one right thing. Giving your natives a chance to do a bit of leading on their own. Young fella like that lad from my farm, Kami.
What I'd give for 1,000 more like him.
Really, the reason my son asked me to drop by, Kami.
Oh, well, he's up in the reserve now. He He'll be back any day, though, and
You suppose you could fix the boy up with a bit of leave or whatever? Send him along to the farm for a visit?
Oh, well, I should think that'd be likely.
My son, young Thomas, is done with school, and back on the farm, Tommy and he were kids together. They do one another no harm for a few days.
Oh, I'd be glad to arrange it, sir. Bit of a walkabout to do him good. I'll send him along. I might join him myself.
I know it's going to be an odd time for a talk. A serious one with you going off on safari, but you do want this farming thing, for sure.
Whatever else. Now, if I'm needed, I can let this bit of hunting go.
Oh, no, not that. It's been a lot of years, Thomas, in Highland Farm. I am a bit proud of it, you know. But I shan't say no if you'd like to sell it up.
I say. Touch of the sun. Sell up the farm.
Then you do want the whole place.
I do say, Dad, this is... Well, it's home. Now, look here. I'll be back in 2 weeks, then... Now, how about this? You've no end of pounds on the bank, and BOAC manages to find London every flight. Now, you've been talking about that trip ever since I can remember.
We all do. Us old-timers. No, the sun gets into your bones and the smell of the red dirt. You'll have the blue sky above you. Now, son, you'll be burying me in the hills with your mother. No England for me. Though you might enjoy a look.
You are a bit sticky this morning.
I'll say it all now. When you come back home, you take over. Thomas, there's trouble coming. Now, wait, boy, it's a thing, well, not just here in Kenya. All the way south and west. Africa's a black man's country. I know we say they can't run it, but they're bound to try. They're not ready for it. I don't know, maybe that's our fault, but no good telling them anything. They're kids with a lid already pried off the jam pot.
And they act like a bunch of children.
Right. And we've got to be a good father to them. Teach them a bit. Bring them along. But the job's for you now. It's your world, and you must find a way to live in it.
Well, I say we can't give the beggars all they want. They'd have us all out of Africa, and the whole show'd go to pot.
Thomas, I don't have any good answers, any workable ones. I do know, somehow, though. You'll have to share with the natives. You'll have to learn to live with them. That apartness business is...
No, Father, apartheid. Like down in the Union?
Yes, there'll come a cropper one of these days. No, apartness won't do. It'll have to be... This will come as a shock to you, Thomas, I know. But mark me, one day and sooner than you think, the color bar must go. And then...
No color bar? Oh, that's impossible.
I've eyes, boy.
Well, then we might do this for the think lads, but the practical fellows...
Well, it's going to have to end up somewhere in the middle there, between the knock 'em in the head and the drink a cup of tea with them fellas. If you ever tell my friends I said this, I'll have no more friends. We say, Thomas, should we sell up? Won't be many buyers soon, I've a notion.
No. Oh, I'm not the brightest young chap in the world, but... Dad, this farm is the only home I've ever known. It's the only home I ever want to know.
Well, done. Better push off, lad. Huh? Good hunting.
Here you come. Cheers and that sort of thing. Come on, boys. Got a date with the elephant.
They have cheated us. They are thieves. This land is ours. They have stolen it. The ways of the tribes are ours. They destroy those ways. This is our country. We must rule. And they must go. They must go. You are brave men. And Jama, warriors. Warriors of the Kikuyu. Will you act like pie dogs, nameless curs, kicked at the whim of a European buana? No. So shall it be. Kuja, closer. Draw closer to me. For now I tell you of the new oath, the great oath, the most terrible oath, the oath of the Mau Mau. Do you listen? First I will tell you, and then I will swear you, each in his turn, to the great and terrible oath of Mau Mau. But wait, each man who now hears the words of the oath, that man must be sworn. That man must be sworn or that man must die. This is the way of Mau Mau. It is agreed? Come closer. Make soft our whispers. The night has ears but must not hear. Closer. Here will be the ceremony of the oath. Sworn on a live beating heart. Fresh cut and pumping blood. Will you swear?
Swear. Tell us.
And these are the words of the oath. The terrible oath of Mau Mau. Do I betray my brother Mau Mau? Mark this well. Do I betray my brother Mau Mau? This oath will kill me. This oath will kill all my family to the very last child. I will say always, this land belongs only to the Kikuyu and to no other. If I say else, this oath will kill me. I am a warrior of Mau Mau, and when my brothers command me, I will kill. Kill Wakamba men, kill Maasai men, kill Europe men. I will kill all red-faced white men. And now, remember this. Remember this well.
What goes on here? What is this on my farm? Who dares say these things?
Yowana Richie.
What devil's work is this? Out of my way, boy. Get out, you rascals. Get your filthy paws off me, boy. I have no gun. I have no fear from you or any like ye. You, Curie. You, Tonka. You're my boys. You know me.
Seize him. Grab onto him. Hold him. Bring the old man to me. Drag him here. You, spying and listening.
Karate. I always said you'd turn out to be a bad one. You homeless Toto, discarded baby that I reared. The child that played with my son. You, the boy that I favored.
Don't call me boy. You Europeans. You call us all boys. You order us boys. Boy, do this. Boy, do that. Stop calling me boy.
You're stinking Mau Mau old. In the great days of your tribe, you had the oaths of men.
Listen, you heard.
I heard you fools talk, aye? Now, boy.
Do not call us boys.
You are not men.
You, Curry. Let the old man Richie to his knees. That way. That way. So we can look upon the back of the old man's neck. That scrawny, white, red neck of Europe. Now, the taco, your paga. Hand me your bush knife. Hand it here to me. Hear me, old man Richie. You have not listened yet to all of the words of the oath of Mau Mau. Listen, these are the final words. Listen. If the brothers of Mau Mau command you, if the needs of Mau Mau demand you, then it shall be. Bring me the head of a European. The head of a European!
This is not a day we should have chosen to come up to the Highland Farm. There was no choice. Angus Ritchie's dead.
And Karanja, who did this cruel thing? I cannot believe this. Karanja, Thomas Ritchie, me. We were children on this farm.
I know it. It was like brothers. Old Angus told me. Yeah, we're like 3 brothers.
Brothers. How many things this word means to how many people. In our tribe, we were all brothers. In Mau Mau, they would be brothers to one another. And in the book, all people are brothers. So much to understand. So very much.
We must try, Connie. We must keep faith. Well, now, you must go on into the other room. Both of them are there, you know. Karanja and young Richie.
I know. And they say Karanja's dying. But young Thomas returned from the safari, found his father, that he hunted down Karanja and shot him.
Well, these are bad times, Connie. Yes, it's not easy for you. Will you be all right now? Alone with Karanja and young Richie?
As it is in the book, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will be all right, Major. Thomas? Buana Thomas?
Thomas will do, Connie. Well, this is... well, not a very good homecoming for any of us. Oh, our little playmate, our little Karanja there on the floor.
Perhaps you had better sit down, Thomas. You look ill.
Ill, Connie. Sick. I'm sick twice. First when I saw Father. And then again when I saw it was Karanja had shot.
I know.
Go to him, Connie. I told him you were here. He's dying. He won't live to be shot in Nairobi. Go on. I'll sit down a bit. Close to the door. The 3 of us. One Thomas, Kami, me, Karanja. Like the days when we were young. Here on the farm.
Gently, Karanja. Gently.
It is the oath. Kami, the oath of Mau Mau. It kills me.
There are worse things than dying.
It is a very powerful oath, Kami. Kami?
Yes?
Tell me. Have you changed?
I am Kami.
Now, you follow Ngai, the great God?
The one God, Karanja. Above all, the greatest.
This Ngai, he is for everyone? Or only for Europeans?
He is the God of all. For Thomas, for you, for me. For those across the rivers and the seas. And for us right here.
Tell me of him, Kami. Does he have great oaths?
No oaths. For in his book it says, neither shalt thou swear by thy head.
No oaths. That is a strange thing, Kami. But say goodbye to Buana Thomas and good.
All
Father, who art in heaven. And she was our brother, Cammy. Now, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done.
I warned you. It wasn't a gay, pretty tale. And the answer? Do you recall? The Black Keys. We can pick out a bit of melody on them, all right. And we're going to get a bit of melody from the White Keys, too. But when we use both the Black Keys and the White Keys, then we get the harmony.
So ends the final act of The Black Keys and the White with Ben Wright as Colonel Brogan. Be sure and be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army, and it's one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening, and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Byron Kane. P.T. Barnum once said, "There's a sucker born every minute." Men throughout the ages have realized this to be true, and some have made considerable fortunes following the sucker star. But this old adage works two ways, as we'll discover in our story this week, The Con Man, written for Heartbeat Theater by Christopher Young. Byron Kane stars as Eddie as we hear Act One of The Con Man.
There, that ought to do it.
Looks awfully complicated for a 4-year-old's birthday party.
Well, you wanted something they could play pin the tail on the donkey with, and you didn't want pinholes in the landlord's wall, so presto.
That's marvelous. And so are you. When you're like this.
I bet Lonnie's as excited as a flea in a dog show.
I didn't think I'd ever get her to sleep. You know, she still remembers every detail of her 3rd birthday party.
Well, who's impressed? So do I. I didn't have one.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Hank called.
Oh, he did, huh? Wow, good. I wonder if he'd like to take in a ball game.
He said you called him. He was returning your call.
Let's go upstairs. This basement's getting chilly.
I don't want to get into another argument, Eddie.
And we won't, Sue. We won't.
You promised to stay away from Hank.
Oh, look, honey, Hank's an old friend. He isn't as bad as you make him out to be. I've known Hank longer than you. We were in college together.
And you were thrown out together.
No, I didn't have a sense of humor on that campus.
What you did was so funny. Selling raffle tickets for non-existent prizes.
We never sold more than $1's worth to any one person. Nobody got hurt, and we made a little money. Now, look, Sue, let's not go over a bunch of dead issues.
When you call Hank, I'm not so sure they're dead.
All right. Maybe they're not.
If you're going to yell, can you wait until we get inside the apartment? I don't understand you. I really don't. You're two different people sometimes. One is the Eddie I married, a sweet, attentive guy who loves his wife and child, and the other is a conniving crook.
I never broke a law.
Only because you think up schemes for which the normal legal mind never devised a law. Eddie, there are laws that aren't on the books. Laws of decency, fair play, consideration.
I consider my family. What I do, what I get is for you and Lonnie.
We have enough.
Yeah, we'll check the balance of the bank book and say that.
So we can cut down.
I'm sick of cutting down.
Eddie, please. No more schemes. I don't think I could go through it again.
Honey, look, there's nothing wrong with my idea. Nobody loses anything. Everybody will benefit.
Then why not tell me about it?
Because you put business on a pedestal. You can't build an altar around money-making. Believe me, Sue, a seat on the stock exchange is a long cry from a seat in church. All I'm doing is manipulating people so they'll spend money that will benefit me instead of someone else. And that's what every so-called honest businessman from Wall Street to the corner grocer does.
I can't believe that, Eddie.
Sue, don't try to understand it. Take care of the apartment, Lonnie, and leave the breadwinning to me.
Well, don't hurt people, Eddie. Not if you want me and Lonnie.
Now, don't talk like that.
I mean it, Eddie. I mean it.
I thought you were all excited about this deal.
So I am.
Well, then give a little, man. You picked me up 10 minutes ago. You ain't said a thing.
I'll show you on the next block.
You trying to tell me there's money in this crummy neighborhood?
Say, while I think of it, Hank, will you quit calling me at the house?
Oh, is that what's eating you?
Use Nick's phone if you have to call.
Yeah, she's got you trained, all right.
Yeah, we get along. Is that a parking space?
It's a fire plug, but there's one just ahead there. Looks like they're tearing down one of these dumps.
Guess again. This one collapsed all by itself.
Are you kidding?
Why don't you trade in your ignorance sometime and pick up a newspaper? This has been all over the front page. 14 people hurt, 2 killed.
Oh, yeah. I heard it on TV. Well, so what's in it for us? Used lumber?
Oh, boy. Come over this way.
All right.
Now, you see all these people watching them clear the mess away?
So?
Well, I've been coming down here the last few days. Most of them live in these other dumps. There are even 2 or 3 owners in that crowd. And you know what every one of these people are thinking? They're thinking this could have been my place. The hurt and the dead could have been me or my family.
Well, likely.
A fact.
Well, if you say so, yeah.
Well, does that give you any ideas?
Well, I probably could use a couple of good carpenters like us, but we quit that bit.
Well, we're resuming our craft. Now, whatever happened to Max and Collie?
Max? They're around. I see them now and then.
Living soft?
No, hardly.
Still trying to figure the ponies?
Well, they could use a buck, if that's what you mean. Come on now, what's the shake?
Ever hear of TBCU? Tenement Building Control Unit. Part of the City Department of Building Inspection. My card.
Hey, real fancy. Had them all printed up and everything, huh?
Uh-huh. Would you mind? I find I left my office with just this one card this morning, and I have several other stops.
Nobody keeps the card.
Right. Now, this card is the only legal loophole. Tenement Building Control Unit is a phony title. Now, nobody will remember it.
Yeah, but you lost me when you whipped out that card. Would you start from scratch?
All right. After this building collapsed, a city official announced that there were probably 200 more buildings in the same condition. But there weren't enough inspectors to condemn them. Now, it could take 3 years before they got around to them.
I begin to get the picture. Yeah.
Okay. Now, we approach the owner. I present my card. I'm with the Tenement Control Unit. You're a busy contractor who's volunteered a few hours a week to substantiate my findings. All in the interest of the owner and the good citizens living in the building.
I'm with you.
Okay, now we go under the house. We study the foundation. Immediate work is necessary, or my department will have to file a recommendation for condemnation proceedings that very day.
Yeah, they don't get time to think, huh?
Right. Then you move in. You point out that the job isn't as bad as I make it seem. You suggest I offer to hold back my report if Mr. So-and-so, the owner, would accept a bid on the work which you're ready to make at the moment.
Yeah, you're playing my song, Eddie boy. This is a dream.
So you submit a bid right there. Now, I'm hesitant, but when Mr. So-and-so signs the bid and authorizes the work, I agree not to file my report, since the owner's intentions were obviously good.
So we sign up 20 or 30, get an advance, and skip.
No, nothing of the sort, no. We take no advance at all. Max and Collie show up the next morning. They strengthen a few joists, put in a few new planks, make a lot of noise under the house.
Now, look, you make it sound almost legitimate.
It is, technically.
Well, where's the gravy?
Oh, this is good for $200 to $300 a day.
Yeah?
Sure, the average estimate runs around $350. The layout for Max and Collie and materials are no more than $100. And all we're doing is overcharging. Our prices are high, but the owner authorized both the prices and the work.
Yeah, but isn't somebody going to make a fuss when they see how little we did for $350?
How little you did. So he gripes to you. Maybe. But he doesn't go any farther. Why? Because some man from some city office, the name of which he forgets, almost recommended his property to be condemned.
Yeah, I see it now. He makes a stink. He calls attention to the rotten condition of his property. The bill was steep, maybe, but he's in the clear as far as getting his property condemned.
That's the whole picture. But we work fast, 30 or 40 days at the most, signing up at least one place a day. We split about 10,000.
Hey, when do we begin?
Tomorrow. All right, now stick to the routine and don't say any more than we talked about.
Will you relax? You mean the owner of this dump actually lives in it?
A lot of them do. They're old-timers. Been here since the building was in its prime. The change is gradual, and they don't see it the way we do. Now, here it is. It's apartment 1.
Yes?
Mrs. Corman, my card. I'm with the Tenement Building Control Unit.
Oh, dear.
This is Mr. George Gray, a contractor who volunteers a few hours each week to help our department.
How do you do?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I may have my card back, Mrs. Corman. I forgot to pick some up at my office, and I have many calls to make today.
Of course, of course.
Thank you, Mrs. Corman. You're familiar with the building down the block that collapsed last week?
It's a terrible thing.
Yes, it was. And it's my job to see that it doesn't happen again. Now, I wonder if you could take us to the basement.
Oh, certainly. Just follow me. I'll close my door. I have to be careful for thieves these days. I don't know what's happened to this neighborhood. Right this way.
We're starting with the buildings where the owner is a resident because we feel that these people will be even more anxious to avoid a calamity.
Well, I should say so. It's down these stairs. The light's on the bottom, so I'll lead the way. I know every step by heart.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm glad to see you. Mr. Corman passed on 12 years ago, and it's not easy for a woman to keep up on these mechanical things. Now, the light. Of course, when you get to be my age, you have to watch every penny.
Well, Mrs. Corman, the protection of your life and others, I'm sure, comes before money.
My life?
Well, don't forget, 2 people were killed and 14 injured when that building went.
Oh, well, that's true. Yes, that's true.
Now, this inspection is brief. We can spot trouble in less than a minute. As a matter of fact, Mr. Gray, would you take a look at this?
Yeah, I was just noticing that...
Runs along the whole beam.
Yeah. Ever notice those cracks there, Mrs. Corman?
And the dampness in the wood?
I don't believe I've looked before.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Corman, but this is exactly the condition we found in the rubble of that building that collapsed.
Good heavens.
Now, I want you to understand, I am in no position to condemn your property. That isn't my job. But I'm afraid I'll be forced to file a recommendation that the building be condemned.
Why, you mean everybody to have to move out?
Well, if the building is condemned, it's for your own good. And you certainly wouldn't want to have the lives of any of your tenants on your conscience.
Oh. But isn't there something I could do?
Pardon me. I don't think the danger is quite that immediate, Mr. Plyer. Suppose I made Mrs. Corman a bid on the necessary work right now, and you hold up filing that recommendation.
Yes. Couldn't we do something like that?
Well, that's very generous of Mr. Gray. And you'd have a top man, of course. But I'd have to assume, Mrs. Corman, that there'd be time spent while you got other bids. And And I'm afraid I disagree with Mr. Gray. The danger here is quite immediate.
Oh, now look, Mr. Plyer, I could have 2 men on the job by noon today.
Well, that would satisfy my department, but, well, it's entirely up to Mrs. Corman.
Yes. Oh, well, anything.
Well, then you'd like me to make a bid, Mrs. Corman?
Now, I suggest you think this over, Mrs. Corman.
Mm-hmm.
You're putting yourself in the position of taking only one bid, which isn't good business.
Well.
Of course, I can assure you that my department thinks a great deal of Mr. Gray and his men.
Oh, well, that's good enough for me. Well, how much would it be, Mr. Gray?
Oh, well, let's see. It isn't so bad. I'd been going over it in my head, and I think, let's see, it'd be about... I think about 470 will cover it.
That much?
Well, it's kind of specialized work, you know.
Oh, well, I see. Well, all right, then.
All right, I'll have 2 men here at noon today.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Corman. I feel a lot better now. And I'm sure you do, too, knowing everything is going to be all right. Does that door lead to the alley?
What? Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, that's where we're parked, so we'll bid you good morning.
Well, good morning, and thank you very much.
What do you think you're pulling?
Huh? What's biting you?
$470. And I told you 350 tops.
Oh, we had her in the palm of our hands.
So we lower the price for a tough one, and then they all start comparing notes. With a 350 top, nobody gets mad enough to risk sticking his neck out. You milk it for more than that, and somebody's likely to feel around about that tenement building control unit.
All right, we'll do it your way. What's the matter with you? You've been griping ever since you picked me up this morning.
Sue. She's taking Lonnie. She's leaving me.
That was the first act of The Con Man, starring Byron Kane as Eddie. As I'm sure you're already aware, con man is short for confidence man, a person who utilizes your carefully built-up confidence in him to separate you from your money. The Salvation Army wants to build your confidence in them also, not, however, to separate you from your money, but to let you know that they're a friend to rely on in need. An example of this trust and confidence you can put in the Salvation Army might be their day nursery service, which we'll mention later in our program. These nurseries can be found in most of our larger cities and serve a vital need in this modern day when both parents or an only parent must work to support the family. Preschool children are cared for during the working day with as much love and affection as it is possible to give. Where there is a need of any kind, you can be confident that the Salvation Army will fill that need. And that's what confidence really means. Now, Act 2 of The Con Man, starring Byron Kane as Eddie.
Won't you come in, Mrs. Wilder?
Thank you, Major. I know I didn't have an appointment. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, not in the least. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Did you bring your daughter? Lonnie, isn't it?
Your wife took her out with the other children. She's having a wonderful time.
You could be referring to Lonnie or my wife when you say that.
I think I know what you mean. She seems to love every one of those children as if it were her own.
Well, of all the activities of the Salvation Army, the day nursery is one of the happiest ones. At least the nursery itself is a happy place, although the circumstances that bring the children to it aren't always the most pleasant.
No, Major. I suppose not.
I've looked over the application you gave Lieutenant Mendoza yesterday.
Well, I didn't expect to find work so quickly, Major. But I'm supposed to start in the morning, and I just have no one to leave Lonnie with.
Well, that's why we're here. Of course, my wife is in charge of the nursery.
Well, I understand.
I was just wondering if there was any way I could be of help to you. Your application states that you're not divorced, and your husband is not deceased.
I left him. Major, it just happened, and I'm too confused to even think about it.
Well, if the time comes...
I probably will. And I'll be only too happy to have someone like you to tell the whole story to.
I see your last residence was way at the other end of town.
Well, I grew up in this neighborhood.
Oh.
The rents are reasonable, and I suppose I thought I'd run into some old acquaintances. But I'm afraid they've all moved away.
Well, I'm sure it helps being in a familiar area, at least. And I hope you'll consider us your friends.
Thank you, Major.
And you needn't worry about Lonnie when you're at work. She'll be well cared for, well fed, and we'll try to give her as much love as you would during the day. The Salvation Army considers that last item one of the most important in running a day nursery.
I know, Major. You see, I spent a year here myself when I was Lonnie's age.
Why don't you tell me why we're switching to this end of town? I thought that collapsed building was the bait.
This part of town is old, too. The gimmick can work here, too.
Yeah, but we only worked that area for 2 weeks. We didn't even begin to tap it.
I'm making the decisions.
Boy, I sure wish you'd find that wife and kid of yours and get back your sense of humor. I'm telling you, Eddie, you're getting to be a real drag.
What's that building over there?
Huh? Oh, some kind of Salvation Army building. It's old, but it looks awful solid.
Hey, there's an angle. Salvation Army. It should be a soft touch. Repairs won't come out of their own pocket.
You're the boss.
Only let's go a little heavy on this one. Have Max and Collie put in a full day, maybe more. Matter of fact, we're going to do a good job and take a cut in the profit.
Are you sentimental about the Salvation Army or something?
Public relations. Let them spread the word around.
Well, suppose they don't need anything done.
Now, how are they going to know that? We're the experts.
There's someone in uniform right over there.
Yeah, he could be our man. Excuse me, I'm looking for someone in charge.
Well, that would be me. Can I help you, gentlemen?
My card. Major?
Yes, Major Ford.
As you can see, I'm with TBCU, a tenement building control unit.
Well, that's a new one on me.
This is George Gray, a building contractor who volunteers a few hours a week to our department.
Oh, Mr. Gray.
How do you do, Major?
Oh, I wonder if I may have my card back. I left the office without taking any more.
Oh, well, certainly.
I'm sure, Major, you read about the building that collapsed a few weeks ago in which 15 were injured. Well, Major, ordinarily I'd file my recommendation for condemning the building immediately, but I can understand your position.
Well, as I say, I'm certain Mr. Gray here would give me a fair price for the work, but I just can't commit us for any expense without certain routine procedures.
Well, you understand my department only recommends Mr. Gray because he's a specialist in this type of work.
And most likely Mr. Gray will be doing the job. Could you call back in 2 or 3 days, and perhaps we can get the whole issue settled at that time?
I'll do that, Major, and thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you for not condemning the building immediately. Good morning.
Good morning, Major.
Yeah, good morning, Major.
Major, it's nice of you to see me without an appointment.
Oh, not at all.
I was in the neighborhood and just thought I'd stop in to see if you'd finalized your agreements.
Well, how's business, Mr.
Plyer, Hal Plyer.
Hal Plyer. I never did get to keep one of your cards, you know.
Wouldn't you know, I'm out of them again.
I'm not surprised, Mr. Plyer.
Beg your pardon?
Mr. Plyer, you made an unfortunate choice when you came to me.
Well, you're in my territory.
Wouldn't you say your territory is any area occupied by people anxious about the structures of the building they frequent since the tragedy of that collapsed tenement a few weeks ago? Oh, you needn't answer that, Mr. Plyer. But it's true. We were anxious, too. We called in a reputable firm and had a complete inspection.
Major, I'm a busy man. If you're not interested in Mr. Gray's bid, then...
I'm a busy man, too, but in a different direction. I try to help people. You try to harm them. Now, let's not play around. Your game is obvious. I realized after you left the other day that I didn't have your phone number, and the operator found no listing. I then called the building inspector for 2 reasons. To question the validity of your department, he never heard of it, of course, and to have them recheck the foundation in all fairness to your partner. He is your partner, isn't he?
If you'll excuse me, Major.
No. You've taken a lot of my time. Now, you give me some of yours. That isn't too much to ask. Oh, I'm certain you've covered yourself legally. There's no formal charge I can bring against you, for we never consummated a deal. And those you've built probably wouldn't have a case either.
You're right. My operation is legal.
But hardly moral. Now, you may not think you're concerned with the moral aspect, but I think you are. You're a human being, an intelligent one. But you've isolated yourself. You've sold yourself a bill of goods that says you're different, apart from everyone else. The hurts others bear are no concern of yours. It isn't so, my friend. We're all in this together, this business of living.
I've been around, Major. It's a dog-eat-dog world.
You like it that way?
Of course not.
Well, then why not fight it instead of nurturing it?
It's the way things are. If it's bad for someone else and good for me, then it's good, period.
Come with me. I want to show you something. I don't suppose you're familiar with the Salvation Army's operation.
I've got my own problems.
And we're concerned with yours. And I hope to prove to you that you're concerned with ours, even though you don't realize it. The Salvation Army is a worldwide operation. It runs homes for unwed mothers. It feeds starving people. It cures the diseased in undeveloped areas.
I'm sorry, Major. You're not reaching me.
Can you not be reached by little children either? Look ahead there. 30 preschool children, 2.5 to 6. Here because one or both parents must work to support their families, and there's nobody to watch over them. With this care, their parents can feed and clothe them better, help them to become healthy, well-adjusted citizens someday. They're important, my friend, important to you, and you're important to them. You were trying to cheat us, and if you had, one of these children, or another child in China, perhaps, or a blind man in the West Indies, somewhere, someone would have gone without, because the Salvation Army would have had a few $100 less to carry on its work.
You made your point. Can I go now?
If you want to. But won't you think about it?
I can't help how I feel, Major. These aren't my kids. I want to fix it so my wife never has to work. So my kid doesn't have to rely on strangers for care and love. I want to be sure that...
What is it? Are you all right?
That little girl. It's Lonnie.
You know her?
That's my daughter. My baby. What's she doing here?
Then you must be Mr. Wilder.
What's she doing here?
I can't help thinking, Mr. Wilder, that God brought her here to help convince you you're not apart from anyone else.
But then, Sue, my wife...
is working, Mr. Wilder, despite your efforts to the contrary. And Lonnie stays here during the day with us, receiving the care and love that we give to her. It would seem that despite your rejection of ethical business practices, Mr. Wilder, your unethical ones haven't fared so well either.
For the moment, perhaps.
For the moment. Is it going to get any better? If you succeed with a few more gullible people, do you think your wife will come running back to you with open arms? Will you be able to give your daughter any more than she has now? If that? Think again, Mr. Wilder.
Look, Major,
Yes. You know, I can't help thinking about a certain interesting psychological phenomenon in connection with your coming here today, Mr. Wilder. Police have been familiar with it for some time. It seems that a person who's done something wrong will frequently return to the scene of his crime, or will do something else so clumsily and obviously that he's bound to be caught, and later will admit that he knew he was doing wrong but couldn't stop himself, so he made it possible for someone else to do it for him.
Sort of an unconscious plea of guilty, huh, Major? Well, if you think
Mr. Wilder, why you came back here today, I don't know. But you did. And I think you've gained something by coming. I'll tell you this. Mere coincidence didn't bring you back. Tell you what, Mr. Wilder. A few days ago, you and a friend of yours tried to make a deal with me, profitable to you, costly to me. Now, I've got a friend, too. And we'd like to make a deal with you. One profitable to both of us, but mostly you. Shall we go into my office and talk it over?
All right, Major. Let's talk it over. Sue.
What are you doing here?
The Major told me you picked Lonnie up at 5:15. I thought maybe we'd pick her up together.
I told you, Eddie, it's all over.
The Major gave me another chance, Sue. Can't you see? I'll admit it's not going to be easy for me to turn down a chance to fleece a sucker, but something happened in here that makes everything look different to me. Please, Sue, let's talk about it.
All right. I have to get Lonnie now.
Can we go in and get her together?
She's missed you. All right, let's go in together.
That was the final act of The Con Man, starring Byron Kane as Eddie. Be sure to be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army, and it's one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening, and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Constance Cavendish. The Family Album, with its fancy covers and brass hinges and memories, has, for the most part, left the American scene. The pressed flowers, locks of hair, and a faint, somehow old-fashioned smell are no longer with us. But the stories which these old albums told us still live. We've got one for you this week in our story titled Family Album. It's not really an old story, and yet it is. I think you'll see what I mean as we hear Act One of Family Album, written by Arthur Tibbals and starring Constance Cavendish as Catherine Carell.
Family Album of Catherine Carell. I hold it here in my hands. An old-fashioned album with time-faded red plush covers. Here in the album of the Carell family are time-faded photographs, naturalization records, the child's report card, all the hopes and the ideals of decent immigrants, old-fashioned and wholesome. America with pipe and carpet slippers, and every mother's dream of a son who'll grow up to be president. I first knew Catherine Carell many years ago when I was young and new at my Salvation Army work. It was in the crowded tenement district of New York just after the end of the First World War. That was when I first saw Catherine Carell. It was on the east side. I had just concluded an open-air Salvation Army meeting.
Please, you will not mind. I do not bother you if I speak to you.
Bother me? Well, of course not. I noticed you listening all through our meeting. And...
all of it I did not understand. That it was religion, yes. Not perhaps of my religion, but for all of us. There is the same God, yes? And you did not mind.
Mind? Well, this is our work. Where there are people, we bring His word. You're a stranger here in New York?
Yes, a stranger to New York. Also a stranger to the United States. But it will be our country. We will learn and become citizens. And not be, how do you call it, green...
Greenhorns?
Yes.
Yes, that is a word from the old days. But you said we. Your family, perhaps?
My husband?
Oh,
you see, I am young, but already an old married woman. 6 weeks we were married before we began our journey.
Well, then may I say, welcome to America, Mrs.
Carell. Catherine Carell. My husband is Thomas Carell. And for your welcome, we both thank you very much. But you, sir?
I'm Lieutenant Becker of the Salvation Army.
Oh, you are most good, Lieutenant Mr. Becker. In our own language, Thomas and I both read and write, and there are books. And soon, our English must each day improve. That is why I stood to listen to you.
And you're welcome to all our meetings, and to our headquarters. Here, the address is on this card. Now, come in the evening, if you will, and bring your husband along. It'll give you both a chance to use your English.
Oh, thank you. And please do not think that we forget our own religion. To our own church we go too. But, you know, they think to help us, and their whole service is in our own language.
Well, you're always welcome with us.
And now I must take no more of your time. But for your welcome, Mr. Lieutenant Becker of the Salvation Army, for your welcome, once more we thank you. And this address, we will remember. We will come to your Salvation Army because you have been good to make us welcome. Our very first welcome to America.
That was my first meeting with Catherine Carell on the streets of New York so many years ago. But it was not the last, for she and her husband came often to our meetings and to the social gatherings. The album? Oh, I haven't forgotten. See, I hold it here in my hands. I had found it in one of our salvage stores. It was already an outdated thing with its red plush covers, its brass hinges and clasp. A mid-Victorian relic. Just how the album, mint fresh and unused, found its way into discard, I'll never know. But I saw it, and it covered me with a flood of remembrances. A moment later, I'd bought the album. With it under my arm, I returned to my office and found Catherine Carell there. She was obviously excited and pleased. My wife always called Catherine the happiest young bride on the east side of New York.
Lieutenant Mr. Becker, you will not mind that I disturb you, sir?
Well, it's always a brighter day when you disturb us, Mrs. Carell.
Oh, you and your wife, you always say such happy thoughts. But this is of importance.
Then nothing's gone wrong, no trouble, eh?
We have a problem, Thomas and I. So you are the man who can settle problems.
Well, if I can help.
Woodrow Wilson Carell. This would be a good name. A good name for a son. For an American boy.
You mean you're Mrs. Carell? How wonderful.
And it will be a son. Oh, girls, they will come later. But Thomas and I, we are sure. But the name, this would not be wrong. Woodrow Wilson Carell?
Wrong, indeed not. He was a great man. He would have felt honored.
Oh, then it is not wrong to give such a name to the son of a naval woman called us Bohag.
Of course not. Just a minute now.
Oh, you've dropped your book. Here, let me pick it up for you. Oh, such a pretty book. I've never seen a book like this. What is it, sir?
Well, see for yourself. Open it. And that's the way. Just unsnap that clasp. You see? 30 or 40 years ago, every American family had one of them. See there? Places for photographs, pages with forms to fill in for birth, and christenings and school records.
But this is new. Not ever used.
No, someone's discarded gift from yesterday. Perhaps a dream never realized.
Could such a book be purchased now? It would be expensive, yes? Oh, such a lovely book. Such a lovely thought. All of one's family to keep.
Well, I'm afraid such an album hasn't been sold in stores for years. But...
Oh, that is not good. If they were now for sale and not too costly.
Well, now, Mrs. Carell, you understand this album is old-fashioned and...
Oh, is it old-fashioned to treasure love of one's family? No. And this book... Oh, here, take it. It is a lovely thing.
Mrs. Carell, if you like it so much, please, will you accept it as a gift from my wife and me? A gift for Woodrow Wilson Carell?
For me? And for my Thomas? And for our son? Oh, yes. This is a gift I accept, and I'm proud to receive. Oh, this is such a lovely gift.
And now, once again, the album is in my hands. A third of a century later. The pictures, the records of the Carell family are here. The son is born, Woodrow Wilson Carell. Thomas and Catherine are naturalized and become citizens. And with scarce, hard-earned dollars, the Carells open a small store, and the son begins his schooling. Kindergarten, grade school, and Thomas Carell is dead. Catherine is widowed. But she goes on 16 hours a day in that little shop, and the boy grows. Her baby growing up and moving on. The precious dollars saved for college, for a bachelor's degree, a master's degree. Finally, a doctorate in science, and a place in the laboratories of a great government project. Catherine Carell grows ever more tired. Her once brown hair is gray, and she's happy. But what does this blue paper tucked here into the album? A subpoena to appear in federal court. That was the day when Fred Spellman came from the United States Attorney General's office to see Catherine Carell.
But first of all, will you tell me again your name?
Spellman, Fred Spellman, Mrs. Carell.
And you say that the government sent you here to me?
Yes, I am from the office of the United States Attorney.
United States Attorney, the government. The same thing, yes?
Yes.
But, Mr. Spellman, such a thing you ask of me.
But believe me, I have no other choice.
Remember, to his mother, a grown son is still only a baby in her arms. And a mother's duty is to protect her baby. These things you must know. And knowing, you ask me to testify in the court.
Mrs. Carell, let me put it another way. The government of your country, through the law of your country, charges your son with the betrayal of the United States. Your son is charged with the transmission of vital secret information to an enemy of his country.
Mr. Spellman.
You and only you can testify in regard to certain top secret documents brought into your home by your son.
This paper you hand
An
me.
order of the United States Court, a subpoena. I'm sorry, but I might as well tell you now, Mrs. Carell, the government intends to demand the extreme penalty, and the truth of your testimony may determine whether your son lives or dies.
The truth of my testimony may determine whether my son lives or...
Now, you must appear in court. You must testify. You will be sworn to tell all you know about this charge against your son.
I understand what you ask. But what shall I do?
Now, Mrs. Carell, please,
One more minute, Mr. Spearman.
Oh.
Sit down beside me. Look, if this old album could speak, sir, it could testify why our whole life is in here, in pictures, in records. All the things that happened since I come so long ago to America. Things so important to me, to my dead husband, to my son. See, Mr. Spearman, this picture. Look, in his christening robe, my son.
Yes, Mrs. Carell, your son.
That made of us a family.
An American family.
And then this next page. So, you see, this little flag?
Oh.
This little American flag. That was Papa's flag.
Your husband?
Some man who visits the courtroom. You see, Mr. Spearman, I have been before in a courtroom. Some man who visits the courtroom where, when Papa and I are made citizens, this man gives the little flag to Papa's hands. Now, this is your flag, the man tells us. And I keep it always in the album. And that night when Papa dies, he tells me, keep always the good things in the album. And I keep everything here, always. Mr. Spellman.
Yes, I really must go now, but you do understand.
I understand that I must be in the court when you try my son. That part I understand.
And that you must testify?
The law says, Catherine Carell, you must tell the truth.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Believe me, Mrs. Carell. No, don't get up. I'll let myself out. Miss Carell, I'm terribly sorry, but we can see no other way. Until we meet in court, goodbye, Miss Carell.
Goodbye. The truth about my son, my baby, my Woodrow, growing up in grade school. Oh, such a picture this is. And his first long trousers. He thought he was a man grown. And all those years in college. And his commencement. This is the announcement. The only announcement. Perhaps all this began on that night. I was late coming home that night.
I'm late, Mom. I know I'm late, but... Well, I did have someone to see. Someone pretty important. Oh, here. I brought you this commencement announcement from the university. Here, you take it.
First, a big kiss from my big son. Oh, no. So you're a little bit late, of course. You're so busy. My boy who graduates Doctor of Science from the best school in this whole country. And at the top of his class, too.
Oh, no, Mama, this is foolishness. Here, you better take this announcement and put it away with all the other junk in that ridiculous old album of yours. You have everything else tucked away in it.
But the rest of your announcements, Woody, please, I have made a list. The people I send announcements to. Oh, so many people I want to know how fine is my son. I have more than 100 names on that list. From way back. Your first teacher, Mrs.
No,
Tanner.
Mama, I won't have a lot of announcements sent out.
But your friends, your old schoolmates.
I don't want any announcements sent to anybody. Friends and schoolmates. That nonsense finished. What good can they do me now?
Oh, what kind of nonsense talk is this? Other people we always need.
Look, Mama, now I have an education, a future. Oh, of course you helped me ever since Papa died. And I'll take care of that. You shall have a check every month. See, I have a job on a secret government project lined up.
Oh, Woody, my son, your mother asks for nothing. Always everything is for you. But don't you see, Woody, I am your mother.
Oh, and what's more, I don't even want you to come to the commencement.
Woody, I should not even see my own son become Doctor of Science.
No, I don't want you there. It isn't necessary. And anyway, I have other plans, my own plans. There, you've got the announcement of the ceremonies. Take it. Paste it in your stupid old album. It's just another sentimental part of your life that you may just as well file away. Now, I'm going out again. I have a date for dinner.
But your food is ready to be put on the table?
Well, you won't have to do much cooking for me in the future. In fact, I'll be moving out of here very soon now.
Of course. Of course it was a girl. And to him that was so important. And I knew that she would come here to see me, to see the mama. Girls, they are like that. Perhaps the new mama they will not like, but always they must come and see her. So she came here to see me, and I fixed tea for her.
Woodrow told me that he'd never mentioned me to you, Mrs. Carell. But you didn't seem surprised at all when I...
Surprised? Oh, some things a mama is always knowing, Mona. Oh, Mona, this is a nice name. Maybe it is your mother's name?
My mother's name? No, her name is Rachel.
Rachel? Oh, that is a pretty name.
Pretty? The name of some quaint biblical character. And she actually named me Lotus, her little dream flower. I changed it. Believe me, the days when girls were named for faithful characters or pretty flowers are over and done with. Women have their own place in today's world.
Women have always had their own place in the world, my dear girl. The sugar and cream there.
I don't use sugar or cream.
At your age, Mona, I used not even a cup or saucer. From a glass I drank my tea. Not very often did I have sugar either.
There's no use in wasting time, Mrs. Carell. I came to tell you that your son and I are going to be married. Your son and I are going to be married.
Oh, so you and my son married. I wish you great happiness.
Woodrow and I are very well suited to one another. He's a chemist. I've been trained as a laboratory assistant. I can work with him. We shall have the same plans, the same thoughts, the same goals.
This is love. I suppose you call this the modern way. But when do you plan to get married? I must make plans for my son's marriage.
Woodrow and I will be married in the surrogate's office at 2:00 this afternoon.
2:00 this afternoon?
He asked me to come here and tell you. Now, he doesn't want you or anyone else present at the marriage.
Not wanted at my son's wedding?
We have decided no fuss, no foolish sentiment, no black-coated old man with a Bible in his hand. Not for us. This is our marriage, and we'll have it our way. Oh, I have something here for you. Here, take this. This is a foolish idea of Woodrow's, bourgeois sentiment.
Something for me? Oh, what is it?
It was your son's idea. He had one wedding announcement printed. Just for Mama, he said. Here, you can put it in that precious family album of yours. Here, take it.
One wedding announcement. Only one wedding announcement.
You have heard the first act of the family album starring Constance Cavendish as Catherine Carell. Since time immemorial, the younger generation has always considered their elders as a little out of step, a little old-fashioned. Progress only is important, they frequently proclaim. Old-fashioned ways must go. Unfortunately, they often forget that the future must have the past for support. It won't stand by itself. The two can cooperate and must if progress is to benefit mankind. Ask the Salvation Army about progress. They now arrive at the scene of disasters and emergencies with mobile canteens which dispense gallons of coffee in minutes if needed. They employ trucks and cars instead of horses and buggies. The equipment in their hospitals is as up-to-date as science can provide. All this is the result of progress, and the Salvation Army gladly acknowledges it. But they also acknowledge faith, love, hope, ideas as old as man, and just as effective in the atomic age as they were in the Stone Age. Old and new, past and future, tradition and reaction, call it what you will, this is progress. Accept the future, but have the past for a foothold. Now, Act 2 of the family album starring Constance Cavendish.
Last page of Project 370. See?
But you've made 2 carbons.
Certainly.
But the project rule, we make no copies.
4 years of work we've put in on this project. Rules, regulations. It's about time we broke one, or more.
The successful work of 100 scientific minds, all concentrated on this project. Right here in my hands, the positive proof of success.
There it is. This knowledge should be shared.
We know that. But the government tries to build a Chinese wall around us, around you and me as individuals, around the massive population, even around the country itself. The government says we must not talk.
Next thing, they'll say we must not think. All the more reason why we must think for ourselves, even for them.
And word juggling. All science must be free in all countries to work, to compare.
And you must pass on this information. Help them. You know who I mean. Actually, I think we've worked for this day ever since we began. I have a very clever way in case you're watched, spied on, followed. A very clever way.
To pass this on to Ivanov? If you or I were even seen with him.
Your mother.
My mother? Are you crazy? Why, my mother's the perfect type of American who drives us both to distraction. The naturalized alien. The foreign-born who are more blatantly American than the DAR. She's a flag waver.
Exactly. And the cleverest man in the FBI would never suspect her.
Oh, but even if it were possible...
Remember, we've learned, been taught to take advantage of the sentiments, the patriotism, the self-righteousness of these true blue Americans. Beyond that, it's perfect. She is your mother. She'll believe anything you tell her because she will want to believe. Listen, here's the exact plan. How we shall use your mother for our purposes.
May it please the court, I shall continue my summation.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a crime beyond the theft of property, a crime beyond the assault of person, a crime beyond murder. The account of a crime is the sum of the defendant's actions. We have examined the defendant's actions, and because he would not let us examine him, his actions must speak for themselves and for him. Now, you have heard the government, with circumstantial evidence, recreate the treasonable actions of Woodrow Wilson Carell. The name is a veritable mockery. The defendant's wife, his co-defendant, has remained silent, too, and that is her right. Nonetheless, there is the witness box, empty now. But I ask you to remember the words of the one witness who did testify there before you. Recall the testimony, the truthful testimony of that brave woman, and execute this defendant for the crime of treason. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how can you fail to believe the testimony of this defendant's own mother? You must believe the testimony of Catherine Carell and sentence her son to die.
Perhaps I should turn off the radio, Mrs. Carroll.
Oh, no. It is almost midnight.
There's still a chance the president may act.
No, this is not for the president. This is for the courts.
Perhaps a last-minute reprieve, another appeal.
Only one judge may now listen to my son's appeal.
We interrupt the dance music of Larry Roberts, coming to you from the Dreamland Ballroom, to bring you this latest news bulletin. The last act curtain fell tonight on the dramatic treason case of Woodrow Wilson Carell. He was electrocuted at 1 minute after midnight at federal prison and was pronounced dead 17 minutes later. Continue now with the danceable music of Larry Roberts and his orchestra.
Mrs. Carell.
Please, will you lend me your fountain pen, Cornerbacker? I have something to write in my album.
Of course. Shall I turn off the radio?
No. Turn off the radio? No. Is it wrong that other people should dance? No. Now, Woodrow Wilson Carell, born New York City, May 15, 1926. Died April 1, 19...
Two years later, the family album came to me in the mail. Quietly, unobtrusively as she had lived, Catherine Carell left us forever. And here, at the bottom of the final page of this faded family album, with never a thought of sacrilege, she had written, Catherine Carell, she so loved her country that she gave her only begotten son.
That was the final act of Family Album starring Constance Cavendish as Catherine Carell. Be sure and listen in again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army, and it's one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, then, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Tyler McVeigh. The British have a word for it, playing the game. Americans call it fair play. Others call it sportsmanship. Whatever you call it, this elusive little unwritten code of behavior, it is responsible for the way we live and for the way we play. This way of doing things puts us on our own mettle, with only our individual conscience to direct us. But if written rules can be broken, how much more easy it is to break unwritten ones, except that sooner or later the breaker always trips himself up. This is the theme of our story this week, The Lie, written for Heartbeat Theater by William Danch. It's a story about a golf game and about this unwritten rule. Tyler McVeigh stars as the Major with Jeff Silver as Franz. Here then is Act One of The Lie.
Over here, Herr Flims.
Ah, there you are, Franz.
The caddy master says you can start in a few minutes. There are many ahead of you, but he has arranged it so you can get in a bit early.
It's very nice of him.
He only did it because you live here and play so much.
And also because I dropped a little silver in his pocket when no one was looking.
Oh?
Oh, now, wipe that startled look off your face, my fine young friend. Goes on all the time, you know.
But the caddy master is an honest man.
Of course he is, of course. No one questions a man's honesty or integrity simply because he accepts a token.
Who are you playing with today, Herr Flims?
Oh, one of the tourists. You don't know him. He's only here for a few days.
I bet you beat him.
Oh, I'll try very hard, I'd better. It's going to be a costly game. 20 francs a hole.
20 francs? Oh, that's an awful lot of money. That's $5 in American money.
That's right. So caddy today as you have never caddied in your life.
I will.
You know, you are my favorite. I knew you were the boy the moment I first saw you 5 years ago. You're almost as tall as my golf bag. I was afraid I'd have to carry the bag and you both.
I never had to have help.
No, you didn't.
I always do my best for you, Herr Flims.
I appreciate it, Franz.
That's because I want to grow up to be just like you.
Now, that's a real compliment.
No, I mean it. From the very first, you were my ideal.
No. Don't overdo it.
No, this isn't idle talk. You're just about everything a boy would like to be. You're rich.
No, I wouldn't exactly say rich. Let's just say well-to-do.
Well-to-do, he says. You hear you own the best cafe in town, always full of customers.
Oh, it does pay its way.
And you're not old, either.
I'm not exactly young. Getting close to that middle-age 30 mark.
And you speak a lot of languages?
Hardly a lot. No more than most people who have lived around Europe.
Ha! What do we speak here? Schweizerdeutsch, Romansch, and Italian dialect.
Oh, that's all I speak, too. Except for a little French and English.
I never did know. Where did you come from before you moved here?
Oh, many places.
But where?
Does it really matter? Now I'm a Swiss citizen. That's all that counts.
Yes, I guess so. But I was wondering.
Well, stop wondering. Too much information isn't good for lads your age.
But that...
Wait. Ah, there's the man I'm to play with. This way, my friend. Here we are. Now, Franz, don't forget what I told you. Caddy today as you've never caddied before. Got it?
I promise, Herr Flims. You will be proud of me, and I know I'll be proud of you.
Good, good. Now, let's not let each other down.
Oh, we won't. We won't.
Come in. Well, Franz.
Good day, Major. May I speak to you?
Of course. Well, come in, won't you?
Oh, thank you.
Here, sit over here by the window.
Thank you.
Would you like a nice chocolate bar?
Oh, thank you, no. Later, perhaps.
Good. I'll remind you of it.
Major, I need your help.
I'm only too happy to be of any possible aid. After all, that's one of the reasons I joined the Salvation Army.
I'm not so sure even you can help me in this.
If I can't help, perhaps we can call on a higher power. He can always be counted on.
I think I know what you mean, Major. It's just that I don't have quite the same understanding yet that you have.
I only wish I'd had the same outlook on life that you have when I was your age, Franz.
Well, right now, my outlook isn't so good.
I can't believe that. But, what seems to be bothering you?
Well, I hardly know where to start.
Perhaps the beginning might be a good spot.
It's about... Well, it happened this afternoon.
Yes?
I've been caddying for some time now.
I know.
Mostly I've been caddying for Herr Flims.
I know that, too.
Herr Flims is a man I've looked up to for a long time.
Well, he's done very well since arriving here.
Herr Flims was my ideal.
Was?
Well, now I'm not too sure.
Oh?
You see, today, Herr Flims was playing a rather important round of golf. He was betting one each hole. And not only that, but double the entire amount for the player who shot the lowest score.
Oh, golf is such a fine game. It can be enjoyed just as much or even more if it's played for the sake of pure sport, I think.
Well, I feel the same way. Well, evidently Herr Flims doesn't. Anyway, Herr Flims won the low score.
He plays a good game.
You haven't asked me how much money he won.
Does it really matter?
No, I guess not. I guess what really matters is the way he won it.
The way?
Yes. He didn't win it in the way he should have.
Well, no matter how you win in gambling, some people feel you still lose.
Well, I think Herr Flims lost. At least he lost me.
All right, Franz. What really happened out there?
I'll tell you all about it, Major. Herr Flims was playing real well. The other player was good, too. They were fairly even most of the time. Up until the 17th hole. That's where it happened.
Go on.
The player had hooked his shot a bit. It went off into the rough a bit. Herr Flims had trouble, too. His shot went into the trap.
Very unusual for him, from what I hear.
Well, it was. He rarely has to play from a trap. But the worst part was when we got up to his ball, it was in a very bad lie. It was half buried in the sand. The green is in a bad position there. If the shot isn't exactly right, the ball can roll all the way over and down a steep incline. Then the player really is in trouble.
I see.
The other player was away, so he took his second shot. He hit on the edge of the green. I got up on the green and held the flag for Herr Flims. I couldn't see down in the trap. Well, he hit his shot.
He flubbed it?
Oh, no. It was a beautiful recovery. The ball settled 8 inches away from the pin. The shot won the game for him right there. The other player 3-putted, and that was it.
But what's so wrong with all that?
The ball that Herr Flims hit out of the trap wasn't the same one he had hit into it.
How do you know that?
Oh, let me explain. Herr Flims is the very best golf equipment. His clubs come from Scotland, the golf balls from America. I know all his equipment as if it were my own.
I can believe that.
The ball he drove into the trap was a U.S. True Blue. The ball he hit up onto the green was a U.S. Edgebrook. What don't you see, Major? He dropped a fresh ball where no one could see and hit it out of the favorable lie.
Well, then what happened to the ball that was half buried?
Oh, I'm coming to that part. After the game, I went back alone to the trap. I finally found the ball. It was completely buried. It had been stepped on. I don't have to tell you who stepped on it.
And now you don't know what to do about it.
That's right. Should I have said something right then when I saw the other ball in play? Or should I have waited till I was sure? And now that I am sure, well, now what?
Now it's a little late, Franz, I'm afraid. There is one thing you can do that'll help. It will help you, and it will help Herr Flims.
What is it?
You can pray. Pray for help. It will come. It frequently comes when one turns to him for help. Will you do that?
Yes, Major. I will.
Lisa, you look even more lovely tonight.
The gallant Herr Flims.
It's easy, my dear, to be gallant with you.
Forget me for the moment, at least. Tell me, how did the golf game go today?
Beautifully. I must admit I did even better than I expected.
My, when you say that, it must have been something.
I don't like to brag, my dear. But you know a little more than the average person about golf.
You mean the average woman, don't you?
Well, yes. I admit I still think golf is a man's game. But you do very well.
Thanks, I think.
It was lucky that I was up on my game. The man I played was good. But I edged him by a stroke, a very important stroke, I might add. It won me a considerable amount of money.
Which you really don't need.
Now, don't say that. One can never have too much money.
I don't understand this side of you. You have a thriving business, you earn more than a comfortable living, yet you always seem to feel some sort of drive to amass even more money. Why?
I don't really know. Perhaps it all dates back to my childhood. We didn't have enough to eat. Many times we skipped a meal, only to find the next meal was lacking too.
That can be a terrible feeling, I know. But many others have undergone the same thing, and still they don't go after money as if it were the last thing on earth.
Now, wait a minute. I don't think I'm quite that bad, am I?
Well, no, but you do attach a great deal of importance to wealth.
Don't you?
Well, I know it's nice to have money, but I don't think it's the only thing in the world.
Now you sound a little like the Good Salvation Army, Major.
That's the nicest compliment you could pay me.
Good. Anything to win your approval. Now, come. Let's forget this discussion. Besides, I think this might be a good time to discuss something else.
Yes?
Lisa, you've known how I feel about you for a long time now.
And I'm flattered by your attentions, I'll admit.
Merely flattered? Doesn't it mean any more than that?
Well, I admire you very much.
Admire? I don't want admiration. I want your love.
Well, I really don't...
Now, wait. Lisa, I love you. Do you understand that? I love you more than anything else in the world. Do you love me?
I think I do.
That's enough. I know I can win your complete love with time. Lisa, will you marry me?
Marry?
Is that such a dreadful thought? Surely you knew I would ask you sooner or later.
Yes, I've known.
I can offer you a great deal. I can offer you love, security, and a rich future.
I know you can.
And let me have your answer. What is it to be?
I must have a little time to think.
I'll give you time. Till tomorrow night. Will you answer me then?
Yes, tomorrow night.
So ends the first act of The Lie, starring Tyler McVeigh as the Major, with Jeff Silver as Franz. Well, Herr Flims is taking on more and more the role of the villain in an old melodrama. First, he cheats at golf, and now he wickedly is wooing the heroine, and we know he'll lose out in the end. Why? Because he's not playing the game. Because, to use an old childhood expression, cheaters never prosper. They don't, and we know they don't. And yet, since time began, men have tried to cheat and get away with it. Most have failed, and the few who succeeded found that the reward wasn't worth the effort. Life is too important to waste in useless effort, and the Salvation Army believes that if we realize this, we're better men and women for having done so. They believe that there is a right way and a wrong way. They also believe, as some do not, that while the right way may not be the easiest way, it is infinitely more rewarding and allows us to realize a lot more from life. Playing the game may be difficult and tedious at times, but you'll be surprised how much better the game turns out to be. Now, Act 2 of The Lie, starring Tyler McVeigh with Jeff Silver.
Major!
Franz, my lad, how are you?
Not so good.
Here now. Now sit down on the bench. We'll enjoy this lovely day. At the same time, you can catch some of the wind you're out of.
Good idea.
It was so beautiful out, I simply put aside my work for a little while and came out for a walk.
Oh, I know. I went to your place, but you were gone. I've looked all over for you.
I'm sorry. Is anything wrong?
Everything.
That's quite an all-inclusive statement, Franz.
Wait till you hear.
Go ahead.
I talked to Lisa this morning.
Oh, yes, your charming cousin. She's really a wonderful girl.
And I want her to stay that way.
Well, I don't think you have to worry about her.
Oh, yes, I do.
What?
She told me. Herr Flims asked her to marry him.
Oh, I see.
She mustn't. Major, she mustn't.
Now, just a moment, Franz. I'm not sure that's a decision for you or me to make.
But it is. She mustn't. Never.
You mustn't jump to conclusions, Franz.
Herr Flims is a cheat.
But that doesn't mean he can't overcome his weakness.
He won't. I know it. He never will.
For if ye forgive man their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. You say Herr Flims asked Lisa to marry him? What was her answer?
She told him she'd give him the answer tonight. Don't you understand? Tonight.
Well, that doesn't leave much time.
You've got to talk to her, Major, right away.
Well, I can talk to her if you wish, Franz. But, well, honestly, I don't know what to tell her. I would like a little time to think this over first.
Time? There is not time.
Yes, I know. That's the trouble. That's just the trouble.
You.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
But you knew you were to caddy for me today.
Yes, I knew.
Or are you so independently rich that you don't need the money?
Money isn't everything.
What?
Nothing.
Franz, you're acting strangely. Are you ill? Is anything wrong?
No, I'm all right.
You really don't act like it.
I said I'm all right.
Here, let me feel your forehead.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop treating me like a child or something.
Franz, you're not acting like your usual self at all. If there's something wrong, I wish you'd tell me.
Will you stop worrying about me? Look, you better take a few practice swings. We're almost due to tee off.
I should be angry with you. You make it sound as if I dubbed my drives.
Nobody is so good that they don't need a little warm-up session.
Well, if you feel so strongly about it, I'll take those practice swings. Give me my driver, please. You really seem like a different person today.
We all change. Here's your club.
Well, you're playing already.
Him.
the matter with you? We're waiting for you.
And my favorite caddy giving you tips. This is a conspiracy.
You didn't tell me he was playing.
But...
Get yourself another caddy. I can't caddy for you.
Franz, come back here. Franz, do you hear me? Franz!
I was just about to have a cup of tea, Lisa. You care for some?
Well, all right.
Here you are. Sugar? Cream?
No, thanks, just plain.
I see you're still in your golfing outfit.
I hurried over from the course.
I trust you played your usual fine game.
I played abominably. I was very disturbed.
About what?
Franz.
He's a fine lad. You should be proud to have a cousin like him.
I can't say I was very proud of the way he just acted at the golf course.
Well, what happened?
Well, he was the caddy for me. He'd been acting rather odd anyway. Then, when Herr Flim showed up to play the round with me, Franz created a ridiculous scene.
Ridiculous?
Utterly. He put down my golf bag, turned on his heel, and stalked off, saying he couldn't caddy for us.
Do you have any inkling as to why he acted that way?
I'm not sure. I feel that it all ties in with Herr Flim's. The moment Franz saw Herr Flim's, he seemed to lose all control.
Well, Franz is a highly sensitive lad.
Oh, I know that, but what's all that got to do with his behavior toward Herr Flim's? Franz has idolized the man for a long time.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Major, there's something wrong. I can't put my finger on it, but there would have to be a terribly drastic thing to cause Franz to act as he did.
Why don't you talk to Franz about this yourself?
I would, but I can't find him anywhere. No one has seen him.
Don't worry about him. He'll show up, and then you can thrash it all out with him.
Major, you've known me a long time. I'm going to ask a great favor of you. You know the real reason for Franz's behavior, don't you?
Yes, Lisa, I do.
Please tell me what's wrong. Please.
I think it might be best for all concerned if I did let you in on the truth.
Don't hold back anything. Tell me.
I will. The reason Franz is so disillusioned is that he caught Herr Flim's cheating in golf yesterday.
Cheating? How?
Well, it seems a considerable wager was riding on the match. Herr Flim's was in the trap. He didn't have a good shot at his ball, so he dropped another when no one was looking.
I don't believe it.
You have Franz's word for it, or Herr Flim's?
Ah, Lisa, you're a bit early.
I had to talk to you.
My answer. I hope it's the one I want so badly.
Well, before we get to that, I have something else I want to talk over with you.
Just being with you is a real pleasure.
What I want to talk about deals with my little cousin, Franz.
That little devil. Have you found out why he acted that strange way he did this afternoon?
I think so.
Well, what was his reason?
It goes back to the golf match you had yesterday.
The one which did so nobly for my bank account.
Yes.
Oh, you'll be pleased to hear what I did with my winnings from that game. Here.
What's this?
Open it. Look inside.
What? It's a ring.
Do you like it?
It's beautiful.
I bought it for you.
I can't take it.
If your answer is what it should be, you can.
Well, first let me finish my story. Anyway, Franz caddied for you, didn't he?
As always. Why?
Well, it seems Franz saw something that caused him to lose faith in you.
What?
Franz says you won your golf match under, well, doubtful conditions.
Doubtful conditions? What are you talking about?
I'll come right to the point.
Oh, please do.
Franz says that you had a bad lie in a trap and made a recovery that won the match.
Isn't that the purpose of the game?
Yes, but Franz also maintains that you substituted a ball for the one you originally hit.
Why, that's ridiculous.
I don't know. Franz is not one to go around making up stories.
I'm surprised at Franz making an accusation like that.
I know one very good way to find out the truth.
Yes?
We can go over to Franz right now and talk this whole thing over.
I think we should. Let's go.
Better knock again.
I'm afraid no one is at home.
Well, there must be. A light is on in the living room. Franz, I've been looking all over for you.
Why?
May we come in a moment?
No one's home. Mother went to evening services.
It isn't your mother we want to see. It's you.
I don't have anything to say to him.
Now, just a moment, Franz. You do have something to say to me. It seems you've been saying a lot of things behind my back.
Very well. Come in.
That's better, Franz. Thank you. Now, little cousin, tell Herr Flims what you told the Major.
All right, I will. I'm not afraid.
We're waiting.
The cat seems to have his tongue.
You asked for this. I told him that you dropped another ball in the trap yesterday in order to win the match and the money.
Did you see me do it, Franz?
No.
Then how can you be so sure?
Because you used another make of ball. I always know which ball's in play.
That's a very serious accusation, unless you have positive proof.
I have the proof, too. I went back after the match and found the first ball still buried in the trap.
But it could have been someone else's golf ball.
No, it was one of those U.S. golf balls, the best. I know who plays those.
But this is such a big turmoil over a trifle. Even if I had, and remember, I still maintain I didn't. Even if I had dropped another golf ball, is that such a dreadful crime? It's only a game.
But it was for money.
Money? It wasn't a king's ransom? Instead of criticizing me for this, you should praise me for outsmarting a competitor in a financial deal. And as I said before, I do not admit to the accusation.
So, it's my word against yours.
That's right. Your word against mine. Well, Lisa, are you satisfied now?
Yes, I'm satisfied. Franz.
Lisa.
Will you take my golf bag, please?
You mean you want me to caddy for you?
Of course. Here.
But what about Herr Flims?
Herr Flims and I shall remain mere acquaintances, that's all. Thanks to you. Franz, I owe you a real debt for showing me Herr Flims's real character. I couldn't be happy with a man who placed such high values on material things that he stooped to cheating.
But aren't you sorry about, well, you know, getting married and all?
No, definitely not. Marriage must be based on mutual trust as well as love. It would have caused a great deal of unhappiness for all concerned.
And you're not really mad at me?
Of course not. And besides, I still have quite a few years ahead of me to search for the right man. I'm not out of the running yet. What are you laughing at?
This reminds me of an old saying.
What saying, Franz?
The one that goes, romances are like ski lifts. If you miss one, there are several more just coming up.
So ends the final act of The Lie, starring Tyler McVeigh as the Major with Jeff Silver as Franz. Be sure to be with us again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army, and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, then, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening, and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Pamela Baird. We have a little story to tell you this week about charity and about a little girl and her father who discovered that charity means more than just a handout. Much, much more. Our story is titled A Good Angel and was written by Arthur Tibbles. With Pamela Baird starring as Gretchen Steiner, here is Act One of A Good Angel.
You to come in until I had all my clothes put away. See? I have already my nightie on. I'm all ready for bed. Except you will have to help me unlace this heavy old boot.
Yeah, Gretchen, I help you with the boot. Now, if you sit down in this chair beside the bed. So. That's such a great noise I heard. You fell down once again, yeah?
Oh, it was nothing, Papa. My own fault. I tried to hurry too much. See? I'm all right. Really, I am.
Now, you take the foot, and it is so ugly boot. So, yeah, it's scuffing badly, that boot. We need a new one.
If only you didn't have to go out every night to work. You work so hard. And every night, Papa.
Sure, but how else? See, I'm lucky to have now a job. And how else am I able to be home in the daytime? There. Your foot so, and off comes the boot now. Next week, from the paycheck, perhaps we have the money and we get a new boot for this foot. So, now you get into bed, little Gretchen. It is late already.
Oh, but first, I will kneel and you will listen to my prayers, Papa.
Yeah, and in your prayers, you remember not to ask...
For my foot to be well?
Yeah.
It is such an ugly foot. All bent, so I have to walk on my ankle.
But your foot is how the Lord made the foot. That is a club foot.
Other little girls have such pretty feet.
Well, heaven gives you such a club foot. And to ask heaven to change this foot? No. Such prayers we don't make here.
Yes, Papa. As you say.
Yeah. What now?
Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. And please bless Mama, who is up there in heaven with you. And Papa, who works so very hard all the time. And my brothers, Carl and Fritz and Willie. And please, may Papa not have to work always so hard every night and be sometimes so cross because he is tired. And we would be so happy, God, if next winter it is not so cold in Central City because Papa does not have many dollars to spend for coal. Amen.
Amen.
My goodness, young lady. That's a real shouting voice you have. And the boys should hear that all right.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm just calling my brothers. Papa wants them to come in for supper. We have supper early.
Oh, the boys want to keep on playing ball. Well, brothers are like that. They're down at the other end of the block, and I guess they just can't hear you. You'd better run on down there. Down where they have home plate.
Run down the block?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my brothers can hear me if they want to. I can holler real loud. Listen. Carl! Fritz! Willie!
Well, yes, but I still think... I am sorry. Your foot, I didn't...
Oh, that's just my old club foot. But I can get around all right, just the same. Up and down 3 flights of stairs. Easy as pie.
Say, I bet you do. Big girl like you? How old are you?
7. Almost.
7? Almost. Oh, now, that's fine and dandy. And you live...
Right here, number 276. I never go very far from home because Papa's told me not to, and...
And I'll bet he's told you not to start talking to strangers, too, eh?
Well, he has, and...
Well, I'd better introduce myself then, so you and I won't be strangers. My name is Bill Watson. You see, I know most of the boys and girls in this area.
I'm Gretchen Steiner. Now, I must be going
You see, I'm principal of the 26th Street School. Your two older brothers go to school there. And I suppose you'll come to my school after you finish grade school, eh?
Oh, grade school?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh, but... Well, you know, Mr. Watson, I just never have started school. Not yet. Because, well, it is sort of a long walk over to Maple Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
But I can read, and I write a little bit, too. And spell just loads of words. Papa teaches me when he has time. And my brothers help me to read the funny papers.
I see.
And my father works nights, all night, just so he can be home with us kids in the daytime. And he says he's awfully lucky to have a job at all. The way people just don't buy anything nowadays, with the depression and everything. There's lots of people around here on relief.
Yes, I know. Business is pretty slow, but...
My father says that the people on relief are just no-gooders. He says he just won't take any kind of help from anyone. That's what Papa says. And he means it, too. Like my foot.
Yes, Gretchen, your foot.
Well, there was some lady. She was visiting the folks down on the first floor. And that was one time I sort of slipped when I was going down the stairs. And anyhow, she helped me to get up. Oh, she was real nice. And pretty, too. She had the loveliest coat, with a fur collar and everything.
But about your foot, Gretchen.
Oh, yes. Well, she said if I was to go to a hospital, there is some way they can fix up my foot.
Oh?
She went up and told Papa that, too, but Papa didn't like it.
Well, what did your Papa say?
Papa got real red in the face. He talked real loud and shouted, sort of. And he said he didn't want any old charity from anybody. That when he got some money, he'd get the doctors to fix my foot. And besides, if the Lord saw fit to give me a club foot, well, that's just the way the Lord wanted my foot to be. And there isn't any changing it. Mr. Watson?
Yes, Gretchen?
Was that lady telling the truth? Could a hospital and the doctors, could they sort of... Well, you can see what my club foot is like. Could they sort of just...
Gretchen, doctors and hospitals can do wonderful things.
But I was born like this.
I know.
Gretchen, come up the stairs. Right this minute. Tell your boys they should hurry up. All night I cannot wait here. 2 minutes I wait, not 1 second more.
Gretchen, one of these days, I'm going to come up and have a talk with your father. Since he's home in the daytime...
But then he would find out that I told you. He would think that I'm complaining, and I'm really not. I'm just sort of dreaming. And I've got to go now, Mr. Watson. My brothers are coming. Maybe I will get to go to your 26th Street school someday. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Gretchen. Well, maybe it's just the truant office in my blood, but I'm going to have a talk with Willie Steiner about that girl. Him and his idea that a man who accepts help when it's truly needed is a no-gooder. Mr. Willie Steiner, for that child's sake, you're going to learn the facts of life. The hard way, if necessary.
Good morning, miss. I'm Willie Steiner. And from the school you're coming, yeah?
Yes, from the 26th Street School. The school your sons Carl and Fritz attend.
Well, if those boys of mine, if they've done something wrong, you tell me. I make them to be good boys. And pretty quick I make them to be good. Don't you forget that, mister.
No. Your boys are good boys, Mr. Steiner. Well-behaved, good students.
Well, that's better they should be, yeah. But if the boys... They are not wrong?
No.
Then what reason you have come here to see me, please?
I wonder, Mr. Steiner, would you mind... your little girl's here. I should like to discuss something with you alone. Perhaps it would be better if...
Well, so you want to talk with me alone? My little Gretchen, she is not here, huh?
Please.
Good. Well, yeah. Maybe, Gretchen, maybe you should go out for a little walk, in the hall, you be very careful when you downstairs you go, yeah?
Yes, Papa. I'll just take my doll with me. I'll go downstairs, Papa. If Mary Lou isn't home, I'll go all the way down in the stoop, Pa.
She's a good child. Now, you will talk, Miss Steiner. Yeah.
About that daughter of yours, yes.
Well, so there is something wrong. She's mostly in the house. She's not often in the streets.
Your daughter's almost 7 years old, Mrs. Steiner.
6. 7. Yeah. In August, she is 7 years old.
And not yet started in school.
Oh, so, yeah. This is why you have come here to talk with me. Well, it's not easy for Gretchen to walk. A special shoe I buy for this club foot she has, and I think perhaps better she does not go for a while to school.
Well, she should have entered school this year.
Yeah, but for her, I think perhaps 1-2 years later on.
I don't want to be harsh, Mr. Steiner, but the law says that
5-6 years old, they should go to school. But for a child who is a cripple?
Well, if necessary, there is a special school. And for a youngster like her, education is particularly important.
Yeah, this is one thing about which I do not argue. That's a great thing, education. Mm-hmm. To learn, to know, to have a good job like you, mister. You're smart. Not like me. You don't work so many hours for not so little money. For my sons in this country, they will learn much. They make better future than did their father.
And your daughter, too, Mr. Steiner. All kinds of opportunities for her. Teaching or... Well, no, so many other careers are possible for a woman nowadays.
For women?
Surely.
So, well, maybe that is good. Maybe it's not so good.
For a crippled child to grow up missing a normal childhood, play, laughter.
But she's a happy child, Gretchen.
Well, she must be happier. More nearly normal. This club foot, something can be done for that.
Nein, that is the will of the Lord, mister. Like this, the foot
it's
is made...
It's a little sort of criminal for a child to remain crippled. Modern medicine and surgery.
No. For the right people, perhaps. But for poor folk, where would men like me get hundreds of dollars? Thousands, perhaps, for doctors, for hospitals. And maybe so, after all they do, they don't fix the foot. No.
But if you can't afford it, there are charitable institutions.
Charity? I was kicked this for a charity right down the stairs. School, this says the law. So next year she goes to school. And that is all, you understand. From no one, Willi Steiner takes charity.
That was the first act of A Good Angel starring Pamela Baird as Gretchen Steiner. You may be interested in knowing that the main events in the story are true. Names and places have been changed, but the story proper happened. You may also be interested in the fact that the little girl is now a captain in the Salvation Army and has been serving for a number of years in India. But what is even more important is that two great organizations, the Shriners Hospitals for Crippled Children and the Salvation Army, each doing tremendous and vital work in their respective fields, can work together equally as well and produce even more wonderful results. Here is real service in action. Here is proof that charity doesn't mean just a handout. It means love. Now, Act 2 of A Good Angel with Pamela Baird as Gretchen.
I tell you, Miss Tanner, you wouldn't believe that there could be such people as this man Steiner.
From what you've told me, he isn't a bad or a cruel man.
Far from that. He's just a stubborn idiot, that's all.
He works, takes care of 4 motherless children.
I know, but that little girl, the condition of her foot. And she could be such a happy, lovely child. Even now she looked like a little blonde angel. Until you noticed that ugly, deformed foot and that horrible boot. That pathetic, dragging, twisting walk. We've got to do something. That's why I've come here to the Shrine Hospital. I've read about your wonderful work with children, and
It is wonderful work.
True. But first, I know you've got to make a proper investigation at the parents' request, but don't you think she'd qualify as a patient?
Well, from all you've told me, yes.
Good.
She's under 13 years old. Her parents, in this case parent, even though he is working, can't afford proper surgery, hospitalization. If this Mr.
Steiner.
If you'll have Mr. Steiner come in here to our office, and if he qualifies, which I'm sure he will, the next step is to bring in the little girl for examination.
Yes, but that's a hurdle which I'm afraid we can never get over. All Steiner will talk about is paying for what he gets. And as far as charity, well, You just mentioned that word, and 6'2" of stubborn Germans ready to leap through the ceiling.
I know the type. Something must be done.
Yes.
Bill Watson, school teacher. It sticks out all over you. Worse even than your ears. You're going to have everything right or else.
Well, you know, you're a pretty stubborn gal yourself. Doing graduate research and social work, spending your vacation at State University.
All right, Bill Watson. You want me to go around and see this man, Steiner, and the little girl. Gretchen, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I'll go with you. No telling what Steiner...
Oh, don't worry. After some of the places I've had to go into... You know, really, we can't make Steiner do this. Well, I know you can get a court order for a medical examination of the child to determine whether she should go to a special school for crippled children,
Well, now, you fix that foot and the child won't need any special school. Yes, I can get that court order, but if I do, Steiner will get his back up so high, pour on so much of that old country stubbornness, the girl will never have a chance. If she had had the proper treatment when she was smaller, you'd bet this operation wouldn't be necessary.
Perhaps. But sometimes congenital deformities need... Well, that's water over the dam now. Here, give me that address. You say the father is at home during the daytime?
Yes, he gets up around noon.
Oh, dear. What'll I say to him? What can I do? Well, I'll have to map my campaign after I survey the battleground.
Oh, Miss Tanner, are you really from the school?
Not exactly, Gretchen, but what I came to see your dad about does have a great deal to do with school. You'll like going to school, won't you, Gretchen?
Oh, I'll just love school. I know I will. Carl and Fritz have told me all about it. Such wonderful things, But I guess I can't go to the regular school. Not with this foot.
Oh, nonsense, Gretchen, dear. After we talk with your father... Oh, he will be home soon, won't he?
Oh, just any minute, I think. Oh, there's Papa now. I always know his step. He just went to the store for some hamburgers.
Well, we'll soon know if he's as stubborn as Watson says.
Oh, Papa, do hurry. There's the nicest lady here. She came to talk to you about me going to school.
So much excitement. That's not good. A lady?
She's right here, and her name is Miss Tanner. She's awfully pretty, and it's about my going to school. To school.
So. And, sure, I'm Miss Tanner.
Yes. And you are Gretchen's father.
Yeah, and, I put down this bundle. Those stairs, it cannot be, but they seem always to get steeper.
And those stairs, for Gretchen.
Well, it is cheap there and here, and for the girl, she must have her own bedroom. And, I am not made of money.
Of course. But if she could run and skip up those stairs the way we all did when we were children...
that is impossible with a foot like that child's foot.
Her foot doesn't have to be like that.
From the school, you can. Now, that I will talk about. But Gretchen's club foot, is that your business?
Actually, it's Gretchen's business. Her life. But, Mr. Steiner, I am not from the school board. And wait. Mr. Watson told me about Gretchen. He came to me at the Shrine Hospital. He wants you to bring Gretchen there for her examination. Nothing else, unless...
So? You have not told me all the truth.
Oh, please, you said yourself you didn't want the public hospital.
I want only for what I pay.
I understand all that, Mr. Steiner, but if you'll bring Gretchen to the Shrine Hospital just for her examination, nothing more...
For examination? For that only, for nothing else?
It'll be just as you decide.
Yeah. Well, the Shriners, I think I see them once. They wear like Turks does. What do they call those kind of hats?
Fezzes? That's right.
Fezzes, yeah. And in the newspaper I'm reading from these hospitals, money they make with the circus, yeah?
That's right. They raise money in many ways.
Yeah, that's charity. Now, you're right. I know that's fine hospital for children. And one fellow from the shop where I work, he tells me this much. You think that perhaps this foot from my baby, that this, it does not worry me?
Of course it does, Mr. Steiner. And I'm sure that once
Now, hold on to your horses, not so quick like that. So, and I bring my Gretchen to the hospital for examination only.
Mr. Steiner, you bring Gretchen to the Shrine Hospital next Monday morning. Be there at 11 o'clock for the examination. Nothing more. I'll be there to meet both of you and...
So that Gretchen can go to school, yeah, for that, and for nothing more. Yeah. So now you have already shown me through the hospital, Miss Tanner.
And you've seen the work we're doing. All the children getting well. Do you think there's anything wrong with all of this?
Charity.
Mr. Steiner, you say charity. All right. But have you ever thought of this? All the people who give their money, the Shriners who give their time, who work so hard endlessly to make all of this possible?
That is a fact, yeah.
Have you ever thought of these people? The givers, Mr. Steiner. You have read the Bible.
I read a good book. I try perhaps to live like it teaches.
And it says it is more blessed to give than to receive. Now, please wait. Here you have an opportunity to give.
Me? To give? What have I to give?
You have an opportunity to give your Gretchen a normal life. To be gay, carefree, a happy child. Yes, you can give her that chance. Just as the others have given to this hospital to make this work possible.
I give. That is a new idea to me. I give when I have nothing to give.
Or you can let your child go on as she is. Wearing a heavy, ugly boot, walking all her life on the side of her foot, limping along on her ankle. Is that giving your child anything? Or is that taking something away from Gretchen? Taking away.
Yeah, that you make this seem not so bad. Like charity.
You talked to the doctor. He told you. The whole thing may take months, perhaps more than a single operation. A cast on her foot, muscle re-education, learning to walk properly without a boot or crutches or cane. She'll be able to play and to swim, Mr. Steiner. Won't you give all this to your child?
It's so confusing, this is.
Well, all you need to do is to sign the papers. I've read them to you.
But all this, it costs thousands of dollars. 5, perhaps 10.
And with a few strokes of this pen, you can give Gretchen a happy life.
But my child, where is she now?
With Dr. Mason. He's showing her the x-rays of her foot.
She understands all this? Operations in the bed, out from bed, for perhaps a long time, for many months. Does she understand? Well, that perhaps it is painful, perhaps it is not success.
Mr. Steiner, Dr. Mason has youngsters of his own. He loves children. And the way he explains everything to them, of course Gretchen understands. And...
Well, better we have the child in here, yeah?
All right. I'll call her right in here and listen to her.
And you will stay with us, Miss Tanner. You tell Gretchen she is to come in, yeah?
All right. Dr. Mason, is it all right if Gretchen comes into the office now? Thank you. Come along, Gretchen.
Oh, Miss Tanner, the doctor showed me the pictures. He's so nice. He showed me the pictures of the crooked old bones in my foot and just how he can fix those bones. And, oh, I didn't know you were in here, Papa.
So, you think it is nice here in the hospital?
Oh, everybody is so wonderful.
You know, in hospital, perhaps the doctors, they hurt Gretchen a little bit.
Oh, Papa, Dr. Mason told me. Nobody feels hardly anything. Just, well, when they give you real sleepy medicine, you feel on your arm just like a mosquito bite. And, Papa?
And you think that perhaps your father has done wrong? That he leaves you to walk on such a foot?
Papa, whatever you do is right. I know that.
Well, that's not so easy, that's what I must say. Gretchen.
Yes, Papa?
You do not remember Mama, no? How straight she walked, how proud, and how she cried when she first saw your little foot.
I remember. But, oh, Papa, I love you so very much.
Well, I wish only that everything I could give you Gretchen, you would like it, You will stay here with Miss Tanner and the doctors?
Stay here? Just stay here?
No, to stay here, to let perhaps the doctors... Well, sure, what perhaps the doctors can do.
To make my foot almost pretty?
Yeah, there are those things like that you would like,
Oh, Papa.
Miss Tanner?
Yes?
Would you give here, please, the papers and a pen? To me... This word is still charity.
Papa, you're such a good Papa.
Mr. Steiner, I'm glad you came early this afternoon. Gretchen's doing better every day. But there is something I want to talk to you about, if you don't mind.
Whatever you say. All these months, you are so kind to Gretchen and to me.
Oh, nonsense. Now...
But she's not here, not on the porch in her wheelchair.
It may be only 3 months, Mr. Steiner, but we have a fine surprise for you. She knew you were on your way out to the port, so you call her. That's what she wants you to do.
Yeah, but I don't
Go
see...
ahead, call her.
Liebchen! Liebchen! Where's my girl?
Here I am, Papa. Watch. I'm going to walk all the way across the porch. See? Surprise! Surprise!
Oh, she walks good, so straight on that foot there.
See, I can walk just as straight as Carl or Fritz or Willie. See, Papa?
That is wonderful. That's so wonderful.
And we've got another surprise for you, too. A real big surprise. Isn't it, Miss Tanner? Mm-hmm. Please, you tell him. You tell Papa.
But there's nothing wrong.
Wrong? Oh, no, Mr. Steiner. Gretchen's walking and standing as straight as can be, you see. But
there is nothing wrong?
I'm going to learn how to run and to swim and to play all sorts of games. I can leave the hospital any time now.
But we must live in the same place and in the street to run, to play until you're strong and sure.
Oh, no, Papa. All you have to do is, well, you will say yes, won't you, Papa? You will say yes to Miss Tanner, that I can go to camp for a while, to a real wonderful camp, and Willie, too?
Well, now, what kind of business? What is this summer camp?
Oh, it's a wonderful place where kids can go to the country and play.
You and Willie? But that would be wonderful, but already you have so much.
If you're willing, Mr. Steiner, yes, summer camp. You see, the Shrine is not alone in helping people. Like the summer camp. The Salvation Army has summer camps for youngsters who need the wonderful experience of country living with children of their own age. All you need to do is to say the word.
And then I'll know how to play with other kids when I start school. Regular school. When I can learn just everything. Papa, you know what I'm going to be when I grow up?
When you grow up?
I'm going to do something where I can help people. Really I am, Papa. But, Papa, I can go to camp, to the Salvation Army camp.
It is all right that she should go, Miss Tanner?
The finest thing in the world for her. After the hospital.
I can go, can't I, Papa?
She'll be well taken care of, Mr. Steiner.
Well, then, yeah, she goes. And that old proverb, when a child stumbles, a good angel puts his hand under the help. So, the Shriners Hospital and now the Salvation Army. This is not charity, no. This is love.
So ends the final act of A Good Angel, starring Pamela Baird as Gretchen. Be sure and listen in again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead. Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Monty Margetts. Every year during the Christmas season, the Salvation Army brings its boiling pots to practically every downtown street corner in America. Have you ever wondered where these kettles originated? Whether there's a story behind them? Well, there is. Told in our story this week, The Kettle, written for Heartbeat Theater by Milton Kahn. Starring Monty Margetts as Major Catherine Parker, here is Act One of The Kettle. It's a snappy winter afternoon. Crowds of Christmas shoppers fill the sidewalks as their cars fill the streets. An island in this sea of people and traffic, a Salvation Army lassie stands beside her kettle, ringing her bell in expectation of some Christmas charity.
Oh, bless you for your generous contribution, sir, and a Merry Christmas.
Oh, I always figure there's someone who needs it more than I do.
Oh, there is indeed.
Especially this time of the year.
Well, it'll help bring true Christmas cheer to someone who will appreciate it, I can assure you.
I hope so. Mind if I wait here?
Oh, no, not at all.
Wife's doing some last-minute shopping for the youngsters, and I'm supposed to meet her here at 8:30. I still have a half hour to wait. Well, nothing to do but relax and hope she'll be on time.
I'm sure she will. Oh, God bless you, and a Merry Christmas.
There's quite a nip in the air tonight.
Yes, there is.
You know, I've always wondered about something. Like, ever since I saw my first Christmas kettle when I was a kid...
Oh, Merry Christmas, Sam. God bless you. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
I said, like, when I was a kid, I've always thought about... Why you people use a kettle like this for your collection? I mean, is there any particular reason? Like, does it have any special significance?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Really?
And it's quite an interesting story.
Well, from the looks of it, I have at least a half hour to wait for my wife. There's nothing I like better on Christmas Eve than to hear an interesting Yuletide story. Where does this one take place?
In San Francisco, in 1894.
Oh, that long ago?
But we'll probably never know all the details because all the records of our Salvation Army activities in San Francisco before 1906 were destroyed in the fire that year. But this much we do know. You see, the government had lowered the gold standard and flooded the country with silver. Of course, the result was panic and a depression spread from New England to California. On the West Coast, shipping was almost at a standstill and jobs were hard to get. In San Francisco, as that Christmas of 1894 drew near, it promised to be anything but a happy holiday to many of the people. People like Joseph Willis and his family. 2 days before Christmas, a heavy fog enveloped the city, and the continual moan of the foghorn only added to the depression and irritability of the San Franciscans, particularly Joseph Willis. Oh, is that you, Joe?
Yeah, it's me.
Did you find any work?
There's nothing. Nothing at all. It'd be different if I didn't want to work. If I was unskilled.
Oh, something will turn up soon.
Yeah, I could load a freighter with the best of them. I still can. Most politicians in Washington had just left the money alone. I'd still be working.
Oh, you'll be working again soon.
Yeah, when the devil starts ice skating.
Oh, please, Joe, the children...
Well, let them hear. Let them find out that their father is a failure.
Did you find out when Frankie's ship is supposed to come in?
No.
Well, you better find out. It should be coming back any day now. Oh, I just can't get over Frankie being one of the crew on a freight boat on his very first job. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he got home in time for Christmas, Joe?
Yeah, it sure would. Funny, isn't it? I can get Frankie a job, but I can't find one for myself.
Well, he's a lot younger than you, Joe.
All right, so he's a lot younger. So what's a fella my age supposed to do? Sit back and let his 18-year-old son support him and the rest of the family?
No.
Well, I hope Frankie doesn't make it for Christmas.
Oh, Joe!
I mean it. What kind of a Christmas is it going to be for him? His father out of work? Hardly any food in the house? Our money almost gone?
But as long as we'll all be together, we'll manage somehow.
Oh, Aggie, don't start looking for miracles. There ain't none in this day and age.
Oh, Joe.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Aggie, don't start blubbering with it. That's all I need. You crying and that blasted foghorn going all day long.
Oh, no, where are you going?
I'm going to get out of here.
You're not going back to the saloon.
Oh, what if I am?
No, please.
Well, it's better than sitting around feeling sorry for myself and listening to all your wailing.
Stay home, Joe. I won't cry anymore, I promise.
Oh, I'll see you later.
Oh, Joe, please don't go.
Aggie, I just got to get out of here. I just got to get out of here.
Prayer meeting over already, John?
Yeah, those who came are less than a handful. And no one came forward.
They will come, John.
Yes, they will come, but if only they would come now when they're so badly in need of our help. I was watching the men standing around on the docks, and many have lost their spirit, Catherine. They're in danger of losing all hope, too.
I know.
Oh, they'll come into our Salvation Army feeding station on the docks for a sandwich and a bowl of soup, but that's all the help they'll accept from us. Times I wonder that they accept that much.
I know. We must be patient, John. We're still new to them. They have to learn to know us.
New? Oh, Catherine, the Salvation Army's been doing its work here in San Francisco for 11 years now.
For ye have need of patience, that after ye have done the will of God, ye might receive the promise.
It's difficult not to forget those words when your heart cries out to help those who will not come to you for help. Yes, come in.
Excuse me, but...
Please come in.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to sit down?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, you're shivering. Would you like something hot?
Oh, no, please. I can only stay a moment.
Is there anything we can do for you?
Well, I don't know. They told me... I mean, they said that you Salvation Army people help people when they're in trouble.
Well, we do. We do all we can.
Are you in some sort of trouble? Oh, no. There now, my dear, don't you cry. Just tell us what's troubling you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to carry on like this, but I just don't know what to do.
Well, if you tell us what's wrong, we'll try to help you.
Well, it's my husband, Joe.
Joe?
Joe Willis. He's a dock worker. At least he was until 6 months ago.
Oh?
But he hasn't been able to find work since then. We had a little money saved up, but...
Yes, go on.
Well, it's the saloons.
Oh, no.
Oh, Joe's been trying to get work. He really has. But there's no work anywhere, and he gets so discouraged.
So he tries to forget his troubles and drink, huh?
Now, Joe's a good man. He's a good husband and father when times are good. But now with things the way they are, he spends all his time in the saloon. I begged him not to go anymore. I've told him that we don't have much money left, but he won't listen to me. And now we don't even have enough to get the children Christmas gifts.
Well, perhaps if we spoke to him...
Oh, I don't know. I don't think he would listen. I don't know what you can do for us, but I had to talk to someone. We can't go on this way any longer. I just don't know what's going to happen to us.
No, don't get yourself all upset. We'll find some way to help you. If you have faith and trust in the Lord.
Oh, I do.
Well, then he will give you the answer.
And don't worry about gifts for the children. We'll take care of that. How many children do you have?
3. Kitty's 2, and Mike is 4. Frankie's our oldest. He's 18. Frankie got his first job on the crew of a freighter. He's out to sea now.
I see.
He should be coming home soon. Perhaps he'll be here before Christmas. Though it won't be a very happy Christmas for him or for the other children either.
Well, now, Mrs. Willis, you just come over here.
Yes?
Each Christmas we collect a few toys for those children who aren't fortunate enough to receive any. And Oh, now, where is that? Ah, here it is. Do you suppose your little daughter would like this doll for Christmas?
Oh, it's lovely.
One of the ladies who lives close by was kind enough to make the dress for her and crochet the booties.
Oh.
I think she's just the thing to light up a little girl's eyes on Christmas morning.
And for your son, I think this rocking horse would be just fine. He has a brand new tail and a fresh coat of paint.
Oh, I couldn't.
Yes, and we mustn't forget the young seaman either. I'm afraid he's a little too old for toys. But we have a gift for him all the same. If he's going to be sailing the seas in all kinds of weather, he's going to need a warm coat. So, well, do you think this jacket will fit him?
Oh, I don't know what to say. Oh, you're both so kind.
We're only doing God's work, my dear. And when better than at Christmas time?
So you are here.
Joe!
They said they saw you heading this way, but I wouldn't believe them.
Joe, please, I just came to ask...
You better sit down, Mr. Wolf.
Oh, yeah? And who are you to be telling me what to do?
I'm Major Parker. So long as you're here, you'll do as I say.
Well, I ain't staying. I just came to get this wife of mine to go
Mr. Willis.
sneaking down here when my back's turned. What are you doing in a place like this anyhow?
I just wanted to talk to somebody.
Well, you can talk to me. I'm your husband, ain't I?
Mrs. Willis came here to ask our help.
Well, we don't need your help.
When a man spends his money on drinking...
Oh, so she told you that, did she? And what else did you tell her, Maggie?
Oh, now, please, let's go home, Joe.
You bet we'll go home.
Just a moment, Mr. Willis.
What's on your mind, mister?
I would like to talk to you.
Well, I ain't so sure I want to talk to you.
Then I suggest you just listen. Your wife has done nothing wrong by coming here.
That's for me to say.
She only came to ask our help.
Well, I told you we don't need your help. We ain't beggars yet.
Mr. Willis.
Maybe I haven't been able to find work, and maybe we ain't eating like we should. But that's no reason why we got to take a hand out from a bunch of psalm singers.
Joe! Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, Joe didn't mean that. It's only when he's been drinking.
Right, my dear, we understand.
Mr. Willis, you evidently feel there's something to be ashamed of to ask for help when you're in need. I'd like to tell you something our leader, General William Booth, said at our Grand Jubilee in New York just 2 months ago. General Booth said, "It is not wickedness to be reduced to rags. It is not a sin to starve, to pawn a few sticks of furniture to buy food and pay the rent. It is a misfortune that comes to people, honest and good people, in hard times when work is hard to get." He also reminded the gathering there is such people that we have devoted our lives to help.
Yeah. Ain't that real noble of you? Well, you can just save your help for somebody else. We don't want any. Come on, Aggie. We're going home.
Oh, all right, Joe. Thank you for letting me talk to you, Major Parker and Mrs. Parker.
Come back any time, my dear.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, Mrs. Willis.
Yes?
You forgot the gifts for your children.
What gifts?
Well, we just gave Mrs. Willis this doll and rocking horse for your children on Christmas.
And this jacket for your son, Frankie.
Oh, it is it? Well, I don't want the jacket. Or the rocking horse.
Oh, Joe!
Or the doll.
Oh, no!
Now leave us alone, will you? Leave us alone!
But did that give you any right to break up the toys? Kitty would have loved that doll, and Mike would have loved the rocking horse.
All right. So they would have liked him. But I ain't taking charity from nobody. Not even those...
Now, don't you say that again, Joseph P. Willis. What a terrible thing to say. Especially to people who are so good and kind and want to see us have a little happiness on Christmas.
Don't you think I can take care of my own family?
Can you, Joe?
Of course I can.
How? By spending half your waking hours in the saloon? Is that how you're going to take care of us?
So you're back on that again. Next time you be calling me a drunkard.
No, Joe, I wouldn't.
Why don't you go back to those friends of yours and ask them to pray for my soul? They said they wanted to help you. All right, let them.
Now, Joe, listen to me, will you please?
You don't have to knock the door down. It's open.
Well, Mr. Willis,
what are you doing here?
I have something to tell you.
Well, I don't want to hear it. I've heard enough from you already.
Well, I think you better hear this.
I told you I don't want to hear it.
But you don't understand.
I understand, all right. Looks as if we don't want your help. You just shove it down our throats. Well, you can just forget about me, see? When I want your help, I'll ask for it. But that'll be a long time.
Oh, Joe, please don't go out.
Mr. Willis, please wait.
I'll be back later.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Major. He just isn't himself.
He shouldn't have left. I have some news for him.
Yes, what is it?
A freighter was wrecked just outside San Francisco Bay.
Oh, a freighter?
They're bringing in the crew now.
That freighter, is it... What?
Yes, Mrs. Willis. Your son Frankie was on it.
That was Act One of The Kettle, starring Monty Margetts as Major Catherine. Let's regard the Christmas kettle of the Salvation Army for just a moment, not as to where it came from, but what it's for. There are thousands of people every year who, because of lack of funds or work or frequently both, because of illness or having to recuperate from illness, because of lack of family or friends, can have no Christmas or a meager one at best. The donations you leave in the Salvation Army's kettles go towards providing dolls and toys for children, food, clothing, and little presents and remembrances for needy older people. The Salvation Army makes a tremendous effort to see that as many of these people as possible are helped. The extent of their help is based primarily on your generosity. So please, when you pass the kettles of the Salvation Army, be unstinting in that generosity. Make another's Christmas as merry as yours will be. Now, Act Two of The Kettle, starring Monty Margetts as Major Catherine.
Oh, where is he? Where's my boy, Frankie? Is he all right?
He's all right, Mrs. Willis. He's in there.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. I must go to him.
Her boy was fortunate, John.
I know.
And some of the others weren't so fortunate. It'll take a good deal of soup to take the chill out of those who have survived.
Do we have enough?
Enough to care for the survivors they've already brought here. But if there are more...
Oh, let us pray that there are.
I'll join you in that prayer, John. But let us also pray that what food we have will feed them. Did Mr. Willis return with you?
No, I'm very much afraid, Catherine, we shall not be able to help Mr. Willis until he comes to us. And that will not be too soon.
I don't understand. When you told him about his son...
I didn't.
But you went to...
Well, before I could talk to him, he rushed out of the house, bound for where I can only guess. And I hope I'm wrong. Are the men from the freighter comfortable?
As comfortable as we could make them with what little we have.
Oh, Frankie is all right. He's still shivering from being in that cold water so long, but he's going to be all right.
Of course he is.
As soon as he gets some of this good hot soup, he'll feel much better, Mrs. Willis.
Oh, what can I do? Anything.
Mrs. Willis, some of the men are still unable to feed themselves. If you would...
Of course. And I can take care of Frankie at the same time. Now, you just get me an apron, ma'am, and start ladling out that soup. We'll have all these seafaring gentlemen up and about in no time at all.
Catherine?
What is it, John?
They're bringing more in.
More? You mean that...
After the fog lifted, they found more men lying unconscious among the rocks. We better get that soup kettle going again.
But, John, we can't.
Why not?
We're all out of ingredients. There's nothing to make soup with.
Yes, and the kettle is almost empty, too.
Well, then we'll just have to get some more, that's all. But I don't know how or where.
Oh, I wish there was something I could do, Major.
No, thank you, Mrs. Willis. You've done more than your share already.
But what are you going to do?
I don't know, but there must be a way.
There is, John. Remember the words, have faith and ye shall find?
Yes, Catherine. He will show us the way to fill the kettle again. He has given us his help before, and he will...
Wait.
What is it?
The answer's come to me. Yes, it might very well be the way.
What?
Agnes, bring that soup kettle over here.
Oh, yes, Major Catherine. Ah, here it is.
Thank you. And now we'll just get it scrubbed good and clean.
Catherine, my love, would you mind telling me what it is that's going on in that sweet head of yours?
It was you who gave me the idea, John.
I?
When you said that he would show us the way to fill the kettle again.
And what way would that be?
It's getting light outside. Soon the workmen will be leaving home for work. They're the ones who will fill the kettle for us. I'll go out with this soup kettle and stand on the corner near the shops. And when the men come by, I will ask them to drop what money they can spare into the kettle so that we can make more soup.
Catherine.
What man would refuse to help his needy brother at Christmas time? You stay here and give the Major a hand, Agnes. I'll be back soon. Please, gentlemen, help feed those who survived the disaster. Keep the pot boiling. Every penny will help. Won't you give a little something? Thank you, sir. God bless you. And a very Merry Christmas to you. Your pennies, please. The survivors of the freighter need soup. Help keep the pot boiling. Help make theirs a Merry Christmas, too. Add your donation to the pot. Will you not share what you have with those less fortunate?
What have you done with him?
What? Mr. Willis, where have you...
I just heard about the wreck, and when I went home to ask my wife about my son, she wasn't there. And they told me the Salvation Army took care of the survivors. Now, where are they?
Your son's all right, Mr. Willis. And your wife's been taking care of him and the other men all night. Major Parker went to your house last night to tell you that Frankie was all right. But you rushed out before he could say anything. Mrs. Willis has been terribly worried about you.
I'll bet she has.
She expected you to come, and all night she kept hoping you'd arrive.
Well, she was wrong.
But don't
Even
you...
if I knew where she was, I wouldn't have come. I told you yesterday I didn't want your help. But you figured maybe you could get Aggie to see things your way by helping Frankie, right?
Is that how you figured it out, Mr. Willis?
That's how I figured it out.
Well, you were partly right. We did help Frankie and the other men who were on that ship. And so did many other people in San Francisco.
What?
Take a look in the kettle, Mr. Willis.
Wow. Where did you get all that money? And when did it come from?
From people who wanted to help your son. They didn't expect anything in return. It was just an act of Christian charity. You told us yesterday that you wouldn't accept charity from us. But I'm afraid your definition of charity is different from ours and from the people who unselfishly put this money in the kettle. Well, now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Willis, I must get to the store and buy supplies so that we can furnish your son and the others with nourishment. Well, needs a bit more salt. That's better. Don't you think, Agnes?
Oh, yes, I do. Major Catherine.
Yes?
What makes Joe act this way?
I think only he can answer that question.
But I don't understand. Even if he doesn't want you to help him, you'd think he'd come here to see how Frankie is, his own son.
I'm sure he wants to, Agnes, but... Well, now it's a matter of pride with him. You said yourself he's a stubborn man.
Oh, yes. And someday he's going to realize what a bitter and selfish man his stubbornness is making him.
Say, do you realize that there's some men in there who are growing hungrier by the minute while you two are in here chattering like a couple of magpies?
Oh, I'm sorry, John. I trust they'll forgive us. Would you hold the bowls?
Yes, certainly, dear.
And Agnes, will you see that everyone's fed?
Yes, Major Catherine.
Since they brought us more men, I'm very much afraid this soup won't last long.
Then I shall go out and fill the empty kettle as I did before.
Catherine, let me...
No, John, you're needed here. I can can manage quite well. If you could have seen how unhesitatingly they reached into their pockets, John, well, it would have wiped away any doubts and discouragements you might have had about our work and its success. If only all men could learn the true meaning of Christian charity.
Well, is it too late for me to learn?
Oh, Mr. Willis!
Mr. Willis, we were hoping you would come.
Well, I wanted to come when I heard what happened, but... Well, ma'am, I've been thinking about what you told me a little while ago about Christian charity. I mean, and how people had given you money to help Frankie and the others.
Oh, Joe, where have you been all night? I was worried sick about you. I thought you were...
Out getting drunk. Well, I think that's what I started to do last night, but then I got to thinking about how these people offered to help me. The more I thought about it, the more mixed up I got. Until the Major's missus here put me straight a little while ago. I guess I didn't understand, ma'am. Guess I didn't want any help from you and the Major because I'd have to admit I'm a failure.
Oh, no, Joe, that's not true.
Well, our money's almost gone. I can't find work.
But you will. I know you will. You'll see.
Well, it's never too late to begin. Tomorrow night we're holding Christmas services. Will you come?
You'd be most welcome, Mr. Willis. And you too, Agnes.
Oh, I'd like to come, Major Catherine. Would you take me, Joe?
All right, Aggie.
Thank you, Joe.
Maybe the good Lord will show me the way out of our troubles.
I think he has, Mr. Willis. I think he already has.
Well, when the kettle was empty a second time, the Salvation Army lassie returned to the street corner once more. And in no time at all, men on their way to work were dropping coins in the kettle in answer to the lassie's plea to keep the pot boiling. It wasn't long before word got around, that Christmas of 1894, about how a Salvation Army soup kettle had come to the help of the rescued seamen. And the Army began to receive many donations from people who wanted to help those less fortunate than themselves. So, since so many had opened their hearts as well as their pocketbooks, the Salvation Army repeated the process the following Christmas. But this time, not one, but 30 lassies up and down the West Coast sat by their kettles and asked the passers-by to keep the pot boiling. And 2 years after the first Christmas kettle was set up in the waterfront of San Francisco, the idea found its way to Boston, perhaps carried there by the grateful sailors who had shared the soup when their ship had crashed on the fog-shrouded rocks. So today, our Christmas kettles can be found wherever men of good faith share their hope and Christian charity with their fellow men.
So ends the final act of The Kettle, starring Monty Margetts as Major Catherine. Be sure and listen in again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and wishing you the merriest of Christmas seasons.